Splash! A spray of water burst up from the surface of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, a trail of bubbles rose toward the surface as Shen Yan slowly sank into the depths. The bone-chilling lake water seemed intent on freezing him into a block of ice. If he did not wake soon, he would undoubtedly drown at the bottom of the lake. Ding! System has detected a suitable target. Initiating binding. Binding successful. Host detected to be in danger, activating protective function. A circular protective barrier wrapped around Shen Yan, sealing the icy lake water outside. A faint electric current sparked through, stimulating his brain. Shen Yan's hand twitched. His consciousness gradually began to clear. Where am I? The system poured information about this world and its own functions directly into his mind. Shen Yan had obtained the Super Big Shot role-playing system. As long as he played the characters drawn by the system, he could gain their corresponding abilities. So I've transmigrated, he realized. After reading through the information, Shen Yan understood the situation he was in. He had transmigrated into a parallel world. Unfortunately, the moment he arrived, he fell into a different space, known in this world as Despair Hell. Here, countless dangers lurked in the shadows. In the very next moment, one could die, without even knowing why. Once a person fell into such a different space, it was nearly impossible to escape on their own. Only after an hour would there be a chance of being expelled from the different space. Since March, many people in this world had accidentally fallen into such alternate spaces, sometimes only a few, sometimes as many as hundreds. The sheer number of missing people drew the attention of many nations. After a certain period, those who had fallen in along with various objects would be forcibly expelled from the different space. So far, only the devices that had been recovered contained footage that could inform others of the existence of these different spaces. Everyone who had fallen into them had died, not a single person had survived. In the mud at the bottom of the lake, dozens of tentacles belonging to some unknown creature stirred restlessly. They emerged from the silt and swayed in the water like aquatic plants growing from the lakebed. However, they were far from harmless like water plants. A dozen tentacles swept toward Shen Yan, only to halt the instant they touched the system's defense. They could not breach the system's defense. Shen Yan also noticed their presence, and when he saw they could not break through, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The very next moment, a chime sounded. Ding! System energy is no longer sufficient to maintain the defense. Please draw a big shot template as soon as possible. The system was running out of power. Shen Yan had to leave the bottom of the lake as quickly as possible. Once the system's energy was exhausted, he would be torn to shreds by those tentacles in an instant. Shen Yan kicked his legs hard, using the force to swim toward the surface. The tentacles stretched upward after him, but after extending a few meters, they could grow no longer. They could only watch as Shen Yan broke away toward the surface. In helpless fury, they thrashed madly in the water below, then finally gave up on this prey. Once more, they sank back into the silt, lying in wait for the next victim. Splash! Shen Yan burst out of the water. As he broke the surface, the defensive barrier vanished. He paddled to the shore and climbed up onto the bank. Drip drip. Water streamed from his body. System begin drawing a role to play, Shen Yan said. Shen Yan was in despair. Hell, a place riddled with hidden crises. Even the seemingly tranquil lakebed concealed endless dangers. The first character he drew would be an absolutely crucial role. Whether he could walk out of here alive depended entirely on how powerful the abilities of the drawn character would be. Ding! Randomly drawing Big Shot template. Activating Big Shot role-playing mode. The closer you resemble the character's image, the more abilities you can unlock. The more people believe in the role you play, and the more you overturn their expectations, the more subversion value you will gain. Beginning template draw. Template draw successful. When Shen Yan saw the template that had been drawn, shock flashed across his face. A heaven rank template. I actually drew a heaven rank template. It seems my luck isn't bad at all. Several lines of text appeared above. The first draw will grant a Big Shot template for free. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have drawn a heaven rank villain Big Shot template. Character Huanshe. Potential heaven rank. Personality madness tempered by calm, elegant, and extraordinary, obsessive, a perfectionist. Abilities to be generated. Ding. Role-playing initiated. With a soft swish, a black and white jester mask descended to cover Shen Yan's face. Around the mouth, red makeup curled into a wide upturned grin that exuded a wicked, absurd allure. At the same time, the features beneath the mask shifted, becoming colder and more sharply defined. A hoarse yet magnetic laugh spilled from Shen Yan's lips. His physique and attire transformed as well. Shen Yan had now become Huanshe. Clad in theatrical costume, he was poised and composed, his fingertips dancing lightly, like an artist brimming with poetic grace. The system intoned, beginning ability generation. As a novice benefit, no subversion value will be deducted this time. Abilities suitable for Huanshe's image will be designed automatically. However, all lines and costume design must be created by the host. The more fully realized the character image, the more powerful the abilities. If Shen Yan had to create his own lines, he could not improvise them all at once. However, a certain figure came to mind, whose lines fit Huanshe's personality perfectly. This theatrical costume, though dramatic, was still not mysterious enough. Shen Yan made adjustments, a mantle that flowed into a cloak whose hem burned with an eternal, undying flame. As Huanshe's hands, he used them to command art and pursue perfection, thus they too had to be perfect hands. One glimpse of them would make people imagine a cathedral-level piano performance flowing from those fingers. Yet something was still missing from those hands. At his will, 6 rings appeared on his fingers. The pigeon blood rubies set in them combined with those flawless hands radiated an uncanny sense of mystery. First ability unlocked. Control. Control. Huanshi is born with the power to command the human heart. Even the body in his hands is nothing more than a puppet. Special may convert enemies of a lower rank than himself into puppet dolls, the number limited by his own level. With the ability unlocked, Shen Yan immediately mastered it, wielding it with effortless familiarity. A heaven rank character possessed 4 abilities, but for now he could unlock only 1. Only by gaining the recognition of more people could he unlock the abilities that followed. I have the ability and I have the costume. What's still missing? Let me think. Right. I'm missing a stage grand enough for my entrance. This performance must be executed to perfection. Perhaps Shen Yan had been born with an actor's soul. Now Huanshi was him, and he was Huanshi. System manifest. The system responded, stage has been manifested. As this is a novice benefit, no subversion value will be deducted for this manifestation. Excellent. Everything is ready now. Only the audience has yet to arrive. Lianxian was a livestream host. She broadcast herself searching for all kinds of delicacies and had gained a certain amount of attention with close to tens of thousands of followers. That day she had originally come to the food street to stream gourmet food when all of a sudden the entire space twisted and warped. She, together with dozens of people around her, was swept into a strange, otherworldly space. In the very instant they fell into this alien realm, several people were swallowed in a single gulp by a bizarre, kind of monstrous insect. These creatures had originally been lying flat on the ground, their skin the same color as the surface beneath them. If one did not look carefully, someone would step on them only to be devoured in an instant by the gaping bloody maw that snapped open and swallowed them into its belly. The crowd scattered in panic at once. Seeing this scene, they immediately thought of the rumors about rifts into other spaces that had been spreading all over the internet recently. Although such stories had spread widely online, in truth few had taken them seriously. Most people assumed it was nothing more than only when they truly fell into this other space and faced danger heat-in did they finally realize that everything said online had been real. Cries of "Save me!" rang out. Shouts of "There's a monster!" and "Mom, I want my mom! Someone save us!" echoed. Someone wailed, "This is a hell of despair, it's over, we're all finished. No one can escape alive from here." The crowd wailed in misery, fear surging into everyone's hearts and wrapping around them. The immense terror was enough to shatter a person. Lianxian's small face had turned pale. She did not have the typical internet celebrity face, on the contrary her features were clear and delicate, the kind of beauty that grew more pleasing the longer one looked. Now that deathly pallor lent her an added air of pitifulness. Unfortunately, everyone else was sunk in extreme terror, and no one had the mind to care how anyone beside them looked. Everyone was worried that with one careless step they might end up as food for the insects. Are we going to just stay here forever? A young man stood up and spoke. Several men and women stood near him, appearing to be his companions. This place is too close to that swarm's territory. Who knows what danger might come next, a middle-aged man said. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to leave this place. Along the way, as they walked, someone would suddenly vanish. No one saw how they disappeared. Upon this boundless, desolate land, the strangeness only deepened. The crowd moved forward, terrified and on edge. A chill kept shooting up from the soles of their feet to the backs of their heads. Suddenly, white mist spread out, gradually shrouding the area, and their field of vision grew more and more blurred. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the beating of gongs and drums announcing the opening of a play drew their attention. They clearly knew that in a place like this a sudden sound was no good omen, yet they could not help wanting to find out what was happening. Following the sound of the drums and gongs, they walked through the white mist. Very soon they saw a stage that had long since been erected. The stage was now shrouded by a curtain and had not yet opened. Below it, several rows of chairs were lined up, the audience seats. As they approached, the drumming grew ever more intense, yet they still could not tell where exactly the sound was coming from. The uncanny stage and uncanny drumming made everyone's heart quake. Everyone hesitated, unsure whether to come any closer. What if this place was even deadlier than those monstrous insects? Lianxian was already harboring the urge to retreat. To her, this stage erected within an alien space looked wrong in every possible way. How anything so abnormal could only be sinister. She did not wish to lose her life for the sake of a moment's curiosity. Most people felt the same. Yet there were always a few who could not help rushing headlong toward disaster. A young man walked to the audience area. There's actually a stage here. I'm going to look around. Maybe we can find some clue about how to get out, he said. The chairs here were spotless and looked brand new. The moment he stepped into the audience area, the surrounding gongs and drums abruptly halted. Immediately afterward, a hoarse yet magnetic voice tinged with a certain madness resounded. Places, everyone take your positions, the good show is about to begin. There was actually someone here. The crowd's faces filled with shock. Then to their horror, they discovered that their bodies no longer responded to their own commands. They had meant to flee this uncanny place, but after that hoarse voice rang out, they found themselves walking uncontrollably into the audience seats. One by one, everyone sat down exactly as that voice had commanded. They wanted to run, wanted to scream, but found they could not break free of the control at all. They were like puppets held aloft by strings, able only to be manipulated by another. Only after sitting did they regain the ability to turn their heads, and when they looked at the people beside them, all they saw were expressions of stark horror. A chime sounded ding. Obtained subversion value 330. Among them, Li Yi, the one who had first set foot in the audience area, was drenched in cold sweat. He regretted it bitterly, regretted his reckless urge to touch these things. Everyone now understood the true meaning of being on pins and needles. The curtain on the stage rose. Boom. At the center of the stage, a golden lotus blossomed and spun. Next, golden lotuses bloomed one after another across the stage. Then searing flames erupted from their petals. Amid fire and smoke, a figure dressed in theatrical costume and wearing a clown mask appeared within the blaze. I awaken from filth and mire. I am the scorching green lotus. I am the one and only beauty. Within the flames, all the lotuses began to wither. Just as he declared after his entrance, he alone was unique. His entrance was astonishingly dazzling. In another place, he might have earned thunderous applause. Everyone, welcome to my temple of art, he said. His mask in particular carried a hint of mockery. The mouth was exaggeratedly upturned, its crimson color striking. The people in the audience trembled. If they could, they would rather face those insects again than confront this uncanny man. Let me think what I should say. I get nervous before every performance, yet that feeling is indispensable, he mused. I must hold a performance that is sufficiently perfect. My theater is called the human heart. The people below the stage were also part of his performance. They were both audience and actors. The illusionist performed an elegant bow. He resembled a true artist, composed and graceful, yet the smile on his mask was utterly mad. Lian Xian sat trembling in her chair, her phone hanging in front of her chest. The recording was still running, capturing everything within its frame. It was a recording function on a website. She had enabled synchronous recording so that if there were a network connection, the footage would be uploaded to the site at once. The people in the audience could now move and make sounds, but they were unable to leave. The illusionist extended both hands, palms downward, his fingertips dancing lightly. 5 people stood up from the audience. They are puppets, he said. When I tug the strings, they must dance. They swayed their bodies, dancing a stiff dance in accordance with the gestures of the illusionist on stage. Lian Xian felt a chill creeping up her spine. A sharp scream escaped her lips uncontrollably. Not just her, but others also screamed. She quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might incur the wrath of that terrifying madman. Indeed, everyone in the audience thought the person on stage was a madman. No one but a madman would force and control others to watch his performance, let alone that he treated the audience as part of his performance for amusement. What else could this be if not madness? The 5 dancers could only move stiffly, their faces expressionless like puppets. The illusionist clapped his hands, seemingly unsatisfied. Don't be so serious, everyone is watching. Come on, smile, smile. On the faces of the 5 lifeless figures, a synchronized smile appeared, as if they were wearing masks. Everyone who saw the smiles on those 5 faces involuntarily wore the same smile, completely unaware of it, until they unintentionally glanced at the person beside them, revealing the same smile. A chill rose from the depths of everyone watched this silent performance, feeling deep-seated fear, terrified of becoming puppets under the madman's control. Ding. Gain subversion points 10. Ding. Gain subversion points 10. Ding. Out of 37 people, 33 provided a total of 1370 subversion points during this performance. Shen Yan, disguised as the illusionist, twirled his fingers lightly, and the 5 people also stiffly spun around. The moment these people arrived, the illusionist noticed that some things that were not human had mixed in among them. This was also why some people in the group would occasionally go missing, likely due to those things causing trouble. Just as his performance needed, he decided to make use of these few entities. Hee, the illusionist hummed a cheerful tune, his fingertips dancing, as if he were controlling some invisible threads. They will sing, they will dance, they will die. As if manipulated by invisible threads, the 5 people suddenly jerked their heads back in unison. In front of the crowd, these 5 people transformed into 5 wooden puppets. Oh! A fresh wave of screams erupted. Everyone knew this could not simply be a performance. These 5 people were truly dead. In their eyes, these were 5 living beings turned into puppets by the madman on stage. He is nothing but a madman. Oh, help! I don't want to die. Wah! Someone save us. We won't be turned into puppets too, will we? After witnessing this bizarre performance, everyone began to break down emotionally. The illusionist looked at the terrified faces in the audience with delight. This is a marvelous performance. I brought both smiles and screams. The illusionist took a bow to the audience, and as the flames extinguished, he vanished from the stage. The curtain on stage was drawn once again, concealing the entire performance. Everyone realized they had regained their freedom and could finally leave that damned audience seat. The audience members closest to the 5 puppets were already frightened to the point of terror, some collapsing from their chairs. Several of them were so scared that they wet themselves. Looking at the 5 puppets still remaining in place, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Now that they could leave, they scrambled away from the audience seats in a panic. They vowed never to return to such a strange place again. Lian Xian left with the crowd. It was always safer in numbers, so even though they were all strangers, they moved together. After walking for a while, they had better luck this time, encountering no other strange occurrences. The group found an abandoned cave and entered it. Everyone was exhausted. As soon as they entered the cave, they didn't care about the dirt and sat down on the ground to rest. The most reckless among them, Li Yi, was subtly ostracized by the others. Because of Li Yi's recklessness, 5 lives were lost. Li Yi knew he had done wrong, so he sat down in a corner by himself and did not seek out anyone to talk to. Lin Qian found a clean corner with no one else around and took out her phone from the pouch in front of her. The phone pouch had a hole allowing her to take pictures of the outside world while the phone was inside. Lin Qian turned off the recording that had been running and began to watch the footage she had previously recorded. As she watched, Lin Qian noticed something odd about the people in the recording. Accustomed to capturing food scenes throughout the city, she usually filmed crowds or sights rather than herself. In this recording, due to the earlier rush, she could only capture some people in front of her. Fortunately, because of her lack of stamina, she lagged behind, so most of the people were caught in the frame. The video started off quite normally, capturing the scene of those bugs hunting, then showing them leaving. Along the way, people in the group started disappearing one by one. Lin Qian slowed down the video playback and increased the brightness. She discovered that the people who vanished were not disappearing without reason. In the footage, all the disappeared individuals had approached a few specific people beforehand. Lin Qian remembered those faces vividly. They were the ones who had been turned into puppets. Lin Qian watched the video several more times, and as she slowed down the playback, her face grew increasingly pale. She trembled and turned to look at the others in the cave. Silently, she began to count in her mind. 1, 2, 3. 41 people. Lin Qian thought she had miscounted and counted again several times, but it was still 41. Suppressing her horror, she managed to refrain from screaming out loud. She distinctly remembered that when they left that bizarre audience seat, their number was only 33 and her math was always good. She couldn't have counted wrong. Then who were the additional 8 people? Fear gripped her heart. Lin Qian dared not speak or converse with anyone, and she certainly did not dare to reveal her discovery. Lin Qian realized that perhaps the strange figure on stage had intervened to save them. The 5 who had been turned into puppets might not have been living people. Lin Qian glanced at the others in the cave. She did not recognize any of them, so she could not identify who the additional. Lin Qian quietly left the cave alone. As soon as she exited, she ran towards the direction of the stage. The fog here had dispersed, and she quickly returned to the vicinity of the stage. In the audience seats, 5 puppets were slowly wiping the chairs with a cloth. Their movements were stiff, yet remarkably. Shen Yan had not left this place. He was now on stage, idly manipulating the puppets in the audience to clean the tables. Generally, when the time in the alternate space arrives, it would expel everything inside. An hour later, the alternate space would begin to expel everything that had fallen into it. Now an hour had already passed. However, there were no signs of expulsion from the alternate space. System, when will the exit of the alternate space open? Ding. To probe the information, you need to deduct 2 points of subversion value. Just deduct it. Also turn off the system sound effects. The constant ding is a bit annoying and unnecessary. Okay, deduction completed. The condition to open the exit of the alternate space is all individuals who have fallen into the alternate space must die. Shen Yan did not expect such a condition. No wonder no one had ever walked out alive from the alternate space. As long as someone was alive, the alternate space would not expel them. This alternate space was like a man-eating monster. Living people would be digested upon entry, and the remaining equipment was just the garbage the monster did not want to consume, which is why it was expelled. As for why the conclusion was drawn that expulsion would start after an hour, it was likely because none of the previous individuals had survived beyond that hour. Only if everyone is dead can the alternate space open. There are no other options. Shen Yan was not a deity either. He needed to eat. Staying here indefinitely with no food, eventually, even if he used subversion value to exchange for food, he would run out. The system replied, you can choose to hunt the master of the alternate space to obtain the source heart of the alternate space. Master of the alternate space. This space has an owner. Shen Yan was astonished. He had originally thought the alternate space was ownerless. If the alternate space had an owner, it meant that the opening time of the alternate space was determined by its master. As for why it was concluded that the alternate space would open after an hour, it was probably because everyone who fell into the alternate space could only last an hour before dying. Shen Yan controlled the puppets, lowering his head in contemplation. System, what is the level of the master of the alternate space? How many tiers higher than me? The system replied, 10 points of subversion value required for probing. If the deductions are low in the future, you don't need to ask me, you just deduct it directly. Deduction completed. Information about the master of the alternate space is as follows: Shadow Lord. Level Lord tier. Ability unknown. Hint, it is not advisable to be enemies with it. In the alternate space, a lord is nearly invincible. Hiss. Lord tier. Shen Yan gasped after reading the information about the Shadow Lord. It was a level higher than his. He had drawn a heavenly level character, and beneath him there were earth level and human level characters. Heavenly level figures had already transcended the mundane, possessing extraordinary power. Some heavenly level figures could even possess the ability to fly and burrow through the earth. Above heavenly level is the Lord level. Lord level individuals were essentially big shots. They possessed their own domains and were nearly invincible. Though Shen Yan had drawn a heavenly level character, so far he had only unlocked one ability with 3 others, yet, given his current state, it was indeed impossible to contend against a lord. Let alone combat, it would be easy for a lord to crush him. Unless Shen Yan unlocked all abilities, he might still have the strength to fight. To unlock all abilities, the few dozen people who fell into the alternate space were simply insufficient. He needed to let more people see him to have more people believe in the existence of the role. The faster he unlocked abilities, the more subversion value Shen Yan would gain. Shen Yan looked at his acting panel. After the previous appearance, the progress of his role increased significantly, and he was close to unlocking the second ability. But this was still not enough. He was far from unlocking all abilities. At that moment, footsteps were heard from below a stunning young girl holding her phone cautiously approached the audience seats. It was evident that she was very frightened, flinching at the slightest sound. Seeing that Lian Qi was holding a phone, Shen Yan suddenly thought about whether it could connect to the outside network. The answer was of course no. System connect her phone to the network and directly open a live stream. However, the system announced, deducting 50 points of subversion value connected to the network live stream has been forcibly opened. Lian Qi was still unaware that her phone had connected to the network and automatically opened the live stream. After she approached the audience seats, shortly after the 5 puppets that were wiping the chairs stopped their actions. Their bodies remained still, but their heads turned around with a dull sound, staring intently at Lian Qi, who had intruded. Lian Qi was startled. At that moment, the live stream happened to start. As soon as the stream opened, the fans who followed the streamer received notifications and rushed into the live stream. Sister Qi, why did the previous live stream suddenly cut off? I heard something happened on that food street. Dozens of people disappeared all at once. Now that there are sudden disappearances, it usually means encountering an alternate space, and falling into the alternate space has basically been tagged with death. Seeing Sister Qi can still stream means she probably didn't have an accident. It was just too chaotic earlier, so she turned off the stream for now. The scene at the food street was very chaotic as dozens of people vanished before everyone's eyes, causing those around to panic and flee, fearing they might also stumble into the alternate space. At that time, the scene was extremely disordered. Lian Qi did not notice that the live stream had started and did not see the barrage in the stream. Why isn't Sister Qi speaking? Yeah, why isn't Sister Qi talking? Look at those puppets in the camera. They're moving. Oh my god, their heads. High energy ahead. Oh my god. I nearly peed my pants. The fans in the live stream were all stunned. Soon some fans noticed something was off. Something feels wrong with this place. Wasn't Sister Qi at the food street? I remember there was no such stage over there. Those puppets, for some reason, just looking at them gives me the creeps. Damn it, I got so scared I broke my new phone. I'm watching the live stream on my computer now. Lian Qi stood frozen. After a while, seeing that the puppets did not attack her, Lian Qi finally felt relieved. It seemed that her guess was correct. The figure truly meant no harm. Lian Qi bowed to the stage. Thank you for your help. Perhaps you were merely completing a performance, but you saved our lives. The doll's eyes twitched, producing a mechanical sound. The performance has ended and the next show will take place at midnight. Audiences may enter at that time. Then they turned their heads back and continued to polish the chairs, making them shine brightly. Lian Qian, emboldened, approached the audience seats. Since the show hadn't started yet, she didn't dare to sit in those chairs, but she could sit on the ground nearby. Lian Qian felt that the eerie stage master, having transformed 5 monsters into dolls at once, made staying here safe. What is Sister Qian doing? Yeah, what does she mean by that? I didn't understand. Where is Sister Qian? I just looked around the camera's surroundings. It feels so desolate. Fans' comments went unanswered. Tap, tap, tap. A sound of footsteps approached. Lian Qian stood up cautiously. She couldn't risk gambling on whether the stage master would take action. If he didn't, she had to rely on herself to cope. The person arriving was Li Yi. He had noticed Lian Qian's strange expression earlier, and after she exited the cave, he followed her shortly. He encountered a bit of danger along the way, which delayed him. It's me. Li Yi, he said quickly upon seeing Lian Qian's alert gaze. When Lian Qian saw him, she recognized him, but her wariness had not subsided. Just stay there, don't come any closer. Li Yi had no choice but to stop. Don't be afraid. I noticed something was off with your expression and followed out of concern and curiosity. Did you discover? Otherwise, a weak girl would not choose to leave the main group alone. Being alone means an increase in danger. Lian Qian hesitated, unsure whether to reveal her findings to Li Yi. Seeing her expression, Li Yi understood he was right. Lian Qian had indeed discovered something. We are all human. If you found any clues, you can share them. Only by joining forces can we survive in this hell of despair. In this hell of despair, only those who have fallen into it together are natural companions. Perhaps uniting is the only chance to survive amidst the lurking crises. Lian Qian was somewhat swayed by Li Yi's words. Just as she was about to speak, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of the shadow behind Li Yi. She saw Li Yi's shadow split into 2, with one shadow clawing and flailing as if it were alive. The words that had just been on her lips were swallowed back. She looked at Li Yi in horror. Lian Qian realized she could not distinguish whether the Li Yi in front of her was a person or a monster. If he was human, then why did his shadow seem so strange? Lian Qian couldn't help but take a few steps back. What the hell? What did they say? Hell of despair? It can't be the hell of despair I'm thinking of, right? No way can you still connect to the internet in the hell of despair. What's going on? Sister Qian is in the hell of despair. Are we witnessing the scenes from the hell of despair? Hurry and record this. Fans were shocked, voicing their doubts, unwilling to believe that Lian Qian was in the hell of despair. I'm going to post about this. People began sharing and calling friends into the live stream. Soon the number of viewers surged from several thousand. Li Yi noticed Lian Qian's retreat. His expression turned strange. Oh, what was happening? Why was she so scared? He wasn't a bad person. Li Yi's eyes gradually turned black, with all the whites covered in darkness. He approached Lian Qian, extending his hand. Don't run away, come here. What are you afraid of? Lian Qian, pale with fear, retreated a few more steps until she bumped against the chair behind her. Click. The doll beside her turned its head 180 degrees. Seeing Li Yi, they dropped the cloth they were holding, and the 5 dolls marched towards Li Yi with a clattering sound. At this moment, Li Yi's mind was consumed by the monster in the shadow, completely controlled by it. The shadow on the ground manipulated Li Yi, aiming to capture Lian Qian, the living person who would become its next. They seized Li Yi's arms, lifting him up. Then one doll reached for the shadow on the ground. The shadow was caught in the doll's. It emitted a piercing scream, struggling continuously. Dozens of long, sharp appendages emerged from its body, covered in bristly spikes, writhing like a mass of flesh. It was a sight that repulsed anyone who looked at it. Only perfection is acceptable. The illusionist appeared in the audience. The illusionist wore a mask that concealed his expression, his tone frenzied, as if witnessing something intolerable that he must erase. He controlled the dolls to tear the shadow monster into pieces. The shadow monster let out a terrible cry, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The shadow monster was dead. Li Yi, having lost control, collapsed to the ground, his mind completely destroyed. Even if the monster was removed, he could not return to normal. The illusionist didn't even glance at the ground. He snapped his fingers. Li Yi's body moved, and in the next moment, he transformed into a doll standing upright from the ground. The doll joined the other 5 dolls, obediently working for the illusionist. Lian Qian dared not speak, for she realized that although he had not harmed her, his demeanor was too sinister, making her hesitant to approach. The illusionist ignored her and vanished after dealing with the monster. After he left, Lian Qian's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She had been so tense just now that she didn't dare to breathe loudly. It seems staying here was indeed the right choice. The stage master is in opposition to the monsters here. No, that's not right. That shouldn't be opposition. It's just that the one cannot stand monsters. Once a monster steps into this place, it will be eliminated or turned into a doll by that one. This person, filled with malevolence, obsessive madness, and a reckless pursuit of perfect art, would likely be very difficult to get along with in reality. Lian Qian also disliked dealing with such people, as they were too hard to please, often offending others without realizing. But now she only felt a sense of relief. She never expected that in this dangerous hell of despair this would save her life. If it weren't for that one who couldn't tolerate imperfection, he probably wouldn't even bother with a small person like her. In the live stream room, comments flooded the screen. What the hell? What did I just see? What the hell? Forgive me for only being able to say what the hell. Is the streamer truly in the depths of despair? What is that shadow? Ugh. Its cries give me a headache, and those puppets are incredibly powerful. They tore it apart in an instant. The figure wearing the clown mask has appeared. Those puppets seem to be under his control. He actually turns people. Could it be that all these puppets were once humans? No wonder the more I look, the more their features resemble those of real people. It's terrifying when you think about it. I can no longer bear to look at those puppets. Damn. Could it be that this clown masked figure is the final boss? Sister Qian's analysis has left me bewildered. What does it mean? I feel as though I've missed a part of the plot. Everyone hurry and watch. Sister Qian's previous video has been uploaded. Where? I'm going to check it out. I'm coming too. After a while, those who returned from watching filled the screen with scream. Ah, so handsome. This stage master is so handsome. So cool, so charming, with a unique allure, especially during his entrance. Oh, I was instantly captivated. Even if he turned me into a puppet, I would willingly submit. As his fingertips danced, the puppets moved in sync. The unique appearance of the villain template is filled with an evil charm. This is a deadly attraction for girls. In the video, the appearance of the illusionist along with the mysterious aura surrounding him draws people in to explore further. His performance is a unique masterpiece of great art. I am already mesmerized by him. His hands are perfect and he himself is perfect, just like his performance, which is he is the embodiment of beauty. All of this comes from female fans. What the heck? What's going on? Are these women crazy? Same question, what are they talking about? You should check it out, you'll understand after watching the streamer's previous video. I've finished watching him back now. Are you women out of your minds? Didn't you see him turn 5 living people into puppets? And with a mask, who knows what he looks like beneath it? I bet he looks hideous, which is why he doesn't dare to show his face. Some people, seeing so many girls liking the stage master, began to criticize. As soon as someone slandered him, others immediately stood up to refute them. The streamer said that the stage master cannot tolerate the existence of imperfection, yet he spared the streamer and the audience with her. What do you think is the reason? I believe this imperfection refers specifically to monsters like that shadow, right? Yes, those 5 may not even be human. This can be seen in the video. Please watch the video before speaking. In any case, I'm already infatuated with him. I envy the streamer for being able to watch his performance from the audience. Boo-hoo, I wish I could go too. Why wasn't it me who fell into the depths of despair? Hey, enough already. If you really fell in, you would be among those who were eaten by bugs at the beginning. Haha, I'm laughing. Do you really think the depths of despair are some sort of paradise? Do you think that's why it's called the depths of despair? So far, no one has survived. Understand. Old Master knows all too well. That was before. Why don't you believe in the occurrence of miracles? The chat room was in an uproar. Some believe that the stage master acts too wickedly, feeling he doesn't seem like a good person, which is why he hasn't attacked the streamer yet. It's simply because the streamer poses no threat to him, just like a person seeing an ant which they might ignore or choose to. You can't say that just because the stage master hasn't attacked the streamer, he is necessarily harmless. Some believe that since the stage master stands opposed to those strange shadows, he might be useful. Perhaps the streamer can survive and be the first to emerge from the depths of despair. Some are afraid of the stage master's existence. A comment broke the argument among others. Everyone I timidly asked, "Did you smile while watching the performance?" Smile? What smile? I only felt terror and chills. How could I smile? Only that group of women still think. I was watching the stream when I urgently needed to use the restroom, and when I looked up I saw myself smiling in the mirror. Damn, that was terrifying. Could it be that I'm just too ugly? You'll find out if you look in the mirror while watching. Alright, we'll go check. Damn it. Who just said to look in the mirror? I went to check and wow, I punched the mirror and shattered it. I'm currently on my way to terrifying. I clearly wasn't smiling, but after what the stage master said, I ended up smiling along with the puppets. Yes, did you notice that the others in the audience were also smiling? I just saw that too. Ugh. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it is. I can't bear to look anymore. This video is so captivating. All those sitting behind computer screens felt a chill as they read the comments on the screen, their hearts cold to the bone. They instinctively reached out to touch their faces, checking whether they were smiling without realizing it. Some even dared not look in the mirror, fearing they might see themselves smiling. This performance, filled with a captivating allure and the mysterious stage master, momentarily made them believe even more that the streamer was in the depths of despair. There have always been those who thought the streamer was just trying to attract attention, evidenced by the fact that there is no signal in the depths of despair. Otherwise, with so many people having fallen into the depths of despair, why has no one ever sent a distress call? If there were a signal inside, it would be impossible for no one to try to contact the outside world. Everyone carries a phone now. If there is internet, sending a distress signal online would greatly increase the chance of survival. But no, not a single person has sent out a distress signal online. Most of those who fell into the depths of despair are dead, their bones gone. The outside world has only received some videos recorded on their phones to prove the existence of the depths of despair. Thus, even with Chen being able to stream and upload videos, many initially did not believe she was in the depths of despair. Some netizens posted comments. If this truly is the depths of despair, then the videos and streams the streamer has shared provide us with invaluable information. Her contribution is tremendously significant. With this information, at least our understanding of the depths of despair can advance, and the hope of survival will greatly increase. No one dares to deny this. The video was edited and uploaded to other video sharing sites. The term depths of despair has attracted global attention. The video titled Despair in Hell quickly gained traction, attracting numerous clicks from viewers. This wave directly brought Shen Yan over 5,000 points of subversion value, unlocking a second ability. Revival. The puppet is the foundation of the Illusionist. Upon death, one can sacrifice a puppet to revive. After the ability was unlocked, Shen Yan's physique was enhanced. He sensed that this ability was extraordinary. It essentially meant that for every puppet he possessed, he had an extra life. Upon Shen Yan's death, a puppet would replace him, allowing him to revive at the puppet's location. If Shen Yan left a puppet in a concealed spot, even if he encountered a formidable enemy and accidentally died, he could revive from miles away unbeknownst to his adversaries. Shen Yan could wait until he became stronger to deal with that formidable enemy. At the celestial level, an illusionist could possess up to 1,000 puppets, equating to 1,000 lives. Illusionists rely on puppets to fight. As stated in the introduction, they themselves possess little offensive power. All their attacks depend on manipulating puppets, making puppets the foundation of the illusionist. To contend with the Shadow Lord, Shen Yan must gather all his puppets to confront an enemy that transcends a major realm. Although revival is beneficial, it comes at the cost of offensive capability. It still depends on the abilities unlocked later. The combination of control and revival is insufficient to confront the Shadow Lord. Right, there's also the subversion value. I wonder if it can enhance my strength a bit. System, how much subversion value do I need to elevate my power to the level of a lord? System, it requires 10 million subversion value. My apologies, I take my leave. Shen Yan glanced at the audience. Lin Xian, it seems I need to unlock all my abilities sooner to prepare for the next steps. As night fell, the eerie shadows grew more numerous. Dozens of shadows approached, but as they drew near, Shen Yan transformed them into puppets. The shadows turned into puppets resembling multi-legged creatures akin to spiders, while others appeared as clumps of flesh. Their strength was quite low, most hovering around the human level. Their abilities were rather unique. Ordinary people could not resist them, but once they encountered a personal level powerhouse, they found it challenging to close in. These are the minions of the Shadow Lord. They would kill anyone who fell into the alternate space. Shen Yan departed, needing more puppets, as acquiring them here was too slow. Shen Yan left a few puppets to guard the area. He could control them remotely with all they saw and heard under his command. Shen Yan went to find the group that had previously fallen into the alternate space. He needed puppets, gathering as many as possible. Along the way, any monsters he encountered whose strength was below his were instantly transformed into puppets. Shen Yan's puppet army also surpassed 2 digits. The puppets spread around him, scouting ahead. For puppets carried a palanquin with Shen Yan seated inside, moving swiftly. The palanquin was exchanged with a bit of subversion value. Sitting in it, Shen Yan looked up at the sky, which was a dull gray devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The alternate space is merely a realm created or occupied by the Lord. Its size, depending on the Lord's strength. If the Lord is powerful, this alternate space could be as large as a city. If the Lord is newly advanced and their strength is unstable, it might only be as big as a village. The puppets carried Shen Yan, creaking as they walked. Although they seemed to move, their speed was extremely fast, covering nearly 100 meters per second. One moment in this place, the next moment seemingly teleporting elsewhere. In truth, it was just the speed that created an illusion beyond the human eye's capability to follow. The puppets moved quickly and within minutes located the earlier group. Unfortunately, they had been completely annihilated. Most had been eroded by the shadows, transformed into mindless monsters that attacked anything living. The remaining individuals were killed by these monsters. The cave and its surroundings were littered with severed limbs. A bald black bird landed on the remains, pecking incessantly at the flesh. Without Shen Yan's protection, even if Lin Qian noticed something was wrong with these individuals, she would be attacked by other monsters. She wouldn't survive for long. Once everyone perished, the alternate space would begin to expel the remaining things. Those severed limbs and fragments, along with some mechanical devices, would also be expelled. However, only two individuals remained alive, Lin Qian and Shen Yan. As long as they did not die, the alternate space would never open. Shen Yan coldly fixed his gaze on the remains on the ground. Though he was no saint, witnessing his kind slaughtered by other monsters still stirred a sense of anger within him. Such imperfect existence should indeed be destroyed. With a snap of his fingers, the blackbirds pecking at the remains suddenly had their heads explode without warning. They burst into sprays of blood. The beheaded blackbirds collapsed to the ground, and then with a crackling sound their bodies transformed into wooden puppets. The birds that became puppets regained their heads. Caw-caw, they flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Those who had transformed into monsters upon hearing the commotion pounced from the shadows. Shen Yan remained motionless. His surrounding puppets rushed forward. Over 100 puppets faced the mindless foes, swiftly breaking the legs of all monsters under Shen Yan's command. Shen Yan transformed them into puppets as well. This time his puppet army increased by dozens, nearing 200. Leading his army of 200 puppets, Shen Yan began to sweep through the area, turning any encountered monsters into puppets. Such cannon fodder was never too much. During this time, Shen Yan encountered several Earth-level shadow monsters lurking in the woods, which swiftly eliminated 6 of his puppet insects. However, this also made Shen Yan aware of their presence. To transform an enemy into a puppet, merely glancing at them was insufficient. A medium was required. This medium could be a sound or eye contact. Every time Shen Yan transformed the shadow monsters into puppets, besides showing off, he also utilized the sound of his fingers snapping, transmitting it into the ears of his adversaries. With this medium, those 2 levels lower than him could hardly resist turning into puppets in just a second. For those 1 level lower, like the Earth level, they had to be injured first. To turn enemies of the same level into puppets, the opponent must first be incapable of resisting, otherwise the chances of failure are quite high. The shadow monsters in this forest resembled gigantic lizards. Their bodies blended seamlessly with the surrounding trees, making them difficult to detect. As long as they did not launch an attack, it was almost impossible to discern their location. However, now they had launched their attack. Although they damaged 6 of Shen Yan's puppets in an instant, he felt no sorrow. They were merely human-level puppets. It mattered not how many were destroyed. There were plenty of monsters here, and he could easily replenish them. On the other hand, Earth-level monsters were quite rare. At least after searching for so long, Shen Yan had only seen these few Earth-level lizards. Shen Yan commanded the puppets to surround them, while the puppet insects charged forward, attempting to bite the lizards' bodies. The giant lizard swung its tail, sending over a dozen puppet insects flying several meters away, crashing into large trees. Roar! Shen Yan's hand rested on the armrest, his fingers lightly tapping. A dozen puppet insects were no match for the lizard, but with dozens, or even 100 attacking together, even Earth-level lizards would struggle. Fearlessly charging into battle, the puppet insects managed to tear off several scales from the lizard. Enraged, the lizard flung the puppet insects away and shredded one with its claw. But it was futile. Having just thrown off a few puppet insects, another wave of puppet insects pounced on it. Gradually, the lizard's wounds multiplied until it could no longer support its body and collapsed. A total of 3 giant lizards, exhausted from the assault of the puppet insects, were eventually bound tightly and presented before Shen Yan. The puppet insects seemed to be offering sacrifices to their deity. Shen Yan's tapping fingers paused. He lowered his head and met the gaze of the 3 giant lizards. The powerless lizards transformed into puppets in his hands. The strength of the puppets to some extent also relied on the power of the illusionist. The stronger the illusionist, the stronger the puppets would be. However, the inherent level of the puppets was also vital. Low-level puppets were relatively fragile and easily shattered, while high-level puppets were sturdier. In this battle, Shen Yan lost 16 puppet insects and combined with the previous 6 that made 22. However, having acquired 3 Earth-level puppets was not a loss, as human-level puppets could be easily replenished. With the lizard puppets acquired, Shen Yan's speed in expanding his puppets increased. After nearly 2 hours, he had transformed all nearby monsters into puppets. He now possessed 678 human-level puppets and 52 Earth-level puppets. So far, Shen Yan had not encountered any celestial-level puppets. Shen Yan did not bring all these puppets back. Instead, he dispersed them to search for higher-level Earth or celestial monsters. Before confronting the Lord Shen, Yan needed to gather more puppets to increase his odds of victory. Continuously exterminating creatures in the alternate space would naturally attract the attention of the space's master. Shen Yan was exploiting a time window. He had to eliminate most of the monsters before the Lord could react. Powerful enemies would be turned into puppets for his use. Utilizing hundreds of human-level puppets to spread out and search along with blackbirds in the sky, surveying the area, Shen Yan soon discovered other Earth-level creatures and 2 celestial-level beings. Apart from these, there was only the central area of the alternate space where Shen Yan had not allowed his puppets to tread. That place was surely where the Lord resided, and he did not wish to confront the Lord just yet. Shen Yan remotely controlled the puppets, systematically taking down all the Earth-level creatures and turning them into his puppets. Such large-scale action surprisingly did not attract the attention of the Space Lord. It seemed that the long period of invincibility had made the Shadow Lord complacent. After all, in its own space, it was virtually invincible, with its domain amplifying its abilities to the extreme. Even a foe 1 tier higher than it would find no advantage once ensnared in its domain. Naturally, Shen Yan hoped the Lord would remain unaware of his presence. He used over 50 Earth-level puppets and more than 700 human-level puppets to besiege the 2 celestial-level beings, taking them down one by one. During the battle with the celestial-level beings, the shockwaves were immense, causing the ground to crack several inches, and everything around was destroyed. Shen Yan lost all his human-level puppets and several Earth-level puppets, but he managed to defeat the 2 celestial-level beings. Subsequently, Shen Yan expanded his territory to other areas, gathering human-level puppets to make up for the losses. Everything was ready. Shen Yan quietly returned to the back of the stage. After this period, not only had his puppets increased by several hundred, but with the video circulating outside, more and more people were seeing the Illusionist played by Shen Yan. The third ability of the Illusionist was also unlocked. Illusory Void. An Illusionist is inherently capable of manipulating the human heart. The grand play begins. Oh, what is reality? What is illusion? Life is like a play, and play is like life. This is an ability similar to illusion arts, but more advanced, as illusion arts ultimately remain illusions, not reality. This ability has the potential to transform illusions into reality, though it requires a substantial amount of energy. Energy encompasses spiritual power, primal power, magical power, etc. Anything cultivated falls under the category of energy. Although the systems differ, they ultimately converge. The energy of an illusionist is quite special, resembling a chaotic void, yet also akin to a hazy gray. It is both illusory and real, much like the illusionist's own existence, which is ephemeral. The energy of the illusionist is named illusory spirit, and it is the powerful source enabling the illusionist to control puppets. An illusionist possesses relatively few illusory spirits. Each time they transform a puppet, a portion of the illusory spirit within them splits off and attaches itself to the puppet. This is also why there is a limit to the number of puppets an illusionist can control. The more powerful the illusionist, the greater the number of puppets they can manipulate. The illusory spirit of the illusionist can also be cultivated. Its strength derives from the illusory spirit, and once attached to the puppets, these puppets will automatically gather illusory spirits from the heavens and earth to nourish the illusionist. The higher the level of the puppets, the more illusory spirits they return. Thus, it is said that the power of the illusionist relies on the existence of the puppets. A weak illusionist is the easiest to hunt. As long as all his puppets are defeated, the illusionist will essentially lose his means of attack. However, once an illusionist grows stronger, he becomes a terrifying figure, and by then no one will be able to kill him. Lian, she sat on the ground nodding off. As midnight approached, after a frantic escape, her body was tense to the limit. Now with a safe place to rest, Lian, she began to feel drowsy. There were puppets moving around her. In the past, she would have feared these puppets, but now seeing them nearby, she felt a sense of security. Midnight was approaching. Lian, she gathered her spirits, stood up from the ground, stretched her numb legs, and then sat down in the front row of the audience. She was now looking forward to what the next performance would be. Behind the stage, Shen Yan focused his gaze on a puppet worm. Her abilities had unlocked to the final step, and she was just a little bit away from unlocking the fourth ability. This last ability would undoubtedly be the strongest. Just a little more. Before the grand show begins, I need a bit more patience. The audience has entered, and the actors should take the puppet worm moved its body towards the center of the other space. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the central area, shaking the surrounding space. A layer of red mist covered the sky. The master of the space was furious. Crack. The last scene was of a 2-meter-tall shadow shrouded in darkness. The puppet worm destroyed, and Shen Yan lost his senses from that side. However, although the puppet worm was destroyed, Shen Yan had achieved his goal. Tick-tock. The clock hanging above the stage pointed to 12 o'clock. The curtain rose, and the second performance was about to begin. Lian's eyes widened, curious about how breathtaking the second act would be. Not just her, over 500,000 viewers had already gathered in the live broadcast room, all waiting for this moment to arrive. The stage curtain had already been drawn back, and the master of the stage was about to make his appearance. No one touched the instruments, yet they began to play. Hum hum hum. In full bloom of the azure lotus, the illusionist appeared on stage, humming a lively tune while holding a violin. A song overly cheerful resonated from his hands. The beautiful melody of the violin was filled with spiritual energy, making all who heard the music feel like they were embraced by spring, their spirits lifted, washing away all discomfort and fatigue. Lian Shi and the viewers in the live broadcast room were entranced. Not a single person sent a barrage of comments at that moment. This performance led them into the Hall of Art. They were completely immersed in the piece, visions of endless beauty filling. No one could resist the charm of this piece, even those tone-deaf and unmusical were lost in the music. Some saw their childhood selves running through fragrant fields, others saw themselves stepping into the hall of marriage, some saw themselves standing at the peak of power, while others saw themselves becoming the richest person in the world. Everyone was fantasizing about everything they most wished to achieve. The sound of the violin seemed to possess a peculiar magic, tearing apart everyone's pretenses. They were all enchanted by this music, for within it they glimpsed the things they most desired. The performer's skill had reached an unparalleled level. More importantly, the performer's charisma and expressiveness had become transcendent. He infused the piece with soul. It was not merely a performance, it was as if he poured his emotions into the piece. This resonance evoked a profound response in all who heard it, leading them to a state of rapture that every performer aspires to reach. Roar. A furious roar shattered the beautiful violin sound. The music faltered, then the originally lively melody transformed into a tumultuous tide. Bang! All the beautiful visions before everyone shattered, and they fell from paradise. A violent storm battered their souls like a tsunami rising from the sea, suddenly crashing down upon them. They could only tremble in the tsunami like floating duckweed on the waves, unable to do anything but rise and fall with the wind and waves. Their emotions trembled with the vibrations of the music, the furious emotions within the music making their hearts race. Blood rushed faster, and everyone's breathing became rapid and heavy. One person felt a pain in his head, exclaiming as the shock from the music cleared his mind. He felt a tickle at the tip of his nose, and as he touched it, he realized he was bleeding from his nose. Looking back at the live stream, he couldn't help but mute the sound, afraid to continue listening to the seemingly soul-capturing magical violin sound. The music stopped. Everyone fled from the overwhelming waves, still haunted, as they turned off the sound of the live broadcast. There are always bugs trying to wake me while I play, which makes me very, very annoyed. The illusionist sighed, putting down the instrument as the violin vanished in the fire. Lian Shi clutched her chest, being the closest to the stage, she was affected the most by the music. The earlier furious emotions expressed by the master of the stage almost overwhelmed her. Had the performance lasted a moment longer, she might have fainted on the spot. What just happened? In the sound of the violin, I heard overwhelming anger. Who provoked him? Oh no, the broadcaster is so close, they won't be affected, will they? Did the broadcaster do something they shouldn't have? Otherwise, why would he suddenly become angry? The viewers in the live stream room were still shaken, their emotions needing an outlet, and they flooded the screen with comments. Lian Shi was bewildered. She had been immersed in the music and had not heard the roar mixed within the sound. Until the puppets around her gradually increased, dozens, hundreds, thousands of puppets quickly surrounded the entire stage. From the furious emotions of the master of the stage, Lian, she vaguely sensed that something significant was about to happen. She was a bit flustered, unsure whether to stay or leave. Lian, she was certain that the person who angered the master of the stage was definitely not her. Rumbling. As the puppets gathered, a thunderous sound mixed with the roar of thunder surged forth. A wave of fear rose within Lian, she as if some terrifying presence was approaching, and she instinctively felt dread. Lian, she glanced at the illusionist standing on stage, feeling a bit more at ease inside. At least with the master of the stage here, she should be safe, right? Lian, she trembled, but unfortunately there was nowhere to hide around her, nor any suitable tools. Otherwise, she really wanted to dig a hole to hide in. She understood the principle of being implicated like the fish in troubled waters. Although the big shots would not pay her a weakling any mind, she could hardly withstand the aftermath of their battle. Moreover, she was far too close to the battlefield, and had no time to escape. She could only sit still, entrusting her fate to destiny. There was no way to run, so what else could she do but lie flat and accept whatever came her way? The viewers in the live stream also heard the commotion. What happened? What sound was that? It's thunder. I need to bring in the clothes. I have a bad feeling about this. Hiss. So many puppets. So many bugs. Could they all be controlled by the master of the stage? Just how powerful is he? Tell me, if he came from the abyss of despair to our world, would we have any way to deal with him? The creatures from the abyss of despair shouldn't be able to come out, right? Otherwise Blue Star would have been in chaos long ago. Who is he? Is there a human under that mask, or is he some kind of monster? Lian Qian had no time to ponder these matters, as she had already spotted the culprit who had angered the master of the stage. It was a colossal creature, standing 10 meters tall. Its body was made entirely of stone, exuding an aura of fury as it strode towards the stage. With each step the ground trembled, leaving deep footprints. Shen Yan recognized that this giant rock monster was not the Shadow Lord. It was a rock creature that had reached the celestial level, likely sent by the Shadow Lord as a vanguard. It probably thought that the troublemakers were weak and sending a celestial rock monster would be enough to sweep everything away. Unfortunately, it was unaware of the reality. There were 2 celestial puppets, over 60 Earth-level puppets, and hundreds of human-level puppets waiting for it to come right to them. Bang! Bang! The heavy footsteps struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Faced with such a massive creature, everyone felt a weight in their hearts. Although the master of the stage had an unfathomable power, he still appeared to be human. Compared to the 10-meter-tall rock monster, he looked like no match at all. Anchor, hurry, and escape. Yes, once the fight starts, it's easy to get caught in the crossfire. Anchor, hide behind the Lian Xian felt blank-headed upon seeing the giant rock monster. Fear rendered her unable to move. The rock monster was imposing with its massive body entirely composed of stone, some parts protruding like stones. It was a hideous and monstrous creature. The illusionist snapped his fingers, and 2 puppets brought over a chair for him to sit on, while the puppets stood quietly behind him like knights guarding a king. Such ugliness, I cannot tolerate it. How dare it disrupt my performance? Go bring it to me. The illusionist's voice was low, but Lian Xian, sitting closest to the stage, still heard his murmur. At the same time, the viewers in the live stream also heard it. With a single command from the illusionist, all the puppets surged forward, aiming to tear the audacious enemy to shreds. Roar! The rock monster opened its massive mouth and let out an angry roar. Its fist, as large as a sandbag, was raised high as it swung at a puppet that had lunged at it. It was a crocodile-shaped celestial puppet. Its scaled armor had high defense, but its reactions on land were not as swift as in water. Shen Yan controlled it to take the lead, intending to leverage its defense as a meat shield. The real killing blow came from the Black Panther puppet that had been lurking nearby. Taking advantage of the rock monster's attack on the crocodile puppet, it pounced from behind, sinking its teeth into the rock monster's neck. Crack! The rock crumbled under its bite, quickly breaking into several pieces. Roar! The rock monster retaliated by striking the Black Panther puppet. However, the puppet deftly dodged in midair and leaped several meters away. The rock monster was surrounded by layers of puppets, unable to pursue with its body laden with puppets. Although the human-level puppets could not inflict wounds, they could still hinder its movements. The rock monster had low mobility to begin with, and now that it was surrounded by so many puppets, it could only rage helplessly. The Black Panther seized the opportunity to attack, tearing open one gap after another in its body. The rock monster was at a disadvantage. It tried to attack the Black Panther, but was held back by the other puppets, especially the crocodile puppet. Being another celestial, the crocodile had strong defense, and even if the rock monster struck it, it struggled to inflict serious injury. Roar! The roar shook the heavens. With each attack from the rock monster, the ground cracked with deep fissures. Each blow resulted in some human-level puppets unable to dodge being crushed underfoot. Yet at the same time, the Black Panther also left numerous wounds on its body. Now its form was riddled with gaps, stones cascading down, and its body was pockmarked with cracks. Others watching realized that although this rock monster was gigantic, in a fight against multiple opponents, it was not a match for those puppets. Soon the rock monster's arms and legs were bitten off, and dozens of puppets lifted it up, carrying it all the way to the... The illusionist glanced at the rock monster and spoke in a low, raspy voice. I have a fondness for the wild creations, but I cannot tolerate ugliness. I will turn you into my puppet, thus you will become a perfect masterpiece. In the illusionist's eyes, everything else was ugly, and only the puppets he controlled dancing gracefully were the perfect works of art. The rock monster roared in anger. Even when lifted by dozens of puppets with its limbs severed, it would not cease its intent to attack. It was a lackey of the Lord, bound to obey the Lord's commands. It looked up, wanting to roar at the figure high on the stage, but met a pair of profound black eyes. Those eyes were unfathomably deep, like an endless abyss. At that moment of confrontation, the rock monster's roar came to an abrupt halt. It quietly tilted its head upwards and silently transformed into a wooden puppet from head to toe. Its severed limbs were restored completely. Although it appeared to be made of wood, its bodish strength increased rather than decreased. Yet another celestial puppet was acquired. The battle between the puppet and the rock monster left everyone in the live stream. Everyone genuinely felt the illusionist's mysterious and unfathomable power. Faced with such a formidable monster, the illusionist controlled countless puppets sitting high on the stage, never needing to lift a finger, while the formidable enemy was already defeated. His ability to turn enemies into puppets was even more bizarre and inscrutable, instilling a profound sense of awe and fear in all who witnessed it. Humans are often filled with fear and trepidation towards the unknown. At this moment, everyone internally rejoiced, thankful that the mysterious master of the stage was a being from an alternate space, unable to manifest in reality. Otherwise, how great a disaster would such a capricious figure, both righteous and wicked, bring to the blue planet? Could the people of the blue planet withstand his enigmatic powers? Would he turn everyone into his puppets? The mere thought sent shivers of fear down everyone's spine, a primal dread of the unknown, a stark contrast to their own vulnerable existence. Humanity had only just reached the pinnacle of the food chain on the blue planet, and they could not accept a sudden fall from grace. It would spell disaster for all humankind. Once the celestial-grade rock monster was turned into a puppet, its connection to the master would be severed. As it was sent by the master, if it were to perish or encounter trouble, the Shadow Lord would surely sense it. Celestial-grade beings are rare. Shen Yan speculated that the total number of celestial-grade beings in this entire alternate space would likely not exceed 5. The central region is the domain of the Shadow Lord, who would not allow too many celestial-grade beings to approach its lair. Only 1 or 2 would remain nearby to guard the master. It is extremely difficult to ascend to celestial grade, and the Shadow Lord possesses few celestial grade subordinates. Now that one has fallen, it would surely come to investigate personally. In its domain, the master of the alternate space is invincible, as the domain enhances certain abilities of the master. This power is so formidable that it allows the master to claim invincibility within its own realm. Lien Xian observed that the once ferocious rock monster, after becoming a puppet, now behaved submissively, like a grandson obediently following the commands of the illusionist. She secretly thought to herself, this should be the end, right? What a pity how a splendid performance was interrupted midway. Was the illusionist so enraged because the show was disturbed? The puppets did not disperse. They still tightly surrounded the entire stage with hundreds of puppets blocking every escape route. The illusionist is powerful, yet vulnerable. As long as one can breach the puppet's defenses and control the illusionist, the sheer number of puppets would be of no avail. Typically, illusionists leave some puppets nearby to guard against enemy ambushes. Dingling. A few bells hanging at the edge of the stage rang with no wind. Swish. A shadow emerged from the stage wielding a black dagger that dashed straight towards the illusionist's back. With a swift motion, the illusionist summoned a puppet that instantly stood behind him, blocking the strike. The Shadow Lord's powers are undoubtedly linked to shadows. Shadows are but the essence of darkness. Those beings formed from shadows are the unique creatures birthed by the As for these crocodiles, monstrous insects, and rock monsters, they are creatures from the alternate space born from absorbed energy, monstrous in nature. Strictly speaking, they cannot be considered the master's subordinates. The relationship between the master and the shadows is akin to that between an illusionist and their puppets, a bond that is unbreakable. The monsters born in this alternate space generally do not obey the master unless they are subjugated by it. To gauge the power of the alternate space and the master, one can glean insights merely by observing the creatures and shadow monsters within. Shen Yan had long realized that this Shadow Lord was likely newly ascended, having not controlled this space for long. Most of the shadow creatures under its command were merely human or earth grade, with not even a single celestial grade shadow spawned. It could only rely on the celestial grade beings born from the alternate space to maintain its facade. One must admit it is quite pathetic for a master to have fallen to such a state, especially when compared to Shen Yan, who had just arrived. As the shadow creature attacked Shen Yan, it failed to land a blow and withdrew its dagger, attempting to strike again. Unfortunately, its power was only of earth grade. The puppet beside Shen Yan was also of earth grade. Its attack was blocked by the puppet. The puppet seized the dagger and with a forceful swing sent the shadow holding the dagger tumbling off the stage. With a loud bang, it created a large pit on the ground. Countless puppets surged forward, quickly bringing the shadow under their control. With so many hands and feet pressing it firmly to the ground, there was a fleeting moment of overwhelming numbers. Most of the puppets outside had no opportunity to intervene. The illusionist remained reclined in his chair, his expression calm, as if he were not the one who had just barely avoided being pierced by a dagger. His gaze turned toward the shadows, laced with a hint of mockery. Hiding in the dark, you are no better than a filthy, ugly rat in a sewer. Your actions remind me of some unpleasant memories. I despise such imperfect behavior, it is tainting my domain. The Shadow Lord, hidden in the dark, could not contain its surging emotions upon hearing his words, and stepped into the light. It was entirely shrouded in darkness, resembling a tall black silhouette. It belongs to the dark and dwells within it. Darkness is its true home. No wonder most of this alternate space is desolate, with the sky perpetually shrouded in gray, devoid of light. The illusionist's words struck a nerve with the Shadow Lord. Born into darkness, it despised being compared to a rat, thus it became enraged. Countless shadows split off from beneath its feet. A celestial-grade creature, a massive mutated rhinoceros, charged at the puppets. The two celestial-grade creatures that the Shadow Lord kept nearby were both enormous. One stood 10 meters tall, while the other mutated rhinoceros exceeded 6 meters. Shen Yan waved his hand, sending the rock monster, which had originally been under the Shadow Lord, to confront the mutated rhinoceros. Seeing its subordinate ally with the opponent, the Shadow Lord became even more furious. A stream of chattering sounds emanated from its mouth, as if cursing. After all, someone as malicious as Shen Yan was incredibly infuriating, stripping all the best resources from the entire alternate space. The illusionist's puppets not only outnumbered those of the Shadow Lord, but their strength also surpassed that of the shadows, gradually overpowering the shadow creatures. Many shadows were torn into shreds by the puppets. Lien Xian hid in a corner beneath the stage, curling into a ball, whispering to herself, I'm invisible, I'm invisible. She was afraid of being caught in the battle. The camera in the live stream was obstructed, leaving the audience inside anxious. What's going on? The screen is black. Streamer, what's wrong? Where's the camera? Hurry up and stabilize it, we're going to miss the crucial battle. Damn it, I've even taken off my pants, and this is what you show me. The audience in the live stream was filled with grievances, but they could do nothing to the streamer. The battle between the shadows and the puppets was exceedingly intense. Currently, the shadows were at a disadvantage, yet the Shadow Lord had yet to intervene, making the outcome uncertain. It merely watched as its subordinates were torn apart one by one. Gradually, out of hundreds of shadows, only a few dozen remained. Shen Yan controlled the puppets, sustaining minimal losses as he awaited the unlocking of his fourth ability and the Shadow Lord's intervention. As the master of space, the Shadow Lord surely possessed an invincible ability granted by a domain. Its reluctance to act suggested that this invincible power must have its limitations. Perhaps it required an excessive amount of energy to activate. Until the last of its subordinate shadows perished, a drastic change in the heavens occurred as an invisible pressure instantaneously enveloped the area within 100 miles. Realizing that something was amiss, Lian Qian quickly turned around, her pupils widening as her expression shifted, continuously intertwining fear and unease. Everything around her seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, and within it she felt as if time was slowing down. The movements of the puppets slowed to countless times less than normal, appearing to be suspended in midair. Lian Qian shrank back, diminishing her presence. An entity capable of manipulating time was beyond her mortal capacity to confront. Merely avoiding collateral damage was already a stroke of luck. With her movement, the previously obscured camera was revealed. The audience in the live stream could finally witness the battle scene once again. The domain unfolded. After unleashing the domain, the Shadow Lord spoke its first words. Who are you exactly? Why had this being appeared in its space? The Illusion Master stood up from his seat, touching the mask on his face. Who am I? Asking a masked person this question is destined to yield no truthful answer. So what difference does it make who I am? I am a lie, I am an artist, I am everything. The madness within the Shadow Lord's eyes revealed a murderous intent. No matter who you are, daring to lay hands on my subordinates means you are seeking death. With a wave of my hand, all the puppet heads began to spin 360 degrees, their eyes fixated on the Shadow Lord. Your subordinates have disturbed my work. My performance was supposed to conclude perfectly, and this has infuriated me. Furthermore, both your existence and those ugly beings are of such inferior quality. You should thank me, for I have made them more perfect. They have been sublimated, and I have found joy in this. This is the true essence of art. The mask on the Illusion Master's face laughed, and his voice was filled with delight. To the Shadow Lord, every word he spoke felt like mockery. Yet the Illusion Master was merely stating a fact. The Shadow Lord ignored whether he was being mocked or not. The Lord's dignity had been provoked, and those who provoke must pay for their mistakes in blood and death. From beneath its feet, a massive pool of blackness emerged with an increasing number of shadows within, even surpassing the number of puppets. The count jumped from hundreds to thousands in an instant. Moreover, some of the shadows bore familiar appearances. Shen Yan noticed that among those shadows were figures that should have perished, along with others that should have been shredded by the puppets. The shadows continued to swell, densely emerging from beneath the Shadow Lord's feet. Among them were several of considerable strength. Offending me, you shall repay in blood. Countless shadows surged toward the puppets in an instant, and in a fleeting moment dozens of puppets were annihilated. My inspiration is surging. I have a premonition that this will be a perfect performance. You shall be imbued with poetry, and you will be breathtakingly beautiful. This is the final chapter 1 composed for you. While speaking, the Illusion Master stood on the stage. After finishing, he appeared behind the puppets. Though many puppets had been destroyed by the shadows, some shadows had also been torn to shreds by the puppets. The Illusion Master softly hummed, transforming the shredded shadows back into puppets. Furthermore, after the Illusion Master appeared on the battlefield, the behavior of the shadows grew increasingly bizarre. They unexpectedly began to attack their own. The shadows started to turn on each other, while the puppets stood by to deliver the finishing blows. Kong Huan. This ability interfered with the shadows' perception. To them it appeared they were attacking the puppets, but in reality they were assailing one another, while the puppets were mistaken for allies. The Shadow Lord's lips twitched incessantly, and its inner fury swelled. These fools. Soon it detected the source of the issue. It was the one controlling the puppets who called himself an artist that was to blame. The Shadow Lord narrowed its eyes, secretly gathering power. As the number of puppets increased, the shadows once again fell into a disadvantage. In the livestream room hiss. Who do you think will win this battle? Currently the shadows are at a disadvantage. If that shadow leader has no other means, then the artist will win this battle. Is this truly the power a human can possess? That shadow creature is so formidable. Can the artist who counters it genuinely be human rather than a monster? We must believe in science. Science. Can science explain the existence of the realm of despair? Can science explain why shadows which should be static can now move? Can science explain how a living being suddenly transforms into a wooden puppet? The existence of the artist itself is unscientific. Fortunately, they cannot escape from there. They could only comfort themselves this way. As long as they did not emerge from the realm of despair, the world remained scientific. The Shadow Lord suddenly scoffed. In my domain, I am invincible. No matter how you struggle, it is all in vain. With that, countless shadow creatures were birthed from beneath its feet. This time their numbers doubled, increasing from a few thousand to nearly 10,000. Its shadows seemed endless in their ability to be slain. No matter how many were killed, they could resurrect in multiples. Had it not been for the Illusion Master's ability to turn enemies into puppets, even a foe of the same rank would be dragged to their death under the relentless onslaught of shadows. The Illusion Master's ability happened to counter the Shadow Lord. While the Shadow Lord excelled in tactics of numbers, the Illusion Master also thrived in such strategies, even transforming enemies into his own. The more enemies there were, the more puppets would arise. Continuing on this path meant they could only compete on who could endure longer. Clearly the first to falter would be the Shadow Lord, as its domain could not remain active indefinitely. Thus, with a long-prepared strike, it was unleashed. Piercing through the gaps, it struck the Illusion Master. This strike was the full-force attack of a Lord-level charge. Its speed was so astonishing that no one noticed it. Although the Illusionist detected it, he could not evade. The speed of this strike was too rapid and unexpected. After all, despite the overwhelming dominance of a major realm, the Illusionist's abilities allowed him to contend with a Lord. However, it was merely a battle of equals. An arrow formed from black energy pierced through the Illusionist's heart, in an instant exploding within his body. Blood sprayed forth, resembling a blossoming red firework. The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly ceased. It took a long while. Then someone incredulously uttered, "No, it can't be. The artist is dead. Impossible, how could the artist die? Yeah, he clearly had the upper hand just moments ago. I refuse to believe it. Well, how could he die?" The Shadow Lord finally broke into laughter. Ha ha ha, just a heavenly level daring to provoke this lord. This is your end. Creak. All the puppets halted, stopping their attacks. Upon seeing this, the viewers in the livestream finally began to believe that the artist might truly be dead. Only if he were dead would the puppets cease their movements, for without the one controlling them, they could no longer act. The comments fell into a deathly silence. They understood that although the artist acted wickedly and selfishly, he was more immersed in his art. As long as he wasn't provoked, everything would remain peaceful. And the Shadow Lord was the master of shadows. They had all witnessed the previous attacks on the streamer. The shadows were far more dangerous than the artist. If the artist fell, then the streamer would certainly not survive. Qian felt the surrounding sounds of battle suddenly quieten. She cautiously lifted her head to look. As a result, she happened to see the Illusionist, whose body had been blown apart, with a huge hole in the center collapsing. Her breath caught sorrow flooding her heart, and her eyes immediately became moist. The victorious Shadow Lord laughed maniacally. Suddenly, the body of the fallen Illusionist ignited with a blazing flame, and he vanished within the fire. The next moment, I bloom amidst slaughter like a flower in the dawn. A puppet shattered, and the Illusionist emerged from within, his skin ablaze, with scorching azure flames reborn from the fire. The Shadow Lord's pupils widened in shock. That last strike had clearly hit. Why are you not dead? It preferred to believe that the earlier attack had missed the Illusionist rather than accept that he had resurrected. One must understand how many wished for resurrection and how many desired immortality. Unfortunately, no matter how much one hoped, resurrection remained an extravagant fantasy. Unless one were a powerful being, but how often does one encounter such entities? Even if they did, they might lack the capability to intervene. The Shadow Lord was once a human, but alas, in pursuit of power, it ultimately degraded into a creature that is neither human nor ghost. Had it been able to resurrect back, then it would not have to become this form. Therefore, it could not believe that a mere heavenly-level figure could accomplish what even a lord could not. Impossible. The Shadow Lord's face was filled with horror. Although its black visage concealed its expressions, the tone of its voice betrayed its emotions. The Illusionist elegantly stepped out from the shattered puppet, softly humming an unknown tune, exuding an eerie ethereality. What is true? What is false? What is life? What is death? Death is not a fleeting moment, but an opera. Art should strike fear into the heart. All the puppets suddenly wore a silent smile, eerie and terrifying. For the first time, the Shadow Lord felt the presence of fear. What are you? Monster. As a monster, it considered others as monsters. One could imagine the shock the Illusionist had instilled in it. Fakal, that just now was not the real you. Yes, this is the only explanation. You could not have resurrected. You are mere. As long as I kill this you will die. Go die. I cannot be defeated. The Shadow Lord ceased its ranged attacks, instantly appearing before the Illusionist. Within its realm, it could teleport to any spot instantly. The Shadow Lord's sudden appearance did not cause the Illusionist to evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide. Art is worth suffering for. The Shadow Lord attacked the artist like a madman. Die. Die. The warmth of blood and the sound of flesh tearing drove it into further madness. This made it feel that the person before it was real, not an illusion. Then surely this time he would die. The Shadow Lord looked at the artist, now unrecognizable, and revealed a savage, bloodthirsty grin. The next moment, under its incredulous gaze, blinding flames ignited once more. Like a phoenix reborn from the flames, he died in the fire and then revived within it. He was an immortal monster. Realizing this, the Shadow Lord felt an unprecedented fear and jealousy arise within. Puffed. Another puppet shattered. The Illusionist was reborn once again. All of this was witnessed by the viewers in the live stream. Those who had originally cried for the artist now began to voice their thoughts. So amazing, the artist is incredible. Who exactly is he? Is he an immortal monster? Amidst everyone, the Illusionist role template was finally full. The fourth ability began to unlock. This was the final ability of a heavenly level being and the most powerful one. Ding. The fourth ability has been unlocked. Madness. The Illusionist can amplify puppet abilities determined by the Illusionist's strength. Puppets of the same rank can have their strength amplified by 80%, while those of lower rank can be promoted directly by 1 level. After this ability was unlocked, Shen Yan finally had a grasp on the battle. Otherwise, regardless of how the shadows and puppets fought, the Shadow Lord itself was already invincible. Its attacks were something the Illusionist could not withstand. The strength of the puppets was also vastly inferior, entangled with the shadows, unable to separate to aid the Illusionist. With this ability, over 500 human-level puppets directly upgraded to Earth level. More than 80 Earth-level puppets directly upgraded to Heavenly level. Moreover, there were heavenly-level puppets amplified by 80% of their strength. Combined, they were enough to contend with the Lord. The Shadow Lord sensed the surrounding puppets exuding powerful auras, and in the next moment, all the puppets leveled up. The heavenly-level puppets radiated powerful auras, each possessing the peak strength of heavenly level. In the midst of uncertainty, even the Lord felt a threat emanating from those heavenly puppets. How is this possible? Why have you suddenly grown stronger? Were you hiding your strength all along? The Shadow Lord exclaimed in disbelief. Is there truly such a monster that levels up in battle? Isn't this invincible getting stronger the more you fight? Why not just surrender? Even Qian laughed through her tears. Wonderful. He is not dead. The strength of the puppets surged instantly. Those mostly at the human level and a few at the earth level were no match for the puppets. They were crushed in an instant. A dozen heavenly puppets quickly surrounded the Illusionist, protecting him firmly. Another 60 or so instantly surrounded the Shadow Lord. Despite the Shadow Lord's formidable power, it could not contend with so many peak heavenly puppets at once. Moreover, the Illusionist's puppets continued to increase. After defeating a wave of shadow monsters, more than 10 controlled Earth-level puppets instantly upgraded to heavenly level. So terrifying. In the face of life and death, the Shadow Lord realized it could not rival these puppets. It fled, teleporting to another location, escaping the encirclement of the puppets. How could the Illusionist allow it to escape? Countless puppets surged forward. The speed of heavenly puppets is unmatched by ordinary beings. They can leap hundreds of meters, covering thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The domain's range is merely 100 miles. Countless puppets spread out. The domain is not large, and there are puppets everywhere waiting. The Shadow Lord dared not continue summoning shadows, as that would only gift the opponent more minions. One gift would be dozens of heavenly and hundreds of earth-level minions. Can't withstand it. Can't withstand it. Under the relentless siege of the puppets, the Shadow Lord became like a rat fleeing a street, scurrying in all directions. The Lord's face had been completely lost. Now the Shadow Lord no longer cared about dignity. Losing face was minor, escaping was paramount. As long as it could escape, it could hold on for a while longer. If its power increased, it could completely control this alternate space, and would not have fallen into such a plight. It was still to blame. Thinking it had become invincible with the acquisition of an alternate space, it had neglected its training, and most importantly failed to fully master the control of the alternate space. On one hand, it was because it acquired the alternate space too quickly. On the other hand, it truly had been lazy. After all, mastering an alternate space equates to near invincibility. This is because powerful beings at the Lord level would be repelled by a claimed alternate space, and could not enter the alternate spaces of others. Only those of lower strength, or even ordinary people without power, could enter. Who could have known that such a monstrous heavenly powerhouse would emerge, capable of driving the Lord to flee in utter disarray with just its heavenly power? It chased the Lord around like a rat, a truly inhumane pursuit. After an hour, it could no longer maintain the domain. Without teleportation, it became harder to escape the puppet's pursuit. Fortunately, it possessed Lord-level strength. Even without the domain's enhancement, it was still a Lord. Unfortunately, its power was utterly ineffective against the numerous heavenly puppets. It could kill dozens of heavenly puppets at the cost of its life, but what was the use of that? As long as the Illusionist was alive, the puppets would keep replenishing. Yet it was impossible to kill the Illusionist. This was an unsolvable dilemma. Even as just a heavenly Illusionist, they were already so troublesome. One can only imagine what it would be like when the Illusionist matures further. These matters the Shadow Lord could no longer perceive. Exhausted, it was finally trapped by countless puppets. However, even heavenly puppets would require time to harm it. As for killing it, that might take dozens of days. It hoped to take advantage of this time to master the entire alternate space. Just give it 10 more days, and it could control everything. By then, regardless of whether this artist, or whatever other monstrosity, it could strangle everyone within its space to death. The Shadow Lord revealed a sinister smile. Thus the Shadow Lord did not resist allowing the puppets to carry it before the Illusionist. The Shadow Lord was a tall, slender figure over 2 meters high, cloaked in black. Its entire body was pitch black, concealing its appearance and gender. By the sound, it seemed to be male. Bound tightly as it was brought before the Illusionist, it harbored vicious thoughts. Once it mastered the space, it would have to tear this detestable person before it into 1,000 pieces to quell its hatred. With venomous eyes, it stared fixedly at the Illusionist, cold as a viper's gaze. Yet upon colliding with the Illusionist's eyes, it was instantly lost in the illusions constructed by the Illusionist. The ability of the void. It could turn the unreal into reality and reality into the unreal, making it hard to discern what is false and what is true. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord saw itself mastering the entire alternate space, possessing all the control over this space. In this space, it was the invincible god. It envisioned using the space to strangle the one who could not be killed, annihilating both body and soul. It laughed maniacally. With a mere gesture, countless puppets shattered into pieces. A blood-red maw split open across the dark face of the Shadow Lord, revealing a satisfied smile. At some unknown time, it suddenly began to dance, its smile growing increasingly exaggerated. It seemed as if it would tear its entire face apart. In the silent dance, only the Illusionist's soft humming resonated, striking deep into the heart, carrying a faint sense of eeriness. Watch my puppets dance. This is the perfect masterpiece. The Shadow Lord danced joyfully and spun around completely unaware. Perhaps even it did not realize that now it wore a smile identical to that of the puppets. Snap! The sound of fingers snapping echoed. The Shadow Lord silently transformed into a puppet. The ability of the void combined with control had unexpected effects. The Shadow Lord did not expect to be so lost in the illusions that it offered no resistance. With the control of this ability in the absence of resistance, it could turn the opponent into its puppet. The stronger the opponent, the greater their resistance, increasing the chances of failure. However, with the cooperation of the void, unless the opponent could see through the illusion once trapped in the illusion, it was tantamount to giving up all resistance. When these two abilities combined, it was not simply 1+1, it resulted in a qualitative change. Even a lord elevated by a level could not resist such a terrifying ability. After the lord puppet finished dancing, it bowed toward the audience. This was its farewell. Upon witnessing that scene, every spectator was struck with stunned awe. It was so uncanny, so terrifying. It seemed that to the illusionist, anyone, no matter how formidable, could be turned into a puppet at will. He controlled everything, and the puppet's every motion, even life and death, lay in his hands. Such a mysterious, powerful figure. How could one not feel reverence and worship? The artist is too strong. Perhaps his power surpasses that shadowy monster he has merely been hiding until now. 1. The artist won. Does that mean the streamer is safe? Not necessarily. Who knows what Juewang-du? The streamer has been in there for hours, right? Still not out. Could it be that only the dead can leave? How could the dead possibly come back out? Hey, the live stream went black. What is going on? Did the signal cut out? She did not know how she had returned. In the blink of an eye, she was standing on the food street. Within minutes, a group of uniformed officers had surrounded her. Ms. Shi, come with us. The man in charge produced an ID and waved it before her eyes. Shi only caught the words Special Inspection Division before she was ushered into a vehicle. Shen Yan stood on the food street as well as those around him were blinded by the illusion and could not perceive his presence. A gust of wind passed and he vanished from the spot. Shi was taken to a secret facility blindfolded the whole way. Only upon arrival was the blindfold removed. She was led into a compact room enclosed on all sides by walls. Inside were a table and 2 chairs. Shi sat in one while opposite her sat a woman of commanding bearing. Yu Miaoshu picked up a dossier and read aloud all of Lian Zai's information. Lian Zai's heart trembled. She had not expected the state to locate her so swiftly after her disappearance. The appearances of the interdimensional space were random. Wherever it manifested, others in the same area would be unlucky enough to fall into it. Those swept inside, if they happened to be in a place without surveillance, made it very difficult to determine who had gone missing. She guessed that because she happened to be live streaming when she vanished, her worried fans reported it, prompting the authorities to suspect she had fallen into the interdimensional space. A complex expression crossed Lian Zai's face. Yu Miaoshu noticed and spoke, softening her tone to sound, Ms. Shi, we have confirmed that you fell into that place. Do not worry, we brought you here merely to ask some questions. After all, you are the first person to have emerged from there alive. Shi said, I recorded it on my phone. There should be things you want in it, and handed her phone to Yu Miaoshu. Yu Miaoshu took the phone and copied the video onto another device. She then began her questioning. Inside, was there anything different from the outside? Different? Shi hesitated. She had been focused on fleeing at first, and after encountering the mysterious artist, had mostly remained near the stage, never daring to venture far. She had not observed many other details. Desolate. It's utterly desolate there, and it left me with an oppressive weight as if I could scarcely draw breath. The footage showed nothing but wasteland. Lian Zai's movements had been limited. She had not seen other areas. The space within Juewang-du was surely far larger than what she witnessed. She was an ordinary person. Her lack of physical prowess meant she could not roam to explore, for she would have died very quickly otherwise. The state had been seeking opportunities to send agents inside to investigate everything about Juewang-du, yet it manifested with maddening unpredictability. It was impossible to pinpoint its existence. Yu Miaoshu nodded and took notes. So, second question, what kind of being do you think the artist is? Is he human or a monster? Shi lowered her eyes. The artist's presence was to her something singular. He is like a shaft of light. Once you see him, you cannot look away. My intuition tells me he is different from those. I understand. Yu Miaoshu nodded, then asked a few more questions. Finally, Yu Miaoshu said, we will now take you for a medical examination. If you carry any invisible dangers on your person, they must be identified and eliminated at once. As the first person to return alive, She was under intense scrutiny. She did not object and underwent the exam. The examination revealed no abnormalities. After further questioning, she was finally escorted back to her home. Upon returning home and unlocking her phone, she discovered that everything that had happened to her in Juewang-du had been broadcast live. No wonder the state had found her so quickly. Her live stream inbox was flooded with private messages. People asking about her condition, others probing for information about the artist. She stared at her phone in a daze. Would she never see the artist again? Although Juewang-du had appeared only 2 months ago, many people knew of it. Some believed, some did not, others remained uncertain. After all, the state had never publicly acknowledged the existence of even the frightening name Juewang-du had been coined online from various legends. To call it Juewang-du, a place of despair destined for the dead, meant that anyone who fell in would be doomed. So many assumed it was the fabled hell off-limits to the living. Now that Lian Shi had come back alive, many conjectures about Zhuang Diu would be challenged. System, tally my current subversion value, Shen Yan asked the system. The system replied, current subversion value 16830 points. Why so few? Shen Yan had estimated that a live stream of Zhuang Diu would draw many viewers, even if only tens of thousands tuned in, each contributing a small amount of subversion value. The total should far exceed this. In the interdimensional space, just over 30 people had provided him with more than 1,000 subversion points. System, did you swallow my subversion points? Host, the system's calculations are correct. Subversion value obtained online is somewhat less than that from the real world because it lacks a sense of reality. A few truly believe in the existence of the character, so the gain value is smaller. The online world is forever one step removed from reality. The Illusionist's emergence was so fantastical that many treated him as a fictional entity. The unreal equates to non-existence. Like characters in comics and novels, no matter how magnificent their deeds, they are not real. Shen Yan only believed the system had not consumed his subversion points after hearing its explanation. System, assign me an identity in this world. Shen Yan had transmigrated in this world. He had no family and no legal status. He was essentially an undocumented person. In the real world, a person without identity encounters endless inconveniences. System notification, 100 subversion points expended. Identity fabrication complete. All information regarding Shen Yan's new identity appeared across official files, utterly flawless to any inquiry. In addition, Shen Yan received a household register and an identity card. He opened them, glanced briefly, and then put them away as a notification chimed. System, the host's subversion points have reached the threshold. Consume 10,000 subversion points to begin drawing the second role template. Note, the novice benefits are revoked. The difficulty of the second role will increase. At the mention of heightened difficulty, Shen Yan felt his curiosity ignite. The first role had been far too easy for him. Perhaps he was a perverse soul, no, a perfectionist by nature, and he had slipped into the illusionist role with such seamless precision that no discord remained. Part of that ease likely came from the novice benefit. The only requirement had been to display the character's personality with no further demands. Now, at the hint of increased difficulty, Shen Yan began to look forward to the challenge. Begin the draw. Template extraction initiated. Template draw successful. Ding dong, congratulations, you have drawn a lore tier template. Character martyr. Potential lore tier. Disposition, excessively righteous, incapable of tolerating injustice, merciful and kind, unable to refuse pleas for aid, harbors implacable hatred toward evildoers. Script, he was once a rising resplendent star, but betrayed by the hearts of men, he perished in devotion to the Tao, transforming into an existence neither human nor demon, neither spirit nor god, an abomination the Tao could not endure. Abilities to be generated. Ding, commence roleplay. A handsome, resolute visage settled over him. He stood roughly 8 feet tall, a black mark of Tao imprinted upon his brow. That mark was a token of the Taoist rejection. Heavy iron chains draped his body, each link inscribed with countless mysterious runes. Those chains were a seal suppressing both his power and the heavenly Taoist awareness of him. Once the seal broke, the Tao would sense his presence and thunder would be unleashed to annihilate him without mercy. Of course, that was only the script. In truth, this world lacked a sentient heavenly Tao, at most faint instinctive laws of the world. Ultimately, the existence of the Tao would be arranged by Shen Yan himself. There was a script. Shen Yan's voice deepened to a thunderous timbre. His outward appearance differed little from ordinary men save for one detail. His sclera were black and his pupils a pale gold, vertical and serpentine. Shen Yan opened the script and read. It described a kind-hearted man who did good wherever he went, punished the wicked, and persisted in cultivating his own Tao in the name of righteousness. He punished evildoers and upheld justice, yet in the end, he could not withstand the malice of human hearts. He died, and his Tao was extinguished only to be unexpectedly revived. Shen Yan rubbed his chin. There would be no stubble on this face. The body plainly was no ordinary one. What bothered him was that the system had not labeled the template explicitly as righteous or villainous. Judging by temperament alone, however, this was undoubtedly a righteous character. After all, which villain would be described as kind? The Illusionist template had been called villainous, yet his nature was ambiguous, neither wholly good nor wholly evil. If unprovoked, one might coexist with him in peace. Yet should one incite his wrath, becoming his puppet was the inevitable outcome. He felt no restraint. Ordinary status or pleas of innocence would not spare a soul from his art. That was the Illusionist's corrupt face. The martyr by personality was unquestionably a righteous figure. But when the script was considered, the matter was not so simple. Originally, the martyr had been benevolent and filled with noble purpose. Yet after sacrificing himself to the Tao and then being revived as a thing neither human nor ghost, was he still the same man? This template hid pitfalls. After analyzing it, Shen Yan reached a conclusion. He must not perform the role strictly according to the temperament listed. Instead, he must portray a soul that, having died for the Tao and returned, bears the heavy knowledge of being rejected by the Tao, a complex, conflicted inner life. Indeed, the difficulty of this role had risen by more than one tier. Even the template itself contained traps waiting. Shen Yan was certain that if he followed the template's disposition to the letter, the final portrayal would fail to meet the requirements to unlock abilities. Damn, so they've been waiting for me here. System begin generating abilities. This ability generation will deduct 1,000 subversion points. Deduction successful, the first ability has been unlocked. Unlike celestial tier characters, a lower tier figure possessed 6 abilities in total. Insight. You shall perceive all sin. When you gaze upon another, you will see the sins of that person's life. This ability cannot be activated at will, nor can it be shut off. When you stare into the abyss stares back. To be honest, this ability was not powerful. It felt less like a boon and more like a curse. The final line hinted at dangers enough to infer its nature. Once an ability unlocked, Shen Yan would gain full knowledge of it and be able to employ it, but this one was passive and uncontrollable. System host, now that role difficulty has increased, the script has begun to emerge. You may arrange the script yourself or permit the system to generate one. Shen Yan considered it. For his first attempt at script-driven roleplay, he would play it safe and examine the system's output first. System, let me review the script you generate before I decide. System notification, script generation in progress. Script generation complete. The system presented the generated script. Scene 1, D breaking from the coffin. You are dug from the earth where you have slept long. Your hatred will not abate, and you intend to seek out those who wronged you to exact vengeance. Scene 2, the Tao. The Tianlai sect senses your emergence and comes to subdue you. The people of Tianlai are cultivators, former comrades, now turned enemies who will spare no means to slay you. Scene 3, emergence or perdition. Will you lay down your hatred, or will you fall into the abyss? Shen Yan asked himself. Tianlai sect. If I perform according to this script, who plays the members of Tianlai? Will I be required to portray them as well? System, the people from Tianlai sect will automatically generate tools. You can spend 100 subversion points to let the system manage it for you and follow the script, or you can control it yourself to play the role. The difference is negligible. One requires payment while the other does not. Shen Yan pondered for a moment and finally asked the system, so will I design the lines for the tool? The system responded, the host can design it themselves or let the system generate it automatically based on the current scenario. Then forget it, I'll do it myself. Letting the system generate it would certainly consume a certain amount of subversion points. Although he still had plenty left, it was not meant to be wasted like this. After unlocking a character, Shen Yan would gain all of that character's abilities. However, when portraying other characters, these abilities could not be used, otherwise it would raise suspicions of character collapse. He must use the abilities inherent to the character he was playing. Of course, when not portraying a character, the abilities could be used freely without any issue. After reviewing the script generated by the system, Shen Yan felt it was satisfactory with characters and plot lines that were much better than what he could have imagined. Choose the system-generated script. System, choosing a generated script will cost 500 subversion points. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, ultimately saying nothing. 500 subversion points for this script wasn't a terrible deal. Ding. The system reminds the host that if this portrayal fails, the host will not be able to acquire all of the character. This was a change following the disappearance of the newbie benefits. Previously, the system had not warned of any consequences for an incomplete character portrayal. Now that the newbie benefits were over, the system provided this warning. This indicated that for the first character, when Shen Yan portrayed the Illusionist, even if he deviated completely from the character's setting, he would still receive guaranteed abilities. However, it was unclear if it was because Shen Yan's personality was closer to that of the Illusionist, or if he had a performative personality. In any case, his portrayal of the first character was flawless. For the second character, if he deviated from the character's setting, he would not gain all abilities, rendering the over 10,000 subversion points he spent wasted. Shen Yan's expression grew serious. No wasting. Stay steady. Otherwise, it would be a loss of over 10,000 subversion points with nothing to show for it. Then let's begin now. Shen Yan revealed a smile that was both warm and kind. Big brother, are you really sure there's an ancient tomb here? Two individuals dressed in gray garments, carrying tools, moved stealthily through the mountains. They wore headscarves that covered their faces, leaving only their eyes exposed. Zhang Xin took out a circular disc, saying, I accidentally stumbled upon a notebook left by my grandfather, which indeed recorded an address. I tell you, our family was once very poor, but suddenly, one day my grandfather came into a windfall. My family also gradually became well off, but my dad squandered it all. The hard-earned fortune from my grandfather's generation was ruined by his generation. I checked the address recorded in the notebook, and it turns out to be the back mountain of our village. Why would there be such an address? Why did my grandfather suddenly come into money? Li Si nodded, looking at Zhang San with admiration, saying, I see, so big brother, you suspect there's a large tomb. Zhang San raised his head proudly. That's right. So you see, one must think more, or else how can one make a big fortune? Big brother, you're right. You're so smart, you must bring your younger brothers to wealth. My entire later life will depend on it. Li Si flattered him with a smile. Zhang San enjoyed it, wrapping his arm around Li Si. No worries, it's on me. Come, once we find that tomb, we will be rich. The two of them headed towards the back mountain. At midnight, they turned on their flashlight, avoiding populated areas, as some people would come here to collect herbs. They had to be cautious not to let others discover them. If someone found this tomb and reported it, there would be no chance for them. If caught, they could end up imprisoned for several years. The two climbed for more than 2 hours. They had ventured deeper into the back mountain where the weeds grew wildly, indicating no one had stepped there before. Big brother, where is the tomb? Are we not there yet? Li Si wiped the sweat from his face, asking somewhat tiredly. Zhang Sen stopped his actions of striking the stone slab. How did my grandfather open this hard stone slab? Li Si rolled his eyes and replied, maybe there's a mechanism. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen hurriedly began to search for the mechanism. After searching for a long time, the two of them exchanged glances. Should we continue digging down? Then let's dig. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to dig. Halfway up the mountain, several tents were set up. In the center, a campfire was lit, illuminating the surroundings brightly. A few people were guarding the campfire, roasting a chicken. From their conversation, it could be heard that they were a team of outdoor adventure streamers camping in this remote mountain to live stream their survival. Since they did not pass through the mountain village to get to the mountain, no one knew they were here. Where did Xieshan go? Don't wander around in the mountains, it could be hard to find him if he gets lost. The streamer, when Guyu frowned, sounding somewhat displeased. He said he had a stomach ache, probably looking for a place to relieve himself, Xiaoming replied. When Guyu asked, how long has he been gone? Xiaoming said about an hour or so. An hour? The others felt a bit strange. Even if he had an upset stomach, it shouldn't take that long. Could something have... Everyone started to worry. Should we go look for Xieshan? When Guyu frowned, standing up. Since she brought the people into the mountain, she felt responsible if anything happened. Xiaoming, Xiaoyu, let's go find him. All right. Just as the three were heading in the direction Xieshan left, they saw him stumbling out. Xieshan's face was pale, running very fast, as if something was chasing him. What's wrong with you? You look terrible, when Guyu asked curiously. I heard a strange noise just now. It seems there's a large wild beast around here. I heard its howling, and it was really frightening. A large wild beast. Everyone was taken aback. When they came to this mountain, they had investigated the situation and confirmed there were no large carnivorous animals, which was why they dared to camp here. Otherwise, none of them were professionals, and their survival depended entirely on the food prepared by the props team. If they were to survive in the wild, they probably wouldn't last through the first night. How could there be a large wild beast? Did you miss here? When Guyu didn't believe him. In the wild, animals were already scarce, and large wild beasts were even fewer. It was unlikely they would encounter one. I definitely heard it. If you don't believe me, go listen yourself. Xieshan was anxious. I thought I misheard too, but I stayed there listening for a long time. It kept howling. Seeing Xieshan's certainty, the group hesitated. When Guyu pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. Let's go together, but don't get too close. We'll just listen. If there really is a large wild beast, we must leave as soon as it gets light. Otherwise, staying on the same mountain with a ferocious large wild beast would prevent them from sleeping, and who knew if they might end up as prey in their dreams. Everyone agreed. They wanted to see for themselves. They couldn't relax until they confirmed it. 7 people followed Xieshan, leaving 3 to guard the camp. It's right ahead. Ooh, I heard a loud noise here. After walking for about a few minutes, Xieshan led the way, still insisting he hadn't misheard. However, although everyone had come, they did not hear the loud howling that Xieshan mentioned. The group continued forward for a few dozen meters, but still heard nothing. They all lowered their voices. There's no sound. Xiaoshan, did you mishear? Xieshan replied firmly, impossible. I definitely didn't mishear. It's probably tired from howling by now. The group was somewhat skeptical. After all, no one had heard that howling sound, and they thought Xieshan must have misheard. When Guyu pulled Xiaoming and walked a bit further. Gugu, did you notice something? Xiaoming saw Wen Guyu listening intently while looking around and found it a bit strange. Shoo. When Guyu signaled Xiaoming to speak quietly. After walking more than 100 meters, they both heard a very faint sound. The sound was amplified by the mountains, especially during the quiet of the night. The sound traveled farther. However, it was definitely coming from within the same mountain. When Guyu exchanged glances with Xiaoming, Xiaoming felt a bit scared and whispered, Gugu, could it really be a large wild beast? I don't think so. When Guyu shook her head after listening for a moment. It sounds more like someone is digging. Digging? Xiaoming shivered. On such a dark and windy night on a desolate little mountain, the sound of digging was heard. Isn't this what a psychopathic killer would do after murdering someone and dumping the body in the wilderness? Clearly both Wen Guyu and Xiaoming thought of the same thing. Aside from this possibility, she really couldn't think of why anyone would be digging in the mountains at night. This mountain doesn't have a bamboo forest. Even for medicinal herbs, it's usually done in the daytime. Choosing to do it at night typically involves something unspeakable. Should we leave here? Xiaoming clutched Wen Guyu's clothes, feeling a bit scared. No, let's go take a look. The sound of digging stopped. When the two approached, they found a deep hole beside a stone. Some tools were placed on top, and a pile of excavated soil was nearby. Seeing this scene, especially the large area of blue stone slabs that had already been unearthed, Wen Guyu knew they had stumbled upon a tomb raiding operation. Let's call the police. The two exchanged glances and decided to report it. They turned to leave. Suddenly someone approached from behind and pulled them down. Damn! Below the pit, Zhang Sen spat. I almost let these 2 women ruin my good fortune. Li Si was preparing to tie them up with ropes. Brother, what should we do with them? Should we? Li Si made a gesture across his throat. Are you stupid? Zhang Sen slapped his own head. If we actually kill someone, we definitely won't get away with it. Then should we just leave them here? Li Si scratched his head, looking puzzled. Zhang Sen thought for a moment and said, let them scout the way. Oh, I heard there are many mechanisms and traps in these tombs. You're really wise, big brother. Li Si's flattery made Zhang San feel very comfortable. When Gu Yu and Xiao Meng were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Isn't this sending them to their deaths? Elder brother is wise, that way even if they die it won't fall on us. Zhang San and Li Si pushed the two women to the front. They forced them to move forward with shovels. When Gu Yu and Xiao Meng were so frightened that their hands and legs went weak and they had no choice but to bend down and walk ahead. In front was a tunnel they had dug leading to another passage. The marks on this passage were somewhat aged. It appeared to be left behind by Zhang San's grandfather. Walking through this passage they soon came upon a tall door made of green stone bricks. On this door, like the green stone slabs above, were carved some incomprehensible runes and characters. The sharp engravings seemed as if they had been etched with blades exuding a menacing aura. When Gu Yu wanted to call the police, but as she took out her phone Zhang San noticed. He snatched the phone away and also took Xiao Meng. Behave yourselves and don't try any tricks, Zhang San scolded. The two women huddled together in fear, not daring to make any further movements. Little did they know a mysterious website suddenly appeared online managed by someone called The Observer, and the name of the website was Heavenly Tao. As soon as the website went live, it instantly pulled in millions of people. The site had specifically opened a comment section, and many people began to voice their thoughts. Player 4 Pig wrote, "Damn. Dad was in the middle of a match. What kind of broken website suddenly dragged me in? Dad's promotion match is ruined. Look at me show off 5. I got dragged in while playing a game too. Suddenly looking back I was pulled in while watching a video. One sword flies snow. What kind of website is this? I don't think I clicked on anything. It was my computer infected. Xiao Lu seems like a hacker's trick. This new site is quite bold. One sword flies, snow Heavenly Tao. That name sounds impressive. Player 4 Pig, what is Heavenly Tao?" It seemed that no information about extraordinary powers was circulating online. Suddenly looking back I don't know, but it sounds really grand. Look at me show off 5. Damn. I think I know what Heavenly Tao means. A look at the two characters at the top of the website. After a long while of silence, someone finally replied in the comments. Suddenly looking back, damn. This is ouch. One sword flies snow. When I saw those two characters, the meaning of Heavenly Tao suddenly flashed in my mind, and I understood what they meant. It's simply unscientific. Xiao Lu, me too. Terrifying indeed. To hide this website, could it really be run by Heavenly Tao? The manager is someone called Observer. Millions of people were pulled in, a half of them exited, while the other half stayed out of curiosity. As they discovered the wonders of the website, their curiosity only grew. Look, they've posted a video, and it looks like a live stream. Over 100,000 people clicked to enter the live broadcast. Upon entering, the beginning showed when Gu Yu and another woman being dragged underground by Zhang San and Li Si. What the hell is this? Are they going to dump bodies in the wild? Could it be that these two thugs want to do something to these beautiful ladies? Hey, let go of these girls. Let me handle this. Should we call the police? What if they kill someone? I've already called the police. So have I. During the live broadcast, they passed through a tunnel that required them to bend down to proceed. Why does this feel a bit like they must be robbing graves? Did the two ladies stumble upon their grave robbing and get caught? Damn, they still want someone to scout ahead. Oh, what are they doing? They must be caught and locked up for decades. Inside the thief's tunnel, although Zhang San was using a flashlight, the surroundings were still very dark, making it hard to see. However, in the live broadcast, this had no effect. The images were not only clear, but also bright, and the faces of the people inside and everything around them were visible. The audience did not notice this. The live stream's footage reached the greenstone door. A person who happened to major in ancient literature sent a comment. It seems like there are characters on the door. I can't understand, these characters don't seem to be the simplified characters we use today. Aren't the characters on the door just randomly drawn? You don't understand, ancient burial practices have rules. The characters appearing on the door surely have their reasons. But I can't understand what they mean. Can someone get a big translator to help? The characters on this door resemble ancient script. But I can only understand a little. Ooh, I need to call my teacher to take a look. His teacher was an expert in ancient literature. Awesome, brother. Go quickly call your teacher over, we're waiting for the translation. Before long his teacher entered the live so one must read more, otherwise even watching a live stream can be incomprehensible. Damn, in this day and age is it so demanding just to watch a live stream. The teacher has arrived. Hello teacher. Everyone be quiet and listen to the teacher's lecture. All the viewers were waiting for his teacher to analyze the meaning of the characters above. As Professor Chu entered, he stared intently at the characters on the stone bricks repeatedly, exclaiming, I never expected to see such characters here. This is a relatively obscure script originating from ancient times in our country. The characters and runes above all have meanings. Let me take a look. I once saw this rune in an ancient book. It is a Taoist rune used to suppress demons and evil. Of course we must believe in science. The meaning of this character translated is do not enter, otherwise danger awaits. It's probably a warning for others not to enter, implying that it's very dangerous inside. After Professor Chu finished translating, other netizens applauded. The teacher is amazing. Since the door has given such a warning, isn't it very dangerous if they go in? They can't hear us anyway. Alas, what a pity for the two beautiful ladies. Professor Chu adjusted his glasses. What kind of place is this? Which team is conducting archaeology here? Don't they understand the rules? Don't they know that no information can be leaked during archaeology? His student was sweating profusely. Professor, there are two people robbing graves, and two unfortunate ones got caught. He briefly explained everything. Upon hearing this, Professor Chu's face turned red with anger. We must call the police. We can't let these grave robbers destroy the ancient tomb. The police have already been called, but they won't arrive so quickly. In front of the greenstone brick door, Zhang San and Li Si, who could hardly recognize a few characters naturally, could not decipher the inscriptions on the door. Even if they did recognize them, they would never give up the wealth inside. Although when Guyu felt a murderous aura emanating from the characters above, she was currently restrained and could not leave even if she wanted to. Bang, bang, bang. Once underground, Zhang San and Li Si cast aside their reservations using shovels to strike the stone bricks until they created a hole large enough to pass through. Go in. Zhang San shoved Wen Guyu. Reluctantly, Wen Guyu and Xiao Meng had to be the first to dive into the large hole entering the tomb. Upon entering, there was no poison gas or any traps. The only issue was that the oxygen was too low, making it somewhat difficult for the two to breathe. However, after the hole was created, oxygen from outside rushed in, and soon the air within became rich. Zhang San noticed that the two were safe. Without hesitation, he eagerly dove into the tomb. Li Si followed closely behind. Ignoring everything else, the two immediately began searching for valuable items. Unfortunately, after searching around, the tomb, entirely wrapped in greenstone bricks, was completely empty except for a coffin standing in the center, which was the most eye-catching. Damn it, how could there be nothing? Zhang San didn't expect that after digging for so long he would find nothing of value in the tomb. Phew, what bad luck. Li Si looked at the purple wooden coffin in the center and said, "Brother, perhaps all the valuables were taken away by your grandfather. Why don't we open the coffin and see if there's anything valuable inside?" Zhang San thought it made sense. He looked at the enormous coffin in the center and felt tempted. Then let's open it and take it. The coffin was upright, bound by numerous massive iron chains standing on the ground, and a yellow talisman was This talisman, made of an unknown material, showed no signs of decay after all this time. Instead, it looked as fresh as if it had just been pasted. Zhang San stepped forward, tore off the talisman, and examined it in his hand. This is also an antique, right? He rolled the talisman up and tucked it into his clothing. Then the two looked at the iron chains on the coffin, perplexed. The coffin was so tightly bound by these massive chains that opening it wouldn't be easy. Zhang San and Li Si tried to pry the chains apart, but they didn't budge at all. Were they supposed to give up? After coming this far, it was too frustrating to surrender. They lifted their shovels and began to strike the iron chains, wondering if the chains had corroded over the years. Bang, bang, bang. The harsh sound of metal striking resonated. Wen Guyu and Xiao Meng stood aside, hoping to take advantage of Zhang San and the others' distraction to sneak away. But at that moment, a clanking sound came from inside the coffin. Under the cover of the striking sounds, no one heard it. Clank. Another sound. This time it coincided perfectly with Zhang San and Li Si stopping to take a break. "Brother, did you hear something?" Li Si wiped the sweat from his brow. His hands were sore from striking the chains, which showed no... What sound? Zhang San was sweating profusely, his hands starting to tremble. Clank. This sound was exceptionally loud. Without any other sounds to interfere, everyone clearly heard that the sound was coming from inside the coffin. Zhang San turned to look at the coffin as if he had seen a ghost. The others also gazed at the coffin in terror. No way could it be a corpse coming back to life. Li Si stammered, unable to articulate his fear. A corpse coming back to life. How many years has that corpse been dead? After being buried for so long, it must have turned to a pile of bones. Zhang San swore, trying to bolster his own courage, but deep down he was very frightened. Oh. The two girls, being the most timid, could only scream and huddle together upon encountering such a situation. What are you screaming for? What's there to fear? With such thick iron chains, even if it were a corpse coming back to life, it wouldn't be able to escape. Zhang San, annoyed by their screaming, had no choice but to shout at them. Crack. Boom. 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 The purple wooden coffin suddenly shattered. Even the seemingly indestructible iron chains that Zhang San and Li Si had struck for so long broke into countless pieces. Several pieces of the iron chain fell onto Zhang San and Li Si, knocking them to the ground on the spot. Wen Guyu and Xiao Meng stood further away and narrowly escaped the disaster. From the coffin emerged a tall figure dressed in a moon-white robe resembling a Taoist practitioner. A corpse coming back to life. Everyone, including the audience in the live broadcast room, was taken aback. Wen Guyu, frightened, tried to pull Xiao Meng to run, but realized her body could not move. This tall figure stepped forward with heavy strides. Clang, clang. He was adorned with heavy iron chains that coiled around his hands, feet, and waist. As he moved, the chains clanked against each other, producing a dull sound of metal striking. His eyes were pitch black, devoid of whites, and when his gaze locked onto you, it felt like being targeted by a cold-blooded beast. Where am I? The martyr spread his hands, staring at his palms, muttering to himself, didn't I die? Why am I alive again? Zhang San, who had been struck by the iron chains, finally awakened from his daze. The first words out of his mouth were a standard curse. Damn it. That hurts like hell. The martyr shifted his gaze from his hands to the newly awakened Zhang San. No one saw his movement clearly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhang San. The martyr seized Zhang San by the throat, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. Zhang San felt he was on the verge of choking, struggling, continuously kicking and hitting the iron chains, bruising his hands while the martyr remained unscathed. The martyr locked eyes with Zhang San for a moment. Then he tossed Zhang San to the ground. Grave robbers. He then turned his gaze to the other three. In the martyr's eyes one could clearly see the sins of others. For instance, in front of him Zhang San had spent his life in petty thefts, never committing serious crimes. The worst was the tomb robbing he was currently engaged in. As for Li Si, who followed Zhang San around causing trouble, he hadn't done anything serious like murder or arson either. Previously, the martyr wouldn't have acted against such individuals, as their sins weren't severe enough to warrant his intervention. But now the martyr let out a cold grunt. The two screamed in despair, then collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The martyr did not kill them, but dealt a light punishment. They would be haunted by nightmares for a month due to the corpse energy entering their bodies. Unless they sincerely repented, the corpse energy would not dissipate. The martyr's gaze fell upon Wen Guyu. Damn, we're done for. He's locked on us. Is the young lady about to be killed? No way. Did this person just reanimate? He doesn't look like a corpse that's been dead for decades. I read in an ancient text that a body preserved intact for a century becomes a jiang. This is a jiang. A student of classical literature sent this comment. A jiang, how powerful is it? So does that mean this person is truly dead? What living human has eyes like that? You can't even accuse someone of wearing colored contact lenses. Of course it was said in jest. After all, he tore apart iron chains as easily as shredding paper chains, so sturdy they showed no sign of corrosion. Even Zhang San and Li Si striking them with all their might left not a single mark. Such immense strength clearly defied the limits of ordinary humanity. And now this creature, neither holy man nor corpse, fixed its gaze upon two defenseless young women. Every viewer in the live stream held their breath. Wen Guyu's heart lurched. Xiao Meng sensed the martyr's gaze too, and her legs buckled, sending her collapsing toward the ground. Had Wen Guyu not held her up, Xiao Meng would have landed squarely on her backside. And what year is it now? The martyr chose to address Wen Guyu. Noticing her hands bore no stain of sin, her mind unusually clear and untainted by malice. Wen Guyu was taken aback that the martyr would pose such a question. She paused, stunned, before finally gathering her wits. And she replied, "It is May 2056 in the new calendar. The new calendar year, 2056. After a long silent pause, the martyr murmured as if awestruck, "So a full millennium has passed." Then, without another glance at Wen Guyu, he tilted his head skyward and let out a piercing, mournful howl. "Since heaven has granted me rebirth, I shall surely avenge the betrayal that cost me my life." With that, the martyr leapt, vanishing instantly from the ancient tomb, his destination unknown. Only then did Wen Guyu's carefully maintained composure finally crumble. Her knees gave way, and she collapsed beside Xiao Meng. No one knew how tightly wounded she'd been. In their phones were with Zhang San, who now lay unconscious. Summoning courage, they searched his person and retrieved the devices, then called the police. Within minutes, officers arrived at the site using the phone's GPS coordinates and rescued everyone. And the two grave robbers were rushed directly to the hospital. Once medically cleared, they would awaken to face interrogation. After all, committing tomb robbery in broad daylight, with hostages forced into perilous reconnaissance, constituted a grave threat to public safety. A severe sentence was inevitable. Viewers assumed the live stream had ended, until the camera angle shifted. And there he was again. The martyr vanished moments before, now reappearing live on screen. He soared through mountain forests, truly flying, hovering several meters above the ground, feet never touching earth. This ability was innate to him as a jiang, requiring no awakening, as natural to his body as the emission of corpse chi itself. "Mommy, I think I saw Superman. Come quick, someone's flying in the sky. What the hell is this? Can a human really fly unaided?" And then a verified account posted in the chat, "This is a Fei Jiang. Its aura of resentment blazes to heaven. It heralds calamity for the mortal realm. I must inform my sect master immediately and eradicate this jiang before disaster unfolds." Is the guy upstairs serious and holy? His name carries a verification badge. Where do you get that? I can't. Incredible. This guy's fully immersed in character. And yet, regardless of the chatter flooding the feed, the verified account vanished, apparently having set off his claim to seek his sect master. Gradually, unease settled over the livestream audience. Hearts fluttered wildly, eyelids twitched incessantly, as though true catastrophe loomed ever closer. No way could what he said actually be true. Even if this jiang seeks vengeance for his ancient murder, he himself said 1,000 years have passed. His killers are long dust, their graves lost to time. Whom will he hunt? Could he be targeting the descendants of his enemies? But how would anyone identify those bloodlines? After so many centuries, who could say whether those lineages still endure? And then, if he cannot locate his original foes, might he vent his fury upon the innocent? HSSSH-NAS, they spoke. Chills raced down every spine. The dread intensifying, visceral, and undeniable. Are you alright? Isn't there the Tianlai sect? Since they recognize this jiang's nature, surely they possess means to subdue it. Silence fell over the entire chat. Earlier viewers had bantered freely, even marveling at the martyr's uncanny traits. Though frightened, they remained insulated by the screen, feeling no real urgency. And now, sensing their own lives might hang in the balance, fear took hold, raw and immediate. Quick, check the Celestial Tao website. A new book just dropped. At once, everyone switched tabs to view it, some keeping the live stream open on the right, the book displayed on the left. It was an exhaustive compendium on Jiang, their origins, formation, and the devastation they wrought. The lowest tier was the newly formed Z Jiang, purple Jiang, followed by Jiang, white Jiang, He Jiang, black Jiang, Lu Jiang, green Jiang, Mao Jiang, hairy Jiang, Fei Jiang, flying Jiang, Yushir, wandering corpse, Fu Shi, crouching corpse, and Bu Hua Guan, decaying bone. Each rank's capabilities were meticulously catalogued. In the low tier, Z and Bai Jiang posed little threat. They feared fire, light, water, roosters, and dogs alike. Dispatching them required minimal effort. One need only avoid their fangs. For a bite, transmitted the curse, transforming victims into Jiang after a short interval. Rice grains could neutralize the venom. But by the stage of He Jiang, immunity to fire and water was already attained, and each ascending tier multiplied the danger exponentially. By the time of Mao Jiang, the body became bronze-skinned and iron-boned. The higher the cultivation, the more impervious and agile the form. It vaulted rooftops, scaled trees, and leapt with preternatural speed, no longer vulnerable to mundane flames or even sunlight. And Fei Jiang surpassed even that, transcending mortality entirely. Having cultivated for a millennium, it flew unaided, wielded sorcery, resisted blades and bullets, and endured fire and flood. To common cultivators, it was an unstoppable scourge, a demon wreaking havoc across the land. Such a monstrous existence, brimming with sky-high resentment and a deep-seated hatred for humanity, seeks vengeance. One can only imagine the commotion it would cause if it were to enter a city. The existence of zombies had been unknown until now. Upon discovery, everyone was shocked. It turned out that such a monstrous being with incredible abilities actually existed in the world. The fact that zombies can bite and turn their victims into zombies only heightened everyone's terror. No one wishes to become a zombie. The speed of the martyr was astonishing. He raced through the mountains and forests, barely taking a few minutes to fly out, passing through villages, and heading towards the place where his enemies resided in his memories. Having flown not far from the ground, it was likely that the martyr was still unfamiliar with the drastically changed world after sleeping for so long. Once the martyr descended from the mountains, his speed significantly decreased. As it slowed down, the viewers in the live stream could finally see the surrounding scenery. Isn't this above the mountain stream? Among the viewers, someone recognized the location where the martyr was currently situated. The thought of such a being capable of defying the heavens floating above their heads was chilling. All the viewers at the mountain stream felt as if they had plunged into an ice cave, with fear and terror flooding their hearts. This was more terrifying than the abyss of despair. After all, the appearance of the abyss of despair was entirely unpredictable. Whether one would fall into it depended solely on luck. It hardly affected normal life. Fear arose only after falling into it. However, the martyr was different. This gigantic zombie capable of tearing apart iron chains was hovering right above them. At any moment, it could swoop down and tear them into pieces with a single hand. Who wouldn't be afraid? The netizens at the mountain stream were practically scared to the point of wetting themselves. They desperately prayed for the martyr not to descend, pleading for him to stay away from the mountain stream. Fortunately, the martyr did not linger and quickly flew past. In less than half an hour, he crossed an entire province and soon arrived at Chuanxiong. Those in the live stream from Chuanxiong saw the martyr hovering above. Their hearts raced, almost leaping from their throats. Don't come over. Is it too late to run now? Damn it. I'm buying a ticket to leave right now. It's too late. Just wait to die. Although those in Chuanxiong wished desperately for the martyr not to come, they could see the despair in each other's eyes. It seemed the martyr had confirmed that Chuanxiong was the place he was searching for and began to descend slowly. Everyone in Chuanxiong sent out a massive SOS. Warning. A lethal weapon has landed in Chuanxiong. Do not go outside at any cost. Everyone in Chuanxiong, do not go outside. And do not wander outside. Do not mock others casually, and definitely do not laugh maniacally. Damn it. Is there still hope for us? Where are the disciples of Tianlai sect? Hurry and save us. No matter how desperate those in Chuanxiong felt, the martyr's actions were utterly unimpeded. After the martyr landed on a street in Chuanxiong, his expression was extremely complex. The place was bustling with vehicles and towering buildings. The city walls and courtyards from his past memories had long since vanished, and both people and things had faded away with the passage of time. All that remained was his overwhelming resentment, yet he did not know where to go. The changes here were too drastic. If it weren't for the terrain not changing much, the martyr wouldn't have been able to find this place, but now everything in his memories had transformed. His enemies had perished, and the martyr could not even find anyone to take revenge upon. He fell silent, lost in confusion. After sleeping for so many years, what use was it for him to awaken? A big man in the middle of summer, though it was now night, the temperature was still quite high. He wore heavy robes, layered, thickly dragging on the ground, with mysterious symbols embroidered on the fabric that were indecipherable, and many iron chains hung from his hands and feet. Such a strange person stood foolishly in the middle of the street. In the street, several passers-by saw him and quickly quickened their pace to leave. Neon lights flickered. The current civilization was highly developed, with lights installed everywhere. Even at night, the illumination was bright enough to light up the darkness. The martyr walked around casually. At that moment, the pedestrian signal on the crosswalk turned red. A vehicle clearly speeding raced towards him from a distance. The driver had consumed some alcohol, and being late at night, when fewer on the streets, drove a bit too fast. Seeing the green light, the driver did not slow down. As the vehicle approached, the driver realized he was about to hit someone, but it was too late to brake. Bang! The vehicle collided violently with the person in the street. The front of the car was deeply dented. After hitting the person, the driver instinctively swerved the steering wheel. Bang! 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 The car then crashed into a nearby utility pole. The driver's drunkenness was. The three friends in the passenger seat and back seat who had come out to drink with him were also startled awake by the sudden accident, letting out a scream. What just happened? A beautiful girl in the passenger seat who had been asleep after drinking was woken by the commotion. The two men in the back seat were similarly confused. I think I hit someone, Songbo said, his face full of terror. What? The others upon hearing this were startled awake. Is the person okay? They hurriedly got out of the car. The front of the car had been severely deformed, and with such damage, how could the person they hit be fine? After getting out of the car, they looked for the person they had hit. However, there was not a single person on the road, nor any blood on the ground or the car. You must have seen it wrong because you were drunk, asked Han Xian from the passenger seat. Impossible. Songbo immediately retorted, I saw it clearly. Could it be that he was thrown away? The four of them searched the street, but aside from them, there wasn't a single other vehicle. You definitely saw it wrong. There's no one here besides us. It can't be that we encountered a ghost in the middle of the night, right? Wang Xiaowu joked. However, the other three shuddered at his words, their expressions indicating belief. Wang Xiaowu was astonished. I was just joking. Is it necessary for you to look so terrified? Damn it. Xiaowu, what kind of joke is that? I totally believe it. If anyone was the most anxious among them, it was certainly the driver Songbo. In the dead of night, having drunk and hit someone, he was already panicked, and now the fact that he couldn't find the person only deepened his dread. It was as if the incident had been a mere illusion. Anyone would feel anxious in such a situation. The four of them did not notice that behind them in a car sat a person quietly watching. After the four people got out of the car, they immediately focused on the person who had been hit. In that moment, they did not notice that someone was sitting on top of their car. Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with exclamations. Oh my god, look behind you. These people are done for. They are finished. When are we going to eat? Get the next one. Who knows these people? Does anyone have their phone numbers? Call them to give them a heads up. Right, it's best not to offend that one. But they have already offended. If they had a better attitude while sliding down, they might escape with their lives, right? Unfortunately, the four could not see the comments in the live chat and were unaware that they were being broadcasted. The martyr did not initially want these people to do anything. After all, the collision seemed significant, but it hadn't even scratched. The martyr felt as if he were pinching iron as easily as paper. This car could not harm him. Originally, he intended to leave, but before departing, he caught a whiff of a scent in the air. From one of the individuals, he detected the smell of blood. It was a thick, lingering stench that accompanied a person at the moment of death, laden with intense resentment. This scent is difficult for ordinary humans to detect, but for the martyr, it was as obvious as a light in the dark. It is a smell only found on those who have experienced death under intense unwillingness and hatred. Only those who have been involved in a murder or have been indirectly connected to it would carry such a scent. This aroma instantly ignited the martyr's corpse nature. As a zombie that had been asleep for 1,000 years and sealed away for just as long, the resentment within him was different. The martyr's eyes instantly changed. What once appeared eerie black now glowed with a terrifying ferocity, flashing with rage. Before the four could react, he appeared before them, standing before the silent Rinja. The aura on you reminds me of my enemy, the wretched scent of sin. The martyr gazed intently at Rinja. Images of various sins automatically surfaced, and a strong wave of resentment erupted from Rinja. A girl flashed through the images as she was originally bright and lively like the most beautiful painting, but in the end she lay bloodied in the dirt. Her body was marked with countless wounds, yet she had not yet drawn her last breath. She was thrown into a mud pit, and dirt gradually covered her. These images could only be seen by the martyr. However, for some unknown reason, the live broadcast displayed these scenes. All the viewers of the live stream could clearly feel the girl's pain and struggle in the images. She had not begged for mercy, nor had she refrained from calling for help. Yet amidst her cries of pain, she was slowly buried in the earth. How utterly despairing must the girl's heart have been. After witnessing these scenes, the martyr confirmed that the person before him was indeed one of those who buried the girl. Rinja's expression changed. The murderous aura emanating from the martyr felt like that of someone emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This overwhelming intent to kill left Rinja unable to speak, as he was enveloped in the intent and rendered him. The martyr's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of corpse energy that flowed into Rinja's body. As soon as the energy entered, Rinja screamed and collapsed to the ground, struggling incessantly. At that moment, spots of purple began to appear on Rinja's body, rapidly transitioning him from human to a purple zombie. Once the spots connected and filled his body, Rinja would transform completely into a zombie. Normally, this process would be very short. When the highly ranked martyr released the corpse energy, Rinja would instantly become a low-level zombie. However, the martyr controlled the corpse energy, prolonging the transformation process drastically. The process of a living person being infused with corpse energy is excruciating. His body feels as if it is being torn apart, all his cells are being destroyed, and his blood gradually congeals, beginning to stop circulating. Rinjia screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, tears and mucus streaming down his face, his expression contorted beyond recognition. At this moment, he must have tasted the pain and despair that the girl felt that day. Those watching the live stream were originally filled with compassion. After all, seeing someone in such a miserable state would surely evoke sympathy. Isn't this too much? He looks like he's about to die from the pain. Is this turning him into a zombie? It's terrifying. I'm so scared. Why hasn't anyone dealt with this monster who can turn people into zombies so casually? Are we just letting him roam the earth to harm others? Are your eyes blind? Can't you see that person on the ground has killed someone? Murderers should be punished by law and not turned into zombies. And who will pay for that girl? She looks like she's not even 20 as she lived such a short life and left in such agony. The live chat was filled with noise. Rinja's companions saw the strange person wave his hand, and Rinja collapsed to the ground screaming in pain. They thought the strange person had attacked Rinja. Songbo rushed over, immediately recognizing that the strange person was the one he had accidentally collided with earlier. I was the one who hit you. Why are you attacking my friend? Songbo lunged at the martyr, intending to throw a punch. The martyr easily caught his wrist without using much force, and with a crack, Songbo's wrist was broken. The martyr had already restrained his strength considerably. Otherwise, pulling off an arm would be an effortless task for him. Songbo cried out in pain. Han Xianxian and Wang Xiaowu, seeing the situation, dared not approach. The man dressed in ancient clothing appeared too formidable. They decided to call the police and let them handle it. Rinja on the ground continued to scream. The purple spots on his body multiplied, and it was clear they were about to connect. At that moment, a wooden sword suddenly flew from the horizon and pierced through Rinja's hand. A red light emanated from the sword, and moments later the purple spots on Rinja's body were suppressed. Senior brother, though years have passed since our parting, your countenance remains unchanged, just as it was in days gone by. In the elder Taoist's face bore the deep imprints of time, etched with countless wrinkles. A look of bewildered confusion flickered across the martyr's face. Sealed away for centuries, he found himself unable to recognize the man before him, his former comrade now aged beyond memory. Frowning, he strained his recollection for a long moment, until at last recognition dawned. And you are Shi, junior brother. Senior brother still remembers Shi. Unlike you, my own visage has weathered time, bearing little resemblance to the youth I once was. And the elder Taoist, sensing the martyr's agitation had subsided, lowered his wooden sword and bowed deeply in formal salute. Your fate chart remains unaltered. How could I fail to recognize you? And the martyr's expression grew solemn. And the elder Taoist let out a hearty laugh. I had forgotten senior brother has never judged a person by their face. The elder Taoist glanced toward Rinja, lying motionless on the ground. Though the wooden sword had halted the spread of the violet necrotic blight, his body writhed under the suffocating grip of corpse chi. I know well the injustice you suffered in your youth, senior brother, but those events lie buried beneath centuries of dust. The guilty have long since perished. Why vent your wrath upon an ordinary mortal? He deserves death. And the martyr paid no heed to the elder's plea. And, brother, the world has changed. Even were he guilty of murder, such matters now fall to secular magistrates, not immortal hands. Mortal affairs must be settled by mortals. Come, return with me. The elder Taoist sighed, a sound heavy with sorrow and understanding. And he knew better than anyone the martyr's unyielding nature, rigid in principle, unbending in conviction. Especially where grave sin was concerned, his eyes tolerated not even the faintest speck of corruption. Had it not been for that ancient tragedy, the martyr, possessed of such extraordinary talent, would surely have ascended to immortality long ago, taking his place among the celestial ranks. Viewers watching through the live stream leaned in, utterly enthralled. And so this sudden arrival is the founding patriarch of Tianlai sect, NHSSH. Didn't you hear? He addressed the zombie as senior brother, and this being has cultivated for at least 1,000 years. Then how long truly has he lived? The implications chilled the mind, and even the youngest disciple among them, after so many centuries, must now be several hundred years old. And could a human truly endure so long? Well, what kind of sect is Tianlai sect, and do they accept disciples? I'm a university student. I can cook and keep you warm at night. Master, please take me as your apprentice. Are cultivators real? Aren't they just fictional constructs from novels? And everyone knows live streams prohibit visual effects, so this must be real. That sword flight earlier was breathtaking. I wish I could master it. Just imagine a maiden would fall into my arms the moment she saw me soar. And what really happened back then? I'm genuinely curious, and right? Since he called the zombie senior brother, that means the undead one was once a disciple of Tianlai sect. So why did he become a corpse walker? And earlier the martyr spoke of vengeance. Someone must have wronged him terribly. If I were betrayed like that, I'd haunt them even. Exactly. People preach letting go only because they've never suffered such betrayal. When misfortune strikes you, your stance shifts entirely. That's the classic case of speaking from comfort without feeling the pain. And I am starting to dislike this elder Taoist. And absolutely, he speaks lightly of forgiveness, yet it's not his flesh rotting into undeath. This elder is far too saintly, and I stand with the handsome zombie. Revenge is righteous, natural, inevitable. In today's world, to swallow every insult is to invite ruin layer upon layer. The martyr stood motionless, silent, yet his stillness spoke volumes. He would not yield to the elder's entreaty. Senior brother, the resentment clinging to you is overwhelming. Lingering among mortals endangers them all. Come, return with me to our mountain abode. And the elder Taoist spoke gently, earnestly. The martyr exuded corpse qi so potent it pierced the heavens. Its influence radiated even across 100 li. And this qi was profoundly yin-cold, insidious, and lethal. Rinjia, already afflicted, his body riddled with violent necrosis, was merely the most grievous case. Others who stood directly before the martyr would, without intervention, suffer dire consequences, at best a crippling illness, at worst corpse qi infiltration, and gradual transformation into a zombie. Though the martyr harbored no intent to turn others undead, his aura was simply too dense, too volatile. Newly awakened, he lacked full mastery over it, and ordinary mortals could not withstand its mere proximity. To approach him was calamity itself, and the martyr was a walking time bomb. Wherever he stepped, devastation followed. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. And the martyr shook his head, refusing the mountain retreat. And he was no longer of their world. That sacred ground held no place for one such as him, especially not while his debt of blood remained unpaid. Senior brother, you truly insist on sowing calamity among mortals? And the elder Taoist tightened his grip on his sword. Then forgive me, junior brother, for I shall show no mercy. Such a man, alive and unchained, is he not himself a plague upon the world? And the martyr stood erect as a pine, spine straight and unwavering, pointing downward toward Rinjia sprawled upon the earth. At least I have never laid hand upon the innocent. And the elder Taoist cast a glance at Rinjia. And his fate belongs to others, not to us. Senior brother, abandon this delusion. Very well. And the martyr's voice dropped low, resonant with finality. Then draw your blade. And the elder Taoist raised his sword, invoking the 11th form. One sword split into 2, then 4, then 36, each shimmering like liquid silver. In midair, they wove a flawless formation, a radiant interlocking sword array. 36 blades converged upon the martyr, yet he did not flinch. Even as divine artifacts, they could not pierce his current form. Once a corpse attains the rank of flying corpse, neither blade nor mundane weapon can wound it. And even divine artifact-level techniques prove futile against the martyr. True to expectation, the array closed and the 36 swords lunged simultaneously, striking the martyr's body with sharp metallic clangs, harsh grating, and utterly ineffectual. Not a single blade breached his flesh, not even a thread of his moon-white robe was torn. And clearly the garment itself was a rare divine artifact. With a single sweep of his hand, the martyr unleashed a torrent of corpse qi. In the moment the blades met that miasma, they were hurled backward, flung dozens of meters, shattering the formation instantly. As the array collapsed, the 36 swords coalesced back into one and returned to the elder Taoist's grasp. And senior brother's cultivation has grown even more formidable. It seems this confrontation cannot end peacefully. No sooner had the elder spoken, Inshua, then several figures burst forth swift as lightning. And younger cultivators, each riding a sword, swiftly evacuated the remaining bystanders. Even Rinjia, still prone upon the ground, was carried away. And the martyr saw them clearly, yet made no move to stop them. And he watched silent and still as they spirited the mortals to safety. With innocents present, he could not unleash his full power, so he permitted their departure without resistance. The old Taoist shouted, "Formation, arise." A massive suppressing formation illuminated the ground. This formation had been quietly laid out during their conversation, intended for this very moment. This formation was set up by dozens of the most outstanding disciples of the Tianlai sect. Any common demon or evil that entered would be suppressed, obliterating both its form and spirit. After the formation took shape, the martyr felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping his entire body. Bang! Crack, crack! The ground beneath his feet split open with numerous fissures. The martyr's legs sank into the ground. One can only imagine the weight of the pressure he was under. Bang, bang, bang! The ground suddenly caved in. A gaping hole appeared. The martyr remained calm, hands clasped behind his back. His legs floated in the air, and the formation's suppression was trivial in his eyes. The old Taoist's expression changed. This was the formation that had suppressed the martyr years ago. At that time, the martyr had no power to resist and was sealed away. Now, 1,000 years later, the martyr's strength had increased significantly, and this formation could no longer affect him. Junior brother, had my heart not died back, then this formation would not have trapped me back then. How could it do so now? The old Taoist was horrified. Though he had heard of the events from back then, he was not present, and thus unaware of the deeper reasons behind it. I once sacrificed myself to the path, yet now I have returned from the dead. If this grudge is not avenged, my heart's hatred cannot be quelled. The martyr's eyes radiated an astonishing light, filled with such hatred that all who beheld it felt a chill. The martyr did not move, but as his hatred surged, the corpse energy around him boiled like a tide. The skyward corpse energy, like a massive black mist, broke through the formation's suppression in an instant, as easily as a balloon being popped. Puff! Those disciples of the Tianlai sect responsible for the formation spat out blood, their expressions greatly weakened. Once the formation was broken, they sustained severe internal injuries. Senior brother, the old Taoist sighed bitterly. The formation could not contain the martyr, and their cultivation was powerless against him. The martyr was now unstoppable. Enough. The old Taoist seemed to have made a resolution. Since I am here, I must take my senior brother back. Flames filled with the essence of the Tao ignited around him. In that instant, the old Taoist's power surged to new heights, almost transcending the Tao. Yet the cost was steep. By burning his own soul and the essence of the Tao, he forcibly heightened his strength, which would ultimately lead to his soul's obliteration and eternal damnation. The martyr's expression finally shifted. Why do you choose to do this? Ha, senior brother, I said I would take you back, and I will indeed take you back. The old Taoist laughed with carefree abandon. He raised his hand, setting up an even more powerful suppressive formation. The martyr was trapped by the formation and momentarily could not move. The corpse energy around him surged, but was infinitely suppressed by the formation. Eventually, the corpse energy completely retracted into his body, and apart from his eerie black eyes, the martyr's aura became indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The martyr stepped forward. The formation erupted with countless golden lights, illuminating much of the sky, rendering the place as bright as day. Golden runes struck one by one into the martyr's body, embedding themselves into his flesh and leaving behind shimmering golden marks. These were manifestations of the Tao. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The golden marks burned his flesh deeply like chains inscribed upon the martyr's body. For the first time since his resurrection, the martyr felt pain coursing through him. Nevertheless, he remained expressionless and took another step toward the old Taoist. As he completed that step, the formation conjured massive iron chains that descended from the heavens, wrapping around the martyr. The immense pressure caused the martyr to halt, his knees bending. He resisted the downward pull and straightened his back. A golden light shimmered on the old Taoist's face. In that moment, he embodied the manifestation of the Tao. The colossal golden chains firmly bound the martyr, suppressing his corpse energy to its limit. To any observer, he appeared as nothing more than an ordinary person. Senior brother, the old Taoist said calmly, bowing respectfully, please return to the mountain gate. The martyr, once floating in midair, descended to the ground, his feet touching the earth. He gazed at his former junior brother with a complex expression, observing the former companions surrounding him, now setting up layered formations in a bid to suppress and kill him. The martyr's inner turmoil was ineffable. Several disciples of the Tianlai sect collaborated to bring forth a massive coffin crafted from a magical artifact. They placed it beside the martyr. Bang! The coffin was opened. Several disciples of the Tianlai sect cautiously approached the martyr, their attitudes filled with utmost respect as they lifted him and placed him inside the coffin. The martyr offered no resistance, nor could he resist. The full weight of the suppression and sealing from the Taoist left him unable to break free for the time being. The old Taoist spared no effort. He burned away all his soul and the essence of the Tao solely to seal and suppress his senior brother. The lid of the coffin descended. The martyr was sealed within the coffin just like 1,000 years prior. Only now the one sealing him had changed, the place had changed, and the hearts of the people had changed. Golden marks left traces upon the coffin. The disciples of the Tianlai sect produced a long yellow talisman and affixed it to the coffin. Subsequently, all the disciples of the Tianlai sect deeply bowed to the Taoist. Laughing towards the heavens as I leave, are we not noble men? The old Taoist laughed heartily, his form gradually dissipating, the golden light around him growing even brighter. In that moment, he was the embodiment of the Tao. However, the cost of burning his soul could not be erased or undone. To suppress the aberration that was the martyr, he sacrificed himself. A gentle breeze swept by. The old Taoist faded away like smoke in the wind. In this world, there would be no one like him again. Everyone in the live stream unknowingly shed tears. He sacrificed himself for us. To prevent his senior brother from wreaking havoc upon the world, he sacrificed himself to seal the zombie. Alas, what a pity such a character. Though they had previously criticized the old Taoist, calling him a saint, at this moment, everyone was left speechless. The old Taoist truly was great. He sacrificed himself for the sake of the entire world and to save others. Was the martyr wrong? Perhaps he was not wrong. Wanting revenge is natural. Anyone who experienced such events would harbor resentment. However, the mere existence of the martyr posed a tremendous threat to the world and others. Suppressing and sealing him was a necessity. The old Taoist played the role of the villain, personally sealing his own senior brother. Though he personally suppressed his own senior brother, it was ultimately in the name of a greater righteousness. The old Taoist harbored no regrets or remorse as he dissolved into the heavens and the earth. The disciples who had been bowing respectfully finally rose. The other disciples of the Tianlai sect carried the coffin away on their swords, and with the old Taoist dissolution, the martyr was suppressed. This matter was confirmed. Summer Kingdom. Did you see where they went? The supervisor in charge of the surveillance satellites asked. I only saw them flying eastward, and soon they disappeared into the clouds, their trail lost to sight. The supervisor fell silent for a moment, then could only helplessly concede, we truly have no means against such figures who can fly on swords. Who exactly are the Tianlai sect? The authorities have already gathered experts in this field to investigate. In this world, there were no extraordinary tales circulating online, but ancient texts did mention such occurrences. However, most were anecdotal and unverified. In the live stream, heated discussions erupted. What is the name of this esteemed elder from the Tianlai sect? I want to set up a monument at home to honor the elder. A disciple from the Tianlai sect spoke at that moment. It was indeed from the last time's discourse. The founder is the 6th-generation disciple of the Tianlai sect named Shi Yi with the Dao title Yuan Zhen. There is no need for a monument. We cultivators do not concern ourselves with such things. Cultivation. What is cultivation? Can cultivation really lead to immortality? Immortality was a topic that everyone was concerned about and longed for. Countless individuals in history made numerous attempts to seek longevity, but ultimately could not grasp the path. Not Huai said, cultivation is the way of self-cultivation. Without great willpower or innate talent, it is very difficult to attain Tao. If one cannot cultivate to the deepest level, it is of little benefit to lifespan. One can only live a few decades longer than an ordinary person. A few decades longer is still a good thing. Living a few more years is beneficial. I just want to ask, does the Tianlai sect still accept disciples? Same question, please let me be accepted, master. Not Huai replied, the Tianlai sect accepts disciples once every 100 years, and this time the recruitment will begin next month. The netizens pressed for further details, asking for the specific time and place. Unfortunately, Not Huai remained tight-lipped, only saying it would be based on fate. Those with destiny could encounter it, those without would not. Luck is sometimes a crucial part of cultivation. Those with profound luck find their paths smoother. No matter how the audience in the livestream asked, they could not extract more information and had to give up. After all, who can discern luck? In any case, there was still a long time until next month. They would wait until then to see. Initially, they thought this matter had concluded, but unexpectedly the scene in the livestream shifted. The disciples of the Tianlai sect carrying the coffin arrived at a misty mountain filled with ethereal energy. In front of the mountain gate stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the 3 large characters Tianlai sect. However, the camera just swept past it. Many did not clearly see it as the camera moved on. A dozen disciples opened the way in front while protecting the 6 who carried the coffin in the middle. Upon entering the mountain gate, they stepped onto an extremely long staircase. This staircase seemed endless. Its height and steepness were enough to dissuade those who beheld it. But for these deeply cultivated disciples, this staircase was nothing at all. They were among the most core disciples of the Tianlai sect, their combat prowess ranking high. Otherwise, they would not have been entrusted with the formation. They steadied themselves while carrying the coffin, ascending the staircase, effortlessly completing the tens of thousands of steps in an instant. When they finished climbing all the steps and arrived at the top, several ethereal beings stood there to greet them. Upon seeing that Shi Yi was not among those who returned, tears flowed from their eyes. Master, he has already departed. The crowd was engulfed in deep sorrow. After a considerable time passed, they finally emerged from their grief. This must be the place, right? Indeed. Then take him to the back mountain, the ceiling place, to fulfill master's wishes. The crowd carried the coffin to the back mountain. Here the spiritual energy was dense with glowing spiritual materials and woods all around. Even the animals living here appeared extraordinarily lively, clearly indicating their uniqueness. The crowd placed the coffin in the center of a spiritual spring. They jointly left several prohibitions around the spring before departing from the area. The crowd still needed to report this matter to the sect master of the Tianlai sect. Between the hovering stones stood an ancient and grand hall. The crowd flew on their swords to the top and entered in a single file. The sect master of the Tianlai sect was sitting on a cushion in the hall meditating. How is it? What about Master Yuan Zhen? The disciples looked sorrowful and remained silent. The sect master sighed deeply. Alas, this was indeed master's will, and we cannot obstruct it. The sect master rose from the cushion and entered the grand hall. Here a row of wooden plaques was arranged on the offering table, each inscribed with a name. The sect master took a wooden plaque from the hanging basket, cradling it with both hands as an offering. The livestream audience only saw the plaque inscribed with the words, Shi Yi Yuan Zhen Daoist. This was the place for honoring the memorial tablets of all the deceased members of the Tianlai sect. The sect master knelt down and performed several deep bows towards the memorial tablets. Master, you have finally achieved your wish, yet our Tianlai sect has lost another pillar of support. You offended taboos for that wretched soul willing to expend your cultivation to settle his grievances, and now with your own life you seal all his resentment, allowing him to survive under the Tao. The sect master continued, I heard everything the disciples said. Why did you not tell him? You merely wanted him to return. The sect master questioned the old Taoist. Watching the rising blue smoke on the offering table, the smoke spiraled into the heavens. The old Taoist had perished. No one could answer the sect master's words. This was the enmity and grievances of the elders. He could not discern what the grievances were. But all of this had dissipated in the sacrifice of the old Taoist. The grudge had been avenged long ago by the old Taoist. The person had also been saved by the old Taoist. Now he lived well in the spiritual spring at the back mountain, regardless of whether the martyr had transformed into a demon. To the old Taoist, he was still his senior brother. The one who raised him, overflowing with talent and possessing heavenly gifts. What the old Taoist thought no longer mattered. The audience in the live stream was shaken. Unexpectedly, there were so many things behind this. Why didn't Yuan Zhen Daoist say anything? He was his senior brother. What's the use of saying it? It would only add to the sorrow. It is better to let his senior brother live on with his hatred and grievances than to learn the entire truth and feel even worse, right? The so-called main gate of Tianlai sect, all the spirit materials and spiritual wood, even that spring. Everything was in fact an illusion wrought by the system. It cost Shen Yan 10,000 subversion points. Originally, Shen Yan had only a few thousand subversion points left, but during the live broadcast, many viewers gradually came to believe in Zundeo's existence, and one after another furnished Shen Yan with tens of thousands of subversion points. Only then did Shen Yan have the subversion points to carry out the subsequent script. As for why he employed illusions instead of directly manifesting a physical gate, it was because material manifestation consumed orders of magnitude more subversion points than an illusion. To manifest so vast a mountain gate, and all that lay within would require at least hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of subversion points. It was far more economical to use illusions. The task of manifesting real objects would have to wait until Shen Yan's subversion points were ample. System, how many subversion points do I have now? Shen Yan stepped out of the coffin. System, subversion points remaining 126809. With this wave, the total broke past 100,000. The broadcast had been very effective. Because it implicated them directly, netizens felt threatened and were thus more inclined to believe in Zundeo's existence. However, unlocking lower-tier abilities was difficult. Though many people believed in his existence, the ability bar had only just reached the point to unlock the second ability. Ding! The second ability has met the unlock conditions. Consume 10,000 subversion points to generate the ability. At lower-tier abilities could truly be called divine arts. Generate. Ding! Ability generation commencing. Zundeo's second ability has been unlocked. Domain Huadao. Only by possessing a domain can one be considered a true lord. Influenced by the Dao seal within the domain, one's attunement to the Dao is heightened, permitting the use of most rule-based abilities. Its duration cannot be prolonged. The closer one approaches Dao transformation, the greater the injury to body and soul. A domain's might lies in its capacity to bolster a lord's particular power. For example, the weak Shadow Lord Shen Yan had once met could create shadow beasts, but only creatures of a lower tier than itself. Only after Shen Yan reduced it to a puppet did he realize that the Shadow Lord had only recently ascended and had only briefly obtained the other space. It was still inexperienced in managing its domain, and its grasp over the other space was incomplete. The Huanshi Shen Yan had drawn possessed abilities that happened to counter the Shadow Lord. In fact, the Huanshi template, judged by its capabilities alone, already surpassed some lords. The Huanshi's 4 abilities could control, strike, and augment. It was somewhat like a necromancer, with the battlefield itself serving as its supply. For every enemy that fell its side would gain another. It was unsurprising that it could fight beyond its rank. Moreover, after embodying 2 character templates, Shen Yan discovered that most abilities generated by the system bore some relation to the roles he performed in the narrative. Lines of dialogue in particular showed certain correlations. If Shen Yan yearned for a specific ability, then while portraying the character, he would steer toward that power. The next ability generated and unlocked would very likely be the one he desired. For instance, the domain Dao transformation likely derived from the Elder's Dao transformation. The Dao seal had been used to seal and subdue Zundeo's. Thus, with Zundeo's fused to the Dao seal, his domain would touch upon Dao transformation. Such a progression was entirely reasonable. Much of the subversion points spent earlier had been used to manifest the Dao seal. Though it was merely an outward semblance, it still needed to convey the fundamental aura. At least it would not be exposed as fake at a glance. The fact that others could not perceive the complex rule-based arts within the Dao seal could be explained by ordinary people's incapacity to discern such things. The Zundeo's template's role had come to a pause. For him to appear again before the public would be jarring. Shen Yan decided to take advantage of the moment and roam this world for a while. He wished to learn more about this world. It was called Lanxing, and its development resembled Shen Yan's former world, yet it lacked many mythic legends. Some basic gods and such were recorded only in ancient texts and had not been circulated online. This would add difficulty when Shen Yan performed certain characters. After all, ignorance breeds recklessness. They did not know how mighty the gods were. How could they feel awe toward them? How could they come to believe in the existence of gods? If not for the anomalies that began in March, the emergence of the despair hell, humanity, after experiencing that catastrophe, would not have suddenly realized that there truly existed phenomena beyond scientific explanation. After learning the basic situation of this world, Shen Yan now understood why the Huanshi's spectacular debut had yielded only a meager sum of subversion points. They had likely mistaken the Huanshi for a monster from the despair hell. That contravened the Huanshi's setting. The Huanshi was a person. Though his conduct was wicked and he wore a mask day and night, living only among puppets, he remained human. If not for the newcomer benefits that relaxed the requirements for Shen Yan's portrayal, this discrepancy alone would probably have blocked him from unlocking the Huanshi's other abilities. The next character Shen Yan planned to portray required some groundwork. It was best to first establish the character's background. For example, the Tiandao website Shen Yan created at the cost of 1,000 subversion points. The administrator observer was also Shen Yan's account. Shen Yan could use a third-party presence to reveal the character's identity that had far more cachet than unveiling it himself. Shen Yan instructed the system to open the site. He began updating the rank information. To build a combat power system, the first step was to define a complete ranking hierarchy. It was like writing a novel. Shen Yan thought for a moment and finally asked the system, by what standards are the character ranks I draw divided? System, based on background strength and inherent abilities. A character template's power is not immutable. Shen Yan pondered this. If he wanted to publicize the ranking system, he could not merely post it outright. That would lack credibility. It was better to append a small but convincing piece of evidence. Shen Yan considered and ultimately decided to use Zundeo's background as the foundation. After all, both Zundeo's and the Tianlai sect had already presented themselves publicly, the live stream's momentum had not yet waned. Shen Yan directly used the Wanshi's ability to conjure a computer and keyboard. He flexed his fingers and began typing on the keys in a crisp staccato rhythm. Cultivators were those who pursued the Tao and stood apart from the mundane. They sought the way their entire lives and would not step beyond their sect unless heaven and earth faced a great calamity or the gates were opened to accept disciples. The Tianlai sect was a school founded by such cultivators. 1,000 years ago, Tianlai sect had not yet retreated into such seclusion. Though the Tianlai sect practices the Tao, most of its disciples harbor a heart for the world, determined to eradicate all impurities with their own strength. Among them, the chief disciple Tian Wenqi possesses the best talent and character. After only a decade of cultivation, he has already reached an unattainable height among his peers. He has even surpassed most of his senior brothers and sisters, able to compare himself with those of an older generation. After 20 years of cultivation at the Mountain Gate, Tian Wenqi felt that he had reached a critical point where he must enter the world to make a breakthrough. Thus, Tian Wenqi entered the world. His character is benevolent, filled with righteousness, and due to his naturally extraordinary eyes, his tolerance for sins is very low. After all, others cannot see, and if they don't know, they won't intervene. However, you can see every day that a certain person passing by you carries the weight of several lives. You can clearly see the last moments of each dying person. You can see the thick, almost black resentment that clings. As a cultivator, how can he remain indifferent and watch from the sidelines? So Tian Wenqi took action. He eradicated all those heavily burdened with sin, gradually making a name for himself in the world. Although Tian Wenqi targeted only evil individuals, to others it seemed as if he was killing without reason. Tian Wenqi remained true to himself and the Tao, his path, unwavering. Tian Wenqi made many enemies, most of whom were relatives of the sinful individuals. However, his profound cultivation granted him immense power. In the world, although there are some cultivators and body practitioners, none are his match. Thus his enemies united and laid down a trap. Using the lives of the city's citizens as bait, they led Tian Wenqi into the trap willingly. Aware that he had fallen into a trap, he chose not to flee alone. The entire city's citizens were trapped in a sophisticated formation, their lives linked to the formation. If it broke, at the same time, they were all afflicted by a strange poison. If the formation wasn't broken within a day, they would perish from the poison. Tian Wenqi found himself powerless to save them. He could not break this formation. Yet if he did not, the people of the city would die after a day. They were implicated by Tian Wenqi, as those behind the scenes calculated that he would not abandon the citizens. With his current strength, Tian Wenqi could not deal with this formation, so he had no choice but to burn his own path. Through his transformation, he could break the formation without harming others. Originally, after his transformation, Tian Wenqi still had the chance to preserve a fragment of his soul and reincarnate. Ironically, those he saved, the citizens of that city, ended up cutting off his chance for rebirth. The reason was simply for self-preservation. They were poisoned, and if Tian Wenqi did not die, they would. Ironically, in the end, not a single citizen survived, all perishing from the poison. Those behind the scenes had no intention of providing an antidote. Instead, after the deaths of the city's citizens, they poured dirty water on Tian Wenqi. Little did they realize that the forbidden ground, where it is said that entering means certain death and the annihilation of one's soul, is actually a place of extreme end that nurtures corpses. Tian Wenqi, thrown into the corpse-nurturing ground, was besieged by energy, transforming him into a half-human, half-corpse existence. Tian Wenqi originally intended to seek revenge, yet he became reviled by all. The elders of the Tianlai sect sought to suppress him because he had become a half-human, half-corpse. Faced with the accusations of his elders in that moment, Tian Wenqi's Tao heart shattered. Thus he was suppressed in a fit of rage, permanently sealed underground, never to see the light of day. The former self of the martyr was struck down. Inside Shen Yan interspersed some classifications of levels. For instance, when Tian Wenqi was alive, his strength was at the earth level, nearing the heaven level. In the realms of heaven, earth, and man, each level has 10 stages. A beginner cultivator cleansing their marrow and shedding their mortality becomes a first-tier human level, officially stepping into the path of cultivation. Afterward, one must break through 9 stages to enter the earth level, becoming a formidable being on land. To put it another way, if a human level expert is unafraid of blades and swords, then once they step into the earth level, firearms pose no threat to them. Upon reaching the heaven level, it is akin to being a terrestrial deity. Heaven level individuals have begun to grasp divine abilities, each of whom can be regarded as a pillar of the nation. Each one is like a moving human-shaped nuclear bomb. Moreover, it is even more unscientific. At least a projectile has a trajectory to follow. A heaven-level expert can leap across a province in a single step, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. The divine abilities of a heaven-level expert are utterly unreasonable. For example, a Mirage Master at the Heaven level possesses the first ability of manipulation. He can turn all beings of lower levels into puppets. Even those of a higher realm must not be careless in his presence. Transforming one object into another entirely unrelated object involves profound laws of divine ability. A Mirage Master can transform a flesh and blood body or something formless like a shadow into a wooden puppet or doll. This divine ability itself is beyond reason. To speak bluntly, any heaven-level expert finds it easier to crush a regular person than to squash an ant regardless of how many ordinary people there are. After all, ants can hide underground, while a heaven-level expert maintaining their status would not trouble themselves with lowly insects. Yet humans are not mindless creatures. They possess emotions and various thoughts. They can think, harbor resentment, greed, and manipulation, having both good and bad. If one inadvertently offends a heaven-level expert, annihilating an entire city is merely a casual gesture. A heaven-level expert is a formidable weapon in itself. A strong individual carries an air of arrogance, especially upon reaching the heaven level. The leader represents another realm. If a heaven level can be called a terrestrial deity, then a leader can be considered after all, summoning wind and rain, or moving mountains and filling seas is not a difficult task for a leader with a domain. A leader constitutes a complete space. Only a leader who possesses a complete space can be deemed a true leader. And Shadow Lord, who merely possesses a fragment of space but has not fully mastered, refined it for personal use, and derived it into a complete space, cannot truly be considered a leader. Within a domain, the leader is akin to a deity. Their every word and deed constitutes divine decree. Just like the Creator God who creates the heavens and the earth, within their domain, whatever the leader says is absolute truth. In the leader's space, if they declare the flow of space to be 100 times faster, then the flow of space indeed becomes 100 times faster. The Lord says that when flowers bloom, even if the plant itself does not bloom, it will still produce flowers. This is the Lord's power. The levels are only announced up to the Lord level, for Shen Yan does not know what the next level is. However, these levels are already sufficient. Shen Yan not only announced the levels and the identity of the martyrs, but also spent 10,000 points of subversion value to let the system evolve a few basic methods for body training, chi cultivation, and Dao cultivation. He discovered that the existence of alternate spaces was a hidden danger. Moreover, starting from March, it became evident that these alternate spaces were appearing more frequently. This can be seen from the alternate space of the Shadow Lord. Each master of an alternate space is at least of Lord level. Shen Yan must quickly enhance his strength, otherwise if he accidentally falls into an alternate space next time and encounters a powerful Lord, it would be too disgraceful for a time traveler. By releasing this level system, it allows the public to better understand the strength of the character he portrays, increasing their sense of identification with that character. Admiration is also a form of identification. Once they realize that the methods within can truly be cultivated, they are unlikely to doubt the character's strength. Shen Yan published the article titled Tianwenzi Dao chapter on the Tiandao website, using his identity as the administrator observer. The number of people following the Tiandao website has already exceeded 1 million, with several 100,000 individuals registered on the site. As the only administrator on the Tiandao website, whenever the observer publishes an article, everyone rushes to it, like dogs sniffing meat. They clicked on the article and read it carefully. The article written by the observer was not particularly grandiose, nor were the words embellished with ornate rhetoric. The writing was simple, more like recounting and recording a person's life. That person is Tianwenzi. From his astonishing talent and smooth cultivation journey to the mundane daily life and friendly interactions with his fellow disciples. This article recorded the life of a person named Tianwenzi. Tianwenzi's life at the beginning was undoubtedly that of a winner. He was exceptionally talented, deeply cultivated, and was greatly admired by countless disciples in the sect. From the disciples to the elders, they all praised him endlessly. His mentors were satisfied and even regarded him as the next successor of the sect. But Tianwenzi's ending was undoubtedly tragic. He was sacrificed, schemed against, and betrayed. In the end, he was suppressed and lay in eternal slumber underground. If it weren't for those 2 tomb raiders breaking in and disturbing the seal, he would have likely remained asleep indefinitely. In the text, although the observer depicted from Tianwenzi's perspective 1,000 years ago, even if it was just a fleeting glimpse, it portrayed a magnificent era that was breathtakingly appealing. The observer did not elaborate on Tianwenzi's inner thoughts. The phrases he left seemed more like notes recorded by, just like the observer's name, he observed each dynasty and emulated the perspectives of outstanding individuals recording their lives. Because it was not written by the person themselves, the article carried an inescapable style reminiscent of record data. Yet even so, it easily allowed viewers to immerse themselves. They smiled at the warm daily life depicted and felt anger when the protagonist was framed and schemed against. This is a newly established group, with members being individuals who follow the Tiandao website. Registering for this group serves to facilitate discussions about the matters on the Tiandao website and also to notify others of updates as soon as someone sees them. Tianai Meng Meng, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Wan Shitong, I feel like rushing into the book to tear those people to shreds. This is human nature. They abandoned their own morals to detoxify, yet forgot that those who could poison so many had long lost their humanity, and their ultimate fate is self-inflicted. Wanshitong, those behind the scenes are also vile. To put it bluntly, I really hope Tian Wenzi can take revenge. Oh, reading this makes me tear up. Such a unique character fell midway, and my mother is laughing at me for crying at my Tianai Mang Mang. I'm filled with rage right now. Oh, I just want to hit something to vent. It's so infuriating. What a bunch of— As a fan of Tian Wenzi, I wish I could jump into the book at that time and take revenge for him, even if it means going against the world. Wow, you changed your name. Tian Wenzi fan from now on. I am a fan of Tian Wenzi. A character like him deserves to be treated well. The era depicted by the author is so realistic that I truly believe there was such a time. What? You think this era doesn't exist? Then Tian Wenzi doesn't exist. The people of the Tianlai sect don't. If such cultivators really existed, then why haven't there been any signs of them now? Why haven't the people of the Tianlai— Moreover, although Tian Wenzi has become a corpse, his existence is in fact solid evidence. What I mean is, why were there no traces of them before? Not even any anecdotes, yet they are suddenly appearing frequently now. This is obvious. They must have been closed off before. The methods of such cultivators, as you've seen in the text, can be called terrestrial immortals without exaggeration. If they want to avoid the gaze of us mortals, it's not difficult at all. Tianai Mang Mang, seeing them argue fiercely, simply said, I'll read this article a few more times. The things depicted in here are just too interesting, and that cultivation method, I want to give it a try. What if I succeed? Tianai Mang Mang's words carried a hint of jest. The others took his words as a joke, and thus they stopped arguing and began to tease Tianai Mang Mang. You're not sure if it's real, yet you dare to practice. Aren't you afraid of going insane like it says in the book? Wanshitong, where's the person? You won't really practice it, will you? Tian Wenzi fan, I suddenly want to practice too. What if I really succeed and become a cultivator like the male god? The Tian Wenzi fan finished speaking and then went offline. In this world, people have never seen any books about practitioners. The writings of observers are incredibly novel to them. Out of curiosity, and with a sense of awe towards the practitioners depicted in the books, they begin to study the articles with great diligence. They become curious and yearn for the world of practitioners, as illustrated in the articles. Once someone aspires to become a practitioner, they will undoubtedly attempt the foundational cultivation methods described. After practicing for a while and discovering that they can truly cultivate some skills, they will have even more faith in the existence of the Tianlai sect and the practitioners who martyr themselves. Next, they simply wait for time to ferment. Shen Yan transformed into the appearance of the Illusionist. This time he did not wear a mask revealing his handsome face that had been hidden. The Illusionist wore a finely tailored suit exuding grace as he walked down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Some girls were captivated upon seeing him. One girl studying the arts secretly took a photo of the Illusionist and posted it to her friend's circle with the caption, "Such a gentleman should only be seen in paintings. I alone know his beauty." Written in the article, when water reaches the end of the sky, one is certainly not of the dust. The person on the road is like jade. This gentleman is unparalleled in the world. The Illusionist's mask bore a mocking smile, yet beneath the mask his face held no trace of a smile. His expression was devoid of emotion, as cold as a delicately crafted doll. Thus the girls watched from a distance, their hearts fluttering, yet none dared to approach. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A mouse the size of a kitten emerged from the sewer, swaggering past the feet of pedestrians. Oh, what a big mouse. The girls shrieked and hurriedly backed away. This mouse, larger than an ordinary one, showed no fear, casually wandering in front of many passers-by searching for something. A man with a girlfriend wanting to show off in front of her stepped forward to shoo it away. The mouse's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and without fear it lunged at him, biting his calf. The man cried out in pain. He kicked the mouse away, sending it crashing into a nearby advertisement board. This person was bitten by a mouse. His leg is bleeding. Should we take him to the hospital for a shot? Who knows if that mouse was carrying any disease? The people around began to murmur. They stepped back a few paces, keeping their distance from the mouse, fearing they would be bitten too. The man's girlfriend hurried to ask if he would. Meanwhile, the mouse, recovering from the dizziness of being hit, surprisingly did not flee. Instead, it squeaked angrily and charged at the man again. While protecting his girlfriend, the man raised his foot, intending to stomp on it. However, due to an injury on one foot, his movements were hindered, and he found himself unable to catch the agile mouse, which was about to bite him again. His girlfriend was screaming in distress. Suddenly, a playing card flew by. With a quick snap, it pierced through the mouse's body, slicing it in half. The playing card embedded itself deep into the ground. It was a king of spades stained with the blood of the mouse it had just— The onlookers were taken aback. Though the new playing card had sharp edges, how much strength and skill would it take to directly penetrate a mouse's body? The man, relieved to have escaped the ordeal, quickly looked towards the person who had thrown the playing card, wanting to thank them. It was none other than the strikingly handsome Illusionist, who had somehow conjured a deck of cards, skillfully manipulating them. The playing cards danced under his control, his shuffling technique exquisite, with the cards flying gracefully, yet never escaping his grasp. The dazzling card-shuffling performance resembled a magic show, utterly captivating. The crowd generously showered him with applause. Wow, he plays cards so well. His hands are so nimble. He's like an elegant magician. Goodness, such a handsome and talented person. I have completely fallen for him. The stunning card-shuffling skills captured everyone's attention, causing them to overlook how such a small playing card could possess such lethal power. If a mouse could be sliced through so easily, what about a person's throat? Yet the remarkable card performance dazzled them, leaving them in a state of awe and admiration. A faint smile tugged at the illusionist's lips. That was only when performing in front of others that he felt a sense of joy. Habitually, as he finished his shuffling, he took a bow, saying a perfect shuffle is also an art. The crowd erupted into applause once more. Brilliant. Do it again. The illusionist glanced at the lifeless mouse on the ground. After thanking him, the man who had been bitten was already being pulled away by his girlfriend to the hospital for a shot. After the performance, the illusionist departed from the scene. Some girls wanted to approach him for his contact information, but he quickly blended into the crowd, vanishing with a turn. Oh, why didn't I ask him for his number earlier? A girl lamented. Such a handsome and graceful man, if missed, who knows if they would meet again. The illusionist left the crowded area. Shen Yan had his reasons for coming here. He had previously instructed the system to detect the trajectory of the anomaly space, so he could know in advance when it would appear. Each detection required 1,000 overturning points. Just then it detected an anomaly space that was about to open. The anomaly space would appear in the evening. He couldn't linger there too long, or he would raise suspicion. So during the time before the anomaly space appeared, Shen Yan took on the guise of the illusionist, strolling along this street. This way, even if suspicion arose, it would be directed towards the illusionist. And what did it have to do with him, Shen Yan? The illusionist continued walking up the street, where many shops lined both sides. One shop in particular caught the illusionist's attention. Located at the edge of the street, it had a large storefront remarkably adorned with vibrant colors. Flowers and green leaves flourished at the entrance, their fragrance bringing joy to those who inhaled it. It was a flower shop. What attracted the illusionist were the perfectly blooming flowers. The illusionist entered the flower shop. Inside, a youthful-looking shopkeeper was busy arranging a large bouquet of... Upon hearing someone enter, she quickly looked up and offered the illusionist a somewhat shy smile, saying, "Hello, are you here to buy flowers?" After entering the flower shop, the illusionist gazed at the bouquet in her hands and spoke with graceful courtesy. A flower is perfect only before it begins to fade. He extended his hand and accepted the bouquet from the florist. Mo Xiaoya tilted her head, slightly puzzled. She had no idea what this peculiar customer intended. When she first saw the illusionist, a flicker of quiet admiration lit her face, the kind evoked by rare beauty, much like her own fondness for these luxuriant, blooming flowers. "Do you favor lilies? You may purchase a bouquet. This one costs 350 yuan. The illusionist declined to buy it. He was accustomed to the silent companionship of cold puppets. He himself was the singular azure lotus. Before him, all other blossoms inevitably paled. Without a word, the illusionist set the flowers down and left the shop. Mo Xiaoya scratched her cheek, cocked her head, blinked, and finally bent to lift the bouquet from the floor. She arranged it in a nearby vase. What an odd man. After walking the streets for some time, the illusionist realized his presence drew far too much attention, chiefly due to his unervingly exquisite ethereal beauty. So he wove a subtle illusion around himself, rendering others perceive him as an ordinary passerby, indifferent to his face. Only then did he finally slip free from the weight of countless gazes. He crouched upon a flower bed. From the grass emerged a gaunt black cat. Its fur was matted, filthy, knotted into ragged clumps, pitiful to behold. Its eyes held wary hesitation as it watched the illusionist perched on the flower bed, torn between curiosity and fear. The illusionist raised his hand. The cat bolted back into the undergrowth, reappearing only after a long, tense silence. Then he curled his fingers into a loose fist and extended it toward the cat. The cat's gaze remained guarded, edged with apprehension, yet it crept forward, sniffing cautiously. Still, its stiff posture betrayed that any sudden movement would send it fleeing instantly. The illusionist opened his palm, and miraculously a small bag of cat food appeared there. He tore open the package. The moment the scent wafted out, the cat abandoned its wariness and devoured the food ravenously, head bowed, utterly absorbed. This humble sustenance cost Shen Yan but a sliver of subversion points, a trifling expense while he waited idly, passing time. After eating, the cat's suspicion softened considerably. It settled beside the illusionist, licking its paws and delicately washing its face with them. As it lifted a paw, its belly was briefly exposed, its dark fur concealing wounds all too well. Yet the illusionist's perception was razor-sharp. This cat bore grievous injuries. Cats are fastidious by nature. If not for wounds too severe to groom, they maintain immaculate coats. Seizing the moment when the cat was distracted, the illusionist gently grasped the scruff of its neck to inspect the injury. The wound showed signs of tearing, resembling a bite mark. The dental pattern suggested a rat. The illusionist tapped the cat's nose lightly. Bitten by a rat. Truly a disgrace to feline dignity. Mew. The cat retorted with an indignant cry. Squeak. Another enormous rat darted from the grass. Perhaps nourished too well, this rodent rivaled an adult cat in size. Were rats here simply bred to such unnatural proportions? No wonder. They're southern rats, the illusionist mused inwardly. He had paid the creature no mind, until it caught the cat's scent and abruptly wheeled toward them. Ordinarily, even the boldest rat flees at the mere whiff of a feline. Few dare challenge one outright. The illusionist released the black cat, now bristling, its fur standing on end. It faced the rat squarely, back arched high, every hair electrified with tension, a stance uncommon among cats confronting prey. Most would toy with their quarry, languid and unbothered. Yet this rat, seeing the cat's fierce posture, did not retreat. Instead it shrieked and charged forward. Its teeth gleamed sharp and cruel, its blood-red eyes glinted with cold predatory malice, as if it viewed the black cat not as a hunter, but as quarry. Observing the cat's desperate vigilance, the illusionist summoned a playing card. Once again the king of spades, though now pristine, free of bloodstains. As the rat lunged mere steps from the cat, its hulking frame matched the feline's in sheer size. The illusionist, the card sliced through the air, and with a soft, decisive thwip, severed the rat's head clean off. The cat's bristled fur slowly smoothed. Curious, it padded forward, nudging the corpse with a paw, then sniffed it intently. Once it confirmed the creature lay. Finally it sneezed, licked its nose, and turned away, evidently sated by its earlier meal with no appetite for. The illusionist made no move to reclaim the card. The cat reached out, batting playfully at it with a delicate paw. "Are rats here truly so brazen?" he murmured, daring to threaten both humans and cats. Though southern rats were known for their robust stature, this one was grotesquely oversized. Unnatural. System, does this anomaly stem from the incursion of the alternate dimension? Beep. 5 subversion points deducted. Scanning initiated. Scan complete. Residual energy from the alternate dimension detected within this rodent. Thus its monstrous growth and savage temperament were indeed consequences of the dimensional breach. And likely it was not an isolated case. Shen Yan had been in the city only a short while, yet already encountered 2 such mutated rats. This metropolis housed over 10 million souls. Its daily waste could sustain millions of rodents. Should the entire subterranean rat population undergo such mutation, catastrophe would follow. Yet Shen Yan could hardly descend into sewers to purge them all. Moreover, his current puppet count neared 900. Though these rats had mutated, none yet attained human tier classification. He refused to degrade his artistry with such unworthy vessels. He would wait until nightfall. When this localized dimensional rift manifested, he would seal it and perhaps restore balance. Shen Yan rose from the flowerbed. The black cat had vanished, vanishing into the city's unseen currents. Dimensional rifts opened without warning. Before emergence, they leaked faint traces of energy, thin threads weaving open a passage between worlds. It was precisely this residual flux that enabled the system to detect them in advance. Night descended swiftly. Street lamps flared to life. Even after dusk, pedestrians thronged the avenues. Moments before the rift's aperture widened, the ambient energy thickened palpably. Shen Yan sensed it instantly, a dense humming pressure in the air. However, ordinary people are unaware of the existence of these energies. The energy in the alternate space is changing. People around continue to come and go, and there are quite a few vehicles on the road. At this moment, even if one were to jump out and shout that the alternate space was about to open, it is likely that no one would believe it. If they did believe it, the vehicles might panic and drive recklessly, causing even more harm. Thus Shen Yan simply stood quietly in the most chaotic area of the alternate space energy. Here it was the most likely place to fall into the alternate space. When the time predicted by the system for the alternate space to open arrived, a momentary chaos erupted in the surrounding space. In that instant, within a radius of about 100 meters from where Shen Yan stood, there were more than 10 people in vehicles and pedestrians. They were the closest to the point of the alternate space opening, making them the most likely individuals to fall into it. However, this time it was already past 9:58. Shen Yan stood on the street with a solemn expression, the pedestrians around him showing no signs of abnormality, and no one or anything suddenly vanished. System, didn't you detect that the alternate space would open at 9:58? It's already 59 minutes now. Host, the system detected no errors. The alternate space has indeed opened. If the alternate space is open, then why are we still standing here? Shen Yan suddenly realized something. He sensed the energy fluctuations around him. So that's how it is. The alternate space had indeed opened, but this alternate space was different from others. It was masterless. A masterless space can only be controlled by those at the Lord level, and these were merely ordinary people who were fundamentally unqualified to step inside. Although the Illusionist's combat power surpassed that of an average Lord, he was still a heavenly figure. Until he advanced, no matter how formidable his power in the eyes of the alternate space, he was still a heavenly being. Being a heavenly being, he could not enter a masterless alternate space. Shen Yan did not want to switch to being a martyr at this moment. So he asked the system what conditions are required for a character to advance. Host, you need to consume 20,000 overturn points and complete the script assigned by the system. Time was of the essence for advancing the rank of the Illusionist, and Shen Yan was also curious about how powerful the Illusionist would become after the promotion. Begin the promotion. Ding. Consuming 20,000 overturn points, the qualification for advancing the Illusionist from Heavenly to Lord level is activated. A promotion script is generated, and it must be acted out according to the script, otherwise the promotion will fail. The script is as follows: the Illusionist was once a perfectionist, but his actions were reckless and ostentatious, thus making many enemies. The Zhao family intends to obtain the secret of controlling puppets from the Illusionist, uniting several families. Please perfectly escape under the pursuit of the Zhao family and others. To deal with the heavenly level Illusionist, the Zhao family has spent a huge amount of money to invite a Lord level powerhouse. Please escape perfectly under the pursuit of the Lord. The escape process must be live streamed in its entirety. If any actions contradict the Illusionist's character, the promotion will fail. Shall I immediately activate the promotion script? Shen Yan carefully read through the script. It was neither too easy nor too difficult. What constituted a perfect wasn't a normal escape sufficient. Moreover, the requirement not to act against the illusionist character meant he could not utilize the abilities of a martyr this time. Shen Yan closed his eyes and mentally reviewed the script. In the end, he first left the street. This busy road had many people coming and going, and once the script was activated, accidental injuries might occur. He needed to find a more suitable place. The illusionist summoned a blackbird puppet. He sat upon it. The puppet flapped its wings and soared into the sky with the illusionist. The illusionist controlled the puppet circling above. There were people everywhere in the city. It was hard to find a place devoid of, unless he could run outside the city. But time was running out, and Shen Yan did not want to stray too far from the alternate space, fearing that other changes might occur. Thus, the illusionist controlled the puppet to fly to the roof of a factory. The puppet stood beside him, folding its wings and obediently crouching. "Let's begin," Shen Yan said to the system. At the same time, he conjured a mask and donned it on his face. This mask still bore the visage of a clown with a mocking grin on its lips. His attire transformed from a finely tailored suit to a flowing theatrical costume. With a cloak adorned with azure flames, it billowed in the wind. The flames occasionally flickered out tiny blue glimmers like fireflies scattering in the air. The scene was beautiful. Once the live stream began, hundreds of thousands of viewers instantly poured in, witnessing the illusionist standing against the wind under the night sky. Isn't this the stage master that a streamer encountered after falling into the alternate space? A self-proclaimed artist. Why is the Heavenly Path website live streaming him this time? Could it be that this place is within the alternate space? Since our last separation, we thought we would never see the artist again, but unexpectedly, we can still see him on the Heavenly Path website. The Heavenly Path website is truly remarkable, capable of live streaming scenes from the alternate space. Wait a minute, fellow water friends, look at the distant background. Those lights and shadows seem a bit familiar. Damn, this is B-City. This is indeed B-City. Isn't the artist someone from the alternate space? Perhaps the artist is not from the alternate space. The live stream erupted with excitement, the presence of the illusionist acting like a bombshell, leaving everyone in confusion. The illusionist stood quietly here. With him, there was only a puppet by his side. To everyone who saw this scene felt a sense of loneliness and desolation. What was the illusionist doing standing here? Was he admiring the scenery? Or was he lost in thought? Or perhaps just daydreaming? No one could know. Just like the illusionist himself, he was an enigma that was impossible to see through. You hide in the dark, no audience will love you. The illusionist extended his hand, and everyone clearly saw the ruby ring he wore. Pairing it with his pale, slender fingers made it even more pleasing to the eye. This gem hides in the dark. No one will discover its radiance, and then it is merely a stone. The netizens were perplexed. What did the artist mean by this? What is hidden in the dark? In the next moment, the person hidden in the dark revealed himself. The Zhao family had made significant efforts. They not only invited a Lord-level powerhouse, but also many heavenly-level experts, including their own powerful members, totaling 10 heavenly beings. The Lord had not appeared, likely keeping his cards close to his chest. In their view, sending 10 heavenly beings to deal with a single heavenly-level illusionist was already a high estimation of his strength. In front stood a member of the Zhao family, followed by several others from different families. The leading Zhao family member had an unsightly expression as soon as he appeared. After all, being openly mocked like this was hard for a heavenly-level expert to bear. "You wearing a mask? How dare you accuse us of hiding in the shadows?" The heavenly-level expert from the Zhao family retorted. The illusion master touched the mask on his face and said, "Everyone wears a mask. I merely crafted my own, and mine is more exquisite than theirs." Hiding your head and showing your tail. The Zhao family expert seized on this point without letting go. The illusion master shrugged. "I only reveal my true face to my audience." The expression on the Zhao family expert's face darkened. The illusion master's words clearly looked down on them. "Illusion master, I advise you to hand over the cultivation manual for controlling puppets, or you won't leave here easily today." The other heavenly-level experts began to shout. 10 heavenly-level experts formed a surrounding circle, some hovering in the air, while others stood on flying beasts, their attitudes aggressive and intimidating. The illusion master tilted his head. "Manual? What is a manual?" The large black bird beside him tilted its head in response, letting out a series of quacks. The heavenly-level experts surrounding the illusion master darkened their expressions. "Illusion master, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The illusion master extended his hand. The black bird stood up beside him, its wings spread, towering over a person with wings extending over 10 meters long. It took to the air. The heavenly-level experts immediately took a defensive stance, fearing that the illusion master might slip away in a moment of inattention. The black bird merely circled around the illusion master, who showed no intention of fleeing. The illusion master seemed unconcerned by them, even with 10 heavenly-level experts facing him. "Humph." The illusion master hummed a cheerful tune, the smiling face on his mask concealing his true expression, as if he were laughing because the mask was laughing. Foolish people never understand the existence of genius. They always think their thoughts are the same as those of geniuses and attempt to comprehend their actions. Haha, forgive my laughter. Whenever I see such fools, I cannot help it. The Zhao family expert's face turned red, then white, then pale, as if he had been struck hard in the face. You The Zhao family expert held back his anger. You're nothing but a madman. A useless person expelled by the river of forgetfulness. Madman. They call me a madman. Artists are all called madmen. I often wonder why they think a group of fools can understand the thoughts. Later I realized that if they could recognize their mistakes, they wouldn't be fools anymore. The Zhao family expert was furious and was about to continue debating with the illusion master when someone behind him interrupted. Look at his attitude. He clearly doesn't want to hand over the manual. We needn't delay here. Let's go. People who reach the heavenly level are not simple. Their strength is formidable. In any family, they are figures capable of dominating a region. The Zhao family managed to gather 10 heavenly level experts at a great cost. What the Zhao family sought was not just the Illusion Master's manual. They also sought a mysterious relic related to the Illusion Master. However, the Zhao family only revealed the matter of the Illusion Master possessing an extraordinary manual, saying nothing of the relic. The Zhao family concealed this tightly. Even several families cooperating with them were unaware of it. The Zhao family expert waved his hand. Attack. The 10 heavenly level experts instantly unleashed their best skills attacking the Illusion Master. The Illusion Master quietly watched them. He didn't even summon puppets. The Illusion Master possessed more than just 10 heavenly level puppets. He even had a Lord level puppet. If the Zhao family knew the strength of his puppets, they wouldn't dare provoke him. The so-called perfect escape. How could it compare to eliminating all the pursuers and leaving leisurely? The curtain rises. At this moment, who is the one dancing on stage? A knife accompanied by the sound of tearing space, sliced through like a brilliant meteor. The speed was incredible, vanishing in an instant. The Illusion Master's pupils reflected this meteor. The blade's light was beautiful, but it carried a strong intent to kill, ruining the scene. Several formations rose instantly, enveloping the entire space. Once the formations took shape, even if the factory were blown up, those outside wouldn't hear or see a thing. Countless spells and weapons bombarded the Illusion Master. Even a lord wouldn't dare withstand the full force of 10 heavenly level experts. The Illusion Master still did not move. He let all those attacks strike him. The faces of those experts turned to expressions of shock. This? Impossible. All the attacks seemed to strike the void, passing through the Illusion Master's body without inflicting any harm. Instead, the factory beneath the Illusion Master's feet was struck by dozens of attacks, collapsing into ruins with a loud rumble. The ground formed a deep pit over 10 meters wide. Suddenly, azure flames ignited around the Illusion Master. He transformed into azure flames, gradually melting away, and then a gigantic azure lotus bloomed in his place. This enormous azure lotus carried profound and mysterious implications, as if it contained the ultimate laws. Anyone who could catch a glimpse of it would be able to ascend instantly. When the 10 heavenly level experts saw this azure lotus, their gazes became glued to it. Their faces revealed a crazed expression filled with greed for the supreme secret arts, as they desperately tried to observe and comprehend the laws within. Meanwhile, the Illusion Master's figure silently appeared to their right. Seeing the crazed expressions on their faces, the Illusion Master extended his hand. One day my genius will surely be understood, just as my works are pure and perfect. The Illusion Master's hands were exquisite, a masterpiece carved by the divine, yet at this moment, they held invisible threads. These hands controlled life. They also deprived life. What appeared to be a perfect work of art had now transformed into a weapon of murder. I am the silent singer, the dancer without legs. The puppets sing and dance for me. The 10 heavenly level experts seemed bound by invisible puppet strings. The Illusion Master's fingers moved lightly. They began to dance in response. The faces of those heavenly level experts still carried a crazed expression. Their dance was comical and grotesque, akin to clowns performing in a circus. It was amusing. Yet none of the viewers watching this live broadcast laughed. Instead, an indescribable sense of eeriness crept up their spines. Everyone felt as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. Such a bizarre and dangerous existence, his presence was utterly insane, as sometimes the actions of the illusionist were incomprehensible. Whether it was his words or his actions, he existed in a realm between madness and clarity. Often the behavior of the illusionist made one feel that he was nothing but a madman obsessively devoted to art and perfection. Madmen do not comprehend what is conventional. The abilities and methods of the illusionist often defy common sense. His powers are shrouded in mystery and might. People tend to feel fear and dread towards the unknown. Just as people often reject those geniuses who stand at heights they cannot fathom, deeming their actions as bizarre and eccentric. They will isolate and reject. Geniuses are often solitary. While everyone else is anxious and fearful over there, the illusionist does not cease his actions. His voice gradually took on a sickly, deep tone. Your lives are worth nothing before me. This statement hung in the air like a whisper. In an instant, 10 celestial level beings ceased all movement. An eerie smile adorned their faces, seemingly satisfied, as if they were not facing death, but rather ecstasy. Thus, under the gaze of many, 10 individuals stopped breathing. 10 celestial level beings. Perhaps before no one knew what the celestial level represented, but now after the observer revealed the cultivation methods, everyone understood what it meant. 10 celestial beings were thus effortlessly stripped of their lives by the illusionist, who didn't even need to use his most adept puppetry. Clap. This sound awakened everyone from their terror. Then right before their eyes, the 10 individuals transformed into lifelike puppets resembling real people but made of wood. Meanwhile, the Lord-level figure that was supposed to act as a backup never appeared. The entire celestial-level force summoned by the Zhao family was annihilated. A perfect performance, too bad there are no spectators, otherwise my talent would surely be breathtaking. The Illusionist bowed as if to an audience that did not exist. Previously, in the alternate dimension, the things that the Illusionist turned into puppets could still be described as monsters, not humans. Even if they were humans, they were already possessed by monsters. As long as they were not human, the Illusionist could turn them into puppets without any feeling of remorse. But now they could no longer argue or deceive themselves. These were 10 living beings, capable of speech and movement, 10 flesh and blood individuals. In the eyes of the Illusionist, they were worth nothing. To turn them into puppets was a mere flick of his wrist. The Illusionist showed no hesitation and seemed to take pleasure in it, viewing death and puppetry as a unique art form satisfied only by perfect works. This was a reckless, unrestrained individual, a madman who could not be bound, understood, or controlled. He was not as admirable as one might imagine. If the martyr had his principles, it was that he would never harm kind-hearted individuals. Then with the Illusionist, no one could anticipate his next move. He was an existence that defied logic and transcended all rules. Never provoke. This was the thought that took root in the minds of all those watching the live stream on their computers and phones. If they had to choose between the martyr and the Illusionist, they would rather provoke the martyr than anger this madman. After all, the martyr might not take action, but the Illusionist would definitely strike. Moral constraints and common sense. A large black bird circled around him, while the puppets, once celestial beings, wore smiles on their faces. The exquisite craftsmanship of the puppets allowed one to clearly see each individual's facial expressions. They had transformed from living beings into puppets under the Illusionist's control. Perhaps these celestial beings never anticipated that they would meet such a fate. After the initial shock, the netizens began to discuss the reasons for these people's appearance. Who are these people? I don't know, I checked, but the Heavenly Path website hasn't revealed their identities. The reason the netizens in the livestream knew these 10 individuals were celestial level was that as soon as they appeared, the livestream marked them with the words, celestial level. Everyone could see. Illusionist. So the artist's name is Illusionist. Illusionist. Just hearing that name feels mysterious and enchanting. It truly suits his identity. What about those women who clamored to like the Illusionist? Why haven't they shown up? They must have been scared silly. I must say, stripping away the Illusionist's actions, his abilities are indeed formidable, worthy of admiration. The Illusionist quietly departed. His disappearance was like a drop of water merging into darkness. No one noticed when he left. In the livestream, only the factory, now reduced to ruins with a massive crater in the middle, remained. As the formation dissipated, several police cars swiftly arrived. At this point, regardless of how much the netizens refused to believe, they had to accept that this was not a hell of despair, but reality. The Illusionist had already left the alternate dimension. Perhaps the Illusionist was never a being of the alternate dimension. The previous incident should have been like that of the broadcaster merely accidentally falling into the alternate dimension. They were unaware that the last time the Illusionist had defeated the master of the alternate dimension, allowing the broadcaster to escape. Otherwise, they would have been even more amazed by the Illusionist's power. The livestream was unable to capture the Illusionist's figure any longer. The scene shifted to a high-rise building where a group of people sat in a spacious and bright office. Sitting at the head of the table was Zhao Biao, the head of the Zhao family, who initiated this operation. His face was extremely grim. Lord Yin, you promised to take action. Why have you gone back on your word and stood by idly? Lord Yin appeared to be a rather handsome man in his 20s or early 30s. He casually replied, you didn't mention that the target was someone as troublesome as the Illusionist. Do you know that at the time Wan Chuan dispatched 3 lords to capture him, yet he still managed to escape? Zhao Biao's expression changed. 3 lords. If it were him, not to mention 3 lords, even one would be enough for him to struggle to escape. Not only Zhao Biao, but the expressions of others also turned grim. Master Zhao, you said that the Illusionist is merely of the heavenly level and possesses an extraordinary secret technique. We invested both money and manpower under that pretense, yet now we have suffered heavy losses. Shouldn't Master Zhao offer some compensation? The people of the Li family stood up in agreement. This time the Li family lost a heavenly level guardian and 500 million spent to invite other heavenly level experts alongside countless promised resources. If they cannot recover their losses, it would undoubtedly be a serious blow to the Li family. Thus they had no choice but to direct their blame at the Zhao family, the instigator of this incident. Not just the Li family, the Qian family, Wang family, and Bai family also suffered significant financial losses. Especially for the Wang and Bai families, they too lost a heavenly level powerhouse. This left the leaders of the 2 families with unsightly expressions. Zhao Biao was displeased when he approached them initially. They had all agreed without hesitation. Moreover, when engaging in such matters, shouldn't risks and losses be considered? Why should the Zhao family bear the cost? The Zhao family also incurred significant losses. Zhao Biao said, the Illusionist's strength is indeed at the heavenly level. The Zhao family did not deceive you. Who could have known that a mere heavenly level would cause so many of us to suffer losses at his hands? The implication was clear. The Zhao family had not deceived them. The strength was real, and so was the secret technique. The Illusionist's ability to take on 10 opponents and his unrivaled prowess at the same level hinted at the existence of the technique. Otherwise, how could the Illusionist be so powerful? A genius. They would not buy into such claims. They believed even more that the Illusionist possessed a secret technique capable of enhancing his strength, especially when considering the mysterious and peculiar puppet technique he wielded. The existence of the secret technique was almost certain. The question was, how could they obtain that technique from this peculiar? Lord Yan said, "Don't look at me, I have no desire to provoke such a monster. I will return half of the money you paid me and consider the other half as compensation for my trouble traveling here." After Lord Yan finished speaking, he left the office. He only returned half of the money, which left those present feeling furious, yet powerless. However, they knew that even if Lord Yan returned nothing, they could do nothing against him. The title of Lord was enough to dispel any wicked thoughts. "Master Zhao, we can no longer rely on Lord Yan. What are your next plans?" asked the Li family head. The Wang and Shen families were equally concerned about the forthcoming plans. Only the Bai family appeared somewhat indifferent. Zhao Biao chuckled softly. "Everyone, do not worry. Recently, I have already contacted the people from Wanchuan. Upon learning of the Illusionist's existence, they expressed their intent to immediately send people here to capture him." The heads of the Qian Wang and Li families exchanged glances. If the people from Wanchuan intervene, will there still be a share for us in the secret technique? The strength of Wanchuan far surpassed all their families combined. Once Wanchuan became involved, they would not only lose the secret technique, but probably everything else as well. Zhao Biao, however, appeared completely unconcerned. Rest assured, what kind of force is Wanchuan? Would they care about such a trivial secret technique? Moreover, when I contacted Wanchuan before, they stated that they only wanted the Illusionist. The rest could be left to us to deal with. After Zhao Biao said this, the others were intrigued. With the risks being borne by Wanchuan, they could simply reap the benefits from behind. It was indeed a rather good plan. However, during their discussion, the Bai family stood up. "Sorry, we the Bai family will withdraw from this operation." The Qian Wang and Li families were all astonished. Even Zhao Biao was somewhat surprised. No one expected the Bai family to withdraw at this moment. "What's wrong, brother Bai? Did a small setback scare your courage away?" The head of the Li family expressed dissatisfaction, looking down on the Bai family. The Bai family, being the weakest among the five, losing a heavenly level powerhouse would not be surprising if it caused them to retreat. The current head of the Bai family was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, wearing glasses, exuding a gentle demeanor, and often wearing a warm smile. Seeing the Bai family's demeanor, one could tell that he was a soft-hearted person who sought harmony in every matter. If it weren't for Zhao Biao taking the lead this time, and the other three families getting involved, the Bai family would not have participated, fearing to offend the four families. It was likely that the Bai family would not have engaged in this matter at all. Now that they had lost a heavenly level powerhouse and a substantial amount of money, their withdrawal at this moment left the other four families with little to say. Indeed, after the Bai family withdrew, the other four families said nothing, only mocking the Bai family for their cowardice. Once the secret technique was in hand, they would definitely not share it with the Bai family. Even though the Bai family had contributed previously, their withdrawal meant they would no longer have a share in the secret technique. The four families plotted quietly. Little did they expect that all their discussions were being live-streamed by the Tiandao website, with over 6 million viewers currently watching the broadcast. Moreover, in the live-stream chat, there were surely people from the state observing secretly. After all, with the Tiandao website causing such a sensation, the state could not possibly overlook it. It was estimated that state personnel were already investigating the families involved in this matter. After hearing the words from the remaining four families, the netizens were all filled with fury. These despicable people. No way. What era is it now, and there are still people playing these tricks? They are not like us ordinary people. They believe in the doctrine of the strong being revered. Will the Illusionist be alright? We can only watch, we can't help him, as those people are clearly from a different world than ours. What do you think if, I'm saying if, in the future more and more such powerful beings emerge, how will they treat us ordinary? Yet ever since the abyss of despair appeared, all sorts of things have emerged in the world. If in the future everything is dominated by these powerful beings, what will happen to our status as ordinary people? Damn, I need to work hard to learn those cultivation techniques and strive to become a cultivator. He'll cultivate too, at least I want to keep my own fate in my hands. The Tiandao website is so mysterious. Perhaps the cultivation techniques revealed by the observers are a glimmer of opportunity for us ordinary people. As soon as this was said, many people instantly reopened the article released by the observer and began to practice according to the methods outlined. Whether this book is true or not, who knows without trying? What if it's real? Cultivating could strengthen the body and grant self-protection capabilities. Everyone firmly resolved to pursue this path. One must diligently cultivate, not seeking great achievements, but at least being able to protect one's loved ones. The head of the Intelligence Special Operations team asked his subordinates, "Have you gathered information on these families?" Several members of the team were sweating profusely. "Leader, we have found several families you mentioned. On the surface, they appear unproblematic. At least online, there seems to be no connection between them and the families in the live broadcast." The investigation naturally focused on the Zhao, Qian, Wang, Li, and Bai families. Not mentioning these 5 families that are related to cultivators, the state wants to make contact with individuals in this field. Considering the methods of these 5 families, it is indeed difficult to engage with them. The Xia nation must remain cautious. Unfortunately, the investigation lasted all night. Although we found several families with the same surname on the surface, they appear completely normal. They do not show any unusual traits compared to ordinary people. Even though they have some extreme behaviors and have crossed lines, they have not employed any powers beyond reason. Continue to follow up. These 5 families are the primary suspects. Understood, leader. The script arranged by the system is naturally based on the existing family powers. Of course, the individuals among the 5 families who possess cultivators are mere tools in the script arranged by the system. However, their identities are definitely worthy of scrutiny. Even if the state continues its investigation, it will discover that the 5 families appearing in the live broadcast are indeed significantly related to the real families. The real 5 families are actually a splinter group, though they remain unaware of the existence of their main family. Meanwhile, the Bai family has withdrawn from the operation. The other 4 families, however, are determined to leverage the power of Wang Chuan to capture the Illusionist. They are envious of the Illusionist's mysterious puppet techniques, each hoping to obtain it to strengthen their own families. As long as the Zhao Qian Wang and Li families do not give up on pursuing the Illusionist script cannot be considered complete. This means the Illusionist must face the combined forces of 4 families and a superfamily. Each of the 4 families can dispatch 10 heavenly-level cultivators and can even invite a Lord-level figure for support. The formidable Wang Chuan will surely not be so simple. Previously, the Cloud Lord revealed that Wang Chuan had sent 3 lords to pursue the Illusionist, but unfortunately the Illusionist escaped. This time Wang Chuan must be fully prepared and confident in capturing the Illusionist. Otherwise they would not act so readily. This time, conservatively estimating, Wang Chuan will at least dispatch 4 or more lords for the capture. The Illusionist arrived at the outskirts of the city. While being pursued, he still had the leisure to play with rabbits in the countryside. A group of over 10 white rabbits sat in front of the Illusionist. The Illusionist, holding a violin, was serenading the rabbits. When the camera of the live broadcast panned to this scene, everyone was left speechless. Goodness, everyone was worried whether the Illusionist could escape the joint pursuit of several families. Instead, the object of their concern was here, playing the violin for rabbits. From this sight, there was no hint of worry or anxiety. Could it be that the Emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are? The Illusionist paused. He had heard the sounds of the pursuers approaching. Why is it that there are always interruptions during my... The rabbits seemed to sense the murderous aura in the air. They quickly scattered, fleeing from the dangerous area. Sigh. The Illusionist shook his head and sighed. He put away the violin and then flipped his hand, revealing a palm-sized bell in his palm. For whom does the death knell toll? The Illusionist tossed the bell into the sky. As soon as the palm-sized bell left the Illusionist's hand, it began to grow with the wind. From the size of a palm, it grew to a height greater than 2 people floating in the air, motionless. Swish, 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 swish. This time the enemies did not waste words. They did not even show their faces, but unleashed countless sharp arrows direct. The arrows, imbued with runes, posed considerable lethality even against heavenly-level opponents. The arrows fell like rain, creating an inescapable onslaught. The Illusionist did not need to dodge. Clang, clang, clang. Countless arrows pierced the ground, embedding themselves halfway into the earth. In a short while, the ground was filled with haphazardly positioned arrows, densely packed. These arrows passed through the Illusionist's body. Yet they did not harm the Illusionist. This was merely an illusion conjured by him. It was not a physical body, thus it could not... Oh, the long-lost taste of slaughter, it inspires my creativity, haha. I have a premonition this will be a legendary performance. Everyone take your places, all of you take your places. The Illusionist suddenly raised his hand, making a gesture for the opening. His behavior was strange, tinged with a pathological madness, leaving others bewildered. Indeed, artists are often mad, and such madness cannot be understood with common logic. You are just as unfathomable as before. Wang Chuan's people have made a grand move this time, dispatching a total of 5 lords. This time they are confident that the Illusionist cannot escape from the 5 lords. This is an impossible feat. Even the most powerful heavenly-level cultivator able to defeat a lord is an extraordinary existence. To deal with 5 lords with heavenly-level strength, that is wishful thinking. Even the Illusionist cannot achieve that. Hence the task is labeled as escape rather than defeat. The heavenly-level pursuit poses no threat to the Illusionist. It is the pursuit by Wang Chuan that is the most challenging aspect of this advancement script. The actors are already in position. Oh, what about the audience? The audience is also in position. The Illusionist paid no attention to this. He immersed himself in his art, preparing for a perfect performance. And for a performance, not only the actors are essential, but the audience is indispensable as well. Otherwise, the performance would be imperfect. Unfortunately, at present, all the rabbits within 100 miles have been scared away by the aura emitted by Wang Chuan's lords. It is likely that no animal can be found. The Illusionist's intention to catch an animal for an audience was dashed. However, when the Illusionist looked up towards the void, everyone felt as if the Illusionist was making eye contact with them through an imaginary lens as his words echoed. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What did he mean by the audience is already in place? Besides the Illusionist himself, there were only the 5 lords from Wang Chuan. Given the Illusionist's usual character, he likely sees those lords as actors, possibly even as clowns. But what of the audience? A guy watching the live stream was startled by the words of the Illusion Master. He felt as if the Illusion Master looked through the screen and saw him, causing him to punch and shatter the computer screen in front of him. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Could it be that the Illusion Master really sensed the existence of the live stream? No way, right? All the viewers watching the live stream were both shocked and horrified. They previously thought the Illusion Master could not see the live stream and did not know that anyone was watching him, which is why they dared to speak freely in the chat. Some people who disapproved of the Illusion Master's actions had the intention to criticize him from a moral high ground. However, after this scare, everyone was too afraid to speak freely, especially those keyboard warriors who had insulted and criticized the Illusion Master. The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly became sparse. Among the lords from Wangchuan 3 were the ones who had previously pursued the Illusion Master and had crossed paths with him. Illusion Master, you stole the supreme secrets of Wangchuan and repeatedly refused to be captured, fleeing from Wangchuan. Do you not feel ashamed of Wangchuan's careful cultivation of you? The Sword Master scolded the Illusion Master loudly. At the same time, the other 4 lords were setting up an array to break the illusion in this space. They were preventing the Illusion Master from escaping using his illusion techniques. Last time, the Illusion Master also escaped by using illusions, and they had chased after a false illusion for a whole day without realizing it was fake. In the end, the Illusion Master managed to escape. Because of this, the others in Wangchuan laughed at the 3 lords for a long time. This time, they absolutely could not repeat the same mistake. The Illusion Master exclaimed, "Oh no." As the array to break the illusion was unleashed, his figure flickered for a moment. Then he became transparent and gradually disappeared from his original spot. Not far away, a true Illusion Master revealed his form from beneath the cover of the illusion. The Sword Master curled his lips, breaking into a smug smile. Illusions can only deceive those who do not understand them. Once there is an array or technique specifically targeting illusions, the illusion is as fragile as paper, easily pierced. The viewers in the live stream were anxious. It's over. The Illusion Master's illusion has been broken. Why hasn't he summoned his puppets yet? Did you not hear what this lord said? That puppet technique was stolen by the Illusion Master from Wangchuan. He probably feels embarrassed to bring them out. Otherwise, how could a heaven-ranked individual possibly possess such a mysterious puppet technique? Exactly. Wangchuan's secrets are known to Wangchuan's lords. Showcasing them would be like boasting in front of an head. This Illusion Master is just a despicable thief. He will likely be captured by Wangchuan soon and locked away for— Most people in the live stream believed the words of the lords. After all, with the influence of 5 lords, Wangchuan's power and background could not be overlooked. How could such a strong force wrongfully accuse a mere heaven-ranked individual like the Illusion Master? Thief. The Illusion Master is truly disgusting. What elegant artist. I see him as nothing but a despicable, right? I thought something was off with him long ago. How could a heaven-ranked individual be so strong? It turns out he stole his sect's secrets, which makes sense. An individual like the Illusion Master who pursues perfection, how could he stoop to stealing secrets? I refuse to believe it. The live stream erupted into chaos. Those who had been scared earlier now seemed to want to vent their frustrations by hurling various insults at the Illusion Master. After all, he wouldn't be able to bounce back for long, would he? The Illusion Master appeared unfazed. He even extended his hand and began to clap. Wonderful. Your performance has inspired me immensely. The Sword Master scoffed. Without the illusion, what do you intend to use against us? Puppets. Where are your puppets? Why don't you bring them out? The other lords nearby were mercilessly mocking him. At that moment, the Illusion Master sighed. Some people always think they are very clever, but clever people never question others' professions for a living. Why am I called the Illusion Master and not the Puppet Master? Or am I not called a magician? The Illusion Master's words made the 5 lords halt their thoughts, involuntarily pondering what he had just said. Indeed. Why is the Illusion Master called the Illusion Master? The character illusion is related to illusion techniques, isn't it? What made the Illusion Master famous is his puppets. When he controls the puppets, everyone only pays attention to his incredible puppet technique. Yet they forget that his name is Illusion Master, not Puppet Master. This suggests that what the Illusion Master excels at may not be puppet techniques, but rather the often overlooked illusion techniques. Moreover, to escape the pursuit of 3 lords using illusion techniques, how could those illusion techniques be anything less than remarkable? They are simply too intangible and elusive, leading everyone to overlook the Illusion Master's abilities. The 3 lords who were responsible for capturing the Illusion Master displayed a change of expression. They believed that their earlier failure to catch him was due to their negligence. And now, having set up the array to break the illusion, no matter how much the Illusion Master tried to struggle, he could not escape. With this in mind, their expressions became much more pleasant. The Sword Master thought the same. He had failed to capture the Illusion Master, and with 1 lord and 2 others attempting to catch a mere heaven-ranked individual, it should have been a guaranteed success. Yet they ended up being outsmarted by him, and because of this, the Sword Master had endured a lot of ridicule. He summoned his divine sword. The reason the Sword Master earned the title of Sword Master is naturally because he possesses an extraordinarily unique divine sword. This sword is said to be capable of breaking everything invincible and even able to cut through space. Other lords would avoid its sharp edge when faced with this divine sword. After summoning it, the divine sword emitted a brilliant light. even before it was unsheathed. The surrounding space became subtly unstable. Once unsheathed, one could only imagine the spectacle. If you can compel me to draw my divine sword, then I suppose you will die justly. The sword master grasped the hilt. The reason he had refrained from drawing the sword before was that once it was drawn, it would surely claim a life. Now, angered by the illusion master, he could no longer care about such matters. As for why the people of Wangchuan insisted on capturing the illusion master alive, the sword master believed it made no difference whether he was alive or dead, as long as he could bring the person back. Whether he was a person or a corpse mattered little. Killing the illusion master would clear the rumors that he could not even handle a heaven-ranked individual. The sword master grasped the sword and was about to draw it. Another water mirror lord blocked his path. Sword master, have you forgotten the elder's instructions? The elder commanded that the illusion master be captured alive. If you draw your sword, someone will surely perish. Are you intending to defy the elder's orders? The sword master snorted coldly. He naturally understood, but it was best not to defy the elder's command. Even if he was reluctant, he withdrew the sword. The elder's insistence on capturing the illusionist alive stems solely from the fact that the illusionist is his disciple. He does not wish to harm the illusionist's life. The lord of the divine sword thought this, and displayed a look of disdain towards the illusionist. A shameless traitor to the sect, yet so fiercely protected by the master. How infuriating! One could hardly resist the urge to obliterate him. Jealousy twisted the lord of the divine sword's face for a moment, but he quickly masked it. Only the viewers watching the live broadcast noticed the fleeting change in his expression. For at that moment of distortion, the live stream magnified his face. Damn, in that brief instant, I saw jealousy, dissatisfaction, hatred, and murderous intent in this person's eyes. This transformation is incredible. He would excel in the art of Sichuan opera's face-changing. The lord of the water mirror, possessing a gentler disposition, still offered the illusionist a chance to surrender. The lord of the water mirror said, "Illusionist, we have laid a net around you. There is no escape. It would be better for you to seal your cultivation willingly, thus avoiding unnecessary conflict. Which is the illusion and which is the reality? Am I the true one or the illusionary?" The illusionist gradually became ethereal, caught between the realms of reality and illusion. He seemed to exist, yet also seemed not to exist. This contradictory feeling was enough to drive a person mad. The lord of the divine sword widened his eyes. The other lords also wore incredulous expressions, especially the scorpion lord, who had personally set the illusion-breaking array. He was a master of formations, and the illusion-breaking array was indeed the nemesis of all illusions. Within the illusion-breaking array, all illusions would dissolve into nothingness, revealing their true forms. The scorpion lord hurriedly checked the array again. It still existed and had not been broken. This meant that the illusionist was indeed within the illusion-breaking array. He should not be able to use any illusion techniques. The lord of the water mirror immediately conjured a curtain of water formed from countless droplets. The curtain of water penetrated the illusionist's body. Each droplet could pierce through a meter of stone, yet striking the illusionist felt as if it were hitting the air. Only an illusion could achieve this. The lord of the water mirror staggered slightly. Could the illusionist's techniques have truly transcended the limits of illusions? Isn't this already akin to divine abilities? However, such abilities could only be comprehended by lords, each lord having one opportunity to understand a divine ability. Yet most lords fail to perceive it, merely grasping a sliver of understanding. Among the 5 lords present, none had comprehended a divine ability. The lord of the divine sword relied on the divine sword, not on personal strength, to earn his title. The 5 lords felt flustered and disordered. What was once a confident demeanor now turned anxious. Some even entertained the thought that they might be unable to capture such a monstrous illusionist. The lord of the water mirror stared darkly at the illusionist, quietly casting a spell behind his back. A massive water mirror suddenly rose behind everyone. This was the signature skill of the lord of the water mirror, an ability derived from comprehending divine abilities. This water mirror could reflect the deepest darkness within a person's heart, giving birth to a monster. Upon seeing the water mirror being summoned, the 4 lords hurriedly distanced themselves from it. Their retreat was somewhat awkward. Everyone harbored darkness within, with thoughts unknown to others. No one wished to expose their innermost thoughts here. The lord of the water mirror declared, "Let me see how hideous a monster your essence truly is." The lord of the water mirror was also anxious. Otherwise, he would not have deployed this ability, as it required a tremendous amount of his own energy. Using it once would necessitate months of recovery. The other 4 lords looked at the lord of the water mirror with dissatisfaction. Damn this LYB, silently unleashing a major move that almost ensnared his allies. The lord of the water mirror felt helpless. Had he alerted them, they might not have ensnared the illusionist. Deceiving even their own people was necessary to trick the illusionist. Indeed, when the water mirror rose, the illusionist did not evade. Instead, he curiously stood before the mirror, glancing back and forth at his reflection. Changes gradually began to manifest on the water mirror. The lord of the water mirror revealed a sinister smile. Before the water mirror, anyone would unveil their most authentic scene, ultimately giving rise to a grotesque monster born from the darkness within. His smile slowly morphed into a grimace. "Come, let everyone see just how hideous the face beneath that mask." Images began to emerge within the water mirror. Under the watchful eyes of the five lords and over 10 million viewers in the live stream, the reflections within the water mirror started to twist. A mass of black like muddy sludge appeared within the water mirror. The viewers in the live room were still unaware of what this meant. They did not comprehend the abilities of the Lord of the Water Mirror. Upon seeing the scene within the water mirror, the Lord of the Water Mirror burst into genuine laughter. Ha! Illusionist, it seems your innermost self is nothing more than a pitiful mess of ugly black sludge. Your heart reeks. I eagerly anticipate the horror that emerges from such a filthy inner self. The other lords also began to mock without restraint. So the illusionist is merely a vile person with a dirty heart. He always wears a mask. Could it be he feels unworthy to face others? Especially the Lord of the Divine Sword, whose laughter was the loudest, said, He, a thief of secrets, a traitor to the sect. How virtuous could his heart possibly be? His ugly heart is not surprising at all. In the water mirror, the reflection was no longer of the illusionist. Instead, it showed a filthy, rotting pool filled with putrid, swampy black sludge. Bubbles continued to rise from the swamp, bursting after surfacing. The swamp was breeding something. Beneath it, an ugly and twisted monster seemed to be emerging. The viewers in the live room, having heard the words of the Lord of the Water Mirror and gazing at the swamp reflected in the water mirror, suddenly understood something. Could it be that the illusionist is truly a hypocritical villain with a filthy heart? No way. I have always admired the illusionist. He is so perfect and elegant. It seemed that the illusionist's image shattered in an instant under the gaze of the water mirror. The illusionist transformed from a flawless and extraordinary figure into a hypocritical wretch with a dirty heart. The swamp trembled violently. Under everyone's watch, a blue lotus broke through the mud. Such a heart-shattering spectacle. A blue lotus breaks through the mud and filth reborn from the earth. It struggles out from an endless environment of dirt and pollution, desperately blooming with its own brilliance. Just as the illusionist said, he has risen from the mud and filth. He is the blazing blue lotus. He is the unparalleled. The dirt cannot taint him. Darkness cannot bury him. He is as pure as this blooming blue lotus. Perfect. Real. He blossoms from the slaughter, just like a flower in the dawn. The blue lotus trembles. Each petal of the bud carries a stubbornness against the mundane world. The darkness and filth cannot touch it. The illusionist opens his arms. Perhaps no one can see his expression, but undoubtedly he is intoxicated within it. Come smell this fragrance. You will know true beauty. As if responding to his words, the blue lotus in the water mirror slowly blooms amidst the darkness. The blooming blue lotus surpasses all darkness. It is so blazing, so pure, so perfect. This cannot be. The Lord of the Water Mirror's eyes have turned red. This cannot be. He roars loudly. Never before has his water mirror displayed such a dazzling scene. That blue lotus like a ball of flame scorched and stung his eyes. Tears of blood flowed from the eyes of the water mirror. How is this possible? Even he, the master of the water mirror ability, dared not gaze into it. Because he knows that the monsters born from within are bound to be ugly. Every human heart harbors darkness. It is impossible for a person to be free of any evil thoughts. Even if it is just a minuscule, nearly imperceptible trace, it will be revealed under the water mirror. Moreover, the stronger the malicious intent and negative emotions, the more powerful the monster born from them. One could say that the water mirror ability is the most challenging test of the human heart. He once thought that someone like the illusionist who recklessly disregards the mundane would surely give birth to an ugly monster. At that time, when the illusionist was battered by the monster of his own heart, his unspoken dark thoughts would finally be satisfied. Everything had been progressing smoothly. Everyone saw the dark trace deep within the illusionist. Unexpectedly, it was even darker, gathering into a foul, putrid swamp. However, what was utterly unexpected was that the monster anticipated from the swamp did not appear. Instead, an incredibly beautiful and pure blue lotus broke free from everything, resurrecting from the mud. The Lord of the Water Mirror looked as if he had eaten a dead rat, his face a picture of disgust. The Lord of the Divine Sword almost drew his sword to pierce the water mirror. What is this? A grand scene of redemption. The mud all around seemed to mock him. What embarrassed him was that he had placed himself in that stinking swamp rather than at the center where the vibrant blue lotus was blooming. What is this? In the live stream, those who had been vehemently belittling and cursing the illusionist suddenly felt as if they had swallowed a heavy weight, leaving them at a loss. Their faces felt as if they had been slapped. The illusionist is the sacred blue lotus. Suddenly, someone in the live stream posted this statement, and all those supporting the illusionist copied this phrase. In an instant, the barrage in the live stream was filled with this. This statement shattered the hearts of countless dark souls. Those who had grabbed their keyboards to spew venom fled in disarray from this proclamation. The fully blooming blue lotus revealed its entirety. Upon the tender lotus pod, a miniature illusionist curled. As the petals of the blue lotus fully unfurled, the tiny illusionist, no larger than a finger, stretched and stood up, his small face devoid of a mask. The camera seemed to eagerly shift to the face of the miniature illusionist in the water mirror. It appeared that the controller of the camera also wished to see the face beneath the illusionist's mask. The camera moved. All the audience fell silent. What kind of face was that? Exquisite, perfect, transcending gender and all forms of beauty. It seemed to be a definition that could only be described in the broadest terms of beauty. All the beauty paled in comparison to him. Yet the illusionist reached out as if wanting to erase the self standing upon the lotus pod. Tisk. He seemed a little displeased. Then the camera abruptly switched, no longer daring to capture his face directly. Dong! A heavy bell toll sounded. The bell tolled solemnly and long like a thunderclap, suddenly awakening, cleansing all souls present. The death knell has sounded. The illusionist clapped his hands. So then for whom does this death knell toll? The illusionist standing upon the blue lotus suddenly cast a glance at the Lord of the Water Mirror. Then the Lord of the Water Mirror let out a sudden scream, clutching his heart, collapsing to the ground. What is happening? After uncovering his hand, the Lord of the Water Mirror was astonished to find a large hole where his heart had been, and his heart had vanished without a trace. In the water mirror, the exquisitely perfect, seemingly harmless tiny illusionist astonishingly held a pulsating heart in his hands. The Lord of the Water Mirror was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out. This? Impossible. Before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The Lord of the Divine Sword hurried to check on the Lord of the Water Mirror. But he found the water mirror is dead. He said in disbelief. How could this be? Having been killed by his own ability, this should be the first leader to die in such a bizarre manner, right? Everyone present understood for whom the death knell tolled. With the death of the Lord of the Water Mirror naturally dissipated. No one expected that the fastest to die would be the usually cautious Lord of the Water Mirror. Among the 5 leaders who had come, the Lord of the Divine Sword was the most reckless, the Lord of the Water Mirror was the most cautious, the Lord of the Scorpion was the most sinister, and the other 2 leaders had not yet been named, essentially just there to accompany. The Lord of the Divine Sword no longer felt the ease he had at the beginning. He looked at the illusionist as if facing a great enemy. Just after their first exchange, they had already lost 1 leader. And he had died in such a bizarre manner. He had never heard of someone being killed by their own ability. If that were the case, who would dare to use their abilities in the future? It must be the illusionist. It has to be the illusionist's doing. He is a monster, one leader suddenly shouted. He summoned his weapon and charged at the illusionist. This person drew a long knife and stepped forward, arriving before the illusionist. The long knife slashed out. The blade's energy erupted, splitting the ground with a giant fissure hundreds of meters long. The blade energy ultimately sliced through. The leader saw his knife pass right through the illusionist's body, and in the unsteady state of his mind, his hand trembled, causing the knife to slash out another massive blade energy. The blade energy instantly cut through a distant mountain peak. The mountain peak was cleaved in 2 by the blade's aura, the mountain body collapsing with a thunderous roar, crushing countless trees. The audience in the live stream gasped in astonishment at the destructive power of the blade. With such a casual wave, such immense destruction could be wrought. If the Lord were to get serious, destroying a city would be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? You are an illusion, the Lord exclaimed in terror, realizing he could not harm the illusionist. At that moment, the illusionist raised his hand and gently placed it upon the Lord. Ding! The bell tolled. The Lord's horrified expression had yet to fade. But at the moment the illusionist touched him, it was frozen in that instant. Under the disbelieving gazes of the other 3 lords, the one touched by the illusionist transformed into a wooden puppet starting from his arm. His facial features were vividly lifelike, the horror on his face clearly visible. I have never harmed anyone. It is merely a performance, suffocating to behold. Look at my creation, so perfect. They will remain animated and lifelike forever. His death was so strange and abrupt. Seeing the puppet that had once been the Lord, his face could be considered exquisitely crafted, almost indistinguishable from reality. The 3 lords suddenly felt a terror they had never experienced before, sensing the horror on the puppet's face, resembling a vast abyss that devoured them whole. They involuntarily began to tremble. Just then the ancient bell suspended in the sky rang out 3 times. Ding! 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 The 3 lords were astounded. 3 times. With each toll of the death knell, 1 lord perished. At the first toll, the Water Mirror Lord was killed by his own reflection. At the second toll, the Divine Sword Lord was transformed into a puppet by the illusionist. This time the 3 tolls announced yet another death. The 3 lords could no longer suppress the terror rising within them. In a panic, they turned to flee, their disheveled figures betraying none of the dignity expected of lords. Whoosh! They simultaneously chose to escape in 3 different directions. Thus, if the illusionist pursued one, the other 2 might have a chance to escape. How ridiculous! When they came to hunt the illusionist, they had envisioned him as the one fleeing in such a disheveled manner. Yet the reality was that they were terrified by the illusionist, 3 lords frightened to the point of not daring to resist a heavenly level being. What happened? Why did that lord suddenly turn into a puppet? What did the illusionist do? How did he achieve this? It seems the illusionist has grown stronger. The 3 lords fled blindly, not daring to look back, fearing that a mere glance at the illusionist would end with them becoming puppets like that lord. The illusionist stood in place, watching as the 3 lords vanished in the blink of an eye. He looked up at the suspended bell in the sky. The death knell has already tolled, then I shall compose and sing the song of death. The illusionist's figure dissipated like smoke. The 3 lords, fleeing in different directions, flew thousands of miles away, believing they had escaped the illusionist's pursuit. Thinking this, relief appeared on their faces. In the next moment, the 3 collided midair, falling like birds with broken boom, boom, boom. They crashed onto the mountain's peak. The summit was dented in several places as if it were missing a few corners. How can it be you? The three shouted in unison. Wasn't I flying south? I was flying north. Yet the three who chose different directions ended up colliding at this mountaintop. Had they flown so fast that they circled the globe unknowingly colliding here? No, they could not stay here any longer. If the three were together, wouldn't the illusionist capture them all at once? Thus they immediately turned and fled. But it seemed they were cursed. No matter how they flew or escaped, they always collided in one place. Despair was they knew they could not escape. The divine sword lord suddenly drew his sword and thrust it at the other two lords, piercing through their hearts. As the other two lords fell, the divine sword lord knelt, disbelief in his eyes. Illusionist, spare me. I was merely following the orders of Wangchuan to pursue you. Spare my life, and I vow to remain loyal to you for. If it were anyone else like the Zhao Qian and other families, they would surely go mad with joy. The illusionist figure appeared like a dream before the divine sword lord. The divine sword lord, who had been kneeling and repeatedly bowing, revealed a sinister expression when the illusionist appeared. He thrust his sword at the illusionist, shouting, "Die!" The illusionist's face displayed a strange expression. Thud! The sound of a sword piercing flesh was heard. The divine sword lord laughed maniacally. "Ha ha! Die, you monster!" The illusionist's expression remained oddly calm as he looked down upon the divine sword lord, as if examining something imperfect. The divine sword lord felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He slowly looked down. The sword that should have pierced the illusionist was now embedded in his own body. WWHYA. The divine sword lord's mind was hazy. Suddenly he realized the surrounding scene had changed. This was not a mountaintop, nor a seaside, nor any other place. But rather it was the very place they had intended to flee from at the beginning. The divine sword lord looked up. The enormous death knell remained suspended in the air, seemingly mocking him silently. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The divine sword lord seemed to realize something, but the sword continued to draw his life force from him. Every sword that struck was a death sentence. This was no mere jest. With each strike, the sword drained the life. Rather than being a divine sword, it would be more fitting to call it a demonic sword. The divine sword lord lowered his head, kneeling before the illusionist, lifeless. The illusionist gently snapped his fingers. Snap. People misunderstand me. Beauty can never be evil, and death can also be breathtakingly beautiful. With the snap, the three lords transformed simultaneously into lifelike puppets. Clang. The divine sword fell from the puppet's body, clattering to the ground. The 5 tolling bells mourned the burial of 5 lord-level powerhouses. The water mirror lord silently became a puppet. 5 puppets stood quietly behind the illusionist, declaring the illusionist's victory. I vow that every performance is a swan song, yet each time is a lie. This grand once-in-a-lifetime show has concluded perfectly. Now everyone take your positions and bow to the audience. The 5 puppets lined up in unison. Their faces wore comical smiles resembling clowns as they collectively bowed to the seemingly non-existent audience before them. This extraordinary and flawless performance concluded with the death of the 5 lords. The illusionist's figure, like a firefly, dissipated directly from the scene. Along with the puppets, everything vanished. At this moment, aside from a few drops of blood, everything appeared as it usually. Only the viewers in the live stream felt a chilling sensation rising from the depths of their hearts. He can see. The illusionist discovered that someone was watching him. The audience he referred to consisted of over 10 million viewers. Did the illusionist become aware of the existence of the live stream? No one dared to continue discussing the matter. It was chilling to contemplate. After all, those who once disdained the illusionist were now too afraid to utter a single curse. No one even dared to say something negative. The illusionist's unpredictable methods were simply too shocking, and although the online environment was considered safe with viewers using pseudonyms, no one knew the real identity of anyone else. But the illusionist's methods were so terrifying. If they insulted him, would he reach through the internet and turn them into puppets? If even the lords were no match for the illusionist, what were these people? Did they dare to insult the illusionist's tempting fate? In an instant, the trolls in the live stream fell silent. Many derogatory comments about the illusionist were bulk retracted and deleted. The live stream was closed, signaling the end of this broadcast. The pursuers who came to capture the illusionist were easily slain by him. It was likely that even Wangchuan would refrain from attacking the illusionist next. Thus, netizens began to engage actively in various chat groups. Discussions about the illusionist flourished in their own established chat groups, where they felt free to express themselves. By say, let's talk about the illusionist. Tian Wenzi's fans, what is there to discuss about the illusionist? Why hasn't Tian Wenzi appeared yet? MOSES Flower, hello everyone. By say, a newcomer has arrived, greetings to the newcomer. By say, what do you think, is the illusionist's puppet technique stolen, or? This topic was a question lingering in the hearts of all who had watched the live stream. The illusionist had never clarified or denied the accusation of stealing techniques. Of course, considering the illusionist's character, he might not even care to argue, just as he did not use the puppet technique against the lords. Instead, he used illusions to toy with the 5 lords, which served as the best rebuttal. With such extraordinary talent, how could someone like the illusionist possibly resort to theft? Tian Yi Mang Mang. I believe the illusionist's illusions surpass his puppet technique. Look, those lords had no idea they were trapped in an illusion from beginning to end. Just recalling that scene gives me goosebumps. Puppet no. 18. I believe that the image reflected by the water mirror is actually a reflection of the illusionist's inner self. The foul swamp represents the mire brought upon him by the outside world. He is deeply mired, yet emerges untainted, cleansing himself without losing his essence. Puppet No. 18. He struggles out of the mire, transforming into a blazing blue lotus. Truly, he is worthy of being called the Illusionist. I say, wow. How did Wan Tong change his name to? Puppet No. 18. From now on, don't call me Wan Tong. I am now a puppet under the Illusionist, and wherever the Illusionist points, that is where my sword will strike. I say, impressive. Another person has fallen under the Illusionist's influence. MOSES Flower. Am I the only one who thinks the Illusionist's face looks somewhat familiar? The Illusionist's face appeared for a few seconds on the smaller version of the Illusionist from the water mirror, albeit in a reduced. It seemed to be a younger version of the Illusionist, yet one could not help but notice how exquisitely perfect that delicate face would become when fully grown. The Illusionist was definitely not the ugly figure that the previous trolls claimed wore a mask to hide his appearance. On the contrary, the Illusionist was exceptionally handsome. He possessed a beauty that would make women scream and swoon. This live stream has now concluded. Suddenly, the Illusionist amassed countless fervent fans, most drawn in by his looks along with his graceful demeanor and wicked contradictory charm. Another part simply admired his actions and revered his strength. Puppet No. 18. The Illusionist's appearance has already surpassed that of mortals. If he were to remove his mask, his fan count would likely multiply several times over. MOSES Flower hesitated to speak. She was the flower shop owner Mo Xiaoya, and she truly felt the Illusionist looked somewhat familiar. However, what she said was dismissed by others in the group as mere fan fantasies. After all, some of the crazed fans were already fantasizing about having children with the Illusionist. Mo Xiaoya had no choice but to let it go and not bring it up again. Ding! The promotion script has been perfectly completed. Character Illusionist promotion successful. Shen Yan opened the Illusionist's attributes. Character Illusionist, potential Lord level. Personality, a blend of madness and calm, elegant, yet extraordinary, obsessed, pursuing perfection. Abilities control, revive, illusion, madness, to be unlocked, to be unlocked. The controllable number of puppets increased from 1,000 to 10,000. The ability slots also gained 2 more. The power of the 4 abilities was significantly enhanced. Shen Yan transformed into the Illusionist's appearance and returned to the street of the alternate space. This time the alternate space did not reject his entry. It was Shen Yan's first time entering an unclaimed alternate space. Upon entering, he was enveloped in thick mist. This was energy highly concentrated, manifested as fog from formless gas. The energy in this alternate space was extremely high. Shen Yan did not exert much effort before he controlled this alternate space. After all, it was unclaimed. Controlling it was simple. As long as he released the aura of a lord, the alternate space would automatically recognize him as its master. For the alternate space to evolve into a complete world, it must rely on a lord. Once it recognizes a lord as its master, the lord's promotion would also automatically elevate the alternate space. Moreover, the alternate space could provide certain enhancements to the lord. When the lord is in the alternate space, all his abilities are enhanced. Thus, it can be considered mutually beneficial. After recognizing its master, the alternate space. To harness the various powers within the alternate space, it must be refined for personal use, which can be regarded as a unique treasure. Refining the alternate space requires at least a week or more. System: can the refining process be accelerated? Ding! The host can spend 1 million overturn points to instantly refine the alternate space. 1 million. Shen Yan recalled that he should only have about 100,000 overturn points left. However, the recent livestream should have brought him a considerable amount of overturn points. Do I have overturn points now? Current overturn points, 893290 points. This time the livestream's results were significantly better than the last. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. Shen Yan could only create more opportunities to gather the needed 1 million. The martyr is currently suppressed, and if the Illusionist appears too many times, it would lose the mysterious aura that the Illusionist inherently possesses. Neither of the 2 characters can appear. Now it is time to begin extracting the 3rd character role. I wonder what this 3rd system: extract character template. Ding! The martyr character template has not yet been completed. Would you like to continue extracting the next character? The martyr's abilities have not been fully unlocked, however, due to the script arranged by the system, even if Shen Yan extracts the 3rd character role, it will not affect the martyr's portrayal. In theory, as long as Shen Yan has enough overturn points, he could extract countless character roles simultaneously. However, doing so would leave him overwhelmed and unable to portray them all. Only by extracting characters in this manner after nearly completing their appearances could he find the time to extract other character templates. Continue extracting. Ding! Consume 10,000 overturn points to extract the 3rd character template. Ding! Congratulations on extracting the Genius Youth character template. Human level. Shen Yan did not expect to draw a human level character. Well, what a loss. However, it makes sense. Extracting character roles is random and any level can be drawn. If luck is exceptionally good, one might directly draw the highest level character. Character: Guzheng Genius Youth. Potential: human level. Personality: arrogant and proud, believes everyone in the world is foolish, with an IQ of 290 and a negative emotional intelligence, lacking self-sufficiency. Abilities to be unlocked. Let's begin the portrayal. The genius youth, judging by his personality, is likely also a villain character. Swish. Shen Yan's height changed from 1.8 meters to 1.7 meters. His appearance also transformed to that of a 17-year-old. Gu Zheng's features were quite handsome, appearing clean and neat. However, his bangs covered his eyes, giving him a hint of gloominess. Shen Yan reached out to lift the bangs, revealing deep and melancholic eyes. There's even the identity of Gu Zheng. Shen Yan looked at the information provided by the system. Gu Zheng is an orphan, which explains his personality. He likely experienced the warmth and coldness of life from a young age, lacking love, thus forming his current character. However, some details seem inconsistent. If Gu Zheng were truly an orphan, he could not possibly lack self-sufficiency. After all, orphans may be raised in welfare homes, but many matters still require them to handle themselves. Self-sufficiency cannot be low. Sure enough, as Shen Yan continued to read, he discovered that while Gu Zheng is an orphan, he had lived in a welfare home for several years. However, during his childhood, he was raised by a family. The couple who raised him could not have children, so they adopted Gu Zheng from the welfare home. Originally, they treated Gu Zheng as their biological son, but in the second year of raising him, they unexpectedly had a son. Naturally, their biological son was preferred over the adopted one, and coupled with the need to care for the newborn, the couple had no time for Gu Zheng, leaving him with his grandmother in the countryside. They provided warmth, but ultimately broke it. It would have been better not to give it at all. Shen Yan pondered, arrogance and pride are true, believing everyone is foolish is also true. He is probably just a little brat wielding a sharp edge to protect himself. Fortunately, the grandmother in the countryside treated Gu Zheng well. Otherwise, with Gu Zheng's IQ of 290, he would undoubtedly develop into a high IQ sociopath in the future. Ding. Starting to generate abilities. Memory Palace. Everything you see and feel constructs a palace of knowledge for you. Your memory is infallible and knowledge becomes your strongest weapon. This ability comes from the Memory Palace. Along with gaining this ability, Shen Yan also acquired the knowledge and memories that Gu Zheng had accumulated over 17 years. Shen Yan closed his eyes. A grand palace appeared in his mind. He pushed open the doors and walked inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by countless books, at least tens of thousands. These are all the books Gu Zheng has read over the years. The left side contains more serious literature, while the right side comprises various oddities, anecdotes, and miscellaneous notes. Shen Yan opened his eyes. He could choose to ignore this knowledge in daily life, but when needed, he could enter the memory palace to retrieve the information he required. This is akin to having a vast library of Baidu stored in his mind. This ability is incredibly cool. With such an ability, it's no wonder Gu Zheng developed into such a typical adolescent. The system arranged an identity for the human-level Gu Zheng. In other words, there really is an elderly grandmother in the countryside waiting for Gu Zheng to come home. This identity allows for tracking of all of Gu Zheng's information from childhood to present, even by government authorities. Shen Yan rubbed his chin. The countryside is not far from here. Though called countryside, it is merely a small county in the provincial capital. Shen Yan rode a puppet and arrived at this small county in just a few minutes. Gu Zheng's grandmother lived in a self-built, 3-story house. Normally, the neighborhood relations were quite amicable. Gu Zheng's bangs covered his eyes as he walked home with his head down, carrying a backpack. On the way, the neighbors he encountered mostly looked at him with sympathetic gazes. Whispers arose behind him. Gu Zheng kept his head down, appearing quite introverted and shy, but in actuality, a mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth. A bunch of foolish humans. TSK back home, his grandmother's gentle voice made Gu Zheng reveal a complaint. Zhengzi is back. I've just made dinner. Go wash your hands and come eat after you're done. Grandma, I'm back. After returning, Gu Zheng placed his backpack in his room. He then went to wash his hands and eat. After dinner, Gu Zheng returned to his room. The room was not large, but it was filled with his belongings. There was even a second-hand laptop. Gu Zheng sat before the laptop, stretched his fingers, and then turned it on. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers flew across the keyboard. The computer screen opened numerous monitoring pop-ups. Displayed were the surveillance feeds from various streets. Gu Zheng scanned everything with his eyes. Every pedestrian he saw would be recognized upon a second glance. The footage on the surveillance was accelerated by 30 times, categorized as intangible data, and completely received and stored in Gu Zheng's brain. Tap. Gu Zheng suddenly paused one surveillance feed. Then he quickly tapped the keyboard to pause the remaining 50. On the monitoring screen, a rat appeared that was 2 to 3 times larger than usual. Gu Zheng looked at the mouse on the surveillance. His eyes seemed pensive. Genetic mutation. Radiation effects. No, if it were a genetic mutation, the probability would be extremely low, only occurring in 1 in a billion chances. As for radiation effects, humans would also be affected, so it wouldn't be just the rats that mutated. Then what exactly caused these mutations in the rats? Gu Zheng monitored the city, habitually collecting enough information from the footage to supplement his memory palace. He focused on public surveillance. Unexpectedly, he discovered a potential hazard in this city. In the previous monitoring, he saw at least twice where rats attacked humans. Those attacked did not take the issue seriously. Those bitten went to the hospital, while those unbitten paid it no mind. At most, some angry individuals would step on the rats that bit them. Who would pay attention to a rat that could be crushed underfoot? Rats have been around for a long time. Gu Zheng stroked his chin, a habitual gesture when he thought. Should I inform those foolish people? Forget it, it's none of my business. Gu Zheng exited the monitoring footage and cleared all traces he left online. Zhengzi. A knock on the door came and his grandmother's voice rang out. I cut some fruit and made a cup of milk. Drink the milk before sleeping and don't stay up too late on the computer, it's not good for your eyes. All right, Grandma. Gu Zheng opened the door and took the fruit platter and milk from his grandmother's hands. He watched his grandmother's aged silhouette. Suddenly Gu Zheng felt that perhaps he needed to do something for this kind-hearted elderly woman. He closed the door and returned to his room. Taking a sip of milk, an amusing thought arose that could draw attention to this issue. Gu Zheng rummaged through the wardrobe and found an anime mask that his grandmother had bought for him with the money she earned from selling vegetables on his birthday when he was a child. The mask was decently made, priced around 100, which was quite expensive for his grandmother, who received a small allowance. The mask had swirling patterns that only revealed one of his right eye. He glanced around the room. Here the exposed information was too much, so he hugged the laptop and went to the basement. When his family built this house, they left the basement originally intended for storing grains, but now it was idle and in use. Gu Zheng tidied up the area. He did not turn on the lights. Instead, he moved a table and chairs sitting in the darkness with only the computer screen illuminating a small space. Gu Zheng put on a mask. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, moving so fast that they seemed to leave traces. In an instant, he exploited the backdoor he had left on others' computers in the past, blacking out countless screens. He connected everyone together through a video. Thus, at that moment, over 500,000 people, while using their computers, were suddenly pulled into a single video. They could only see a slightly dark background in the video along with a figure sitting in the shadows wearing a somewhat blurry anime. They could speak in the side panel. What's going on? Is this the Tiandao website? It doesn't seem like it. Who was the person in the video? Could the masked person be an illusionist? It doesn't seem like it. Isn't that a mask from some anime? Could it be a cosplay enthusiast? Gu Zheng rested his chin on his hands, watching them guess his identity. He cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, I've noticed many of you are speculating about my identity. I'm neither an illusionist nor a cosplay enthusiast. If you must give me a title, how about calling me the savior of the world? Haha, alright, actually I just got a whim. Gu Zheng laughed at his own words. Saving the world. He had no intention of saving any world. If it weren't for the incident happening so close to his home, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Some people left the video. However, many stayed. After all, with the matter of the Tiandao website at hand, who knew what more astonishing events might... Everyone, let's take a look at some pictures. Gu Zheng began to reveal the images captured from the surveillance. The images depicted numerous giant rats appearing on the streets and in various corners. There were also 4 pictures of rats attacking people. The pictures were cleverly taken, capturing moments when the rats pounced on humans or bit their hands. Thus, viewers couldn't help but immerse themselves in the scenes. What's so interesting about rats? Why are these rats so big? Do rats really attack people? Are they that bold? These must be the southern rats. Even though those online saw the pictures, they still failed to recognize the underlying issue. Their focus was on how large the rats were. That person was bitten by a rat, what bad luck. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Only a few sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. After showing them the pictures, Gu Zheng brought up a drawing board. Having seen these pictures, a thought suddenly struck me. Why have these rats suddenly changed? What influenced them, and how many such rats exist? What troubles might they bring us? Thus I gathered some data. The total population of XX City is over 15 million. Assuming the garbage they produce sustains half the number of rats, that would be 7.5 million. Based on my observations on the streets, for every 10 rats, 3 showed changes in size. Specifically, their sizes exceed those of normal rats by 2 to 3 times, with some even growing 4 times larger. Their temperament is more aggressive and bloodthirsty compared to ordinary rats, increasing the likelihood of attacks on humans. Assuming statistically 3 out of every 10 rats mutate, then among 100 rats 30 would have mutated. So, in the darkness, Gu Zheng's mask flickered as his voice carried a raspy tone mixed with an inexplicable... Can you calculate how many mutated rats would exist in a single city? Now let's calculate if one person can handle a single mutated rat, then if confronted by 10 or even hundreds, can an adult successfully escape from their attacks? Gu Zheng enlarged the images of the rats attacking humans. Each rat in those pictures was as big as an adult cat. They could jump to great heights and were fierce in temperament, even daring to pounce and attack humans armed with weapons. Facing just one such rat might be manageable. An adult could even take down one without a weapon. However, the speed of the rats was swift and their movements agile. A careless moment could lead to being bitten. Yet a single rat, even if as large as a cat, wouldn't pose a threat to an adult. But once the numbers rose, even to 10, let alone 100, if 50 appeared, people would likely flee in panic, and some would definitely be bitten. But what about children? What about disabled individuals and the elderly who cannot run? Given the aggressive nature of these rats, would they eat people? Do vulnerable groups like children and the elderly have the ability to resist these rats? After analyzing, a wave of unease rose within everyone. Everyone has children and elderly at home. If these rats truly pose the threat as indicated in the video, they would undoubtedly endanger everyone living in the city. Uploader, is what you're saying true? The people Gu Zheng had gathered were all residents of the city. Compared to those from other cities, they were more concerned. After all, this pertains to their own interests. Gu Zheng rested his chin on his hand. The results from my data calculations are as such. I don't trust everything my eyes see, but data doesn't lie. If you don't believe me, observe more during your outings. I believe if the calculations are correct, mutated rats are indeed numerous and the chances of encountering them will be high. In the next live broadcast, I will attempt to uncover the source of the mutations. For now, this live session ends, and we'll meet again next time. Gu Zheng promptly closed the video. He simultaneously erased any traces he had left online. His skills were high as long as he wished no one in the world could catch him online. He had thrown down a bombshell. Hundreds of thousands were shocked by Gu Zheng's words. Even if half of them didn't believe him, as long as someone took action, they would discover these mutated rats. Because there were indeed too many mutated rats, their figures were everywhere. Gu Zheng's words were still somewhat inaccurate. After all, he had only observed for a short while. The number of mutated rats certainly exceeded 30%, it could be even more. Moreover, there was no precise figure for how many rats lived in the city. It could be less than this number, or even more. After finishing all this, Gu Zheng packed up his computer and went back to sleep. The next day, the incident drew widespread public attention. After watching the video, a few capable individuals went out that very night to find these rats. As a result, one person was particularly unfortunate. It was likely that there were too many rats in his area. While out at night in a dark alley, he encountered 3 mutated rats, which immediately bit off a chunk of flesh from his arm and calf. Had he not run quickly, he might have ended up as rat food. Subsequently, he was hospitalized. He shared his experience online and discovered several others had similar encounters. However, those few were relatively lucky, only sustaining minor injuries. The most serious among them twisted an ankle. Only he suffered the worst injuries, losing 2 chunks of flesh with wounds deep enough to see bone. This unfortunate individual Furious reported the incident to a media outlet. Are the rats today drugged, or have they been hormonally enhanced? Otherwise, why have they grown so large and displayed such severe aggressive tendencies? Fortunately, it was he, a grown man, who encountered this. Had it been a child, would they have survived? Once the media got involved, it sparked a huge uproar online. Everyone was discussing whether it was unsafe food, suggesting that the rats had consumed unsafe junk food, leading to their mutation. Various theories emerged. Naturally, this incident attracted the attention of the authorities. The government has dispatched personnel to investigate, needing to trace the source of the rat mutations. If it is confirmed that the rats indeed pose a threat to humans, they will directly eliminate all mutated rats in the city. This is a massive undertaking, but it is still manageable for the state. Once Gu Zheng finished all this, he basically stopped paying attention. Once the government intervened, it would be easy to clean up regardless of how many mutated rats there were. He still had to go to school. After all, at 17, he had to attend school unless it was a holiday. Gu Zheng did not like school much. To him, his classmates were all exceptionally foolish. Moreover, they were foolish without realizing it. Their arrogance and showiness were so excessive that he found it hard to look at them. For instance, the class monitor standing in front of his desk. The monitor was the class beauty and also the best student. Yan Yi stood before Gu Zheng, saying, "Gu Zheng, you didn't turn in your homework again." Gu Zheng leaned over his desk, ignoring her. He could derive the answers just by glancing at the assignments. Such simple problems would only waste his time. Yan Yi was at a loss for what to do with Gu Zheng. She knew his background, which made her pay special attention to him. Yet Gu Zheng was too aloof. He generally didn't bother with anyone in the class. This personality worried the naturally lively Yan Yi. Although her words might sound harsh in this society, those who cannot communicate easily fall into disadvantage. The next class was physical education, which Gu Zheng was least skilled at. He would rather solve the 10 greatest mathematical conjectures than run 200 meters. This is at the same time as they disappeared from the square and entered the alternate space. The live broadcast room on the Tiandao website was activated. Millions of followers of the Tiandao website received notifications about the live broadcast commencement. In an instant, countless people flooded into the live room. The live broadcast has finally started. Who is the host this time? Where is my great illusion master? Surrounding environment, could it be? Quickly call the police to see which school students have gone missing. What a tragedy. These kids are so young, each one a treasure to their families. In a class, 35 students represent 35 families' futures. No matter how the people in the live room were in an uproar, those who had fallen into the alternate space were oblivious. The surrounding classmates were in a panic. Although they were young, they were well aware of many things due to the developed internet. They had suddenly found themselves in another place from the school square. The first thing that came to mind was not a transmigration, but falling into a hell of despair. After all, it was rare for dozens of people to transmigrate together. What should we do? Are we going to die here? I don't want to die. I want my mom. Being young and inexperienced, they were even more frightened in the face of such a situation. If adults are scared, how much more are they? At the moment the environment changed, Gu Zheng took a glance around at the scene. He carefully remembered everything he could see around him. Sometimes it might be an inconspicuous little thing that ends up being the key to breaking the deadlock. With a sweep of his gaze, Gu Zheng discovered the most conspicuous and only building behind them. It was a 3-story loft constructed entirely of wood. It looked quite old, with some doors and windows already having several holes. The other classmates huddled together in fear. Perhaps people instinctively gather when in terror. Although Yan Yi was also scared, she adopted the demeanor of a class monitor, comforting several classmates who were crying in fear. Fortunately, despite the eerie and terrifying environment, nothing horrific appeared. After some comforting, their emotions stabilized. A few of the more boisterous boys in the class started telling jokes to light. The tension and fear in the class dissipated significantly. Yan Yi habitually looking for Guzheng, who often drifted away during group activities. However, she found Guzheng standing before a dilapidated small building that seemed to serve as a terrifying backdrop, apparently intending to push the door open. Startled, Yan Yi rushed forward and grabbed Guzheng. "What are you doing? It's best not to wander around here. This is the hell of despair." Everyone knew. The last host, named Lian Qian, managed to escape, which was due to her luck in encountering an illusion master. But someone like that is not someone you can easily meet. Guzheng pointed to a sign hanging next to the door. "If we don't go in, we will die." The sign bore these words. As Guzheng pointed, Yan Yi noticed the words on the sign as well. Seeing the word die, she trembled slightly. "But how can you be sure that not going in will definitely lead to death?" Guzheng replied, "Wait. What?" Yan Yi was confused, but Guzheng ignored her and instead stepped away from the door. Walking around the ancient building, Guzheng raised his head to observe the inside of the building from the outside. Rubbing his chin after a round of observation, Guzheng noticed that based on the degree of decay of the wood's exterior, this ancient building had been standing for at least 100 years. Moreover, the appearance of this ancient building felt somewhat familiar to him. However, Guzheng was sure he had never seen such. At least he had never seen a picture of it, otherwise he would have recognized it at first glance. Since it wasn't an image, it indicated that he had seen descriptions of this ancient building in some obscure ancient book, and the descriptions were likely very vague. Otherwise, he would have immediately associated them together. What caught his attention the most was that a clock hung at the very top of the ancient building. The clock's hands were not moving, pointing motionlessly at 5:50. Bang, bang, bang. After seeing 5:50, Guzheng's heart began to race. This was a crucial piece of information. Guzheng turned back to look at his foolish classmates. They still stood in place, and there seemed to be no danger around, making them even more hesitant to take risks. In the live room, the number of viewers increased. Even some students' parents rushed to watch the live broadcast after receiving the news. They were anxious, wishing they could replace their children, but their anxiety was of no use. They could only watch. Some people in the live room began analyzing each person's character and performance. These few people seem relatively calm. They appear more likely to survive until the end. This girl is quite good, very composed, and she even cares about her classmates. Looking at Guzheng, why is this person running around recklessly, showing no restraint? Does he really think this is some kind of game? I think this person's courage is quite impressive. Only those who are bold enough and calm can have a better chance of surviving. Guzheng closed his eyes. He filtered out the surrounding noise. He sank into the memory hall within his mind. Bang! Pushing the door open, Guzheng walked toward the bookcase on the right. His hand brushed over the books on the shelves one by one. Finally, he stopped at a book with a darker cover. Guzheng pulled it. This book narrated events that occurred in a building during the last century. Almost as soon as he pulled the book out, Guzheng recalled all the words within. The Zhong-Yi building. The book recorded a somewhat unscientific story, roughly stating that this building was originally inhabited by some kind-hearted and good people. However, one day the building caught fire, and at that time it was night. All the people in the building were unable to escape and perished in the sea of flames. From that moment on, if anyone encountered this building, some bad things would happen. But as long as one sees this building, they must remember to enter the ancient building before 6 o'clock at night. Otherwise, what happens next was not written. It seemed more like a suspense left by the author who wrote this book. 6 o'clock. Guzheng suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately raised his head to look at the clock on the ancient building. The hand silently pointed at 5:55. 6 o'clock, mist monsters, crows. Guzheng's mind quickly extracted all the key phrases from inside the ancient clock tower. He began to understand the author's writing style, trying to discern the doubts the author intended to plant. Guzheng jogged up to the front of the ancient tower. The wooden door appeared ready to fall apart, seeming as if a gentle push would open it, yet Guzheng refrained from forcing it open. Instead, he stood before the door. He raised his hand and knock, 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 knock. 3 knocks, and then silence. Yan Yi, who had been keeping an eye on Guzheng, couldn't pull him back in time. She could only rush to Guzheng's side. If a monster sprang out from within, she would immediately pull Guzheng away. Creak! The old wooden door emitted a sharp and piercing sound as it slowly opened on its own without anyone. Hurry! And Guzheng whispered, lifting his gaze to the clock overhead. 5:56. The clock is ticking. Time is Wait, what do you mean by that? What time is running out? Yan Yi grasped Guzheng's clothing, asking with some confusion. Guzheng's image in class had never been very good. He was not sociable and ignored others. When people spoke to him, he either responded in a way that left them speechless or looked at them with a condescending gaze. His grades always hovered around the passing mark, and he had a poor attendance in physical education. If it weren't for Yan Yi understanding Guzheng's background and recognizing his difficulties, she probably wouldn't have cared for him so consistently. The clock tower. Guzheng suddenly turned to Yan Yi. There is a book that records the affairs of this ancient tower. If we don't step inside before 6 o'clock, the monsters hidden in the mist will devour us. After reading through the entire text, he speculated on the author's character and concluded that the doubts would indeed be as such. No, it would definitely be so. He firmly believed in his analysis. Mist. Where is the mist coming from? As Yan Yi was still puzzled, someone suddenly exclaimed, strange, why is dense fog rising around us? In that moment, Yan Yi's heart seemed to stop. An overwhelming sense of unease surged forth. She didn't even have time to ponder why Guzheng knew these things as she instinctively believed his words. So Yan Yi shouted, "Everyone quickly, gather around, don't touch the mist." As the class monitor, her words held significant authority. Thus, upon hearing the class monitor's shout, although the others in class were reluctant, they started to gather over one by one. The clock quietly advanced another tick. Guzheng glanced at the open door. He knew that if no one took the lead to enter at this moment, they would not dare to go inside. Therefore, he was the first to step into the ancient tower. Yan Yi did not even have time to react. The others, seeing this, began to complain. What is Guzheng doing? This isn't school. Why is he acting so arbitrarily? What if he does something reckless and gets us into trouble? What if this guy Guzheng drags us down with him? I think this wooden tower is too strange. It's better to keep our distance. Will Guzheng be eaten by the monsters inside? Yan Yi felt a surge of discontent as she saw them continuously complaining. But it wasn't directed at Guzheng. She sensed that everything he did was actually for their sake. After a moment, Guzheng, who had stepped inside, walked back out, his expression calm. "Come in, there is no danger inside." Yan Yi took a deep breath and was the second to step through the door. With the class monitor leading the way, the other students, though hesitant, gradually followed. The dense fog outside spread rapidly. Almost the instant they stepped inside, everything outside was enveloped by the fog. Guzheng closed the door. He then stood quietly at the wooden window, which had several broken panes, watching the fog outside. He was waiting also to confirm his speculations. Yan Yi didn't know what he was doing, but she curiously leaned close to the window to look outside. Although the other students complained seeing the two of them do this, they also approached the window. There were two wooden windows on the wall. They squeezed together, barely able to see the outside scene. What was out there remained unclear as the fog had already crept up to the window, rendering everything outside a blank white. Some began to feel fortunate, relieved to have come inside. Otherwise, in the dense fog, nothing could be seen, and if something happened, they wouldn't even have time to react. In the live stream, everyone initially doubted Guzheng's decision to bring people into the ancient tower. This ancient tower looks suspicious. Yes, there's nothing there. This ancient tower just stands here. Who knows what dangers await inside? Going in recklessly is too rash. This student is brave, but he seems a bit reckless. If he wants to court danger, why drag the whole class into it? His name is Guzheng, right? If anything happens to my child because of him, I won't let him off. Don't go in. Why does that girl listen to Guzheng so much? Could it be that she likes him? If she wants to die, let her go alone. Don't drag my— Go die. Guzheng, go die. Among the agitated voices, some were parents of the students, while others were internet users who feared no trouble. They now dared not casually discuss the martyrs, or the people from Tianlai sect, nor the Illusionists. But a little kid like Guzheng was nothing to fear. Thus, they shamelessly criticized him online, as if they were some kind of righteous messengers. On the surface, it seemed they were worried about the group of students, but in reality, they were just venting their pent-up grievances. However, once everyone stepped into the ancient tower and the dense fog enveloped everything outside, their critical words grew harder to express. Yet some stubbornly refused to admit they were wrong. It's just fog. It doesn't necessarily mean something bad will happen. I still think it's more dangerous in the ancient tower. A rational internet user rebutted. This fog is spreading so quickly. It clearly isn't normal. The people in the live stream began to argue. However, those who criticized Guzheng did not face much backlash. After all, Guzheng was not a martyr or an illusionist, and had no large fanbase to defend him. Crack. Dong. 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 The sound of the bell rang out. Having heard the 5 funeral bells of the illusionist that buried 5 lords, everyone was sensitive to the sound. In the live stream, the barrage of comments suddenly ceased. The next moment, outside the window, the sound of shuffling footsteps slowly approached. The sound of footsteps was not loud, yet it was dense and intricate, as if hundreds of unknown entities were wandering in the mist outside. Inside the room, upon hearing these footsteps outside, the entire class trembled in fear, not daring to speak loudly. They were afraid that the monsters outside would be drawn in, breaking through the door and eliminating them all. Guzheng, standing closest to the wooden window, paused his fingers as they tapped against it. In the next moment, a charred figure, its face unrecognizable, with all its flesh half-cooked, revealing the bones underneath, walked slowly past the wooden window like a skeleton. Its eye sockets were hollow, devoid of eyeballs. Only 2 deep-set pits remained. Its movements were slow and even stiff. Yet anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel a chill. A person so charred had undoubtedly died, but how could a dead person still move? Everyone at the window held their breath. At this moment, they didn't dare to move, afraid that any sound would attract its attention. They could only tremble, staring wide-eyed as it roamed aimlessly outside the window. Cold sweat continuously dripped down their faces, falling to the ground. They dared not move, speak, or make any noise, not even to breathe loudly. Time passed excruciatingly slow at this moment. Every second felt like a millennium. Even the timid girls were too. Tears and snot smeared their faces, but they didn't dare to wipe them. Until the sound of crows echoed outside, and those corpses wandering in the mist slowly entered it. They no longer lingered around the ancient building. However, with such monsters in the mist, no one dared to mention the ancient building anymore. In the live stream, those who criticized Guzheng finally had someone speaking against them. What the hell is this? A walking corpse? That gave me a shiver. Damn, it scares me. I don't know how those children inside. The people who mocked that young man before must be dumbfounded now, right? If it weren't for that young man's cleverness, they would still be outside, and once the mist spread, they would all perish. No one doubted this. Yes, the charred corpses they saw now moved slowly, but who could know if they discovered living people, would their movements be the same as now? Perhaps once their nature emerged, they could leap hundreds of meters. In any case, the decision to enter the ancient building was incredibly wise. It was almost prophetic. Gu Zheng is quite clever. How did he know the mist would come? How did he know there would be dangers in the mist? The netizens were all curious. Yan Yi voiced their curious thoughts. Her voice was small. Even though she could no longer see those charred corpses outside, she didn't dare to make too much noise. How did you know the mist outside would be dangerous? Normally, even if one noticed the unusual speed of the mist spreading, no one would guess there might be dangers within. At most, they would only speculate whether the mist was toxic. In the book Shangzhong Yilu, although the author did not explicitly state it, many side descriptions in the book allow for inferences. Shangzhong Yilu. Yan Yi recalled carefully and realized she seemed to have read it somewhere, but she had forgotten. Last month at the library, weren't you the one who read this book with me? Yan Yi was the one who found this book at the library. I didn't look at it closely back then. When Gu Zheng mentioned it, Yan Yi remembered. But at that time she hadn't scrutinized the book. She thought it was intriguing and used it as an excuse to talk to Gu Zheng. Yan Yi had observed that Gu Zheng loved reading. It seems you just flipped through it quickly for a few minutes. How do you remember it so clearly? Yan Yi was a bit surprised. She spent more time reading than Gu Zheng, but now aside from remembering the title, she had forgotten all the content. Gu Zheng's gaze grew even stranger. Again he looked at her, as if she were foolish, and Yan Yi clenched her fist. Gu Zheng replied, I remember it after reading it once. If it weren't for the fact that this book had quite a few words, he wouldn't have needed to spend a few minutes. However, it seemed those few minutes were reading more books truly pays off. You remember it after reading it once. Yan Yi repeated in astonishment. Her mind struggled to comprehend what it meant to remember after one reading. Oh, what kind of memory was that? If Gu Zheng truly possessed such astonishing memory, then why did his grades always hover around the passing line? At least in subjects like English, which rely on memory, he shouldn't score so low, right? Gu Zheng turned his head, no longer paying attention to her words. Yan Yi refused to give up and suddenly asked, on the third book on the second shelf in the library, what is written on the 23rd page, fourth line? Feio, your favorite novel, but I haven't read the content. Although Gu Zheng enjoyed reading, there were still some books he hadn't done, but remembering this was already quite impressive. After all, Yan Yi remembered that she often read there, which was how she knew the location of each novel. However, Gu Zheng's favorite shelf was not here. The books he read included not only some professional texts, but also classical literature and miscellaneous records. There was only one time when Yan Yi had too many books to carry and called Gu Zheng over to help her. At that time, Gu Zheng merely glanced at the bookshelf. Ooh, just that one glance. Could it be that he remembered the arrangement of all the books on the shelf, including their titles? And even after a month, he hadn't forgotten. What kind of terrifying memory was that? Yan Yi, who consistently ranked first in her class and among the top 10 in her grade, didn't dare to claim she had such memory. This memory had already exceeded the realm of ordinary people. What is the name of the second-to-last book on the fourth row of that bookshelf? A glimmer of light in the starry sky. Without hesitation, Gu Zheng blurted it out. Seeing Yan Yi's expression, he knew he was correct. Other classmates, initially bewildered, gradually began to comprehend. Gu Zheng, you little rascal with such a good memory, how come your scores are so low? I remember Gu Zheng's scores always hover around the passing line. You must know that the passing line changes with the average score of the entire class each time. Gu Zheng, you're amazing, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Goodness, doesn't that mean Gu Zheng calculated the scores of everyone in the class, then figured out the average score, and controlled his score right at the passing mark? This was even more terrifying than just controlling his own score. After all, some people might perform well on tests, but poorly on exams, or vice versa. Being able to control one's score is already impressive. But to also accurately calculate everyone's scores without error, that wasn't just being a top student. That was being a genius. Everyone surrounded Gu Zheng. In this moment of despair, Gu Zheng's existence suddenly became their glimmer of hope. After all, with such outstanding memory based on their guesses, his intelligence should also be high, so perhaps Gu Zheng could lead them to survive. They all wore joyful smiles. No one complained about Gu Zheng's previous concealment of his abilities, because at this moment Gu Zheng had become the most hopeful person to lead them out. Gu Zheng felt somewhat uneasy. He didn't like crowds or noise. This group of people whom he considered foolish were too close, and he was afraid their stupidity would infect him. Yan Yi noticed his thoughts, so she drove the others away, saying, don't crowd around Gu Zheng. Surrounding him won't solve the problem. We should ask him what exactly is in this ancient building. We can't stay here forever. The most important point was that they had no food or water. They couldn't last 2 days. The longer they remained in this hell of despair, the slimmer their chances of getting out became. Not to mention the hidden dangers surrounding them. The girls with tear-streaked faces went to use tissues to wipe their faces. The boys scattered, waiting for Gu Zheng's next instruction. Gu Zheng remained silent, surveying the facilities in the hall. It was a large room. On the left was a staircase. On the right were several rooms. The hall was quite empty, only some tables and chairs were placed around. However, one wall of the hall displayed a bulletin board. Normally, it should serve as a place to write notifications about various situations in the building. Now it bore some rather vague. Gu Zheng walked over, stood beneath the bulletin board, and carefully read the words written on it. He organized and extracted the most critical points from the information above, combining this with the content from the book. This could be troublesome. The book Shangzhong Yilu was somewhat peculiar, and many things were not aligned with common sense. For instance, there were things that Gu Zheng could not comprehend. For example, ghosts. Even if he defined such entities as a kind of energy field, he still couldn't find a way to deal with it. This wasn't the outside world. He could only seek a solution within the ancient building itself. Others gathered around. Gu Zheng, what is written on that? Gu Zheng, have you found a way to leave here? Gu Zheng, what did you discover? Gu Zheng, previously detached, now became. Gu Zheng tapped on the bulletin board. Then he moved aside, allowing them to see the writing above. It described a game. A very interesting game of finding the murderer. At that time, Shangzhong Yilu had mysteriously caught fire. Everyone in the building perished in the flames, which was initially defined as an accidental fire. However, since then, strange occurrences began in Shangzhong Yilu. Considering all this, Gu Zheng speculated that there were hidden truths behind the fire in Shangzhong Yilu. Otherwise, the residents wouldn't harbor such resentment. He speculated that if they could uncover the true culprit behind that incident, perhaps they could survive safely. If they couldn't find, then they might become one of the charred corpses outside. The expressions of everyone who read the bulletin turned grim. They were just students. If the adults at that time couldn't figure it out, what could a group of students do? They couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Gu Zheng, who was deep in thought. However, having an excellent memory does not mean one can find the murderer. Those are two different matters. Specialization in one's field is crucial. Good memory is one thing, solving cases is another. In the absence of professional knowledge, what use is a good memory? They want conjure books for Gu Zheng to read. Furthermore, even if they memorized all the knowledge, they would still need to apply it right. If they couldn't apply it, it would merely be talk without action, which was of no use, and for a moment they all fell into despair. Gu Zheng, on the other hand, took a big stride and walked around. He knocked on several doors. Those doors did not respond. Meanwhile, the staircase had become dilapidated due to years of decay, and it was uncertain whether it could support their weight. If they recklessly stepped on it, what if it gave way and they fell? They wouldn't die, but they would definitely get hurt. After inspecting all the places on the first floor, Gu Zheng simply gave them one word: wait. He told them to wait. They had no choice but to wait. Standing was too tiring, and at that moment they didn't care about how dirty the ground was. They sat down to rest. As for the tables and chairs, they looked like they had rotted enough that sitting on them would cause them to collapse. Everyone in the class began to wait in the hall. In this hall there was also a clock. The hands pointed to 7:30. Clearly they felt that only a few minutes had passed, yet the clock had jumped forward by an hour. Ding, 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 ding. The clock chimed again. Under the vigilant expressions of others, the surroundings suddenly transformed. The dilapidated ancient building became brand new. The dust on the floor was gone, the holes in the windows were repaired, and the blackened marks on the walls faded, replaced by relatively fresh wallpaper. Crack! That shabby wooden door transformed into an exquisite, completely new grand door. Now the door's lock was open from the outside. A group of people entered, chatting and laughing. There was a woman in luxurious clothing, a poor painter, a middle-aged woman with a sharp and sour face, a gentlemanly middle-aged man, and a hunched figure dressed in rags. 2 couples and a dog owner. In total, 10 people entered at that moment. The sharp-tongued middle-aged woman glanced disdainfully at the poor man, then gave an unhappy look to the dog owner. A beast is just a beast. No matter how well you treat it, it won't reciprocate. Stay away from me, it's filthy. Who knows if... The woman in luxurious clothing was chatting and laughing with the gentleman. Upon witnessing this scene, although she said nothing, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. The 2 couples, one pair silent and quietly heading upstairs, while the other pair argued loudly, with the wife scolding her husband for being useless, and the husband retorting that he wouldn't have become like this if it weren't for her. The painter held tightly onto his painting, remaining silent. The poor man, hunched over, climbed the stairs along the wall. The dog owner wore an expression of anger, but upon seeing his dog wagging its tail by his side, he smiled again. They ascended the stairs, quickly disappearing. Gu Zheng watched them, lost in thought. These people are the residents of the clock tower. What had happened in the clock tower? Upon seeing this ancient building, they would know. There had been a great fire here, and the residents inside perished in the flames. So what were these people appearing before them? Everyone in the class shivered. Some looked fearfully at the staircase. Reenactment. It's a reenactment. Gu Zheng suddenly exclaimed. Gu Zheng immediately began searching through his belongings. What are you looking for? Yan Yi asked. Then they saw Gu Zheng pull out a notebook and a pen from his clothing. Of course, he recorded in the notebook out of habit. Gu Zheng marked each of the 10 people who entered with a number, the first to appear being number 1. Then he wrote down a few characteristics of the individuals, even outlining their personalities. Just a brief sentence, yet it allowed one to instantly recognize who was written about. Everyone who saw Gu Zheng's notes displayed expressions of shock. They hadn't expected that in that instant Gu Zheng could contemplate so much. They were all too focused on their astonishment. In the live broadcast, viewers were also stunned. Wow, Gu Zheng is really impressive. How does this person's brain work? In just such a short time, he remembered so much. I was just focused on that person who was... I was looking at the dog. What I find even more terrifying is his character analysis of each person. Oh, I work in this profession, and he didn't make a single mistake in profiling everyone. Is this person really that amazing? Wow. Bowing to the master. We're all human, why is it that others can do so much? How old is he? If he can survive, his future is limitless. Everyone looked at Gu Zheng with admiration and reverence. Talented individuals shine wherever they go. Next, several more groups of people walked in. Due to the large number of people, others worried that Gu Zheng might not be able to remember them all at once, so they discussed helping him remember too. Each person would remember one or two individuals. It was better than leaving everything to Gu Zheng. After all, he was just one person, and no matter how incredible his memory was, it wouldn't be possible, right? The groups that entered totaled 87 plus the 10 who came earlier. There were 97 residents here in total. They were dazzled by the number. Remembering one or two was manageable, but as the numbers increased, they either remembered incorrectly or missed some or got confused. The viewers in the live stream, out of curiosity, also pulled out their notebooks and pens to record each person entering the ancient building. From the moment the grand door opened to when they climbed the stairs, each person could only stay for less than a minute. But the people entering didn't come one by one, they came in groups of several, a multitude entering at once. If they were to remember one person, a minute would suffice, but once it was 4, 5, or 6, the average time left for each person wouldn't be much. The online viewers wrote furiously with their pens, but even so they often missed many people. All the classmates felt a bit disheartened. They managed to remember a few, but as more people came in, their memories got disrupted by the "It's over, I can't remember." One classmate cried out in despair. Who was the 4th person to enter? Another classmate looked completely broken. Wow. Was the 20th person a woman? Was it a man? No, it was an old lady. Everyone was in a state of collapse. There were too many people, and they were too diverse, and the time was too short. They simply couldn't remember. Even Yan Yi began to give up after remembering 15 people. If this continued, her memory would become jumbled. By then the information recorded would be incorrect, so it was better not to remember at all. Everyone turned to Gu Zheng. They gathered around to see the information Gu Zheng had recorded in his notebook. At least for the earlier entries, none were wrong or missing. Every person who entered, no matter how many Gu Zheng remembered, and in a short time provided a character sketch capturing each person's most distinct characteristics. While others were dazzled and either remembered incorrectly or missed, Gu Zheng made no mistakes. At least the early. As for the later ones, they were unknown to him. Gu Dad, what do you think of my son? Impressive. Gu Zheng is for. Gu Dad is amazing. With this memory, Gu Dad could participate in the ultimate showdown. Gu Zheng, what do you think of me? Can you take me as your disciple? How does your brain work? How can your memory be so good? Any secrets? Yan Yi looked at Gu Zheng with admiration. No one expected that this usually quiet and seemingly unremarkable classmate would turn out to be such a big shot. Yet Gu Zheng, surrounded by everyone, had the same indifferent expression. Memory can indeed be improved. Gu Zheng only answered this one question. But as everyone began to ask what came next, Gu Zheng scoffed. It's useless to say this method is not something ordinary people can achieve. That disdainful gaze, the look of someone regarding the foolish. Previously this would have made those who saw it clench their fists. Now everyone looked at Gu Zheng with even more admiration. Gu Zheng, you are truly amazing. Impressive people do impressive things. A brave life needs no explanation. Gu Zheng's extraordinarily powerful memory instantly captivated everyone. Even the viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but acknowledge Gu Zheng's brilliance. Because they also had their pens and notebooks, but while they were able to cope at the start, by the time the later groups came in, they couldn't keep up, and the information they recorded was all wrong. After a while, Gu Zheng did not look at the information in the notebook. The notebook was taken by other classmates who wanted to record some information. At least they would take note of some important matters. They had no use for it now, but they couldn't possibly drag the team down, could they? Although everyone was young, they still had brains. They knew which tasks needed to be done and which should not. Even the most unruly classmates in the class now frowned and seriously looked at everything recorded in that notebook. They didn't expect to remember everything. At least they wanted to leave an impression. They couldn't be clueless at crucial moments, causing more trouble without knowing it, right? Gu Zheng, on the other hand, sat alone in the corner. In his mind, he replayed the scenes of those 97 residents. He wanted to find the person most likely to be the arsonist among them. His brain was operating at high speed. Every person's movements, every expression on their faces, even every word they said, all replayed in Gu Zheng's mind like a movie screening. Ding. The character you are playing is very compatible with the setting. You have gained recognition from most people, and the second ability has been unlocked. A human-level character only has 2 abilities. Unlocking the second ability indicates that all the character's abilities have been unlocked. After all, being a human-level character is not as difficult to portray as a heavenly or lord-level one. Truth. The one who gains knowledge can often see through the essence of things, but what is truth? Truth encompasses all things, and knowledge is merely the key to unlocking the door of truth. Gu Zheng was taken aback. Truth. Isn't it true that people continuously learn, explore, and research to gain the truth of this world, seeking to understand the mysteries of the universe, the laws of the world's operation? Everything that people pursue can be encompassed by truth. Truth is science proven through knowledge theory and complete experiments. This ability, how to put it, was beyond Shen Yan's expectations. It didn't seem like an ability a human-level character could obtain. Perhaps Gu Zheng's performance was so shocking that the ability generated was also extraordinary. Gu Zheng reigned in his astonishment. Then he emerged from his hall of memories. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Yan Yi standing in front of him, looking worried. Gu Zheng, are you okay? From her face, Gu Zheng gleaned some information. Female 17 years old, single healthy optimistic, and kind has learned dance practice piano, judging from her hands and demeanor, she has practiced Jeet Kune Do or Taekwondo. She likes you. Just one glance. Gu Zheng obtained countless pieces of information. Wait, what was that about the back? Looking again at Yan Yi's worried eyes. A question mark hovered above Gu Zheng's head. Perhaps Gu Zheng's obviously different reaction made Yan Yi even more worried. She hurriedly reached out to feel his forehead. Fearing that something might be wrong with Gu Zheng turned his head to avoid her hand, stroked his chin, and then looked at Yan Yi directly. Do you like me? Yan Yi's face showed astonishment. What? She reacted belatedly, and a blush appeared on her face. In truth, her feelings for Gu Zheng were initially rooted in sympathy, but as she got to know him, especially realizing his exceptional memory, his calmness, and sharp observation skills, she gradually became attracted to him. Her feelings changed. After all, strong individuals are always the most attractive. Yan Yi felt embarrassed and at a loss when Gu Zheng directly exposed her feelings. Then she opened her mouth, stammering shyly, yes, I like you. How about you? Gu Zheng nodded, indicating he understood, then his expression became serious. Yan Yi felt a surge of anticipation, seeing Gu Zheng's earnest gaze. Could it be that he was about to respond to her? Oh dear, how embarrassing. If Gu Zheng really agreed to her, then once they got out they could work hard together and get into a good university. Before Yan Yi could continue envisioning the future, she heard Gu Zheng's reply, thank you, I like myself too. Oh. Yan Yi was on the verge of madness. This person Gu Zheng, how could he be so infuriating? She had not interacted with Gu Zheng for just one day, as she knew he was proud, arrogant, and self-centered, but it was the first time she felt defeated by him. Yan Yi's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. Finally, she ran away from Gu Zheng and joined other classmates. In any case, for the time being, she couldn't face Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng was completely unaware that he had just hurt a girl's feelings. He was still pleased with himself for guessing Yan Yi. In the past, his character profiling was a weak point when it came to emotions. He was not sensitive to feelings, and his emotional intelligence was negative. Now that this weakness was compensated for, his character profiling ability would undoubtedly make great progress. After all, people are emotional beings, and love is the most complex emotion. Throughout history, countless tragedies have occurred because of love, though there have also been many beautiful stories. In short, with this ability, Gu Zheng's chances of finding the murderer in the ancient building became greater. This was a residential building, and the disputes between people involved a significant portion of emotions. Some people's emotions are very subtle. Perhaps you cannot guess their motives, or perhaps it's just a trivial matter that no one paid attention to, leading to this tragedy. Gu Zheng went through all the residents again. This time he indeed discovered more information. One of them was among the initial group of people, one of the two couples that had entered. In their view, the couple who had been arguing since they entered surely had a poor relationship. Meanwhile, the couple who remained silent appeared to have a better rapport than the arguing pair. However, that was not entirely the case. Gu Zheng noticed one thing: the distance between that couple was too distant. Even the arguing couple stood closer to each other than the silent couple. Furthermore, the wife's eyes, if not looked at closely, revealed a hint of fear. What was she afraid of? Her eyes were constantly avoiding eye contact with her husband. If she was afraid of something else, then she should seek help from her husband. This suggested that what she feared was her husband himself. Domestic violence. Or something else. Gu Zheng instantly connected the dots. Besides this, he also saw a hint of twisted hatred in the eyes of the poor man. When that sharp-tongued, middle-aged woman insulted the dog. Perhaps his own hardships made him feel that he was being insulted indirectly. Or perhaps it was something else. In any case, at this moment, he was filled with hatred for that middle-aged woman. And his hatred was intense. It was as if the emotions he had been suppressing suddenly erupted at this moment. If anyone was likely to be the arsonist, this poor man undoubtedly had significant suspicion. The reenactment of the first floor had ended. All the residents had returned to their homes. However, the hall had not reverted to its dilapidated state. The other classmates had no idea what to do and could only look at Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng stared at the staircase, pondering something. What should we do next? Go up, Gu Zheng replied. Go up. The crowd exchanged glances. Going to the second floor. What if something goes wrong? Without caring about the others' reactions, Gu Zheng took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. He put strength into his first step, while keeping the other foot on the ground, ensuring that even if the stairs collapsed, he wouldn't fall. Gu Zheng discovered that the stairs now felt as solid as they looked, at least not like before when they were broken and would collapse. Gu Zheng then placed his other foot on the stairs. Behind him, the entire class watched him, nervously stretching out their hands in case he slipped and fell so they could catch him. Gu Zheng carefully tested the stairs, especially the several holes he had noted earlier, and found that stepping on them did not cause any issues. He turned back to them and said, come up, it's fine. After Gu Zheng finished speaking, he continued toward the second floor. The stairwell was quite dark, but the light seeping from above barely managed to illuminate a bit of the ground. Seeing that Gu Zheng had made it up, the entire class hurriedly followed him up the stairs. They reached the second floor. It was a long corridor with many rooms on both sides. The doors of these rooms were tightly shut, and only a few lights illuminated the corridor without a sound escaping. Suddenly a door opened. A strange melody played, one that would sound every afternoon in the Zhongyi building. The originally beautiful melody had become somewhat eerie as it was played in a lower pitch. Sounds came from inside the room. A couple was arguing and cooking. Despite the noise, their interactions hinted that their relationship was quite good. Gu Zheng stood at the doorway without entering, glancing at the layout inside the house, which revealed nothing particularly unusual. The room opposite also opened. This was where the dog owner lived. They were having dinner, a person and a dog not entirely alone. Gu Zheng silently walked toward the next room. Others followed him, somewhat scared. They dared not approach the doorway and could only walk past in the middle. The third room opened. An elderly woman was mending a piece of clothing, but due to her age her eyesight was poor and she worked carefully. In the fourth room across lived the painter. A painting easel was set in the center of the room and he was painting beside it. Gu Zheng originally intended to step toward the next room. However, upon catching sight of the painting on the easel, he abruptly stopped. The painter's work depicted individuals in the building who bore conflicting qualities. For instance, the silent couple and the impoverished man. The painter's style was not realistic, but rather abstract. The entire painting was dark in tone. The brightest area was depicted in red. The painter had not yet finished this piece, but Gu Zheng stood at the doorway intently staring at the painting. He watched the painter for as long as the artist worked. A slightly dim black alley was reflected on the canvas. The surrounding streets appeared distorted, and the pedestrians' faces were blank. As they passed the black alley, no one cast even a glance inside. Above the black alley, red rain was falling, splattering onto the ground like a pool of spreading blood. In the dark alley, a black monster roared with fury, its hair standing on end, mouth wide open, as if it were about to devour someone. Beneath it, a shadow whose face was indistinguishable lay on the ground, covering its face and crying. Several windows above the alley opened, and people leaned out, pointing at those below. Behind the black alley stood several people. A flirtatious woman dressed in bright red wore a red makeup and displayed an exaggerated, insincere smile. Several men stood beside her. Behind them, a sharp and mean face was reflected on the wall. Its mouth took up 2/3 of its face with sharp teeth and an extremely long tongue. A somewhat anthropomorphic mouse pressed against the wall, revealing disdain for humans. After completing the painting, the artist stood before it to admire his work, then hung it on the wall. Accompanied by the eerie melody, the smile on the painter's face appeared somewhat twisted. After observing, Gu Zheng left the doorway of this room and walked toward the next. Others also saw the painting hanging in the hall, but they only found it somewhat terrifying and did not think much of it. It was just an ordinary family. They walked all the way to the end. Having seen all the rooms on the left, Gu Zheng turned back to the right corridor. The first room on the right belonged to the gentleman, whose walls displayed several photos of women. He stood in front of the photo. Gu Zheng immediately noticed that there were women's items in the room that did not belong to a man. However, judging by the owner's demeanor, he did not seem to have a family. Moreover, Gu Zheng keenly observed that the angles of the photos on the wall were incorrect. None of the pictures showed a frontal view, most were side profiles or backs. Goodness, this person actually took candid shots. Gu Zheng did not linger and moved on to the next room, which belonged to the impoverished man. His home was barren, clearly indicating a difficult life. The impoverished man sat alone, staring blankly out the window. At his feet lay a sharpened fruit knife. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Gu Zheng stood at the doorway observing him. He remained motionless, still facing away from the door. Could he be the arsonist? A classmate speculated. A person contemplating suicide might perhaps want to take everyone down with him before he died, which is not impossible. Gu Zheng said nothing. He continued in silence toward the next room. Click. The door opened. The originally quiet corridor was filled with the sound of a woman's crying. A furious man was relentlessly beating his wife. Upon witnessing this, Gu Zheng intended to step forward, but the scene inside seemed detached from that of the corridor. They could not enter, nor could the people inside see them. Gu Zheng pondered. Nearby, another room opened, and a sharp-tongued, middle-aged woman peered out. She startled everyone. Yet she seemed unaware, pressing against the wall, listening and laughing. Her smile appeared greasy and even ugly. She gossiped about the neighbors with her husband, claiming that the woman next door was no good. Afterward, Gu Zheng explored all the rooms along the corridors of the second and third floors. Clang, 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 clang. The clock struck 10 in the evening. Gu Zheng led the entire class down from the upper floor. Soon the ancient building returned to its dilapidated state. The whole class gathered together, chattering about who the murderer might be. I think the impoverished man is the most likely suspect. It could also be that painter. He seems quite strange. I think it might be the husband. Could it be that middle-aged woman? She doesn't look like a good person. There was also a thug living on the third floor. He owes money, so he's highly suspicious too. Everyone was discussing and sharing their guesses. Even the people in the live stream began to speculate. So far, the information revealed was insufficient to determine who the murderer was. What if the murderer isn't even one of the people in this building? No matter how hard they look, they won't be able to find them. In the end, their gaze turned to Gu Zheng. Since he came down, Gu Zheng had been biting his nails, sitting in the corner and saying nothing. It was evident that he was contemplating the connections and grievances among these people. Yan Yi pulled at them, preventing them from disturbing Gu Zheng's thoughts. Time reached 11 o'clock. Here times, in reality, only a little over 2 hours had passed. Gu Zheng suddenly stood up. He glanced at the clock and said, "There's no time left." In the ancient building at midnight, a reenactment of a scene would unfold, but not one from before. It would be a reenactment of the Great Fire from years ago. At 12 o'clock, the entire ancient building would catch fire, and those inside would also face the fate of being burned alive. How did those charred corpses outside come to be? There were only about 90 residents here, yet he saw over 100 corpses. There were even more hidden in the mist. Snap! Snap! A classmate near the window widened his eyes in shock. He quickly pulled the person next to him, signaling him to look outside the window. Are they back again? They communicated silently with gestures. The charred corpses began to wander outside the window. Everyone returned to a state of holding their breath. Only Gu Zheng showed no surprise on his face. If the fire broke out, who would stay inside to be burned alive? Don't get too close to the window, Gu Zheng reminded. It was mentioned in the ancient building that those who ventured too close to the window were pulled out by the monsters outside after screaming. After seeing the monsters outside the window, no one dared to approach it, let alone go outside. Following Gu Zheng's warning, the entire class slowly moved away from the window, trying not to make any noise. Once they left the window, they breathed a sigh of relief and dared to breathe loudly. Gu Zheng glanced at the dilapidated. He decided to go upstairs again. But when Gu Zheng reached the staircase, the others began to ask where he was going. Gu Zheng, the staircase is too rotten to go up now. It's best not to go, it's completely dark upstairs, and you can't see anything. Everyone felt that going up the stairs was too dangerous. Even though they usually didn't pay much attention to Gu Zheng, they still knew he always skipped PE class. Gu Zheng's physical condition was surely not good. Moreover, he was their only hope of getting out. What would they do if something We can't let you go? If anyone goes, it should be us. Yes, let us go. We're used to climbing over walls, but we're quite at. The most mischievous boys in the class patted their chests as they said this. Gu Zheng looked at the rickety staircase and found it hard to refuse. If he were to climb, he would definitely fall. He could trip while running, let alone in such a high-difficulty obstacle course. But if he let others go, he wouldn't feel at ease after all the details observed by everyone must be different. Some could notice certain things while others might overlook them. He wanted to see for himself also. For this reason, some details and clues could only be discovered by him, not necessarily. Yan Yi understood what he was worried about. She thought for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, Wu Hanhai, do you have that precious DSLR camera of yours? Did you bring it? Wu Hanhai scratched his head. How did you know I brought it? Where do you go without it? You even take it to the bathroom. Other classmates teased him. While others came to PE class as relaxed as possible, without bringing anything, he was the only one who brought a backpack with such a large camera inside. However, thankfully he brought the camera. It was finally useful now. Even though Wu Hanhai treasured this camera, he took it out now. No matter how precious it was, it couldn't compare to life. Wu Hanhai handed the camera to the mischievous classmates and taught them how to use it. The mischievous classmates promised not to break the camera, and then with the camera a few of them began to climb up the stairs. Since the stairs had many holes broken and the wood above was already rotten, they had to be very careful while climbing the stairs, avoiding the holes and sticking close to the walls. A wave of climbing and jumping made those below hold their breath. Fortunately, in the end they managed to get up safely. Gu Zheng stroked his chin, pondering while waiting for them to return. After more than 20 minutes, a few of them returned. One of them twisted his ankle while climbing the stairs, but nothing serious. Their task was successfully completed. The DSLR camera was smoothly handed to Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng turned on the camera and began to check the photos. The one taking the photos probably knew they couldn't see everything, so they captured everything in detail, missing no suspicion. Even places that appeared non-suspicious were photographed. Gu Zheng quickly reviewed the hundreds of photos. The rooms in them were all marked with burn marks. Everywhere was a charred mess. After a thorough look, Gu Zheng found no sign of where the fire had started. This ancient building, for some reason, was likely built in a vintage style constructed entirely of wood. Wooden buildings catch fire fiercely, and once ablaze, it's hard to identify the origin of the fire, since almost everything. This was also a significant factor in why the case was hard to solve back then. Without identifying the source of the fire, they couldn't find the suspects. Ultimately, the case was defined as an accidental fire. Gu Zheng reviewed all the photos. Then he combined the locations of each photo. Although he didn't step onto the second and third floors at this moment, based on these photos, a complete spatial picture suddenly formed in Gu Zheng's mind. This was all happening in Gu Zheng's mind, which normally others wouldn't be able to see. However, suddenly the live stream switched. The screen split into two. On the left, the class stood around Gu Zheng, while Gu Zheng closed his eyes. On the right, Gu Zheng found himself in a dark place. What's going on? Why are there two Gu Zhengs? What could it be that Gu Zheng was disturbed by the monster? The additional two screens in the live stream left the viewers puzzled. This was the first time such a situation appeared in the live stream. The left screen displayed the normal scene. On the right, as Gu Zheng stepped forward, everything around him became illuminated. Beside him, an ancient building began to take shape from scratch. This ancient building was a perfect replica of the one where Gu Zheng stood. The speed at which the ancient building was constructed was astonishingly fast, almost completed in mere seconds. Gu Zheng pushed open the grand door of the ancient building. Upon stepping into the dark hall, everything inside began to materialize from nothing. Even the scene of the residents stepping in from outside was flawlessly recreated. Gu Zheng suddenly raised his hand, making a stop gesture towards those people. The residents who entered froze mid-step, maintaining their posture in midair. Every action was paused, their expressions still vivid and natural, as Gu Zheng observed the halted crowd. Then he snapped his fingers, and the residents resumed their movements. They continued to converse and walk as if nothing had happened. It was like a three-dimensional movie, and Gu Zheng held the remote control to play this film. The viewers witnessing this scene seemed to suddenly realize something. Could this be the scene imagined in Gu Zheng's mind? No way. Really. So awesome, big shot. Wow. Apart from wow, I can't find any words to describe my feelings. I can't believe it. You went up there. Everyone has fantasies and memories in their minds, which is quite normal. However, the images that each person imagines or remembers are usually blurry and hard to connect. Sometimes thinking about this, sometimes that. For someone like Gu Zheng to directly construct a scene in his mind and control it so well is honestly rare. This not only requires exceptional memory, but also strong control, focus, and understanding of things. This is something that is hard for ordinary people to achieve. Perhaps those who can do this should be called gods. It's not that Gu Zheng's prowess is so strong, but his terrifying memory and control can indeed be considered godly among mortals. The hall was gradually completed. Every detail inside was identical to the outside world. Even the charred marks on the walls, the damaged holes, and the wood's textures were the same. Gu Zheng stood in the hall, suddenly pulling down his hand swish. The surrounding scene abruptly changed, and Gu Zheng left the first-floor hall, appearing in the second-floor corridor. Every room's construction and the charred scenes upstairs were just as they appeared in the photos. Gu Zheng inspected everything, leaving no detail overlooked. Then the scene switched again, and he arrived on the third floor. The three-dimensional structure revealed more than the photos could. Gu Zheng entered a room on the third floor, which was where the elegantly dressed woman lived. He contemplated the scenes he saw, then linking the entire building and the complex relationships among the residents, he ultimately drew a relationship map. The ones most closely connected were still those 10 people who walked in at the beginning. They had some deeper entanglements. Gu Zheng thought of something. If his speculation was correct, then the murderer of this ancient building could likely be identified. Swish! The entire scene collapsed with a thunderous sound. The screen on the right went dark. At the same time, Gu Zheng on the left screen opened his eyes. Apart from the audience and Gu Zheng, no one could have imagined that he had constructed an ancient building from nothing in his mind. Wow, what is this ability of Gu Zheng called? So cool. Is this really something a human can do? The human brain currently cannot utilize its full potential. Some say if a person's brain could be developed to 100%, that person's achievements would surpass everyone else. This matter has no conclusion. After all, the human brain is the most mysterious and complex part of the body. Gu Zheng's IQ is definitely very high. This is beyond doubt. Gu Dad. Forever a god. If his IQ is not 200, I will livestream eating dog food. If it's not 300, he'll stand on my head and eat shit. Here comes the scammer again. Gu Zheng naturally had no idea about the comments regarding him in the livestream. After he opened his eyes, his classmates looked at him with expectant faces. Gu Zheng was very proud. If he hadn't fallen into this strange space, he probably wouldn't have intervened in these matters. But there are no ifs. Gu Zheng said, I already know who the murderer is. Who is the murderer? The others looked curious and expectant. No matter what, if they found the murderer, then they would have a chance to escape this place. Boom. Just as Gu Zheng finished speaking, the entire ancient building began to tremble. Suddenly faces popped up on the walls. They screamed and wailed, reaching out their hands as if trying to grasp something. Those faces were obviously all the residents of the building. They were also waiting for Gu Zheng to name the murderer who killed. To find the murderer, the first step is to find evidence. Let's first look at the entanglements among the residents of the ancient. On the second floor, there are several problematic residents. The first, the peeper; the second, the impoverished man; the third, the quarreling couple; the fourth, the mean middle-aged woman. Their issues are quite evident. They are just some daily disputes, and the grievances are not significant. However, the middle-aged woman likes to pry into others' private matters and spread some false rumors. But in fact, it is the woman in the luxurious clothes living on the third floor who behaves improperly. The painter seems to know everything, but he said nothing, as this is the source of his inspiration. The gentleman has some photographs of that wife on the wall, and the angles of the shots are quite clever. I observed from his room that there was a bottle of motion sickness medicine on his table. At this point, Gu Zheng paused. In short, this person is not a good man. Now let's talk about that woman. She is beaten by her husband, and the rumors outside are also quite unsavory. She herself has encountered some unfortunate events. Such a seemingly helpless woman must feel very desperate inside and long for liberation, but she endures because she is waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity came at midnight. She waited until the impoverished man next door wanted to commit suicide. He was too afraid to use a knife, so he turned on the gas. Gu Zheng paused again. In short, the murderer is that abused woman. What was her motive? Just because her husband beat her, she would bring down the entire building with her. Others asked in confusion. At first, I wasn't sure either. Gu Zheng suddenly said, didn't you see the painting that the artist? Usually her husband would beat and scold her. The other residents probably knew about it, but instead of stopping it, they spread rumors about the woman's poor character, which led the gentleman to take action against her. After all, someone who is rumored to have a bad reputation with a husband who is not on good terms with her, and no neighbors believing in her, even if something were done to her, she wouldn't dare to speak out. Gu Zheng said this while glancing at the faces of the struggling people on the wall under the avalanche. No snowflake. What about that old lady? The old lady is innocent, right? Others asked again. Gu Zheng looked at them with a look of That old lady is the gentleman's mother. What did we overlook? Why is the old lady his mother? Everyone, including those watching the live broadcast, showed confused and bewildered expressions. Foolish humans, Gu Zheng revealed a look of disbelief. The clothes that the old lady sewed, if I'm not mistaken, are the very clothes that the gentleman is wearing. And there are also some details that can be observed. That is the loving gaze she had for her child when she was sewing. And in the house, there is a photograph displayed. The photograph shows the gentleman as a child, though one can still see some outline. The gentleman grew up like this thanks to the old lattice indulgence. Moreover, Gu Zheng does not believe that the old lady would not know what was in her son's room. As a mother, how could she not know what her son has in his room? Not only did she not stop him, but she also allowed it. This led to the gentleman becoming more and more arrogant, eventually taking action against that woman, which directly caused a series of subsequent tragedies. The people in this entire building cannot be said to have problems, but they are more or less all related. If someone could reach out a helping hand, that woman would not have been so ruthless. Of course, it is pointless to say anything now. This is just a story recorded in an ancient book. Hearing Gu Zheng mention them, at first those faces on the wall were somewhat disbelieving. They reached out wanting to pull Gu Zheng into the wall. However, as they listened to Gu Zheng's gradual analysis, they all shrank back. Gu Zheng sighed. She was too foolish. If it were me, I would definitely set a fire and run away rather than be buried together in the flames. What the hell? Did you just say something extraordinary? Your thoughts are quite dangerous. What the hell? Did I offend this big shot anywhere before? No. That's great. Not to mention that after hearing Gu Zheng's words, the pupils of the other students shook. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room exclaimed, what the hell? This big shot's thoughts are a bit dangerous. Shivering, this big shot cannot be offended, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. So the people who had cursed Gu Zheng before quickly retracted their words. This person is tough, but we cannot provoke them. Ding. The clock struck 12. In an instant, the faces on the wall let out a piercing wail. It seemed that the fire had started burning again. What? Could it be that the guess was wrong? Everyone shared the same question. Their hearts sank suddenly. Only Gu Zheng looked at the faces on the wall, seemingly searching for something. Then he stood in the hall and softly said, "What? Do you want to seek justice? But with the destruction of this ancient building, hasn't everything already perished?" On the wall, the twisted and wailing faces disappeared, replaced by a huge face that filled the entire wall. That is the woman who caused the destruction of the entire building. What do you want? Unwillingness? Regret? Anger? Gu Zheng was unafraid of that enormous face. He directly confronted it, saying, "But all of this is meaningless. Even if I testify for you, you are still the murderer who killed the entire building. It is better to let it sink." The grievances of the ancient building also ended in a great fire. After hearing Gu Zheng's words, the enormous face surged with anger. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for Gu Zheng. If they angered it, everyone might face disaster. The flames continued. Gu Zheng turned around and pushed open the ancient building's door. The mist outside had begun to dissipate. Let's go. Gu Zheng left the building without looking back. The others followed him out, trembling. Outside there were those charred bodies. In the mist, those charred corpses began to stagger into the ancient building. They ignored the people standing beside them. They swayed, and when their bones rubbed together, they made creaking sounds. They all plunged into the sea of flames. As the flames soared, they disappeared along with the ancient building. The ancient building was gone. Then everyone was expelled from this alternate space. They stood on the school playground, each revealing smiles of surviving a Good Lao, are you thirsty? I'll go buy you a drink. Good Lao, are you hungry? He'll go get you something to eat. Are you tired, big shot? Sit down, I'll give you a leg massage. What the hell? You all are shameless, let me through. Gudad, what do you think of me? My back patting technique is quite good. Everyone gathered around Gu Zheng. After all, they had survived from the abyss of despair thanks to him. Without Gu Zheng, they would likely have turned into charred corpses. Meanwhile, the parents and teachers who had been waiting for a long time stood aside, feeling both amused and helpless. Those parents were originally very worried, and after seeing their children come out, they intended to embrace their frightened child. However, upon their emergence, their children didn't even glance at them. Instead, they busied themselves circling around Gu Zheng. It was not until their children finally noticed them. Gu Zheng's classmates shouted at their parents, "Mom and Dad, your son-daughter is alive today, thanks to Gu Lao. You must thank him properly, otherwise you wouldn't have me as your son-daughter." This is indeed the truth. Although their parents felt somewhat complicated seeing their children not as frightened as they had imagined, and in good spirits, they were very grateful to Gu Zheng. Gratitude was certainly inevitable. Hearing that Gu Zheng's family was in hardship, then they would send money. Moreover, they would do it subtly as a thank you gift. What? Gu Zheng's family lives in a bungalow. They have nothing. A wealthy parent who happened to have a house in the city waved their hand and gifted it to Gu Zheng. Not only did they see Gu Zheng help their children, but they also found him worth investing in. With such abilities, how could he not rise in the future? Today you see him with nothing, but one day he will be someone you cannot reach. Investing in Gu Zheng now means they will surely harvest benefits in the future. Thus, after confirming that their children were fine, every parent began to inquire about Gu Zheng's well-being. At this moment, Yan Yi felt embarrassed to lean over again. Instead, her parents said, "Yi, we support you. Do whatever you want. I have high hopes for Gu Zheng." Yan Yi does not plan to do anything for now, as she will wait until later since they are in the same school and class. They still have plenty of time to attend the same university in the future. After dealing with all the parents, Gu Zheng finally returned home. This time, although the police also came due to the large number of students involved, they did not take anyone back. They were afraid of scaring people. They could only wait until the next day, allowing these traumatized individuals to get some rest before questioning would be more convenient. After Gu Zheng returned home, his grandmother lit the lamp waiting for him to come back. His grandmother was old and did not go online, so she had no idea what had happened to Gu Zheng. and the couple who adopted Gu Zheng did not pay attention to him, so they were also unaware of the incident. Zhengzi, are you hungry? Grandma cooked a bowl of noodles for you, go eat. Thank you, Grandma. This was also nice. After finishing the noodles, Gu Zheng returned to his room. System, if I do not play the role of Gu Zheng, will he disappear? The Illusionist and the Martyr must be played by Shen Yan himself. If one appears, the other will not. The system said it only requires consuming 10,000 subversion points to create a tool person whom the host can possess at any time and can also be managed by the system. Shen Yan asked the system. Such a tool person requires 10,000 points at the human level, and the higher the level, the more subversion points needed. To begin with, a mid-level tool requires the consumption of 100,000. A heavenly level 1 costs 1 million, while a lord level 1 is even more terrifying, directly reaching tens of millions. Shen Yan can only afford to purchase a human level tool, so he won't feel pained about the disruption value. Buy a human level tool. Ding. 1,000 disruption value deducted. Exchange successful. In the next moment, Gu Zheng appeared before Shen Yan. This tool can handle some relatively simple tasks, even when Shen Yan is not possessing it. However, its abilities are limited. For instance, the abilities unlocked later cannot be used by the tool. Nonetheless, it is sufficient for daily tasks. Shen Yan experienced the sensation of possessing the tool. It was akin to having two perspectives, able to see each other's faces, which felt quite wonderful. It was as if he had two versions of himself. After playing around for a while, Shen Yan released the possession. He checked the disruption value. From this live stream, he earned 230,000 disruption value, which was quite good. After leaving Gu Zheng as his tool, Shen Yan departed from the place. Online discussions about the case of Zhong Yi. Although Gu Zheng guessed who the culprit was, he did not disclose the process of the crime. There were some aspects that Gu Zheng did not explicitly state. Thus, this left a lot of room for speculation among the crowd. More and more people came to analyze the story. Some speculated whether a woman had taken advantage of a poor man next door setting a fire while he was poisoned by gas. Others said that the woman had long allied with the poor man, aiming to take revenge on the people in the building. In short, there were all sorts of theories. Among them, the most despicable gentleman was the one who faced the harshest criticism. He directly caused this tragedy. Meanwhile, those who spread gossip and rumors merely added fuel to the fire. The husband's beatings were the last straw for the woman. As for the alternate space, the Lord was that woman, but due to her different life form, her connection to the alternate space was also quite unique. Every creature's existence follows its own rules. The moment the woman revealed herself, Gu Zheng's ability allowed him to see the essence of her existence. She depended on the ancient building for her existence. The great fire could not destroy her. After all, she had already been. The rule she established to find the true culprit was more of a contract, a kind of agreement. Those who entered the ancient building had two choices: one, to stay out of the ancient building, but at 6 o'clock the fog would spread, and the charred corpses inside would tear them apart and devour them. 2, to enter the ancient building, but must find the true culprit. If they fail to identify the true culprit or wrongly accuse someone, when the clock strikes 12, those who entered the ancient building will be burned alive inside. Once the true culprit is identified, no matter how furious the woman gets, the rule remains the same. Finding the true culprit allows one to leave safely. This is an ironclad rule that even the woman as the Lord cannot change. Therefore, Gu Zheng was ultimately bold enough to provoke the woman who had merged with the ancient building. The final test was whether those entering the ancient building had the courage to face the charred corpses. If they dared not go out and stayed inside the ancient building, they would still be burned to death. Although there are rules in this alternate space, they are not entirely favorable to humans. On the contrary, if the initial entrants into the ancient building were so frightened that they lost their composure, they would lose their chances right from the beginning. This was a contest of courage, wisdom, and human nature. Gu Zheng emerged victorious in this contest. This conclusion came later when the audience in the live stream, along with some professionals, reviewed the video multiple times. Once the conclusion was out, the online users worshipped Gu Zheng once again. What a genius! These outsiders thought more than those involved in the situation. Of course, many still felt that the Hell of Despair was truly deserving of its name. No wonder that no one survived after falling into the Hell of Despair except for people with super high intelligence like Gu Zheng and those with extraordinary strength like the Illusion Master. Who else could survive in a place like the Hell of Despair? Despite the many discussions online, this matter had come to a close. Unless someone fell into the alternate space of Zhong Yi again. However, the likelihood of that happening was very low. After leaving that small county, Shen Yan began to draw characters again. System, start drawing the 4th role template. Ding. 1,000 disruption value consumed. Drawing 4th role template. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have drawn a Lord level character template. Character: Demon Hunter, potential Lord level. Personality: eager to hunt all demonic creatures, spending days with darkness, silent, ruthless, precise, and willing to sacrifice necessary things when needed. Script: a demon hunter, isn't he hunting demons? Sometimes the ones who can break a person are not demons, but rather the human heart. Ability unlocked. Demon Sense. You can detect the traces of all demons, and you have a strong restraint against demons. All demons fear and dread you. Start playing. Whoosh. A black and red robe covered him, and a uniquely shaped long axe appeared in his hand. A length of iron chain hung from the axe handle, coiling around his right hand. The demon hunter had a cold appearance with long black hair cascading down on one ear. He wore a black crystal earring. The demon hunter donned the hood of the robe, obscuring most of his face. This time the script had no major requirements. There was only one: he must maintain his character during the live stream and act in accordance with that character. At the same time, he needed to hunt 100 demons. Upon meeting this condition, the script would also be completed. It seemed that the difficulty of this performance was half in maintaining the character and the other half in hunting demons. Let's begin. The demon hunter adjusted his hood and spoke in a low, steady, and cold voice, but if one listened closely, a hint of excitement could be detected within. He was incredibly eager to hunt demons, so his current mood was one of exhilaration. However, his typically calm and steady nature kept this excitement suppressed deep within. As a result, outsiders could not perceive his excitement. They only saw his face calm as still water devoid of any ripples. Whoosh! The demon hunter cupped his hands around his mouth and whistled. Woof, woof, woof. A large black dog half the height of a man came running over, barking excitedly, its tail wagged. It leaped onto the demon hunter's leg, making soft whining sounds. Thunder, let's go. Woof. Thunder responded with a resounding bark. Thunder was the first summoned ability of the demon hunter, a large. Thunder had a strong tracking ability for demons, making it the best companion for the demon hunter. Together, they ventured into the fierce wind, following the demonic scent carried by the air. The live stream began. This time, the notified viewers rushed in quickly, and almost instantly, over 1 million spectators flooded into the stream. Who is it this time? Have you noticed? Every time someone is live on the Tiandao website, they are always someone we can't afford to provoke. Because they are indeed extraordinary, which is why the observers keep an eye on them, right? What a huge dog. This outfit is arriving in a human city. The demon hunter, though not often active during the day, had long mingled in various cities and knew many common practices. For instance, walking a dog requires a leash. Otherwise, a big dog like Thunder would be quite intimidating. If it scared someone, the demon hunter would have to pay. The only valuable item he had was that black diamond earring, which he couldn't afford to lose. Thus, the demon hunter used his energy to create a black collar, fastening it around Thunder's neck. Even so, Thunder's large size startled the pedestrians nearby. Many people dodged, avoiding Thunder. A dog of such size looked truly frightening. Luckily, it was on a leash. Otherwise, if it suddenly lunged at someone to bite, who could stop it? Thunder sniffed the ground along the way, ignoring the pedestrians and not running amok. In front of outsiders, it displayed a calm demeanor, quite unlike its playful attitude before. This dog is really big. What breed is it? A mix. It looks a bit like a golden retriever, but larger and somewhat like a Saint Bernard, though this one's fur is black. The pedestrians, though somewhat afraid of this large creature, couldn't help but be curious as they watched Thunder obediently follow the demon hunter's side. The demon hunter pulled his hood tighter, lowering his head as he guided Thunder to avoid the crowd as much as possible. Although the long robe the demon hunter wore was quite vintage, many people nowadays favored retro fashion, so while they cast curious glances at him, they didn't find it odd. A child holding an ice cream cone looked on with a mix of curiosity and fear, wanting to pet the large dog, but hesitating to approach. Thunder glanced at the child. Then turning its head, it resumed, sniffing the faint scents in the air. Uncle, can I pet your big dog? The child had followed them for a while, but couldn't resist his curiosity, approaching the demon hunter. The child was polite enough to ask the owner before petting a dog. The demon hunter tugged at the leash. Thunder stopped sniffing and letting out a sudden sneeze. The child, grinning foolishly, cautiously reached out his hand. Those around them couldn't help but feel a chill of anxiety for the child. After all, this dog was enormous. One bite could easily sever the child's hand. Fortunately, Thunder did not show any signs of aggression. Instead, it obediently lowered its head, allowing the child to pet it a few times. Thank you, doggy. After petting Thunder's head, the child joyfully ran away. Thunder noticed the demon hunter watching it and sneezed again while tilting its head up. The surrounding people, seeing that the dog didn't appear as dangerous as it seemed, felt less fear towards it. Suddenly, Thunder lifted its head, sniffing the air intently. Then it changed from its previous lazy demeanor, barking loudly at a certain direction. The demon hunter's expression darkened. He knew the prey had appeared. Thunder's sudden barking startled the people nearby. Those who had intended to approach and take a photo withdrew. The demon hunter loosened the leash slightly. In the next moment, Thunder shot forward like a spear, darting away. The people around hurriedly dodged. A big dog breaking free from its owner's leash was no joke. Everyone feared being bitten by that dog. Whoosh! Thunder was fast. The demon hunter was even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the demon hunter caught up to Thunder. The pedestrians didn't even catch a glimpse of his movement. In just a blink, such a large figure had vanished from sight. Thunder raced ahead, sprinting quickly, almost covering hundreds of meters in a flash. Meanwhile, the demon hunter maintained a steady pace behind, never falling behind. Woof, woof, woof. Thunder burst into a park, pouncing on a middle-aged man, knocking him to the ground. Then Thunder bared its teeth, growling at the man beneath it. The middle-aged man on the ground widened his eyes in fear upon seeing Thunder. His face flushed red as he struggled to escape, but was firmly pinned down by Thunder. Almost at the same moment, the demon hunter appeared next to Thunder. He was about to draw his axe, but the people walking in the park had already reacted. What's going on? How can you let your dog run wild like this? Hurry and pull back your dog, or I'll call the police. This person truly lacks manners. Your dog bit someone, and you, as the owner, seem unconcerned. What? More and more people gathered around. However, due to Thunder's size, they dared not approach too closely, merely pointing fingers at the demon hunter. The demon hunter paused momentarily, then raised his hand to call Thunder back. Thunder glanced at the person it had pinned down, seeming displeased, but obediently returned to its owner's side. Amidst the crowd's criticism, the pair left. The middle-aged man was helped up by those around him, relief evident in his eyes, as if he felt fortunate to have escaped the calamity. After that, without saying a word, he slipped away from the crowd. What an impolite person. Forget it, let's go. The crowd dispersed. It was daytime, and there were too many pedestrians on the street. Hiding behind a large tree, the demon hunter looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. He tugged at his hood again, saying, "This is why I despise the light. In the dark, hunting would be much easier." Woof woof. Thunder lay at his feet, seemingly in agreement. Exactly. It had just caught that nasty bug, but now had to let the prey go. Let's go. When darkness falls, none will. Thunder wagged its tail, appearing quite pleased. The demon hunter left the park with Thunder. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were puzzled by the earlier scene. What is he doing? I don't know, but he doesn't seem like a good person. Why did that dog knock down that man? Is there something off about it? I saw everything clearly. He loosened the leash himself. If that dog hurt someone, he'd bear a great responsibility. Don't be so sure. Do you remember how they were slapped in the face before? Mentioning this, many people's faces turned pale, recalling the painful incident. The demon hunter walked along the roadside, just passing a crosswalk. A group of students had just let out of school and were waiting there. In the next moment, the green light across the street lit up and several children crossed the crosswalk. However, at that moment, a large truck suddenly charged through, not slowing down even for the red light. The truck was speeding, and it seemed about to collide with the group of children. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the group of children didn't react in time. Just as the truck was about to hit them, a dark shadow rushed towards them. Bang! The shadow flew out. The truck swerved narrowly, missing the group of children as it sped past. The demon hunter appeared outside the driver's cabin, bending down to look inside. The driver lay slumped over the steering wheel, a pained expression on his face, seemingly suffering from a sudden illness. The demon hunter stopped the truck before it crashed into the pedestrians. He jumped down from the truck. A few of the children who had nearly been hit were crying from fright. Several other children looked at the flying shadow. It was a large dog. The big doggy saved us. Is the dog okay? It won't die, right? Upon hearing this, even the children who hadn't been crying began to tear up. The demon hunter saw Thunder lying motionless on the ground, his lips twitching. Come back, I'll give you a reward. Thunder, initially unmoving, perked up its ears at the sound of the demon hunter's voice and immediately raised its head. Woof, you said it. The big dog didn't die. The group of children burst into smiles, some having called the police as soon as the accident happened. Now an ambulance had arrived to take the truck driver to the hospital, while the traffic police came to inquire about the situation. The children were all fine, only a little shaken. This dog is really lucky. It got thrown so far and didn't get hurt. What a heroic dog. A dog that saves people naturally generates goodwill. Following this incident, onlookers posted videos online. The heroic dog became famous. Many recognized Thunder and pointed out that it was the dog being live-streamed on the Tiandao website. Many people followed the links provided by others and joined the Tiandao website. They indeed saw the heroic dog, and instantly the number of registered users on the Tiandao website increased by millions. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream continued to grow, surpassing 20 million. Originally, Thunder could have received an award for its remarkable act of kindness, but the demon hunter declined. He did not wish to engage with the government. The demon hunter was solely focused on hunting demons and paid little attention to other matters. The government had been keeping it because the Tiandao website itself was quite mysterious. The government placed great importance on those who could be live-streamed there. The moment the demon hunter appeared, he was under scrutiny. However, the nation observed the actions of the demon hunter and deemed them unlikely to have a significant impact on their surroundings. Thus, they only sent a few individuals to secretly monitor. They did not attempt to obstruct the demon hunter. They too were curious as to why the demon hunter had appeared in the livestream. What was he searching for? And then there was the middle-aged man who had been struck down by lightning. In a short period, the nation had retrieved all his information, scouring through his records since birth. Aside from a recent unexpected investment that had caused his business to flourish, there was nothing out of the ordinary. There were no signs of wrongdoing. They did not understand why that man and the dog had specifically targeted this individual. They could only watch from the shadows while others kept an eye on the movements in the livestream. The demon hunter was not fixated on just one person. Accompanied by lightning, he roamed around the city, pinpointing over a dozen locations marked by a demonic aura, then quietly awaited the fall of night. Night soon descended. The demon hunter stood outside a detached villa. Lightning sniffed around the wall, then let out a few low whines. Found it. Woof! Lightning gathered its hind legs, leaped, and effortlessly jumped over the tundra-high wall. Upon landing, the demon hunter was already quietly standing inside. The two of them silently approached the villa. The door was kicked open, and after searching the entire villa, they found no one. Lightning crouched on the ground and sniffed, soon locating a hidden compartment that led to the basement. Not bad. The demon hunter patted Lightning on the head as a reward. He opened the hidden compartment and jumped in. The basement was a long tunnel. The demon hunter moved effortlessly in the darkness, with the shadows not hindering his vision. He walked swiftly and silently through the lengthy tunnel. Ahead, a glimmer of light emerged. An orange-yellow glow illuminated the ground. A group of individuals clad in black robes sat huddled together. A gigantic, intricate circular pattern was drawn on the ground. At first glance, it was clear these people were up to no good. They chanted incantations. As the strange and eerie spell reached its conclusion, the temperature around them The viewers in the live stream saw the shadows of those sitting together illuminated by the light gradually morphing. The shadows on the wall twisted, slowly shifting from human forms into that of a monster. Hiss! Upon seeing this, even the most naive viewers realized these people were definitely not up to anything good. What are they doing? That shadow reminds me of the dark shadow monsters in the Abyss of Despair. They can't possibly be trying to summon monsters from the Abyss of Despair, can they? Aren't they afraid of being devoured by the monsters, eh? Quick, stop them. The demon hunter stood silently behind them, having not sensed any demonic aura on them. This indicated that the demonic energy had yet to attach itself to them. The scent lightning had detected earlier likely emanated from the formation. The demon hunter even considered waiting for them to summon the demon before making his move. However, lightning, who had squeezed its way into the basement, was already excitedly charging in. Its footsteps were loud and instantly alerted everyone. The demon hunter had no choice but to raise his hand, swiftly knocking everyone unconscious. Lightning, filled with excitement, rushed over, but lost its momentum and stepped on the body of a person lying on the ground. It then sniffed at that person. Detecting no demonic scent, it began sniffing around the others. Achoo! Overcome by the foul odor from the heat. Then, with an innocent expression, it looked up at the demon hunter. The demon hunter was at a loss. He couldn't possibly scold it, could he? So he simply gave its head a gentle rub. Let's search for the next prey. After saying this, he planned to leave. However, the summoning that should have failed due to lightning's interruption suddenly took an unexpected turn. The pattern on the ground suddenly lit up. The demon hunter's eyes revealed a look of delight. He licked his somewhat dry lips. The prey has presented itself. Woof! Lightning wagged its tail vigorously, fixating intently on the central part of the pattern, where a bowl containing blood was placed on the ground. The blood in the bowl was rapidly depleting, soon revealing the bottom. As the blood reached its end, a twisted black mass began to appear above the bowl. It intermittently contorted into a ghastly face, then shifted into a skull, its form swiftly expanding from the size of a fist to over 3 meters tall. Scary, scary, scary. The terrifying laughter echoed in the hollow basement. Scary, scary, scary. The black mass gradually coalesced into a creature with horns on its head and 4 arms, bizarre in appearance. As the demon appeared, the temperature around plummeted sharply. A thin layer of frost formed on the ground. Even the viewers in the live stream felt a chill creeping in. They instinctively wrapped their clothes tighter. The presence of the demon was unsettling, especially after locking eyes with it. The viewers felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. It felt as though the demon within could draw their souls in. Just seeing the demon's gaze sparked a desire to worship it. The live stream's image suddenly flickered, snapping them back to reality. What the hell? What was I just thinking? Did I really just entertain the thought of worshipping this monster? Damn. Me too. Me too. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. The viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spine as they realized they had all shared the same thought. They understood that if the live stream hadn't implemented any measures, they would have likely fallen into the clutches of the monster after making eye contact. What kind of monster is this? How does it possess such an eerie ability? My followers offer me blood and flesh, and I shall grant you eternal life. Before the summoned demon could continue speaking, it scanned the surroundings and noticed the bodies lying on the ground. From their adornments, they seemed to be its followers. Flames flared in its eyes as it roared in anger. Who dares to harm my followers? I shall tear them to. The demon's gaze locked onto the demon hunter standing there. The viewers' hearts raced. They had just experienced the monster's ability and knew the consequences of making eye contact. They still had the live stream's protection. Could the one facing the monster withstand it? To everyone's surprise, as the demon caught sight of the demon hunter, its body visibly began to tremble. What is happening? The demon trembled. For the first time, it felt a fear deeper than that instilled by the demon king coming. Could it be that this person before it is even more terrifying than the demon king? The demon's inflated form suddenly deflated, shrinking into the bowl and becoming a blob of black mass. It huddled at the bottom of the bowl, trembling. The summoned demon was weak to begin with, and the summoning ritual was incomplete. It was merely a fragment of the demon. Its strength was feeble. It was instantly frightened out of its wits by the demon hunter. The demon hunter clapped thunder. Seeing thunder approach, the demon let out a terrified scream. No. Don't come any closer. Thunder opened its large mouth and with a slurp swallowed the demon at the bottom of the bowl in one gulp. It chewed, seemingly unsatisfied as it couldn't taste anything. Even the demon hunter looked down on such a low-level demon fragment and didn't bother to act. The audience in the live stream sent a barrage of question marks. Is it over? Is that it? Just that. Goodness, this round directly handed over ahead. The demon hunter along with thunder exited the basement, waiting until they left the villa. Outside, the ambushers immediately stormed into the basement, capturing everyone inside without letting a single one escape. The state must interrogate them to find out where they were exposed to such a summoning ritual. Even if this demon fragment were eliminated, it wouldn't count, as the demon itself was not dead. After expending some energy, it could re-emerge. Thunder began to track the next demon's trail. An abandoned school. A group of people, some carrying equipment, some with tools, halted in front of the school. Are we ready? Has anyone gone in to set things up? This rundown school looks like it could collapse. Will it fall? It shouldn't. If it were really at the brink of collapse, someone would have come to tear it down. A streaming team set up camp outside the school. The anchor Xiao Su-Li stood aside, not holding anything. Her two assistants were busy handing her water and food, and even fanning her. Although it was nighttime, the weather was sultry, even a breeze felt warm. They were busy setting up equipment, and soon Xiao Su-Li, standing aside, impatiently asked, "How much longer? Where are the people setting up the props? Why haven't they come out yet? Su, just wait a bit longer. Do you want to look over the script? Make sure you don't misread your lines during filming." Xiao Su-Li snatched the script, flipped through a few pages, and tossed it aside. "It's just the same old routines. Oh, what's the— Su, your popularity has already dropped out of the top 10. If it weren't for those two suddenly rising anchors, you wouldn't have been pushed down." The two suddenly rising anchors referred to Lian Xian and Wen Guyu. Lian Xian was fine. She was a food anchor and had little overlap with outdoor adventure anchors like Xiao Su-Li. However, Wen Guyu also streamed outdoor adventures. The content of their streams overlapped significantly, but the difference was that Wen Guyu's outdoor adventures involved surviving in uninhabited mountains. Usually she would pick some fruits, catch fish and rabbits. Her popularity was not as high as that of outdoor horror adventure anchors like Xiao Su-Li. However, previously Wen Guyu unexpectedly went viral on Tian Dao's website, and her popularity skyrocketed. Although she no longer appeared on Tian Dao's website, her own live stream's popularity remained high. In fact, it even surpassed Xiao Su-Li, pushing Xiao Su-Li down from the top 10 rankings. This caused Xiao Su-Li to suffer significant losses. Xiao Su-Li's team strategized. They decided to pull off a big stunt to at least attract some attention. Otherwise, by the end of the year, she wouldn't receive the award for the top 10 anchors. The top 10 annual anchors would receive a full day of front-page recommendations along with various support and substantial cash prizes that amounted to quite a bit of money. Her team planned that since the topic of illusionists and monsters was currently trending so high, they might as well create a buzz using monsters, presenting a scenario where a female anchor encounters monsters in an abandoned school at night. With such a title, it would surely attract many netizens. Wouldn't the attention just come rolling in? As for whether it was real or fake, they figured that as long as they had the hype, others wouldn't necessarily realize it was a hoax. In this world, there were basically no live streams regarding such monsters. Previously, Xiao Su-Li's horror adventures merely involved exploring places where people had died, putting on a detective game. True horror relied on atmosphere, supplemented by Xiao Su-Li's occasional terrified screams and her running with— it was eye-catching. Otherwise, her popularity wouldn't be so high. Xiao Su-Li tidied her hair and donned an ultra-short skirt paired with high heels. "Are we ready?" she urged the others. Yes, we can start now." The team responsible for setting up the props came out. The props were arranged, and the actors were in position, hiding somewhere in the school, just waiting for the anchor to arrive. Xiao Su-Li signaled for the cameraman to start. For the sake of effect, they decided to stream live, giving it a more authentic feel. The live stream began. Xiao Su-Li first introduced the background of the school, emphasizing that it was once a graveyard. Tonight she would spend the night. During this time, Xiao Su-Li also planned to perform a summoning ritual she had found online. After she finished speaking, the audience in the live stream became excited. Everyone urged her to go in quickly. Some even started sending gifts. As soon as Xiao Su-Li saw how high the viewers' enthusiasm was right after the live stream started, she felt she had made the right decision. Once this live stream ended, her popularity would surely surpass Wen Guyu. Xiao Su-Li swayed her waist and slowly walked into the school. The school's door had long been broken, making it easy to enter from outside. In the dark of night, Xiao Su-Li turned on her flashlight, illuminating the broken windows of the school. The shattered glass reflected the light, casting vague images inside that were hard to discern. Just looking at the dilapidated exterior of the school, combined with the darkness of the night, created a somewhat terrifying atmosphere. Xiao Su-Li arrived at the bottom of the school and entered the first floor of the teaching building. In the empty corridor, some clutter remained unremoved. Rotting papers and a chair with a broken leg were carelessly discarded outside the classroom. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and causing the glass windows to rattle. "Everyone look, this school has been abandoned for many years. We will find a place to perform the summoning ritual next." Xiao Su-Li took a look in each classroom and finally chose classroom 404 on the 4th floor. After securing the mirror, Xiao Su-Li took out a white candle and said the tools needed for the summoning are quite simple, just a mirror, a candle, a lighter, and a red watercolor pen. The white candle stood not far in front of the mirror. With a click, Xiao Su-Li lit the candle with the lighter and turned off the flashlight in her hand. In the mirror, the candle and its flame were reflected along with Xiao Su-Li's face. Due to the small size of the mirror, Xiao Su-Li could not see her entire reflection. She had to lean in close to see her face. With a snap, she removed the cap from the red watercolor pen and drew a knots-around circle on the ground, then drew a 6-pointed star inside the circle. The pattern for the summoning ritual is quite simple. Just draw a circle like this, and then a 6-pointed star. The most important part is to draw an eye right in the center of the star. For the eye, it's best to use human blood, but since the host is afraid of pain, chicken blood will be used as a substitute. Xiao Su-Li took out a bag of pre-prepared chicken blood from her small bag, dipped the pen into it, and then placed a dot in the center of the 6-pointed star. Alright, with this done, we are almost finished. Next, we will recite the incantation to summon the spirit. It is said that once the spirit is summoned, it can fulfill any wish you have. The viewers in the live stream sent a wave of gifts urging the host to start quickly. Xiao Suli clasped her hands together and squatted in front of the mirror. She should have knelt down, but the floor was too dirty and her short skirt made it difficult to kneel without hurting her knees. Xiao Suli began to recite the incantation she had memorized from the internet. Return, return, return. Spirits of the other world, please heed my call and return through the mirror. Whoosh. The candlelight flickered and the mirror seemed to grow a bit blurry. A breeze suddenly arose in the classroom. The candle went out. Xiao Suli was taken aback. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Next, the summoning ritual should succeed, and the arranged monster would burst in through the door. Then she would escape after a difficult struggle, right? Why did the candle go out? Xiao Suli looked out the window, and there was no wind blowing in from outside. The glass window was also silent. The earlier breeze felt more like it had arisen from within the classroom. Xiao Suli shivered. Even if the candle unexpectedly went out, the arranged monster should have appeared, right? If the monster didn't appear, how could she continue her act? At this moment, under the light of the live stream, a very genuine fear was evident on Xiao Suli's face. For a moment, the viewers in the live stream believed that Xiao Suli was indeed without a script. After all, she had never been a good actress. Most of them were there just to see her face. Xiao Suli began to feel scared. She then looked toward the live camera behind which stood an assistant holding the film. The assistant also realized that there was a live streaming mishap. Without the arranged monster appearing, this live stream could not continue. The assistant inwardly cursed what's going on. I warned repeatedly, how could this person mess up at such a critical moment? The assistant silently asked Xiao Suli with his eyes whether they should close the live stream for now. Or should we find an excuse to distract the audience? In the dark, Xiao Suli could not see the assistant's expression. She turned on her flashlight. Just as she was about to say something to cover up, suddenly a figure clad in black cloth burst in through the back door, its face indistinguishable. Oh! Xiao Suli let out a shriek, and as she stood up, her foot kicked the mirror, knocking it to the ground. She screamed and ran out the front door. As she ran, she felt relieved that the monster had reacted. Otherwise, this live stream would have seen an accident. A bit frightened and nervous, Xiao Suli stumbled as she rushed down the stairs, twisting her ankle. The cameraman following her did not run very fast. He was only filming her from behind as she raced down. Someone would be waiting downstairs to film Xiao Suli's face. He only needed to capture the scene of Xiao Suli running down the stairs. Just as he was engrossed in filming, a sudden immense pressure came from behind. Someone pounced on him from behind. Crash! The camera fell to the ground, shattering the lens. Just as he was about to curse, a sharp pain struck. Xiao Suli was running down the stairs when she heard this agonizing scream and almost slipped and rolled down the stairs. Sitting on the ground, Xiao Suli wore a bewildered expression. Was this part of the script? Behind her, heavy footsteps. Holding the flashlight, Xiao Suli trembled as she shone it behind her. She saw a tall figure, blood dripping from its mouth with bulging white eyes, approaching her. Xiao Suli screamed in terror. She wanted to stand up, but found it difficult due to her severely twisted ankle. Just as she was about to despair. Woof, woof, woof. A large dog suddenly dashed in, knocking the figure down. The monster hunter appeared in front of her, though she didn't know when he had arrived. The monster drooled foul-smelling saliva, its hands morphing into claw-like appendages with bulging veins. The monster hunter reached out to press his hand against its forehead. Suddenly, its forehead split in two and a bizarre black multi-legged creature leaped out. It moved rapidly, lunging toward the monster hunter's eyes. The monster hunter turned around and snatched it. The creature was tightly pinched between the monster hunter's fingers. With a squeeze, it let out a pitiful squeak before being crushed. The monster hunter tossed it into the mouth of Thunder, who swallowed it in one bite and licked his lips. So who are you? Could it be? Xiao Suli had also watched videos from the Tiandao website. A wave of joy surged within her. Could it be that she was on a live stream of the Tiandao website? The monster hunter said nothing as he took a few steps up the stairs, heading to the room where the host was conducting the summoning ritual. Thunder followed closely, sniffing around on the ground. Then he discovered the fallen mirror. Woof, woof. Thunder barked twice at the mirror. The monster hunter remained silent, walked over, and picked up the mirror. In the mirror, his expressionless face was reflected. Suddenly, the monster hunter in the mirror grinned at him, revealing a sinister smile. The demon hunter's gaze sharpened. Seeing him, the demon felt no fear, for its level was at least above the heavenly tier. Thunder. Woof. Suddenly, purple-black flames ignited on the dog, flames composed of the purest energy, capable of inflicting great harm to demons. Meanwhile, the demon hunter stood quietly to the side, brandishing a long axe. A fierce killing intent gleamed in his eyes. In the mirror, the corners of the demon hunter's mouth slowly stretched, tearing at the edges, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth still stained with the feeling of fresh blood. Thunder lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite at the mirror. The mirror, once grinning menacingly, twisted violently. Crack! The mirror shattered into several pieces. A mass of black substance surged forth from the mirror. Then in the center of the classroom, it formed a humanoid figure. The figure's face shifted, eventually resembling Xiao Suli, who looked at the demon hunter with flushed cheeks. Her eyes seemed to want to speak, yet remained silent. In the next moment, the long axe swung out, and with a whoosh, it mercilessly cleaved the figure in two. The demon's body fell to the ground, twitching slightly, but soon began to sprout countless tendrils, intricately connecting the two halves of its body. It twitched again. Then its body appeared to be squirming under the skin as if countless insects were writhing, reconnecting the torn body. However, before it could rise, Thunder bit down fiercely, seizing a chunk of flesh and tearing into it. Soon the demon's body began to fracture once more. As Thunder savagely tore at the demon's body, each bite inflicted tremendous damage. Just as Thunder was in the midst of its fervent tearing, the demon's arm elongated unnaturally, and Thunder was suddenly struck by the sharp claws. With a swish, the claws tore through Thunder's abdomen. Woof, woof, woof. Thunder suddenly cried out. Then it transformed into a wisp of black smoke, merging into the demon hunter's body. The demon on the ground twisted into a grotesque grin, its eyes fixed on the demon hunter, as if to say, "You're next." The wounds inflicted by Thunder were healing, and soon no trace was left. The demon stood up, its long arms dragging along the ground, claws over a meter long. Dragging across the ground, it left deep gouges. It extended its long tongue and licked its face. It will soon be your turn. Suddenly the demon hunter looked down and chuckled softly. The sound was filled with a hoarse, suppressed madness. The demon hunter removed his hood. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes emerged, filled with violent, killing intent, bloodthirsty and mad. Sometimes being a silent lamb can lead to an easier death. He flexed his hands and took a step forward. Crack! The ground split like a spider web. Whoosh! The demon hunter appeared before the demon, raising the long axe high. The demon hurriedly raised its claws, trying to block the blow. Resistance, a fearless struggle. The demon hunter wore a cruel smile as the axe fell. Swish! The demon let out a tragic scream as its hands were severed. Sizzle! This time its body could no longer, but the demon hunter's attacks did not cease. He swung down another axe. Swish! Another piece of the demon's body fell away. The sounds of the demon's screams and the splattering of blood and flesh intertwined. Amidst the demon's screams, the demon hunter laughed joyfully. Slaughter always brings me immense pleasure. The demon is merely a lamb beneath my butcher's knife. Who gave you the courage to resist? It seems you have forgotten the terror I brought you 10 years ago. Ha! Wail in despair. Scream. Ha! All the viewers in the live stream were astonished that the usually silent, calm, and even benevolent demon hunter at this moment resembled a mad butcher, especially his pair of blood-red eyes, which appeared even more eerie in the darkness, leaving them unsure whether the demon was terrifying or he was. The long axe continued to fall. Blood splattered onto his face, adding a few more gruesome touches to the scene before him. The demon hunter licked the corner of his mouth. Beside his ear, the black diamond swayed gently, deep and dark like an abyss, threatening to pull all who gazed upon him into an endless void. His eyes were filled with madness. This madness could shred any enemy and was about to engulf him as well. The viewers in the live stream felt fear and anxiety upon seeing the demon hunter's gaze. That was not a gaze a normal person should possess. Until woof woof, a wisp of black smoke erupted from the demon hunter's body, coalescing into a large black dog on the ground. As Thunder emerged, it barked loudly at the demon hunter. The demon hunter paused his raised hand. Then the redness and madness began to recede, leaving behind only the usual silence. The demon hunter silently looked at his bloodstained hands, finally attempting to reach out and touch the dog's head. Thunder scrunched up its dog face in disdain, but did not step back. The demon hunter's outstretched hand hesitated. Then Thunder leaned in, licking the demon hunter's hand. The demon hunter suddenly chuckled softly, this laughter devoid of previous madness. His entire demeanor transformed. It was as if he had become a mad dog on a leash. Looking at him, the audience could hardly tell who was truly holding the leash. On the ground, the demon was now a blurred puddle of mosaic. To avoid disrupting the viewer's experience, the live stream did not pan the camera there. The demon hunter took out a handkerchief and leisurely began to wipe the blood from his face. After finishing, he tossed the handkerchief onto the demon's corpse. The moment the demon touched the handkerchief, azure flames erupted from its body. As the flames burned, the demon's corpse was reduced to a charred pile of ash. Strangely, the fire only burned the demon's blood. Nearby papers and chairs, even when stained with blood, only burned the surface, leaving no trace on the chair. There were no signs of scorching on the chair. The demon hunter removed his hood and adjusted it back on, obscuring most of it. It also concealed his dangerous and mad demeanor. At this moment, he appeared to be just a silent, harmless passerby, except for his clothing, which would draw no extra attention. However, the viewers in the live stream knew otherwise. The demon hunter seemed to possess two personalities, one of which would become ruthless when out of control. When he goes mad, it is terrifying. Even in silence, the audience understood that they could not overlook the danger that surrounded him. Especially that massive dog Lei Ting, it was absolutely not to be touched. The demon hunter, accompanied by Lei Ting, walked past the assistant, who lay in a pool of blood, already devoid of life. The demon hunter did not pause his steps until he spotted Xiao Su Li standing at the stairway. The demon hunter walked past her. Lei Ting suddenly bared his teeth at her growling woof. The menacing growl echoed. The demon hunter turned his head. Xiao Su Li smiled at him. The demon hunter did not sense any demonic aura emanating from Xiao Su Li. Lei Ting did not rush at her, likely sensing that Xiao Su Li harbored ill intentions, thus issuing a warning. The demon hunter brushed past her. Xiao Su Li stood quietly at the stairway, her figure completely shrouded in darkness. Once the demon hunter left the abandoned school, others from the government entered to clean up the aftermath. Tat tat tat. As the demon hunter exited the school, he suddenly received a notification sound from the system at a corner. Ding. Triggered linked script. Completing this role will yield additional mysterious rewards. Would you like to activate the linked script? Linked script. Shen Yan halted his steps. He checked the newly triggered linked script on the system and discovered that this script would allow him to roleplay with 2 character templates. This way the disruption value acquired would significantly increase and the character portrayal would become more robust. If performed well, abilities would unlock faster. Then let's activate it and see what this new linked script entails. Ding. Deducting 50,000 disruption value. The linked script has been activated. Please perform flawlessly in the upcoming script. The script flooded into Shen Yan's mind. In the live stream, the audience saw the demon hunter pausing momentarily at the corner, seemingly deep in thought. It was as if he had discovered something. The demon hunter only paused for a few seconds before turning the corner, only to find a figure standing there. A person clad in a magical robe holding a crystal ball. The person's face was hidden beneath a wizard's hat, revealing only a pointed chin. Care for a divination, my friend? 78 tarot cards flew out from his sleeves, hovering in front of the demon hunter, their backs facing him. The demon hunter raised his head and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Fate never chooses me. But how would you know without trying, my friend? Pick 3 cards. The diviner said with a smile. The demon hunter reached out, his fingers rough with calluses from years of wielding a long axe. He selected the 3 tarot cards closest to him. In the air, only the 3 tarot cards chosen by the demon hunter remained, while the rest flew back into the diviner's sleeves. The 3 cards turned face up. One card was the magician, another was death, and the last was judgment. Notably, the death card was face up. The diviner shook his head upon seeing the 3 cards. When death knocks at the door, does the judge wield a scepter or a deck of cards? The inverted magician, my friend, you seem to be in a bit of trouble lately. I hope you can survive this clash of fates. My friend, here's a piece of advice: if you can avoid going out, do so. After saying this, the diviner vanished without a trace. The 3 tarot cards also disappeared into thin air. Woof. Lei Ting's bark snapped the demon hunter back to reality as he pondered the diviner's earlier words. If I can avoid going out, I should. However, having just slain 1 demon, he still had 99 more to hunt. Staying inside was not an option. Lei Ting, let's go. The demon hunter resumed his pursuit of the remaining demons, uncovering those hidden in the shadows of the city and hunting them one by one. Because these demons were all quite weak, mostly human level and earth level, the hunting process was exceedingly smooth. Sometimes even Lei Ting could handle it. In just 3 short hours, the demon hunter had slain over 50 demons, each varying in shape and type. Some demons transformed into human forms, mingling among people, while others attached themselves to humans, gradually devouring their souls. There were also demons that turned into animals in the city, quietly waiting for their prey to come to them as darkness fell. The mantis stalks the cicada while the yellow bird waits behind. Those demons that emerged under the cover of night encountered the demon hunter, who also operated in the darkness. The dangerous aura surrounding the demon hunter became even more subtle and terrifying. Those demons, initially intending to feast, unexpectedly found themselves facing the demon hunter, meeting a grim fate at his hands. The heavy scent of blood seemed tangible even through the screen, as the audience could almost smell it. The scenes of slaughter were truly indescribable. In these 3 hours, over 50 demons had perished beneath the demon hunter's long axe. This left the audience watching the live stream shivering with fear. How many has he killed? I've been keeping track. This is the 55th. No, counting the previous one, it's 56. What's his name? What are these monsters he's been slaying? The demon hunter was nothing like an illusionist. Illusionists abhor silence, accustomed to noise, immersed in art, always ready to perform. While most of the time an illusionist's words were somewhat artistic and hard for ordinary people to understand, the audience sometimes gleaned information from them. For instance, what the illusionist was named. However, the demon hunter remained perpetually silent, only speaking a few words when driven to madness or addressing Lei Ting. More often than not, he remained mute, resembling the tranquil darkness of a shadowy forest. Behind his silence lay an inescapable danger. It was known that he was always searching for something, and once found, his long axe would decisively strike down. In the frame, Lei Ting was still searching for the next prey. The demon hunter lingered not far behind Lei Ting. As the wind blew, lifting the hem of his hood, his eyes were intoxicated with the satisfaction of hunting demons. Roar! Oh! The cries of anguish echoed. A few more demons fell beneath the long axe. This time Lei Ting followed the scent of a demon. They arrived in a desolate wilderness. Here a large hillside bloomed with flowers, and a few white rabbits sat atop their ears, twitching adorably. There were also a few fawns nibbling on grass while listening to the beautiful music played by the performer. Hum hum hum, along with the sound of the violin, a cheerful hum filled the air, so pleasant it could make one forget all worries. But this beautiful scene was shattered by the intruding demon hunter. The bloody aura surrounding him scared away all the heavy sound of a piano was pressed down with a resounding note. The deep piano tone revealed the boundless anger of the performer. There are always those who disturb me during my performance. Why can't they understand that interrupting a serious performer is an extremely immoral act? The illusionist waved his hand in anger, causing the piano before him to vanish, a mere trick of the mind. He turned to face the demon hunter who had intruded. The demon hunter met the gaze of the illusionist and felt a surge of wariness. This was not a simple musician. Perhaps it was due to the demon hunter's frequent descent into madness that he was particularly sensitive to such individuals. The illusionist was undoubtedly similar to him. The same madness, but the illusionist remained more composed. The madness of the illusionist stemmed from his extraordinary talent, one that few could comprehend. The illusionist could control himself. This was the greatest difference between the illusionist and the demon hunter. Thunder sniffed the air, the demonic aura lingered briefly here, yet the illusionist bore none. Thus it merely watched the illusionist warily. After all, the mask worn by the illusionist appeared quite sinister, coupled with his contradictory temperament, it was clear he was no ordinary figure. Upon seeing the demon hunter, the illusionist sighed softly, an imperfect existence. You are like a work filled with deformities which makes me uneasy. Perhaps I can transform you into an excellent piece. No, not just excellent, this is truly troublesome. Perhaps perfection is your ultimate destiny, but that requires a longer wait. The illusionist held his forehead, seemingly distressed. The demon hunter's eyes were filled with caution as he had already drawn his long axe. He felt the intent to kill emanating from the illusionist aimed at him. The audience felt some tension. What's going on? How could the two of them meet? They won't fight, will they? It's over, the illusionist said. The demon hunter is an imperfect work. The illusionist never accepts imperfect things. What happened to the last one he deemed imperfect? He was turned into a puppet by the illusionist. It's over. That person with the dog is definitely doomed. Let's get the Swana ready, it's time for the funeral. With a snap of his fingers, two lord puppets appeared beside the illusionist. They were the Swordmaster Lord and the Water. Woo! Thunder growled and bared its teeth. Suddenly a water curtain rose, erecting a water mirror before the demon hunter. Caught off guard, the demon hunter was instantly reflected in the water mirror. His figure appeared on the surface of the water mirror, which began to distort. The demon hunter was taken aback as he saw his own black eyes gradually turn red, the expression within them becoming increasingly frenzied. His face began to sprout, plush, deep, gray fur. Sharp canine teeth emerged. He was transforming from a man into a beast. Seeing his own transformation in the mirror, the demon hunter's pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively took a step back. Then, feeling his face for fur and finding none, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the monster in the mirror underwent a dramatic transformation. Its body began to be covered with a layer of fur, sharp fangs revealed, dripping with foul saliva. It was a vicious monster. It had a wolf's head and a human body. Its bulging muscles ripped through its clothes, and a thick layer of fur covered its once smooth hands, which had now transformed into claws. It was a half-werewolf. The demon hunter's eyes glinted with red light. His emotions began to fluctuate, and the blood within him boiled. He began to gasp heavily. It was as if he saw the most undesirable scene in the mirror, a secret he had buried deep in his heart, one he dared not share with anyone. He raised his long axe and struck at the mirror. If he could shatter this mirror, then the secret in his heart would remain hidden. The long axe was blocked by a claw. Screech. The axe struck the claw, producing a sound like striking metal. As the claw and the long axe clashed, sparks flew neither side, giving way. It turned out that the half-werewolf from inside the mirror had reached out a claw to block the demon hunter's long axe, preventing any damage to the mirror. After blocking the long axe, the claw then seized it. Subsequently, the half-werewolf slowly stepped out from within. Upon seeing the half-werewolf emerge from the mirror, the demon hunter's mind trembled, and he momentarily faltered, failing to continue his downward strike. By the time the half-werewolf fully emerged, it was already too late. This water mirror was familiar to the audience. It was a tactic previously used by the Water Mirror Lord against the Illusionist. Unfortunately, in the end, the Water Mirror Lord was killed by the Illusionist within the mirror, and this time they would witness the true power of this water mirror. The demon hunter attempted to withdraw his long axe from the grip of the half-werewolf, but found that the immense strength from the axe was surprisingly equal to his own. For a moment, he was unable to retrieve his weapon. The demon hunter's pupils constricted sharply. "Thunder," he called out. "Woof!" Thunder, who had been poised to pounce, immediately lunged at the command of the demon hunter. Thunder slammed into the half-werewolf, knocking it back 5 meters. With the impact, the half-werewolf loosened its grip, allowing the demon hunter to reclaim his long axe. The demon hunter immediately followed up, swinging his axe towards the half-werewolf. The half-werewolf, momentarily restrained by Thunder, seemed unable to evade this strike. But at that moment, a malicious smile appeared on the half-werewolf's face as it threw its head back and let out a wolf's howl. Thunder, who had been biting and tearing at the half-werewolf's arm, paused. The demon hunter was now close to the half-werewolf, his long axe poised to strike down at its head. However, the axe did not fall. This was because the demon hunter was bitten on the throat by Thunder, who had turned on him. The demon hunter, trusting Thunder too much, had not prepared for any defense. The bite caused a profuse flow of blood. Had the demon hunter not been a lord with a robust body, Thunder's bite could have severed his neck. The demon hunter staggered, shoving Thunder aside and tossing him away. He then clutched his bleeding neck, glaring at the half-werewolf with anger. He realized that Thunder's abnormal behavior must have been influenced by this half-werewolf. The half-werewolf wore a malicious grin, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama of betrayal. It then extended its wolf claw toward the demon hunter. The demon hunter lowered his head, breathing heavily. "Get away! Get away! Get away!" Blood dripped onto the ground, blooming like flowers of blood. The atmosphere felt heavy. Perhaps we should play some music. The sound of the Suona began to play a mournful funeral tune resonating through the air. As the music echoed, the half-werewolf's claws descended upon the demon hunter, poised to tear him in half. The demon hunter lifted his head. His expression had completely changed. His eyes were bloodshot and the wound on his neck, which had been bleeding profusely, had healed, leaving only a gruesome scar. He lunged at the half-werewolf, engaging in a fierce bite. His madness erupted in full force, momentarily overpowering the half-werewolf. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. The claws slashed across the demon hunter's face, instantly tearing open a gash from which blood gushed forth. The demon hunter retaliated with his long axe, carving a deep wound into the half-werewolf's body. The wound had exposed bone, revealing the stark white beneath the red flesh. The half-werewolf showed no fear, biting down hard on the demon hunter's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Their frenzy intensified. Their moves were identical, the only difference being that the half-werewolf used claws while the demon hunter wielded an axe. Though it is said that length equals strength, the half-werewolf's claws were quite long, and it was very familiar with the demon hunters. It knew exactly when and where the demon hunter would strike. The more the demon hunter fought, the more he felt that this half-werewolf was like another version of himself. Moreover, it seemed unafraid of pain, continuing to attack fearlessly despite its injuries. The demon hunter's madness was overshadowed by that of the half-werewolf. The demon hunter and the half-werewolf exchanged wounds, but this method of attack was bound to fail. After all, this was merely one of the Water Mirror Lord's abilities. Even if the half-werewolf were killed, there were still two other lords waiting for him. The demon hunter seized an opportunity and broke free from the half-werewolf's grasp. The demon hunter had exhausted much of his stamina, and if the struggle continued, he would surely come to harm. He noticed that both lords were under the Illusionist's control. If he could capture the Illusionist, he might still have a chance to escape. Before he could catch his breath, the half-werewolf was upon him again, and this time the Water Mirror Lord began to attack. From a distance, the Illusionist conjured water arrows, unleashing countless projectiles at the demon hunter. One of the arrows struck him small, yet piercing through his body. As the demon hunter dodged the water arrows, he moved closer to the Illusionist. With a wave of the right hand, the Sword Lord immediately stood in front of him. The audience in the live stream held their breath. Don't get too close. The Illusionist is terrifying. You better find a chance. Hurry and run. Don't confront the Illusionist. His illusions are the most terrifying. Indeed, those who don't know the Illusionist's true strength might think he has no offensive capability when he controls puppets. Right? Who would have thought that the Illusionist himself is the strongest? It's over. Initially, the demon hunter seemed cruel in his methods against monsters, but he at least saved people and appeared to be a good person. Who would have thought he would fall like this? There's nothing we can do. Nobody knew how terrifying the Illusionist was. Before he killed 5 lords in one fell swoop, many thought he was weak. Speaking of which, I still get chills. When the 5 bells rang, 5 lords were buried. This battle made the Illusionist a god in one fell swoop. The Illusionist is forever a god. But they also knew that their understanding of the Illusionist's horror did not mean that the man with the dog also understood it. From their previous performances, it seemed they had never met before. The demon hunter circled around the Sword Lord and charged straight at the Illusionist. What kind of power does a lord possess? Ding. The character you are portraying is very much in line with the setting, gaining the recognition of most people. The second and third abilities have been unlocked, deducting 10,000 subversion points. During the clash between the demon hunter and the Illusionist, the accumulated progress broke through in succession, unlocking 2 abilities at once. Wolf Transformation. Due to the half-demon blood flowing in your veins, activating Wolf Transformation will enhance your abilities by 80%, significantly increasing your defense. The longer the duration, the more rationality you will gradually lose. Domain Land of Madness. As you descend into madness, you will gain an enhancement in your domain. Every second will increase your abilities by 1%. What is the ultimate end of madness? Perhaps it was due to the demon hunter himself, or perhaps it was the persona he displayed. Both abilities he unlocked were related to madness, and each was crazier than the last. When Shen Yan saw these 2 abilities, his mouth twitched, nearly breaking character and affecting his performance. These 2 abilities are essentially trading rationality for attack power. Is it that once I unleash my ultimate, I get 10,000 in attack, but 10,000 in intelligence? Shen Yan steadied his heart, which prevented him from revealing any inappropriate expressions. This script required him to split his focus between 2 roles, which was already quite challenging, and this script was not simple. It wasn't just about coordinating with the Illusionist. If the system wanted Shen Yan's character to interact, it could have done so long ago. There must be something special about this. Shen Yan immersed himself in the role. He was adept at portraying characters, and each time he took on a new persona, it felt as if he became that character. But it was merely acting. He threw himself into it completely, and once the script concluded, he could instantly snap back to reality. Shen Yan reveled in it, not just for the abilities gained, but he genuinely enjoyed the feeling. After acquiring the 2 abilities, the demon hunter's strength surged significantly, and even after activating the domain, his aura transcended the limits of a lord. It seemed he was about to knock on the door to the next realm. However, he was just a step away, a distance that seemed short, yet was as vast as the gap between heaven and earth, hard to bridge. But this was enough for the demon hunter to deal with the 2 lords. The illusionist did not remain stationary. His figure blended into the illusion, becoming indistinct, and when the demon hunter attacked, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. The sound of the swona continued to resonate, growing ever more intense with the sound of drums and gongs joining in at some unknown point. The illusionist appeared not far away, humming "Guess How He Smiled." While crying, the demon hunter swung his axe, sending the two lords blocking his path flying. He became increasingly frenzied. Under the enhancement of the domain, his power grew exponentially, and each strike sent shockwaves that devastated the surroundings. The ground sank several meters deep, fissures opened up, gaping and bottomless. He drew closer to the illusionist unknowingly. Growing ever nearer, he seized the illusionist. The axe struck the illusionist's body. In the next moment, the demon hunter collapsed to the ground. No one knows how the demon hunter fell. The illusionist's illusions left no trace imperceptible to the senses. The illusionist crouched down, his hand gliding over the demon hunter's body. When he stood up, a heart was already in his palm, still beating. Afterwards, the illusionist left with two puppet lords. The thunder had long transformed into black smoke, merging into the body of the demon hunter. With the demon hunter dead, it would perish as well. The viewers in the live stream fell silent. Though they guessed that the man with the dog was surely no match for the illusionist, seeing him die, no one made a joke. Everyone once again grasped the terror of the illusionist. His horror lies in his unpredictable strength and his character that defies logic. As the viewers in the live stream mourned for him, they wondered why this time the stream hadn't ended. About 10 minutes passed. The audience watched for over 10 minutes. Just as one might think, he was almost cold, a sound of footsteps was heard. A woman in black, her face covered, picked up the demon hunter from the ground. Then purple light appeared beneath her feet, and a formation manifested, causing her to vanish within it. After she disappeared, the viewers in the live stream finally reacted. What the hell? He was saved by someone. Is it possible that the guy with the dog might not die? What a joke. His heart was ripped out. How could he still be alive? Unless he's not human. If he can't be saved, then why did this woman take him away? Perhaps for dissection. Are you all demons? The most astonishing event then unfolded. The illusionist's figure appeared beside the pool of blood where the demon hunter had lain. What the hell? The illusionist is still here. Then why did he watch as someone took the body away? Didn't you notice that whenever the illusionist kills someone, he usually turns them into puppets? But this time he didn't. Could it be that all of this was within the illusionist's expectations? I remember he mentioned before that he wanted to turn the man with the dog into a more perfect creation. Thinking about it deeply sends chills down my spine. Brothers, after what you said, my hair is standing on end. The illusionist stood in place, beginning to laugh maniacally. Hahaha, I still need to wait until the work is perfect. The flawed creation requires meticulous repair to be complete. This process is also quite intriguing. With a wave of his hand, the hillside, which had been utterly ruined, was restored under the illusionist's command. In the illusionist's hand, a bright red gem emitted crimson light, like blood, accentuating the whiteness and perfection of his hand. His fingers danced in the air as if playing a silent melody. The hillside returned to its original state, showing no signs of its previous devastation. Yet the illusionist gazed at his creation, seemingly still unsatisfied. After a moment of thought, he discovered that the hillside lacked tender green grass. Thus the illusionist, like a magician, casually reached out into the sky, and in his palm appeared a handful of light, as dazzling as starlight, resembling a handful of broken diamonds spilling light onto the ground. As the starlight fell to the ground, slender sprouts immediately emerged, and in no time the hillside was covered in lush grass. The grass even grew more vigorously than before. The viewers of the live stream were left dumbfounded. This effortless revival of nature by the illusionist was astonishing. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising that someone as perfectionist as the illusionist couldn't stand a damaged lawn and would casually restore it. What a load of nonsense. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This casual revival of plants. Could he be a druid? What's a druid? In foreign mythology, druids are legendary forest goddesses, protectors of forests, guardians of nature, and lovers. Goodness. Let's make a joke. The illusionist is a druid. Let's joke the illusionist loves peace. Let's joke the illusionist is a forest goddess. This is not just unscientific, it defies common sense. My entire worldview has been completely overturned. Those up there aren't trying to become the illusionist's puppets, are they? A dog's head for survival. Let's get out of here. Ever since the illusionist achieved a 5-kill, those who used to flatter the illusionist have been a lot more restrained. Hey, who would dare to speak carelessly in front of such an incomprehensible figure? What if one day he feels like visiting the live? Goodness, half of the viewers might get taken away directly. After the illusionist casually revived the plants, he vanished again. His unpredictable appearances had become something the viewers were used to. Upon witnessing this, everyone understood that the demon hunter was not only a profession, but also a title for those who walked with dogs. It seems there is only one demon hunter left, and his fate remains uncertain. There's nothing we can do. He encountered an illusionist after all. It's fate. Soon after, the major chat groups became many newcomers joined the groups related to the Heavenly Tao website. Puppet No. 18 commented, "The illusionist is truly impressive." Say added, "What a pity for the demon hunter. If he truly perished, who will deal with the demons then? Everyone can become a demon hunter." The reporting prince remarked, in these times more and more chaos is brewing. It seems the world is about to descend into disorder. Shu Shi replied, I've heard that recently there have been many people causing havoc on the streets. 007 said, these individuals won't last long in their chaos. Bai Sei affirmed, indeed the public order in our great Xia is still stable. Sure you asked, have you all practiced the cultivation technique released by the observer? Tian Yi Mang replied, I've practiced it, and so far I've made significant progress. However, this claim of significant progress was met with skepticism in the group, as it had only been a few days since the observer released the cultivation technique. Even if he started practicing on the first day, it was unlikely he would see results so quickly. Soon after, Tian Yi Mang uploaded a lengthy video to the group, prompting everyone to click on it. In the video, a young man appeared in the center saying, Hello everyone, I am Tian Hao. Today I'm making this video to show you the results I've achieved after practicing the body training section. Tian Yi Mang's real name is Tian Hao. He stood in front of a pile of bricks, neatly stacking a total of 7. He then picked up one brick and slammed it down onto the ground with all his might. The brick didn't break. In fact, there wasn't even a crack on its surface. Instead, the ground bore a deep imprint from the impact. Though the ground was muddy, it indicated that the brick was quite solid. Stacked together, the 7 bricks formed a substantial pile, with Tian Hao standing in front of them. He struck a pose, took a deep breath, assumed a horse stance, and shouted loudly. With one hand, he brought it down forcefully. The momentum was impressive, giving the impression that he was quite serious. With a resounding crash, all 7 bricks were split in half by his bare hands. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The group erupted in exclamations of disbelief. It was evident that Tian Hao's hands were bright red and slightly trembling after breaking the bricks. But how many days had passed since the cultivation technique was released? An ordinary person might be able to break a single brick, but that requires some technique. Tian Hao, however, was relying solely on sheer strength to shatter them. Breaking so many bricks with bare hands implied he exerted at least 200 or 300 pounds of force. This exceeded the capabilities of many untrained individuals. Moreover, how long had it been since Tian Hao began his training? At this rate, wouldn't he possess strength greater than that of the world champion boxer in just a month? Gemini exclaimed, I now want to apprentice under the observer, he's so powerful. After watching this video, those who had previously dabbled in cultivation and given up were once again inspired to train. Isn't this more cost-effective than spending thousands every month on training? Tian Yi Mang remarked, have you all seen it? I won't say more, I need to continue my training. However, practicing the body training technique requires a lot of food, especially meat, as it consumes substantial energy. Studying martial arts consumes more physical strength, so it's essential to eat well to replenish the energy expended. Furthermore, a moment's inattention while training can lead to injuries, which also require substantial medicinal materials for healing. This is why in ancient times it was said that only those from wealthy families could afford to practice martial arts. Nowadays, people study martial arts primarily for physical fitness. The true martial arts techniques have largely not been passed down. Most of what is presented are mere stunts with a significant performance aspect. However, this cultivation technique is not so simple. This is a topic for another time. During this live stream, the viewership peaked at 70 million. Shen Yan's overturning value increased from over 1 million to 287 million. It can be said that he has finally achieved some wealth. This joint script indeed garnered significant attention, and within it the system also provided Shen Yan with tools. Regardless of their strength, as long as they didn't exceed the Lord's capabilities, they could be arranged. Each tool only requires a maximum of 10,000 overturning values for redemption. However, once the joint script concludes, these tools will be reclaimed by the system. It can also be seen as a low-cost rental from the system, which must be returned upon expiration. The joint script has primarily Shen Yan noticed some discrepancies in the script sent by the system. Thus, he decided to make an attempt. As for the outcome, it remained to be seen how things would unfold. Shen Yan closed the system. Closing his eyes, countless chaotic pieces of information surfaced in his mind, which then scattered and organized into the specific information he required. The diviner appeared beside Shen Yan, pulling out his crystal ball. This time he was not using tarot cards for divination, but rather an older method using the crystal ball. This form of divination required a particularly high level of psychic sensitivity. Without innate talent, it was challenging to derive effective information. The diviner placed the crystal ball on the ground and sat cross-legged. In fact, the diviner was currently being controlled. By possessing the diviner, Shen Yan could utilize his abilities. However, since this tool was not a character drawn from the system, Shen Yan could not use his powers without possessing him. The crystal ball placed on the ground was crafted from a single piece of natural white crystal. Its clarity made it the most suitable medium for divination. The diviner closed his eyes gently, placed one hand on the crystal ball, and continuously focused on the questions he sought. As the meditation progressed, a layer of mist seemed to envelop the crystal ball, causing the gas inside to swirl and form a vague image. The diviner stared at the image within the crystal ball for a moment before retracting his hand. The gas inside the crystal ball spun a few times before gradually dissipating, restoring its clarity. Shen Yan received the answer he sought. Initially, he believed that the emergence of demons was merely a ploy by the system to create cannon fodder for the identity of the demon hunter. However, since the mysterious woman appeared, Shen Yan realized it was not so. Shen Yan chose to possess Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng had been leading a monotonous life, recently going between school and the library. The government had contacted him several times, but Gu Zheng had declined, citing his desire to continue experiencing school life and not wanting to work too early. The government agreed to wait until he graduated from college. A genius indeed enjoys many privileges. However, recently the couple who had adopted Gu Zheng seemed to have heard something and began visiting Gu Zheng's grandmother again. They subtly expressed their desire to take Gu Zheng to live with them. If they truly wanted to take him, they would have done so long ago rather than waiting until he had grown up without ever caring for him. Now, upon hearing that Gu Zheng might have a bright future, they eagerly approached him. They have been lamenting in front of Gu Zheng's grandmother, shedding tears and recounting their hardships. They spoke of how difficult it had been for them over the years raising their son and the expenses they incurred while their son was set to attend an expensive private elite high school. That would be a significant sum of money. Their salaries were not high, and after much effort, they still could not gather enough for their son's tuition. If they did not manage to raise the money soon, they would miss the start of the next school year. In short, they painted a miserable picture, kneeling on the floor and crying profusely. The elderly were naturally soft-hearted, although they had never cared for the elderly living in the small county town. Over the years, they were still their own children. The elderly woman found it hard to be harsh. Gu Zheng's grandmother trembled as she walked into the room and took out a savings book from a hidden compartment in the cabinet. Her pension was not much, only a few hundred yuan each month. Together with the money she made from selling vegetables, she had saved a total of 100,000 yuan in that savings book. This was her retirement savings accumulated over the years. After handing the savings book to the couple, they glanced at it and saw only 100,000, and their expressions immediately changed. "Mom, are you treating us as outsiders? Is Gu Siki not your grandson? Don't you want your grandson to receive a good education and succeed in the future?" Lin Xuemei said with a face full of complaints. Her husband Gu Ting did not dare to question his mother and merely stood silently by. Moreover, this 100,000 is not enough. That elite school Gu Siki wants to attend costs 200,000 a year. In reality, it only costs 100,000, but Lin Xuemei exaggerated the amount to extract more money. Gu Zheng's grandmother understood what they meant. They were asking her for the gifts from the parents who had given gifts to Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng had several classmates whose families were quite wealthy, and they had given him nearly 300,000 in total. One parent even gifted him a house, stating that he would cover all of Gu Zheng's future school expenses as a gesture of gratitude. Although the house was located in a small county town and wasn't worth much, selling it could still fetch a decent amount. If it were in a good location, it could be worth even more. They must have learned about this money after hearing the news, and perhaps even wanted that house. Gu Zheng's grandmother was a kind and easygoing person, and despite her children not visiting her for many years or providing any support, she bore no resentment. She understood that they were struggling outside and had no complaints. She even accepted Gu Zheng, who they had thrown away, and treated him as her own grandson. Of course, Gu Zheng's own obedience and charm played a part in this. After a moment of silence, Gu Zheng's grandmother said, "That money was earned by Zheng Zai with his life, and I gave it to him to manage himself." Lin Xuemei's face twisted as she shouted in a sharp voice, "How can you let him manage it himself? He's so young. What if someone tricks him?" Gu Zheng's grandmother replied, "Zheng Zai is smarter than you. Who could possibly trick him?" Speaking of this, Gu Zheng's grandmother's face was filled with pride. Lin Xuemei shot a glance at her husband, but unfortunately Gu Ting sat quietly to the side, afraid to speak. This was their own wrongdoing. He did not have the audacity to demand money meant for his adopted son. Besides, they had never given Gu Zheng a single cent over the years. All of Gu Zheng's school expenses were earned by his grandmother through selling vegetables. If they had contributed money, they could have reasonably demanded money at this moment. But now he simply could not bring himself to. If it weren't for his wife constantly causing a scene, he wouldn't have agreed to come along. Lin Xuemei saw her husband remaining silent and knew he was useless. She secretly resented him, thinking, if it weren't for this family and for your son, would I have to toil so hard? Lin Xuemei wiped her eyes and said, "This is just borrowing for now. Once Siki grows up and earns money, we will return it to him." Gu Zheng's grandmother still did not agree. "No need to say more. You can take the money in my savings book, but you can't expect anything else." Gu Zheng's grandmother learned later from some villagers. Gu Zheng and his classmates fell into a hell of despair, relying on themselves to bring all their classmates to safety. Even an old woman like her who did not go online had heard of how terrifying that hell of despair was. It was truly a matter of risking one's life. One misstep could mean being trapped there forever. She did not know how Gu Zheng managed to get out, but she could guess that the process must have been extremely difficult and fraught with danger. After so many years, she now realized that Gu Zheng's hard-earned money should never be taken by those selfish couple. If they dared to come to snatch it, she would protect it with her life. Anyway, she had lived long enough, but Zheng Zai was still young, and he had a brighter future ahead. Gu Zheng's grandmother's attitude was resolute. No matter how Lin Xuemei pleaded, she would not relent. Just then Gu Zheng returned from school. "Grandma, I'm back." As soon as Gu Zheng opened the door, he heard the sound of a woman throwing a tantrum inside. Even Gu Zheng, with his photographic memory, took a few seconds to realize that this was his adoptive mother, his legally recognized mother. Unfortunately, after such a long time, without seeing her, Gu Zheng felt indifferent toward her, akin to a stranger. He stood at the door. Hearing the commotion inside still continuing, it seemed they had not noticed his return. After thinking for a moment, Gu Zheng took out his phone and dialed one of the numbers. Officer Yin, I remember the government said if I ever needed help I could contact you. The person on the other end quickly responded, that's correct, Gu Zheng. Is there something wrong? Feel free to let me know if you need assistance. Gu Zheng informed the person about the couple's visit and expressed that he did not wish to see them again in the future. After hanging up the phone more than 10 minutes later, a group of people entered and invited the couple to leave. Officer Yin said, don't worry, they won't disturb you again, Gu Zheng. Officer Yin arrived quickly and left just as fast. Grandma Gu sighed, Zhengzi, are you hungry? They'll go. She didn't say anything else, nor did she plead for the couple. She thought this is how life will go on. After raising Gu Zheng, she would have no regrets. After finishing dinner with his grandmother, Gu Zheng returned to his room, opened his computer, and began searching online. He switched between several servers and decrypted the password to a hidden website, gaining access. This was a website that had just been established for a month. The pages were very simple, with a black and red background, giving off a sense of oppression. There were a few posts mostly about summoning rituals, each with different methods and summoning different spirits. Some spirits could grant beauty, some could realize love, others could bring wealth, and some could ensure health and longevity, among other things. In short, there was everything, and it was presented in a seemingly credible manner. Looking at the comments below, there were indeed people who believed and tried it. Perhaps they were half convinced or just playing around, but many had indeed attempted it. Some would come back to comment after trying, saying it worked, while others never returned. The website had over 1,000 views and perhaps dozens believed it, with around 100 having tried it. Because the website was relatively hidden, ordinary people couldn't access it. Those who could enter needed an invitation code, and there weren't many users, so it didn't attract external attention. Gu Zheng clicked on the posts, taking notes of all the summoning rituals. He discovered a common point among them. They all required blood as a catalyst. However, some specified human blood, while others did not. The more powerful the spirit summoned, capable of realizing more wishes, the more it required human blood for summoning. The explanation for summoning implied it was a benign spirit, greatly downplaying people's fears of the ritual, as it was claimed to be harmless, requiring only the materials needed for the ritual. In reality, the materials prepared for the summoning were merely for that purpose, and once the summoned spirit granted a wish, it would also demand another price. However, this was not explicitly stated. Gu Zheng could see at a glance that this summoning ritual contained traps. Realizing a wish could not come without a cost, as it defied the logic of equivalent exchange. He searched for the online activity traces of those who commented about the effective rituals. Following the network, he traced every individual's home. After hacking into their phones and rummaging through the contents, Gu Zheng discovered several things. For instance, the person who wished for wealth had indeed come into a fortune, but the price was the death of his wife and child in a car accident. The person who wished for love, Gu Zheng tracked down the mobile phone of the man who had agreed to her confession using her phone. It turned out this man was cheating with multiple partners, was already married, and had 2 children. And the one who wished to become beautiful lost her health, diagnosed with liver cancer a few days later. The wealthy individual who wished for health after gaining a healthy body suffered a failed investment and unfortunately went bankrupt. If one incident could be considered an accident, then, with so many incidents combined, Gu Zheng did not believe it was mere coincidence. Even if they seemed like accidents, he was more inclined to believe these were the prices they paid after making their wishes. There are gains and losses, equivalent exchange. When you gain something, you will inevitably lose something. These individuals were still relatively lucky. Gu Zheng found several who made wishes, and one after another they had all died from accidents. After gathering this information, Gu Zheng initially intended to stop there, as this role indeed had no combat prowess. He understood this summoning ritual as a form of contract. Humans summon the spirit, and between the human and the spirit a contract is signed where the spirit must fulfill one wish for the human, while the human must give something in return. What the cost is likely determined by the spirit, and whether the human lives or dies depends on what the spirit desires. Rather than calling it a spirit, it would be more accurate to call it a demon. What is summoned is not a benign sprite, but a demon coveting human souls. As for why some people did not lose their lives, it might be that the demon was plotting something greater. Gu Zheng did not wish to attempt this himself, as such a contract, from the sound of it, was filled with traps. Unless your life was taken, they would not rest. Since he knew it was a trap, why would Gu Zheng jump in? Ding! Special promotion script triggered. Completing the script allows the character to directly level up to the heavenly level. Do you accept the script? Directly jumping 2 levels. This special promotion script absolutely cannot be missed. Shen Yan clicked accept. System, tip 1, please complete a summoning ritual. The subsequent functions will open after completing the summoning ritual. As for failure to complete it, that would mean direct failure, and naturally, there would be no follow-up. Gu Zheng was speechless. He had just said he wouldn't jump into a trap, and now he must voluntarily leap in. He went out to a grocery store and purchased some props: a mirror, a candle, a red pen, and duck blood. Basically, all summoning rituals required these items, with some being more complicated, needing a statue for offerings. Gu Zheng found this cumbersome and chose a simpler summoning ritual instead. It was said that this summoning ritual could reveal a person's past and present lives. It seemed useless, yet curiosity drew many to try it. After some thought, Gu Zheng went down to the basement and opened a live stream. There weren't many people in this stream, only a few were present when it started. Gradually, several hundred people who received notifications came in. Gu Zhang felt the number was too small, and after typing a few times on the keyboard, the viewers suddenly surged to over 100,000. Hello everyone, today, I'm going to test a summoning ritual I found online that is said to be very effective. Meanwhile, the live stream on the Tiandao website also started. Wow, I just entered and saw Brother Gu live streaming. We are watching others live stream in the streaming room. The streamer's live stream is being watched by those in the streaming room. Stop. No nesting dolls allowed. I can hardly recognize the word live stream anymore. Double live streaming is the deadliest. Quick look, Brother Gu has started. He took out a candle. Wait, why does this scene seem familiar? Whoa, isn't this the summoning ritual that streamer did last time? High energy ahead. Bullet screen shield. Brother Gu, stop. It's over. If strange things are really summoned, there won't be a second demon hunter to show up now. Why would someone as clever as Gu make such a fatal mistake? Certainly Master Gu must have his own considerations. You think he's only on the 1st level, but his thoughts are at the 5th level, dealing with problems we can't even conceive. Gu Zhang took out a candle and placed it on the ground, lighting it. Then he drew a pattern around the candle about half a meter in. The circle drawn by Gu Zhang was perfectly round, as if created with a compass. After completing the circular design, he drew some lines inside it, then stepped into the very center of the circle. He held a mirror up to himself. The prepared duck blood was poured onto the pattern. Mirror, oh mirror, please reflect my past and present. The incantation was quite simple. It only needed to be repeated 3 times. After Gu Zhang recited it 3 times, the candle on the ground began to flicker on its own without wind. It swayed left and right, the flame flickering as if something invisible was nearby, blowing at the candle flame. Seeing the candle flickering like this, Gu Zhang quickly turned around and took a transparent lampshade to cover the candle. This lampshade had been discarded because it was broken, but it fit perfectly over the candle. Once covered by the lampshade, the candle stopped swaying. Then Gu Zhang took out the mirror. He began to look at his reflection in the mirror. 10 minutes later, a silence as dead as the grave began to spread. Gu Zhang touched his chin. Why is there no... Suddenly Gu Zhang thought of something. He tentatively lifted the lampshade. With a whoosh, the candle was immediately blown. The surrounding light dimmed instantly. In the mirror, there was finally a response. Gu Zhang exclaimed, "Brothers, remember, using a lampshade on the candle can create a bug. If you regret the ritual midway, you can try it." In both live streams, the viewers began to spam 666. 6666. A Master Gu is amazing. Demon, what a guy, he's here creating bugs. After the candle was extinguished, the mirror began to glow. Inside the mirror appeared a middle-aged man dressed in a moon robe, sporting a scholar's hairstyle, looking like a poor scholar from ancient times. So Master Gu was a scholar in his past life. Judging by his appearance, he probably failed the imperial exam. Tragic. Master Gu is so intelligent, he couldn't have been that unfortunate in his past life, right? Not necessarily. Perhaps the master was better at science and struggled with the arts. What? Master Gu not excelling in arts? Are you joking? Master Gu's memory is like that of a cheat. In the arts, he's practically unbeatable. But the arts aren't just about memorization. After viewing his past and present, the ritual came to an end. With a crack, the mirror shattered. Ding! The summoning ritual has been completed. Notice too, you have seen your past life. In your past life, you are the present life of someone, but at the same time, as the cost of peering into fate, you will be plagued by misfortune in the time to come. Gu Zhang stood in front of his computer. This summoning ritual has concluded. Although it seems to have some effect, I definitely was not that poor scholar in my past life. I advise you not to attempt such rituals. The rule of equivalent exchange means that for what you gain, you must lose something. This live stream ends here. Thank you all for watching my experiment. After saying that, Gu Zhang turned off the live stream on his computer. Meanwhile, the live stream on the Tiandao website was still ongoing. Next, millions of viewers watched as Gu Zhang fell victim to misfortune. Choking on water, the light above suddenly exploded, and a door unexpectedly fell towards him. These were just minor inconveniences. Because of these events, Gu Zhang stepped outside. There was also an elderly woman at home, which would be bad if something happened to her. However, just as Gu Zhang stepped outside, he was almost hit by a drunk driver. If Gu Zhang hadn't noticed the car's excessive speed and calculated the distance in an instant, concluding that if he didn't retreat, he would be hit. He stepped back a few paces just in time. That car would have definitely sent him flying several meters. At that speed, it would have been either death or serious injury. Gu Zhang quickly memorized the car's license plate number and sent it to Officer Ian. No matter what, drunk driving endangers both the driver and others. Stopping it might save 2 families. Gu Zhang walked down the street. Suddenly, a bucket of unknown water was poured down from above. Gu Zhang activated all his potential, executing a spiral maneuver to dodge the water. But unfortunately, he stepped on a broken manhole cover, and as it broke, Gu Zhang twisted his ankle and fell in. Goodness, this is just too unlucky. It's like misfortune has knocked on my door and settled in. It seems this started right after the summoning ritual ended. Could this be the cost? The viewers in the live stream fell silent. Just a glimpse of past life. He's already faced such misfortune. If he hadn't dodged that car, he would probably be in the hospital now. The cost outweighed the benefits. In an instant, many who were curious and wanted to try were deterred. Just this simplest of rituals could lead to being hit by a car or splashed with water in the underground path. What about the more complex ones? Wouldn't they lead to death just from trying? Scared. Everyone kept their distance from the summoning ritual. Their curiosity and desire to try the summoning ritual were based on the assumption that there was no danger. Now that they knew the consequences, unless one was a fool with a death wish, everyone understood that this was something to avoid. After Gu Zheng fell in, several people rushed over to rescue him. After all, Gu Zheng was on the Tiandao live stream, and the authorities had people mainly for his safety. After being rescued, Gu Zheng had no serious injuries, just a twisted ankle. He waved his hands signaling that he was fine, and he just wanted to see how unlucky he could get. However, it seemed that this misfortune had a limit. After coming out of the waterway, Gu Zheng didn't encounter any more bad. Now those responsible for Gu Zheng's safety could finally relax and hide away again. But just as they withdrew, Gu Zheng encountered an incident on his way to the library. The pedestrians on the street suddenly decreased by 5, including Gu Zheng, a total of 6 people. After the 6 disappeared, they reappeared in another location after a while. This was the second time Gu Zheng encountered such a situation, and he had gained experience. So he remained calm. While others gasped and felt uneasy, Gu Zheng surveyed his surroundings, observing the environment. Despairing hell. Someone screamed loudly. Gu Zheng rubbed his ears, wondering why they were yelling so loudly. His ears were almost deafened. Wait, is that the Great Gu? A white-collar man suddenly spotted Gu Zheng. Great Gu, I've been following your live stream. You have to look out for me. A man in his 30s stood excitedly in front of Gu Zheng, looking as if he was about to kneel and cling to his leg. Who is the Great Gu? Although there were tens of millions watching the live stream, not everyone had seen it. After all, once the government reacted, they began to heavily block any news related to the Tiandao website. They were also afraid that the news would reach foreign lands, attracting ill-intentioned individuals. Currently, discussions about these matters online were strictly forbidden. Only through acquaintances could one find a way to access the Tiandao website, and groups related to it were difficult to search for. Even if coincidentally found, one had to answer questions to join. Otherwise, they would be denied entry by the group administrators. The Great Gu is a figure akin to a deity. As long as you know how to cling to him, you have hope of surviving. Zhao Hai dared not guarantee that they would definitely survive. After all, this place was different from the previous hopeless hell, though the environment had changed. It was not desolate like the scenes of hopeless hell they had witnessed in previous live streams. Instead, it was surrounded by towering buildings resembling a modern city. People were coming and going around them, making it seem as though they had not fallen into a hopeless hell, but rather had traversed into another world. As for why it was said to be a traversal, Gu Zheng saw a large advertisement on a billboard in a shopping mall displaying an advertisement with the time shown in the lower right corner. August 6, 2036. If the time was correct, then they had either traveled back 20 years or entered an alternate parallel world. In this parallel world, time lagged behind reality by 20 years. A man in his 20s looked around in shock, saying, "This can't be hopeless hell, right? We must have accidentally encountered some time tunnel and come to another place. Once we buy a train ticket, we can just go home, right?" He immediately took out his phone, wanting to buy a ticket online, only to find that there was no signal. Neither Wi-Fi nor data connectivity would allow him to log in. In despair, he dialed the emergency number. However, after one beep, a voice responded that there was no available network. They could only buy tickets with cash. But nowadays, people use their phones to pay when going out, and very few carried cash. The 5 of them looked at each other. They realized that none of them had brought cash. Then they looked at Gu Zheng, who rummaged through his pockets and shrugged. "If there's a problem, go find the police." Gu Zheng merely said this. The others suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Right? They could go find the police. There was a police station on this street, and the group originally planned to go in. However, Gu Zheng did not move. He put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the wall. Seeing Gu Zheng not move, Zhao Hai also stayed put. The other 4 exchanged glances and finally decided to go in. Zhao Hai didn't understand why Gu Zheng suggested going to find the police, but didn't follow. "Great Gu." Zhao Hai wiped the sweat from his face, wanting to ask, but was afraid Gu Zheng would think he was not intelligent enough. Gu Zheng had no time to answer Zhao Hai's confusion. He walked to the side and fiddled with his phone. This phone looked like an ordinary phone, but as one specially configured for Gu Zheng by the government, it was naturally quite unique. This was a satellite phone. Even in the mountains, it was impossible to have no signal. He silently asked the system, "Is this an alternate space?" The system replied, "Deducting 100 overturn points, investigation complete. This is a special alternate space." Even without asking, he knew this was an alternate space. What surprised him was that this alternate space resembled reality so closely. Moreover, looking around, it was quite expansive with many details in place. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Lord would have to be to create such a prosperous alternate space. No, perhaps even more powerful than the Lord. Gu Zheng's expression turned serious. This could be extremely dangerous. If it were other characters, he might not worry as much, but this character, despite having a brilliant intellect, had negative combat power. Sometimes when the combat power reaches a certain level, it can crush down directly. No matter how high Gu Zheng's intelligence is, no matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife. Moreover, he was the type who rarely exercised and was somewhat clumsy. The 4 who entered after stating their intentions were asked a few questions by the police on duty inside. They answered one by one. Then the police asked them to show their IDs. As a result, the IDs of all 4 could not be found in the computer. The police looked at the 4 with a somewhat strange gaze. Fortunately, after a series of explanations, the 4 were still able to walk out under the police's inquiry. "What do we do? Our ID information can't be found here at all. Does that mean we've become illegal residents?" They had begun to subtly believe that they were truly not in their original world. Perhaps they had long had this premonition, yet still wanted to deceive themselves. After all, arriving in another city was certainly better than truly falling into hopeless hell, right? Could it be that this is truly hopeless hell? The five were bewildered. Not just them, the viewers in the live stream were all, is there really such a thing in hopeless hell? If we never come out, it seems like there's no big problem, since it's still the real world. You're thinking too much. Just being an illegal resident is troublesome enough, you can't even find a job. What will you eat or drink? Exactly. However, this hopeless hell is indeed very strange. Gu Zheng was not surprised. He had guessed before that within the alternate space, not only could they not use the internet, but their IDs would also be unusable. After all, they were people from two different worlds. A pedestrian walked towards them. Bang! He bumped into Gu Zheng. Instead of apologizing, he glared at Gu Zheng. Then he strode away. Zhao Hai indignantly said, "What kind of person is that? He bumps into someone and doesn't apologize." But he didn't dare confront him. That guy looked big and tough. The others were even more afraid to say a word. Then they saw Gu Zheng, who had been bumped into, now holding a wallet in his hand. Gu Zheng skillfully flipped it over, revealing several cards and a few $100s. Wow, the great Gu is truly amazing. This skill of pickpocketing is superb. What are you talking about? Zhao Hai immediately slapped another person. Gu Zheng flipped through the cards again, stuffing them back, while taking only a few $100 in cash, tossing the wallet aside on the ground. The owner who lost it would surely come back searching. Earlier, he had already received a notification from the system. Notification 3: you have avoided misfortune multiple times, but this last one is the strongest attack. Never trust anyone. So what do we do now? One of the women asked, somewhat scared. Zhao Hai looked towards Gu Zheng. Regardless, Zhao Hai believed everything Gu Zheng said. If Gu Zheng said to go east, he would never go west. Gu Zheng said, observe more carefully. If there was anything unusual around them, it might be the key to breaking the situation. Not long after his words fell, a boy around 18 or 19 ran around the corner. He looked anxious, but as soon as he saw Gu Zheng and the others, he suddenly stopped. I've never encountered you before. After realizing it, he rushed over and grabbed Zhao Hai. Help me, please help me. I am trapped in this day and cannot get out. You are the first people I've encountered on this path. Can you save me? His expression was slightly frantic, as if he had grasped the last straw of hope. Trapped in this day? What do you mean? Zhao Hai, who was grabbed, looked confused. My name is him. You can also call me Imi. I don't know what happened, but since a certain day, I have been eternally trapped in this day. I keep repeating August 6th. I can't escape this day. I'm about to go crazy. It's been so long, and you are the only variable I've seen. Please, you must have a way to save me. Him's expression was pitiful, and he didn't look like he was pretending. Gu Zheng and the others had suddenly appeared in this world, so what he said might not be a lie. Zhao Hai originally wanted to ask about this person's specific situation. However, Gu Zheng suddenly spoke up. Please answer me one question. How many times have you repeated this day? Him's expression froze for a moment before he said, it's been over 60 days. Repeating the same day for 2 months would indeed be terrifying. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were about to say something, Gu Zheng spoke again. Even if you say that we do not believe you, since you say we are the only variable, let's meet again tomorrow in this place. If we encounter you again, then we will believe what you said. Him, without suspicion, immediately agreed. After he left, Zhao Hai and the others asked in confusion, why not continue talking to him? Maybe we could get information on how to escape from him. Master, why did you ask him how many days he repeated? It felt like an irrelevant question. Time repeats on this day. How many days don't matter to them, right? They thought that perhaps by helping him break the time loop, they could escape. Gu Zheng took them to an internet cafe and spent 100 yuan to book a private room. Have you not considered that if someone repeats the same day countless times, then that person has an infinite number of choices in that day? They can explore any possible variables, choices, and methods to break the loop. The longer the loop lasts, the stronger their grasp of this day becomes. Perhaps as long as they know every minute and every second of what happens, even what will happen next. Every choice leads to a change. Every person's fate, trajectory, lottery, stock market, news, major global events. Anything that happens on this day, they can understand it all. Gu Zheng opened the computer and began to search the internet for this world. This sounds impressive, but being trapped in the same day means they have no future. That's truly tragic. Among the 6, the only woman, Hui Fan, said with a sympathetic expression. Only Zhao Hai, who had seen Gu Zheng's livestream, understood him very well. He knew that since Gu Zheng said these words, there must be a reason behind them. He carefully pondered the meaning of Gu Zheng's words. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. I understand. I finally understand why Master Gu asked him how many times he repeated this day. Quick, tell me why. They didn't dare to ask Gu Zheng, fearing he would look at them as if they were fools. Didn't Master Gu say, since him has repeated this day so many times, he knows every situation of this day inside and out. Even us whom he just met, he immediately saw our discrepancies. Just think, someone who can control everything and can predict what will happen next. Such a person in this day where he cannot escape the loop is like a god. All who understood the meaning of the words couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Indeed, if him has repeated countless times in this day and retained all the memories from the previous repetitions, then after repeating it thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of times, wouldn't that person essentially be a god with eternal life and infinite existence? In this day, he would be omniscient and omnipotent. Since he says we are the only variable, it means we are the ones who can break this loop, right? Hui Fan said. She was still inclined to help him. Moreover, he also said that he has only repeated 60 times, which means he hasn't reached that stage yet, right? Gu Zheng searched online, and there was no record of any extraordinary events in this world. Apart from him, no one seemed to notice the day that kept repeating. Either him was lying and time was not looping at all, or others had lost those memories, leaving only him with the memory. When a person is lying, their eyes will flicker, avoiding direct contact, and they will exhibit some unconscious small movements, often repeating their words. As Gu Zheng spoke, he continued to type on the keyboard. Master Gu, do you mean that him is lying? On the contrary, he showed no signs of lying at all. Gu Zheng replied. The others looked puzzled. Since him wasn't lying, why did Gu Zheng suddenly mention this? Gu Zheng felt a bit thirsty, so he ordered a glass of water to be brought to him. Now I need to verify something. Smack. Gu Zheng sent a bunch of garbled text before exiting the webpage. Zhao Hai, with a bold face, asked Gu Zheng, Master, just tell us directly. Our intelligence is a bit behind. Discerning deception involves principles of psychology. Yet detecting lies on the face of someone skilled in concealment poses a far greater challenge. Zhao Hai asked, even you, Master Gu, cannot discern it. Gu Zheng glanced at him. His silence implied if the subject has repeated this cycle not merely for 60 days, but far longer, and during that time mastered psychology and deductive artistry, he would have had limitless hours to refine and rehearse. Given sufficient time, the pinnacle he might reach remains unknowable to anyone but himself. Even Gu Zheng's extraordinary intellect is bounded by accumulated experience. Excluding the 4 or 5 years he spent in the orphanage, deprived of access to extensive reading, and the subsequent 2 or 3 years after adoption, his total knowledge accumulation spans only a decade. Though he possesses photographic memory, he does not absorb knowledge incessantly. He must attend school, eat, sleep, and attend to daily life. Each day, he devotes only 2 to 3 hours, sometimes less, to learning beyond textbooks. Given that he reads a book in 10 minutes, he retains approximately 6 books per day, over 10 years amassing knowledge equivalent to 65700 volumes. His reading is remarkably eclectic, spanning nearly every genre. That is no small feat. Few achieve such breadth of reading in a lifetime. And while most retain only fragments, Gu Zheng never forgets anything he has read. Still, Gu Zheng surmised that if his hypothesis held true, this individual, referred to only as him, must be a figure of encyclopedic erudition and near-omniscient capability. Could a mortal ascend to divinity given 10,000, or even 100,000, years? Hui Fan countered, what if he truly spoke the truth, that he repeated the cycle for only slightly over 60 days? Your speculation may hold merit, but lacks evidence. Zhao Hai was stunned. How dared this woman, a figure of seemingly negligible intellect, question Gu Zheng? Who was Gu Zheng? To the wider internet community, he was already revered as a deity. His restraint in affirming conclusions reflected only humility and rigor. How dare someone so intellectually unmoored presume to challenge him? Had she not been a woman, Zhao Hai might have struck her outright. At that moment, someone delivered a crate of beverages. Gu Zheng opened a can and drank half of it in swift rhythmic gulps. Hui Fan, ignored once more, felt a surge of indignation. She considered herself attractive, accustomed to male attention and flattery, yet here no one granted her even a glance. Especially Gu Zheng, whose gaze upon her consistently conveyed quiet, unspoken condescension, as though observing a child lost in logic. Her frustration simmered inwardly. Shall we remain here indefinitely, without searching elsewhere for clues, eh? What if we overlook something vital? Gu Zheng did not reply. Wang Chong, a tall, broad-shouldered man, felt a fleeting attraction. Sensing her discomfort, he offered a graceful exit. No matter. We could split up. They stay here, we go search for leads. His imposing stature radiated quiet assurance. The suggestion stirred immediate interest in the other man, Hong Yan, who had introduced himself earlier. The trio resolved not to wait passively, but to venture out. Wang Chong turned to Zhong Mingrui, the 20-year-old youth. You won't join us. Zhong Mingrui shook his head. Until he understood this world's nature, staying close to the most intelligent person present was the wisest course. The leads we uncover will not be shared freely with those who contributed nothing, Wang Chong declared. The others nodded in agreement. Hard-won intelligence gathered at personal risk would not be surrendered without reciprocity. As the three departed, Zhao Hai spat contemptuously. They accept Master Gu's intelligence, yet question whether their self-serving arrogance was utterly contemptible. Though they remained blissfully unaware of what they had just forsaken, Gu Zheng was the ultimate anchor, and their disbelief sealed their fate. Zhong Mingrui tugged gently at Zhao Hai's sleeve. Brother Zhao, from your tone, you know Gu Zheng? What exactly is his background? Never mind his origins. Just know this: he led all 30-odd classmates out of living hell alive. Gasp. Zhong Mingrui stared incredulous. How did he do it? You wouldn't understand. He relies on this. Zhao Hai tapped his temple. Zhong Mingrui glanced at it and instantly grasped the meaning. Brilliance, sheer intellect. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. The sharp staccato rhythm of keyboard keystrokes filled the room. Gu Zheng had silently reopened his laptop. Within moments, he retrieved surveillance footage of the entire street. Multiple camera feeds flickered across his screen. One monitor proved insufficient. He activated 3 side-by-side computers in the private room, inputting precise command strings to retrieve synchronized feeds. Each screen displayed 15 distinct surveillance windows. Had he shrunk them, further resolution would suffer, but he could still add more if needed. For now it sufficed. Several windows captured the departing trio. 2 leaned in, watching closely. Zhao Hai, isn't that Wang Chong and the others? Zhong Mingrui, Master Gu, you're monitoring them. Regardless of motive, that single display of technical mastery alone justified calling him master. Zhao Hai, don't say monitoring. Master Gu is concerned for their safety. This is. He faltered, unable to fabricate a plausible justification. Zhong Mingrui, I understand. He's safeguarding their well-being. Quick-witted and instinctively adept at aligning himself with brilliance, he'd already mastered the art of strategic reverence. On-screen, the trio exited the internet cafe and wandered the street, interrogating passers-by, scrutinizing alleys and storefronts, hunting for any anomaly. They moved with restless energy. Perhaps the uncanny fidelity of this world, indistinguishable from reality, emboldened them. Gu Zheng rested his chin on folded hands, eyes fixed on the feeds. Half an hour passed. The trio vanished from the street's coverage, having ventured into unknown territory. Gu Zheng, deep in thought, unconsciously gnawed at his thumbnail. His gaze, calm, yet penetrating, conveyed absolute command over unfolding variables, as if every outcome already resided within his design. Viewers watched intently, speculating, why didn't Master Gu stop them? His choice to remain in the private room must reflect profound strategic calculation. They are seeking death, and no one can stop them. They are all adults now and must take responsibility for their actions. The viewers in the live stream do not have high hopes for their reckless behavior. 40 minutes passed. The 3 of them had walked 5 streets away. This alternate space is immense. Its scale is evident from online visuals, perfectly replicating everything from reality. However, there is only one country here. No other countries have appeared yet. Gu Zheng speculated that this alternate space is roughly the size of a country. In the internet cafe's private room, the 3 were eating and drinking, while Zhong Mingrui couldn't resist the urge and started playing a game. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai sat next to him, staring blankly at the video. Gu Zheng was searching for information about this world online, while monitoring the situation of the 3 on the surveillance feed. 1 hour had just passed. At that moment, the 3 people on the screen were about to cross a street. The green light was on, and as they prepared to walk, a runaway car sped past them. The surveillance footage revealed that there was no one in the driver's seat of the large truck. The speed was too fast, and the 3 of them had no time to react. 2 of them were knocked down, and one was particularly unfortunate, with a leg crushed. Fortunately, they hadn't reached the center of the road, and the vehicle did not hit them head-on. The 3 were shaken and frightened. At this moment, they couldn't assign blame. After all, they had no identity, and going to the police would only bring them trouble. Supported by one another, they stood up and moved toward the roadside, fearing that another vehicle would wipe them out. Just as they reached the sidewalk, a falling advertisement board crashed down where they had been standing. Bang! The advertisement board shattered into pieces. Their slow speed saved them from being hit, but the flying shards of glass from the broken board left them with numerous cuts. At first glance, it was quite terrifying. What the hell? How are they so unlucky? Zhao Hai exclaimed, drawn to the commotion, and upon looking he saw the dire situation of the 3 on the screen. Gu Zheng zoomed in on the screen, as expected. Master, do you know what's going on with them? Zhong Mingrui inquired. The exclusivity of the world. Gu Zheng continued to observe every move of the 3. Exclusivity. The 2 looked puzzled. You can think of it as 2 prides of lions. Blue Star is one pride, and this place is another pride. Now we have strayed from the protection of our own pride and wandered into another pride's territory. A stray lion discovered by the territorial male lion will be driven away. If it can't fight off the male lion, it will likely end up severely injured. Zhao Hai asked, what about the unlucky ones? Zhong Mingrui raised his hand. I know this one. The unlucky ones are dead. Exactly. So once you've left your own pride, you shouldn't swagger around in another pride's territory, as it clearly announces your presence. The actions of the 3 were tantamount to provocation. As the sovereign of the provoked world, would it retaliate? Gu Zheng concluded, we must leave quickly, otherwise even if we stay here indefinitely we will eventually be discovered. Zhong Mingrui had now realized Gu Zheng's intentions. Gu Zheng had remained silent, allowing those 3 to wander without giving any reminders. Was he testing them? Suddenly a sense of wariness toward Gu Zheng arose within Zhong Mingrui. A person like him, if he wanted to scheme against others, would likely do so, without revealing his thoughts, leaving others unaware, and then making them count the money he had tricked them out of. For some reason, Zhong Mingrui recalled a phrase, wisdom approaching demonhood. Someone with such intelligence who calculates without restraint is indeed someone to be wary of. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that much. He was clapping his hands until they turned red, exclaiming, awesome. Master Gu is incredible. Truly a master strategist. The oblivious Zhong Mingrui turned to look. After experiencing this fright, the 3 on the screen were now somewhat afraid. Although they didn't know what had caused it, and thought they had provoked something, they hurried back to the internet cafe, hoping that others could save them. On their way back, things were not peaceful for the 3. Wang Chong was bitten by a suddenly lunging. Meanwhile, Hui Fan was unfortunate enough to step on a rotten manhole cover, almost falling in. If someone hadn't pulled her back just in time, she would have likely fallen. Gu Zheng tapped the table, muttering softly, what a pity. Why didn't she fall in? Zhao Hai and Zhong Mingrui asked, Master, what did you just say? We didn't catch that. We didn't hear it clearly. Gu Zheng turned his head away, saying nothing. Only the viewers in the live stream were almost dying of laughter. Master Gu is so petty. Damn. Still thinking about the incident with the manhole cover. Huh. That's hilarious. If everyone fell into the underground, Master Gu would be happy. What a disaster. You've snatched all the bamboo shoots from the mountain. And it wasn't just being bitten by a dog. They were hit on the head by falling objects, encountered someone moving things, when suddenly the rope broke, got trapped under the cargo, and were struck by a tire that flew by. When the three returned to the internet cafe, they startled the owner. He hurriedly asked if they needed to call for emergency help or go to the hospital for bandaging. Wang Chong and the others waved their hands repeatedly, saying they didn't need it. They certainly wouldn't dare to go out again. If they did, would they even survive another encounter? Upon entering the private room, Wang Chong and the others knelt before Gu Zheng. Their condition looked even worse than it had appeared on the screen. Their faces were bruised and swollen, resembling pig heads, with many cuts on their bodies, and their clothes were tattered and dusty. They had left looking relatively decent, but upon returning they appeared worse than beggars. Fortunately, the one most severely injured was the one whose leg had been crushed by the truck. Although the others looked terrible, they hadn't truly injured their bones. It was all superficial wounds. However, Wang Chong would likely need a few vaccines after being bitten by the dog. The three of them trembled as they recounted their ordeal to Gu Zheng. It seems like we provoked something, and we have been incredibly unlucky along the way, and we almost didn't make it back. What should we do? Are we going to be in trouble next? This is terrifying. Are we going to die? The three cried uncontrollably. Given the bruises on their faces, they resembled a twisted color palette, too ugly to look at. They thought they had provoked. Unbeknownst to them, a significant part of their current miserable appearance was due to Gu Zheng's influence. Gu Zheng glanced at them and said no. The three of them were trembling with fear. After staying in the private room for a few minutes and not encountering any misfortune, they finally believed Gu Zheng's words. At the same time, they regretted why they had to go out to find clues. Now it was good. They found no clues and instead returned with injuries. Because there were no healing medicines here. Although their wounds were painful, they could only endure it. Eventually, Gu Zheng had someone buy a healing spray to disinfect their wounds, to prevent their wounds from getting infected. They stayed in the internet cafe for the whole night. The next day, the six of them left the internet cafe and returned to the place where they encountered him, waiting for his arrival. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng was observing his surroundings. Indeed, he was not the only one trapped in this cycle. Every person passing by on the street, every vehicle, the advertisements on the billboards, and even when the wind blew were all identical to the sixth. Or rather, today is the sixth. After midnight, time fell into another cycle. This world is forever trapped in the cycle of the sixth. The difference is that everyone in the world has lost their memories from before the cycle, while he retained all his memories. Whether to call it lucky or unfortunate is hard to say. In the same place at the same time. They met him here. Great, you were still here. I was really worried you wouldn't come. He was sweating profusely, and it was evident that he had sprinted to arrive early. Zhao Hai asked, you said yesterday that we are the only variable. What do you think we should do? He wiped his sweat and said to them, actually, I suspect that all of this is because of one thing. What thing? Wang Chong and the others inquired curiously. He seemed to ignore the new injuries that appeared on their faces and continued, follow me. They exchanged glances with Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng remained silent. Following him, they dared to follow along. He led them to the bottom of a bridge. The riverbank here was built relatively low. They could walk down to the base of the bridge. After leading them down, he pointed to a white stone at the bottom of the water beneath the bridge. I was trapped in this day after touching that stone. After that, no matter how I touched it again, it was useless. So when I saw you, I thought if you touched that stone at the bottom of the water, could it restore this abnormal world to its original state? His words were not without reason. Zhao Hai and the others immediately believed him, but after glancing at the water's surface, they hesitated. Is the river deep? Who among you can swim? Upon asking, only Zhong Mingrui could swim. The others were all non-swimmers. Zhong Mingrui had already begun to take off his shoes and warm up, preparing to enter the water. Gu Zheng looked at the white stone in the water. The stone was not close to the shore. Generally speaking, no one would go there. It seemed that he noticed Gu Zheng's unwavering gaze on the stone. He rubbed his head somewhat embarrassed and said, there was a time when I became obsessed with stone gambling, especially with Hitian jade. One day I came here, saw this white stone, and thought it was a piece of jade, so I tried to fish it out at all costs. Of course, I couldn't fish it out, and instead I fell into the predicament of being forever trapped in the sixth. After warming up, Zhong Mingrui was about to dive into the water when he was stopped by Gu Zheng. I see, is this where you died? As soon as Gu Zheng spoke, the scene fell into silence. After a moment of silence in the live broadcast room, the screen was soon flooded with comments. What has Gu God discovered again? I feel like my IQ is insufficient to keep up with the thoughts of the master. His face changed slightly, and he laughed lightly, saying, what are you talking about? Am I not still alive? Gu Zheng replied. When Wang Chong and the others said they couldn't swim, a faint expression of empathy appeared on your face. Moreover, when you were near the river's surface, you had an instinctive movement to retreat. This suggests you are highly likely unable to swim. Gu Zheng's words changed the expressions of everyone present. What are the conditions for entering the cycle? I've been pondering this. You previously said it was because you touched that piece of jade. Actually, it's not just that touching the jade is true, but you wanted to mislead us. The real condition that initiated this cycle should be that someone drowned after touching that piece of jade, right? Gu Zheng unceremoniously exposed the truth he had deduced. Then why did you bring us here, the already deceased lord? Perhaps even the name him is fake. Gu Zheng's words fell. His expression twisted immediately. Interesting, you are the first to see through my scheme, but so what? This cycle ultimately requires someone to maintain it. He swung his arm forcefully. Zhong Mingrue, who was closest to the riverbank, was pushed in. Originally Zhong Mingrue could swim, but upon touching the water, he felt as if his hands and feet were frozen. He sank straight down to the bottom of the river. Ha 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 ha, in this game I win again. Filling in a life, I can push the timeline forward by another day. Him laughed happily. He showed no moral boundaries whatsoever. Pull. Amidst Him's mad laughter, Gu Zheng's voice rang out. Immediately the other four on the shore pulled hard on the rope they were holding. Him's laughter was suddenly choked. He widened his eyes and said, when did this happen? The rope was tied to Zhong Mingrue's leg, and under the cover of his clothes it was hard to notice. When Zhong Mingrue was taking off his shoes, he had already tied a knot with the rope. Him looked toward the bottom of the river. He found that the white stone was already grasped in Zhong Mingrue's hand, gradually being pulled toward the shore with the... He finally couldn't help but go mad. Him's figure swelled hundreds of times. The sky changed drastically, and the weather suddenly shifted from bright sunshine to dark clouds. Everyone ignored him and quickly pulled Zhong Mingrue back. He was holding a white round object. It was round, yet not round, colored pale white, lacking the texture of stone. Before him went berserk. Gu Zheng placed his hand on this white object. He grabbed a brick and smashed the white object in one blow. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a brick can bring one down. This easily found brick is truly a rare artifact. The white round object shattered. The inflated human shouted in defiance, no, I cannot fail. The white orb shattered. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only disappear. Bang! The giant exploded into countless white fragments, taking the orb with it. A person collapsed onto the ground. At the same time, everyone was expelled from the alternate space. System ding. The promotion script has been completed. Congratulations to your character Gu Zheng for being promoted from human level to heavenly level, unlocking 2 skill slots. The third ability has been unlocked. Equivalent alchemy. Equivalent exchange, what you give will be what you receive, but life is the final boundary. You will understand, decompose, and recreate matter. Remember, life is the ultimate taboo. Alchemy. This third ability is actually alchemy. The name of this ability may not sound impressive, but if rephrased you will understand its true power: creation. This is the ability imbued with the power of creation. It can be said that possessing this ability means you can create anything. Gu Zheng felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this ability, eager to experiment. But there was still a matter to resolve. As Gu Zheng emerged, he looked at the additional person on the ground. The master of this alternate space was not dead, he had merely emerged from this person's body. Once another person was chosen, a new cycle would begin. 6 people entered. Yet when they emerged there were 7 individuals. This 7th person was the one who called himself him, controlled by the master. Upon emerging, the identity of him was thoroughly investigated. His real name was Ku Yimi, only 18 years old, an orphan without parents. As a devoted fan of a certain game, he named himself him. He did not use the full name because this abbreviation sounds similar to his name. After waking up, Ku Yimi remained silent at questions, his gaze filled with vigilance and wariness towards outsiders. It was only when he saw Gu Zheng that his gaze softened. He would not respond to other inquiries, but when Gu Zheng asked him, he immediately answered. Gu Zheng, when did you fall into the alternate space? Alternate space? Is that referring to the abyss of despair? Beside them, the accompanying official officer Inu thought to himself that this was a good name, more suitable for official use than abyss of despair. After all, abyss of despair sounds unpleasant, invoking both despair and hell. Who would want to scare people to death? Alternate space is much more appropriate, at least it wouldn't cause public panic. Inu nodded to himself, planning to report this name to his superiors. However, given the importance Gu Zheng held in higher circles, someone would likely note it down without his input. Ku Yimi stirred and spoke in a hoarse, unpleasant voice. I fell into the alternate space you mentioned 9 days. Ku Yimi slowly recounted his experiences after falling into the alternate space. Initially, he was very flustered and at a loss. However, gradually, when he realized that the alternate space was not much different from the reality outside, he began to lower his guard and started working at construction sites to earn food. He was doing well at first, but as he spent more time at the construction site, accidents began to occur frequently, and he was even struck by a falling steel rod, nearly impaled. Fortunately, his helmet provided some protection, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ku Yimi had no choice but to leave the construction site. Then in one place, he unexpectedly met a person who claimed to be trapped on the 5th day. This person's appearance was pitiful and frenzied with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing Ku Yimi, he grabbed his hand tight. He cried, pleading for Ku Yimi to save him. Without much thought, Ku Yimi agreed and followed the person to the riverbank. In that same place, Ku Yimi originally could not swim, but the person insisted that they must retrieve a certain stone or else everything would not stop. Fortunately, the river was not deep. Ku Yimi waded through the water, only reaching his shoulders at the deepest point. However, upon touching the stone, a chilling sensation surged from it into his body. After that, everything went black and he lost consciousness. During the possession, he could sense the outside but could not speak or control his body. He could only watch as the monster disguised as himself approached Gu Zheng and the others. Thank you for saving me. From now on, anything concerning you will be my concern. Kuyimi coughed a few times. Although he nearly died this time after being saved by Gu Zheng, he unexpectedly inherited a portion of power, and now his strength had reached the heavenly level. Naturally, he was immensely grateful to Gu Zheng for saving him, even deciding in his heart to follow Gu Zheng unconditionally from this moment on. Kuyimi silently followed Gu Zheng, running errands for him. Whenever someone caused trouble, he would immediately resolve it without needing Gu Zheng to lift a finger. The other 3 injured individuals were taken away by the waiting ambulance as soon as they emerged. Zhao Haizhong and Ming Rui added Gu Zheng as a friend before departing. Officer Yin, after handling the aftermath of this incident, was called back to the Heavenly Path Observation Group. This was a department established by the state after the appearance of the Heavenly Path website, primarily responsible for monitoring and observing any events related to it. Moreover, within this observation group, a specific subgroup was created for each appearing powerhouse. Yin had long wanted to take Gu Zheng as his master to learn his extraordinary memory abilities. Unfortunately, he was assigned to the group observing Illusionists and had to give up. Usually, he would often come over to see Gu Zheng simply out of admiration, hoping for an opportunity to be accepted as a disciple. However, he had never expressed this. The reason was that while Gu Zheng's abilities were remarkable, he was indeed very proud. However, for a genius, this can be understood. As long as his abilities were strong, the state would tolerate such talents provided they did not cross the line. A bit of pride was inconsequential. After Gu Zheng returned home, the state installed a laboratory in the basement according to his request. If it were not for Gu Zheng wanting to stay with his grandmother, the state would have directly provided him with a larger house in the city. However, this place was already tightly controlled by the state. This was not to monitor Gu Zheng, but to protect the safety of both him and his grandmother. Gu Zheng entered the underground laboratory ready to experiment with his newly acquired ability. At this moment, the live broadcast room had long been closed. The chat group about the Tao of Heaven began to buzz with activity. Many newcomers had joined. By this time, there were already 9,054 people in the group. Every day, new members joined the group. The messages in the group suddenly skyrocketed to 99. They were all discussing the live broadcast that had just taken place, but they could not spread the video online at will. Gu Zheng's intelligence was once hailed by netizens as the strongest person of the present time. The underground laboratory was transformed into a lab equipped with all kinds of equipment and abundant materials. Gu Zheng took out some iron blocks, preparing to use them for experiments. His alchemical abilities had become second nature to him, and he drew an alchemical array on the ground. He placed some iron blocks into the array. Then he clapped his hands on the ground, channeling his power into the array. The iron blocks began to change. They transformed from iron, and Gu Zheng could control this process. If he wanted to turn the iron into gold, he could do so. Generally, a 5-pound piece of iron could be transformed into 50 grams of gold. Although the ratio was drastically different, its value increased by several hundred times. Gu Zheng brought many iron blocks for his experiments. He discovered that regardless of the material, it could be freely transformed into another substance. However, the transformation process would incur a loss and could only convert into a lesser amount, not more. For instance, you couldn't use 1 pound of iron to produce 5 pounds of gold. Conversely, if you used 5 pounds of gold, you could only transform it into 3 pounds of iron. Each material differed, and the losses during the transformation varied. Some were more, some were less. It seemed there was no specific pattern, yet it appeared to follow some kind of law. Gu Zheng tested each element. He discovered a pattern: the rarer substance consumed more during the transformation process, while the less rare substance consumed. But why was it based on rarity? Perhaps it was to maintain balance. The test results indicated so. After the experiment, Gu Zheng began to design a weapon for self-defense. After all, he currently had no weapons available. If something were to happen again, he would be too passive. Upon learning that Gu Zheng was developing weapons, the state immediately came to discuss with him. When the state learned that the weapons Gu Zheng was developing could potentially harm monsters, they quickly decided to increase their investment in him. Moreover, they did not require the patents for the weapons he developed. They only needed him to provide some weapons to the state. The state would handle matters related to materials and other affairs. With the state's assistance, Gu Zheng planned not only to develop weapons, but also to create a mech. Mechs are forever the romance of men. In this world, although there are no extraordinary beings or myths, being a technological world, many people have endless fantasies about the future. Moreover, robots and simple exoskeleton armor had already been developed. However, the exoskeleton armor was strictly prohibited from being bought or sold. Only the state's military could use it. The data was also classified. Those without permission could not access it. Gu Zheng had the authorization granted by the state, allowing him to obtain a blueprint for the exoskeleton armor. Although he had not studied this field before the moment he saw the blueprint, the truth provided him with the data. He identified several areas that needed improvement, as well as some unreasonable aspects. If these areas were improved, the power of the exoskeleton armor could increase by about 50%. Do not underestimate this 50%. The increase was significant because the structure of the exoskeleton armor itself could only be enhanced to this extent. anymore, and the materials would not be able to withstand the power of the exoskeleton armor, leading to damage in no time. Gu Zheng carefully studied the blueprint. He had roughly understood how to create the exoskeleton armor. From understanding to mastery, Gu Zheng only needed the time to glance at the blueprint and instantly saw the areas that could be improved. Such a terrifying talent was recognized by the state, which explained why they placed such great importance on Gu Zheng. To be honest, Gu Zheng's existence could even be considered a national treasure. Compared to illusionists, martyrs, and demon hunters, the state valued the seemingly weakest Gu Zheng even more. Because Gu Zheng's ability did not manifest in strength. His brain was the wealth of the entire nation, and even after finishing the blueprint, Gu Zheng suddenly realized that he had done too little research on machinery. After all, having just started, he couldn't access some confidential books. During this period, once he gained permission, he entered the library to supplement his knowledge in this area. He spent a day memorizing many related books. Gu Zheng began to work on modifying the first exoskeleton. The exoskeleton armor, once equipped, could enhance a person's strength and had miraculous effects in certain areas. For example, it could carry weapons. The exoskeleton armor developed by the Xia nation could bear a weight of 200 kilograms. The exoskeleton armor could not entirely encase a person like a mech, but it indeed represented the prototype of a mech. Gu Zheng began to create the exoskeleton armor. After modifying several areas, he successfully created the first exoskeleton armor. He donned the exoskeleton armor, which he coated with a silver-white layer. Once equipped, his movements remained quite agile, and even he could operate it. Gu Zheng controlled the armor and walked into the materials room, where various materials weighing several tons were piled up. He wanted to test the strength of the exoskeleton armor and see how much weight it could lift. He chose a material weighing about 500 kilograms. Gu Zheng, with his armored hand, grasped the material. After exerting some effort, he couldn't lift it. Gu Zheng then began to use the thrusters installed on the armor's arms, which would allow him to lift heavier objects. Once the thrusters activated, the material weighing over 500 kilograms was slowly lifted by Gu Zheng. It is worth noting that Gu Zheng was someone who could barely lift even things weighing dozens of pounds. Now, relying on the exoskeleton armor, he was able to lift something weighing 500 kilograms. Not bad, this is probably the limit, and I can only lift it, not raise it. Gu Zheng contemplated the various data limits of the exoskeleton armor in his mind. So engrossed in thought, he forgot that the thruster could only be sustained for 1 minute. It shut down after a minute. After all, it consumed considerable energy, and Gu Zheng's usage was minimal, just enough to last for a minute. In the next moment, the thruster shut down. The weight of over 500 kilograms suddenly pressed down on Gu Zheng's hand. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The material crashed to the ground, creating a dent in the floor. Hiss! Gu Zheng was jolted back to reality by the pain in his hand. Fortunately, he was wearing the exoskeleton armor. His arm was merely strained, as most of the force was absorbed by the armor. Bang! The laboratory door was kicked open. There had always been people monitoring from outside. Upon hearing the loud noise from inside, they thought something had happened and rushed in. Professor Gu, what happened? The title of professor was also given to Gu Zheng by the state. His abilities justified. If it weren't for Gu Zheng being young and wanting to experience student life, he would likely have received an even higher title. Gu Zheng replied, there was a small accident in the experiment. Seeing Gu Zheng standing there motionless, they immediately stepped forward to help take off the exoskeleton armor. 2 medical personnel rushed in, and after a series of checks on Gu Zheng, they said, it's fine, just a muscle strain. Apply some medicinal alcohol, and a few days of rest will suffice. The person responsible for Gu Zheng's safety was named Fu Zhuoxian, one of the individuals sent by the state to protect him. Today it was his turn to be on duty. Unexpectedly, Gu Zheng had an incident. Fu Zhuoxian instructed a few people to take the materials back and clean the floor, then said, Professor Gu, why didn't you call us when you wanted to experiment? What if something happened to you? We are tough-skinned and not afraid of these things. Just let us know if there's anything you need us to do. Moreover, each member of our team is well-versed in exoskeleton armor. Assisting with tests is no problem. Gu Zheng nodded slightly, extending his arm for the medical personnel to apply the medicinal alcohol. He had indeed been careless. Engrossed in his thoughts about parameters, he forgot the shutdown time of the thrusters. It seemed that to wear this armor he would need a smart assistant. Especially for the mechs, they must be equipped with an AI. With this thought, Gu Zheng began to contemplate again. Others, seeing Gu Zheng lost in thought, did not dare to disturb him. When Gu Zheng emerged from his contemplation, he nodded toward the exoskeleton armor. I have improved some aspects of this exoskeleton armor. Its power has increased by at least 50%, and I have also added a thruster allowing it to lift a weight limit of about 500 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhuoxian gasped. As someone who has long used exoskeletons, he was extremely sensitive to this fate. No one understood better than him how extraordinary it was to modify the existing exoskeleton armor and increase its power by 50% in such a short time. This was nearly as difficult as creating a new exoskeleton armor from scratch. Moreover, their exoskeleton armor could only lift up to 200 kilograms. This was a doubling in capacity. It is worth noting that even the Bear Country and the Star-Spangled Country could only lift 240 kilograms with their exoskeleton armor. This had now surpassed all other countries. Fu Zhuoxian's eyes were complex, filled with admiration and reverence for Gu Zheng. No wonder the state valued Gu Zheng's safety so highly. If this were known to foreigners, how would they not try every possible means to snatch Gu Zheng away? Do you need to keep some people to help you test your exoskeleton armor? I think they would be very willing to assist. Gu Zheng's hands were limp, he had strained his muscles, and although he wanted to do it himself, he could not. He could only keep one person to assist him with the experiments. At this moment, Gu Zheng felt once again that one person was not enough, he needed an assistant to help him with the research. However, he was a very solitary person unaccustomed to being around others. Just the thought of having another person in his laboratory with him every day made him uneasy. Otherwise, if he wanted an assistant, he could just tell Fu Zhuoxian, and the state would surely be very willing to send someone over to be his assistant. Not to mention one person, they could send dozens if needed. Many individuals at the research institute were already clamoring to learn from Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng had someone help him test the various functions of the exoskeleton armor. The results were similar to his prediction. Afterward, he casually tossed the exoskeleton armor into a corner of the laboratory. He modified the exoskeleton armor merely to understand it. His ultimate goal was to research mechs. The exoskeleton armor was merely an appetizer. Having understood the exoskeleton armor, Gu Zheng already had a framework in mind for how to create the mech. The energy and power sources for the mech required a substantial amount of energy to drive. As for the energy issue, Gu Zheng could also address it through equivalent alchemy. As long as he invented a small fusion arc reactor, all of these developments would take time. Gu Zheng secluded himself in the underground laboratory, and once he did, it would take more than 10 days. During this time, Shen Yan temporarily managed Gu Zheng on behalf of the system. He only needed to continuously deliver the subversion values to the system. The roles of other characters had now temporarily come to a halt. Shen Yan wanted to draw the 5th character. System begin, now draw the 5th character. The system replied, consume 10,000 subversion values to draw the 5th role template. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the celestial level villain template. Character: con artist. Potential: celestial level. Personality: malicious, enjoys deceiving people, loves humanity, fond of jewels, aims to collect all beautiful jewels. Script: he is an outlier drifting in the city, having learned how to survive among humans to stay alive far from his homeland. Ability unlocked. Begin role-playing. This time the script is limited to overseas. However, Shen Yan had already thought of causing a stir overseas. This character was a timely arrival. The image of the con artist began to overlay. Shen Yan's appearance changed. With a playful smile, his outstanding looks radiated extreme allure, embodying the most fashionable type of handsome man abroad. His golden short hair added to his charm, and his deep blue eyes were as profound as the sea, resembling the finest blue sapphire. Anyone who saw him would be captivated. His high and arched sword-like eyebrows did not detract from his handsome features. Instead, they enhanced his masculine aura, making his gender unmistakable without being effeminate. The con artist let out a low hum. His voice was magnetic and carried an indescribable allure, possessing a unique charm. Surely no woman who saw him would not fall at his feet. He possessed a captivating ability. Even if he did nothing, his voice alone was lethal. The system announced, ding. Ability unlocked. Magic sound. Your voice is your most powerful weapon, and no one can resist it. It has a tremendous effect on enemies of the same level and those of lower levels. Now, my dear ones, wait for me to come. In the star-spangled nation, he devoid of a single penny stood in a dark alley. He stepped out of the shadows, basking. Passers-by on the road were all rendered motionless at the sight of him. One person became so entranced that they bumped into a pole in front of them. Oh, my God. Heavens, which star is this? Why is he so beautiful? A beautiful woman with long brown hair approached him, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Hi there, handsome Shifu. Do you have plans today? Mind if I invite you for a drink? Zibowen the Sea King, nice to meet you, Shifu. Of course I don't mind, it would be my honor, Zibowen smiled. He elegantly extended his hand, performing a kiss gesture. His poised calmness and courteous demeanor had Shifu utterly captivated. Shifu, feeling proud and delighted, waved at a few women standing not far away. I have some friends, would you mind if they join? Of course I don't mind at all. Zibowen's smile was incredibly charming and his voice was intoxicating. Shifu felt that hearing such a beautiful voice was truly a blessing from the heavens. Fortunately, she had mustered the courage to approach him, otherwise she would have missed out on a man as radiant as Apollo. A few women, each with their unique charms and decent figures, approached with smiles. Zibowen quickly noticed one of the women wearing a string of jewels around her neck. To his discerning eye, it was undoubtedly genuine and quite valuable. The group entered a bar together. During the day, there weren't many people drinking, but there were still more than 10 inside. When the beautiful women walked in, the men's eyes lit up, but upon seeing Zibowen, who was surrounded by them, their expressions changed. How could this man be so handsome? They felt inferior. Their initial desire to approach him began to wane. Upon entering, Shifu ordered several drinks and sat at the bar. Zibowen watched the bartender quickly mix drinks. The colorful cocktails resembled the starry sky, looking stunning with a slice of lemon perched atop each glass. Zibowen smiled as he picked up a drink. He clinked glasses with them and downed it in one go. Zibowen, where are you living now? Zibowen, you're so handsome, you must be a star, right? Where are you from, Zibowen? Whistle, someone nearby was. Zibowen smiled, showing no impatience as he answered their questions one by one. I'm from Sakli, and as for my job, I'm afraid I'm not a star, I'm just an unemployed drifter. Sakli. Two of them showed surprise. That was a very poor place, and now hearing Zibowen say he was an unemployed, at that moment their enthusiasm waned. After all, being handsome couldn't put food on the table. If they were wealthy women, they might still be interested in playing, but unfortunately they weren't. Only Shifu and a woman named Meng Lu showed no signs of disdain. Shifu was quite taken with Zibowen, his looks perfectly matched her taste, and she was determined to win this man over. Meng Lu on the other hand displayed good breeding. Although she wasn't dressed in expensive clothes, her aura and the jewels around her neck revealed that her status was certainly not ordinary. He chatted with them occasionally, making them laugh. Zibowen's knowledge was profound. He could engage in any topic and even share his own insights. From jewelry to entertainment, horse racing, fashion, and various other subjects. Conversing with Zibowen was immensely enjoyable. They had completely forgotten their earlier disdain regarding his identity and were entirely smitten with him. Now even if Zibowen asked them to do anything, they would likely be willing. Chatting with you is so delightful. Shifu stood up and hugged him. But unfortunately we have to leave now. Perhaps we will meet again tonight. May I have your number? Zibowen smiled. Sure, we will meet again tonight. However, he did not leave his contact information. Seeing this, Shifu felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't that she was dissatisfied with Zibowen. She genuinely had important matters to attend to, or she wouldn't have left him. But she didn't expect that Zibowen wouldn't leave any contact information. Could it be that her charm wasn't enough? Meng Lu pulled her back, preventing Shifu from being rude. She said to Zibowen, "It's all right, Zibowen, shall we meet tonight?" "See you tonight," Zibowen promised, escorting them out of the bar. Moments later, a woman dressed provocatively approached Zibowen, swaying her hips. Handsome, care to dance? She wore thick makeup with dark lipstick and eyeshadow, making her look like a blooming. Zibowen replied, "Since a lady has invited me, I naturally cannot refuse." His voice was melodious and his words were equally delightful. The woman laughed upon hearing this. "You certainly know how to flatter, I like that." The two stepped onto the dance floor, beginning to waltz to the music. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was striking on the somewhat empty stage, easily catching everyone's attention. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. "Isn't that our goddess Sarah? When did she start inviting others to dance? She has always been the one invited to dance. Who is this man? Have you seen how outstanding he looks?" It's no surprise that Sarah would invite him. Sarah is the one who operates this bar. She occasionally comes out to sing, as her looks are stunning and her singing is captivating. Therefore, regular patrons of the bar affectionately refer to her as Goddess Sarah. "Your dancing is exceptional," Sarah said, her face full of joy. "Your gracefulness is equally mesmerizing," Zibowen replied softly. His expression was serious. When you gazed into his sapphire-like eyes, you would feel that every word he spoke was sincere. Even if it were a lie, you would willingly fall into the web of his fabrications. After the dance concluded, Zibowen caught Sarah's admiration. He was granted the opportunity to work at the hotel, in a certain location within the Star-Spangled Nation. A beautiful girl opened her eyes, filled with mystery. Silver-white symbols flickered in her pupils as she looked up at the sky, as if seeing the future. "I see it, the arrival of fate. He has come." Coo 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 coo. A flock of white doves flew high above. These doves were quite friendly, as they were often fed by people, so they would generally land on the ground when they saw humans. At this moment, a large group of doves hurried towards this place. Shibuowen stood in the middle, sunlight gently cascading upon him, as if draping him in a layer of golden armor. This made him resemble Apollo descending from his high divine throne. How many women upon seeing this scene would fall? At this time the live stream quietly began. It was afternoon here, while it was deep night in the Summer Kingdom. The live stream, opened at such a late hour, only attracted those night owls. This looks like it's abroad. Just by looking at the people around, they are obviously foreigners. This young man is so... How does he compare to the Illusion Master? The Illusion Master had never shown his face. The only time he appeared was when he was reflected in the water mirror, showing a small figure, but the small figure was distorted. The face was exceptionally exquisite and perfect, yet still bore the childish innocence of youth. However, from this small face, it was not hard to see how perfect and outstanding the Illusion Master would be when grown. To the audience, the Illusion Master was the epitome of beauty. While the young man before them was undeniably handsome, the Illusion Master was even more perfect. There's no need to compare. The Illusion Master is forever divine. This young man looks great, but in my eyes no star in our world can compare to him. Just by looking at him, I can tell he is extraordinary. Of course, anyone worthy of the observer's attention and appearing as the main character in the live stream is certainly not simple. The doves landed on Shibuowen's hand, pecking at the grains he held. This scene was incredibly picturesque, and the people around couldn't help but stop taking out their phones to capture the moment. After feeding the doves, Shibuowen clapped his hands and walked into the bar. He needed to work as a bartender at night, and before starting he had to undergo some training. However, because he knew the owner of the hotel, many trivial matters were waived. Additionally, since Shibuowen claimed he could mix drinks, he did not attend the training. Dusk quickly approached. The closer it got to night, the more people came to the bar to drink. Unlike usual, where patrons either came to flirt or to dance and drink, they typically sat in their respective seats or squeezed onto the dance floor. Today the bar was peculiar. There were no women sitting at the tables drinking, and not a single graceful figure could be seen dancing on the stage. All the women had cast aside their usual modesty and crowded in front of the bar. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at Shibuowen, who was mixing drinks. Shibuya Wen's bartending skills were exceptionally high, his movements were elegant and swift, and in no time a drink was concocted. You're romantic. His voice was incredibly pleasant. Upon hearing Shibuya Wen's voice, the group of women outside the bar erupted in screams. Shibuya Wen, you're so handsome. Be my boyfriend. You don't have to work here anymore, I can support you. Shibuya Wen. The women's enthusiasm only intensified. To them, every action and word from Shibuya Wen, from his feet to his hair, exuded an irresistible charm. One woman was so overwhelmed that she had a nosebleed, while another fainted. They were quickly carried out and taken away. Another one. That's 3 people who have fainted now. Have these women gone mad? Damn. Tonight all the attention is on that kid. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Compared to the women's warm welcome, all the men in the bar were not. After all, they came to the bar hoping to encounter beautiful memories, but now all the women were revolving around them. They glared fiercely at the young man behind the bar who had good looks, physique, and talent. They wished they could go over and wrap him in a sack right then. Shibuya Wen maintained an impeccable smile on his face. Even when a few women reached out to touch him, he showed no signs. He prepared a drink for everyone who ordered one. Just from those moments, the sales from drinks alone would earn him several thousand. After finally mixing all the drinks requested by customers, Shibuya Wen smiled and said, "Ladies, fine wine needs a quiet place to be savored." The implication was clear: don't crowd here and block other customers. Take your drinks back to your tables to enjoy. Of course, he phrased it very nicely. Even when those women recognized his intention to usher them away, they complied obediently, leaving the bar top and returning to their respective seats. However, their gaze remained glued to Shibuya Wen, unwilling to shift even for a moment. A beautiful woman finally found a gap to step forward. This woman was none other than Monroe, whom he had met before. She had changed into a rather elegant outfit made from materials that were clearly handcrafted of exceptional quality, and the design was unique, clearly the work of a master. "I'm late. Should I pour myself a drink as a penalty?" Monroe jokingly ordered a cocktail. Shibuya Wen politely nodded at her and prepared a beautifully colored cocktail. Monroe took a sip and then said, "My friend Shifu had a last-minute issue and couldn't make it. She didn't mean to stand me up. She asked me to apologize on her behalf and hopes to arrange another meeting if possible." Shibuya Wen smiled at her. That smile was so captivating that it momentarily took Monroe aback. "Of course, I'm always here. If Miss Shifu wishes to come, she can come anytime. The drinks I mix are quite good." "The drinks you make are indeed excellent." Monroe had tasted many fine wines, but Shibuya Wen's concoctions felt remarkably unique to her. They were delicious, and drinking them made it hard to suppress one's emotions, as if one wanted to confide in others. Monroe and Shibuya Wen engaged in delightful conversation, and the emotions she had been suppressing finally spilled out as she began to confide in him. "I have always known that nothing in this world comes without effort. Whatever you gain, you must always give something in return." Xifa's family pressured her into attending a banquet. They call it a banquet, but it is merely a marriage alliance within high. Monroe's mood was somewhat low. "If Shiver is like this, am I not the same?" Shibuya Wen comforted her with a few words. Originally, he hadn't planned to invest much effort into Monroe, but at that moment the system's script prompt arrived. "The script has been generated. Do you accept the role of the script?" Following the script would make the settings more complete, and naturally Shen Yan chose to accept. As he comforted Monroe, he began to check the script's content. Plot 1: sneak into the banquet hosted by the Jones family, and shine as a noble, convincing everyone that you are indeed a noble. Plot 2: trigger the plot involving sea demons. You must evade the searches of the Lawton family. Plot 3: collect 5 unparalleled treasures. Progress 05. The Jones family is one of the top families in the area, holding a very high status. Not just anyone can receive an invitation to their banquet. Only the rich or the noble can be invited to the banquet. Shibuya Wen smiled. He had skillfully gathered a lot of information from Monroe and learned that she was also qualified to be invited. Thus Shibuya Wen said to the slightly intoxicated Monroe, "I wonder if I have the chance to invite Miss Monroe to be my companion to the Jones family banquet." In her hazy drunkenness, Monroe replied, "Sure." The next day Shibuya Wen went to the banquet with Monroe. However, unlike yesterday, today Shibuya Wen wore a hand-tailored suit, looking as dazzling as a prince. He donned a watch that was unknown but appeared quite expensive, making him stand out. He entered alongside Monroe without anyone stopping them. After all, Monroe's identity was quite well known among the upper. The banquet had yet to start. The entire hall was brightly lit, with many people coming and going, engaging in conversation. The ladies were all dressed elegantly in glamorous gowns, each forming small groups to chat and compare. Although Monroe was Shibuya Wen's companion, she couldn't stick by him the whole time, as she had her own social circle. Moreover, since she and Shibuya Wen entered, Shiver, who noticed them together, was already very angry. She had to go over and explain to her sisters. Shibuya Wen smiled and said it was fine. After Monroe walked away, those who had been watching Shibuya Wen immediately gathered around, with some subtly probing into his identity. "My name is Shibuya Wen." Shibuya Wen, the person, frowned, wondering if there was such a surname among the upper families. "Just a marginal noble, nothing worth mentioning." Shibuya Wen took a glass of red wine from a waiter. With a smile on his lips, the words he casually spoke seemed to have a certain charm that made people unconsciously believe him. That person immediately believed his words. So that's it. With Shibuya Wen's charisma and talent, he must come from an extraordinary background. Others around him quickly accepted it too. After all, in their country, there were many nobles from marginal areas along with some more low-key nobles who could see Zibowin's noble demeanor. It was evident that such noble qualities could only be cultivated through careful upbringing. No one doubted that Zibowin navigated the banquet with ease, and everyone who heard him started to believe in him without realizing it. Gradually, among the circles of other attendees, gossip about the outstanding noble Zibowin began to spread. Many families, neither too high nor too low, started to consider a marriage alliance with him. Additionally, some more prestigious families took notice of Zibowin's looks, wanting him to marry into their family to improve their genetic lineage. Monroe's family also had such thoughts. Especially after seeing that Monroe had entered with Zibowin, they immediately sent someone to call her over. "Monroe, where did you meet such a noble?" Even the smallest noble holds certain privileges. In this country, the status of nobles is very high, since its establishment is relatively recent. Those who can be called nobles possess considerable resources. Don't assume that marginal nobles are poor. On the contrary, some seemingly insignificant nobles hold enough resources to make everyone else crazy about being regarded as upper-class merchants. While the capitalists of the Star-Spangled Country are prevalent, most of the resources are still in the hands of nobles and some prominent families. Although Monroe's family is quite wealthy, they still lack the depth compared to those nobles. Many even mock them as nouveau riche. Therefore, Monroe's family was eager to connect with a powerful figure to shed the nouveau riche label. Now encountering someone like Zibowin, Monroe had been given strict orders to secure him. She lowered her head, silent. She indeed had feelings for Zibowin, having been moved more than once, but Zibowin was the person her sister Shiver had taken a liking to first. If she acted now, wouldn't that be robbing her sister of someone? Monroe touched the cold gem on her neck, suddenly feeling that her heart was as cold and helpless as the gem. There was a reason Shiver couldn't approach Zibowin. Her parents had their eyes on a family that was significantly better than theirs and wanted to marry Shiver off. Shiver, unwilling, was locked away and forcibly brought to the banquet. Shiver was already very sad, yet at the banquet she saw her good sister entering with the person she liked. She did not immediately cause a scene, as years of upbringing restrained her. When an opportunity arose, Shiver slipped away from her guard and approached Zibowin. Zibowin saw Shiver and said, "Long time no see, Miss Shiver." Shiver spoke with a hint of complaint. "Are you? I truly had something important and couldn't come. It wasn't intentional to stand you up." "Of course I am not angry with Miss Shiver." Zibowin raised his glass toward her and took a sip of wine. Shiver asked again, "Why did you come with Monroe? Also, didn't you say you were unemployed?" Why was the Zibowin she heard others discussing actually a noble in reality? A noble? If she had known he was a noble earlier, she wouldn't have been so conflicted. After telling her parents, she believed they would agree to her being with such a gentlemanly noble. The con artist smiled slightly, his words compelling belief. "I never said I came from poverty. I merely said I live there, and currently I indeed have no job." Noble offspring generally do not work. They receive dividends from their families, and even if they travel and indulge throughout the year, a considerable amount will still be credited at the end of the year. When Zibowin spoke, Shiver believed him. Her bad feelings slightly subsided. After all, he had not lied to them. They had misjudged. As for Zibowin bartending at a bar, it was probably just to experience life. Shiver was easily swayed by Zibowin's few words. However, Shiver had never considered that Zibowin had never said a word showing affection. He treated everyone with the same gentle courtesy, as if it were ingrained in his bones. He simply didn't want to refuse any lady. The Jones family had several objectives for hosting today's banquet. One was to invite everyone to the banquet, facilitating interaction and cooperation among them, while the other was to observe the attitudes of various families. And the most important reason was that they had obtained an unparalleled treasure. They wanted to showcase it at this banquet to demonstrate the capabilities of the Jones family. If they could leverage this opportunity to connect with a higher authority, that would be even better. The banquet commenced. The young lady of the Jones family made her grand entrance today. This time she was destined to be the center of attention, because of the necklace she wore around her neck. If Monroe's gemstone necklace could fetch a price, then the necklace of Miss Jones was truly priceless. An incredibly dazzling diamond was embedded in the necklace. It sparkled brilliantly, perfectly polished, and was quite large, at least over 900 carats. Such a large diamond could fetch astronomical prices. Additionally, Miss Jones was exceedingly beautiful, and paired with that diamond, she was utterly captivating. All eyes in the room were drawn to her. This must be Miss Jones. She truly stands out. The Jones family has made quite the investment this time. I wonder where they obtained such a priceless treasure. The gemstone is beautiful, and so is she, but seems the Jones family has grand ambitions. After this event, the Jones family's status will surely rise further. Everyone present was astute. They understood the intentions behind the Jones family's actions. Some families tempted by the gemstone were hesitating, knowing that many would be competing for such a priceless treasure. They needed to weigh whether they could prevail in this competition. Indeed, the attendees' speculations were accurate. The current head of the Jones family, Lord, stepped forward. He stood up and declared, "My eldest daughter Winster has turned 20, and I wish to find a suitable match for her. This goddess of light will serve as her dowry." Many were intrigued. Not to mention that Miss Jones was beautiful. Just the sight of the diamond known as the goddess of light was already worth it. This goddess of light is worth at least over 100 million star-spangled coins. If hyped up, it could fetch even more. The thought of gaining both the partnership with the Jones family and the beauty along with the treasure stirred everyone present. Miss Jones stood there with a calm expression, quietly showcasing herself. Some families began negotiating with the Jones. They needed to present sufficient incentives to catch the Jones family's interest for this marriage to have a chance of success. Miss Jones was merely a bridge for collaboration among these upper-class families. Profit was what they cared about the most. Acquiring that goddess of light would significantly boost their reputation and elevate their status. Below, Zibowen watched the goddess of light around Miss Jonas' neck. It seemed his target was that goddess of light. The banquet was still ongoing. This was merely to showcase the existence of the goddess of light. The actual negotiations would not be settled so quickly. As the banquet continued into the evening, at one point Miss Jones found an excuse and left the banquet hall heading to the back garden. Zibowen inadvertently noticed several young people leaving the banquet and heading towards the back garden. Their expressions seemed somewhat sinister. Zibowen thought for a moment, drank the last of his red wine, placed the glass on a nearby table, and followed them. His hearing was exceptional. Even from a distance he could hear what the group was saying. That Winster is truly a great beauty. As long as we have leveraged, the Jones family will have to submit to us. At that time, for the sake of the Jones family's reputation, they will even demand to give us the goddess of light. Zibowen watched as these audacious individuals plotted a despicable scheme. It was likely that the Jones family never anticipated anyone would be so bold as to target Miss Jones on their territory. Everyone was busy in the hall. Conversely, the back garden had very few people. Winston wanted to stay in a quiet place. Everything at the banquet felt suffocating, prompting her to step outside for some fresh air. This was the Jones family's territory. She had been to the back garden countless times, so her departure didn't attract anyone's attention in the family. Winston regretted it. When those three emerged and cornered her, she regretted wandering too far up here. Even if she screamed, no one would hear her cries for help. Her voice trembled slightly as she tried to steady herself, not wanting others to see her fear. I am the eldest daughter of the Jones family. If you do anything to me, my father will not spare you. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. As long as we have our way with you, what will your father do? Perhaps he will even want you to marry us. Tears brimmed in Winston's eyes, making her look even more appealing. The three approached her slowly, their intentions clear. Wow, this handsome guy is quite skilled. Really handsome. Hero saves the beauty, and next we'll see them fall. The viewers in the live stream thought this was just a foreign love story. So far there hasn't been anything wrong with Zibowen. He was the epitome of nobility. Gentlemanly, mild-mannered, elegant, and polite. Every beautiful word seemed to describe him. He was very gallant towards women, seemingly not refusing any requests, yet his demeanor was measured, neither overly familiar nor too distant. Such a man is simply the perfect dream lover in a woman's eyes. Are you alright? A hint of concern flashed in his eyes as he half-squatted and reached out a hand towards Winston. Winston shook her head, extending her hand to rest on Zibowen's. As he exerted force, she was pulled up. Inadvertently, Winston bumped into Zibowen's embrace. She caught a whiff of a very pleasant fragrance. It made her previously anxious heart feel at ease. In fact, she found herself a bit reluctant to leave this embrace. However, Zibowen soon stepped back. The hazy atmosphere between them was instantly shattered. Winston felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name? My name is Fu Bo-si, he replied with a smile. Fu Bo-si. Winston paused upon hearing it. Fu Bo-si also means bright and radiant. Truly a person living up to his name, like the sun bringing warmth to others. He was a person as beautiful as light. At that moment, Winston's heart fluttered. She even thought at that moment to seek help from Fu Bo-si. Someone like him would surely help her escape, right? However, Winston forcibly suppressed her thoughts, as she knew how powerful the Jones family was, and she couldn't pull such an innocent and wonderful person into her selfish ideas. The atmosphere between the two was still quite pleasant. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were going wild. What the hell? Didn't he just say his name was Zibowen? I can't believe this. How can he change his name in a moment? Maybe his full name is Fu Bo-si Zibowen. Foreign names are often long and can have multiple surnames. That's quite normal, right? Fu Bo-si said to Winston, you should go back first. I will deal with these people. Alright. Winston nodded, but then thought again that these people were not simple. If she left, what if they learned Fu Bo-si's identity and sought revenge? Should I go find my father? Then they definitely wouldn't dare to act. But if her father learned of this matter, then her last bit of freedom would be stripped away. No need to, I can handle this little issue. Winston could only turn back 3 times, reluctantly leaving. As soon, Fu Bo-si's smiling face immediately turned cold. He walked over to the 3 people who had fallen to the ground and, with no gentle movement, he slapped one of them awake. That person was a well-known playboy from the Mashi family, and as soon as he awoke, he felt a burning pain on his face. Immediately he began to shout, do you know who we are? I'm from the Mashi family. How dare you hit me? You're finished. Be honest, do I ask you answer? Fu Bo-si's demeanor was no longer gentle. His imposing manner was even more arrogant than Ma's eyes. Mashi glared, clearly dissatisfied. Slap. Another hit landed. A few teeth flew out his face, swollen, high tears, mucus, and blood all came out. Seeing this, Fu Bo-si couldn't go easy anymore. However, those 2 slaps were enough for Ma. He didn't dare to defy, fearing another slap might come. Who sent you? Mashi hung his swollen face low. No one sent me. We want that piece of the goddess of light, so we did something wrong in a moment of impulse. Fu Bo-si suddenly chuckled lowly, his voice shifting, becoming more persuasive. Tell me who sent you here. Ma's eyes widened. He answered dazedly, it was the Fuagu family. They want to obtain that goddess of light. Fu Bo see very well. Remember, I am AVC, just a person passing by you. After today you will forget everything about me except for my name. Yes, you're AVC. Oh, after today, I will forget everything about you. As soon as Ma Shi finished speaking, Fu Bo si knocked him unconscious. Then he woke up the other two who met the same treatment as Ma Shi and then knocked them out. Fu Bo si stood up looking towards the banquet hall. This was easier than I expected. He returned to the banquet. When Tae, who had been watching this side, finally felt relieved. Meanwhile, in the live stream, he's hidden quite deep. Wow. If I hadn't been watching closely, I wouldn't have noticed his true nature. Changing 3 aliases in one go for this round, I'd call him the strongest alias master. Indeed, anyone who gets on the Heavenly Dao website is not a normal person. Nice, I'm starting to like this brother. The one above seems to be a man. What's his name anyway? Is it Shi Bowen, Fu Bo Si, or AVC? Also one called ES. His abilities are a bit strange. It reminds me of an illusionist's illusions. This feels more like a hypnotic technique, right? The banquet had reached its end. None of the families present emerged victorious, or rather the families invited here were all drawn to the influence of the Jones family and came to flatter them. The true big shots did not attend. The target of the Jones family head was precisely those big shots. They naturally wouldn't let go of a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. None of the people who came were regarded by the Jones family head. However, after today's banquet, news of the Jones family acquiring a valuable treasure would spread. I believe those big shots will definitely be tempted, and it will be easier to pull relations then. As soon as the banquet ended, Shi Fu was taken back by her family, and Meng Lu, having Shi Bo Wen as her male companion, was still somewhat free. Shi Bo Wen, what do you think I should do? As Meng Lu left with Shi Bo Wen, perhaps it was the aura from Shi Bo Wen that made her lower her guard. She couldn't help but speak the truth to Shi Bo Wen. I'm very scared I might end up like when Tae being treated as a tool by my family. The Jones family is even stronger than mine, yet can't escape this fate. What do you think I should do? Can I escape all of this? Meng Lu clutched the necklace around her neck. This necklace given to her by her mother was the only thing that could comfort her. Every time she wore it, she felt as if her mother was still by her side, allowing her to endure. After Meng Lu finished speaking, she lowered her head, realizing she had misspoken. She had only known Shi Bo Wen for a day. Oh, why would anyone help her? But Shi Bo Wen leaned closer to her. He lifted her chin with one hand and leaned in to whisper in her ear, I have a way to save you. However, you must offer something in return. Upon hearing this, Meng Lu's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Haha. Shi Bo Wen's laughter was filled with indescribable delight. Of course, you just need to offer your most cherished treasure. Meng Lu's complexion changed slightly, but seeing Shi Bo Wen's smile that seemed divine, she began to blush again. I am willing. Then great, the deal is done. I have taken your treasure. Meng Lu hurriedly closed her eyes, feeling both flustered and a bit expectant. However, what she imagined did not happen. Instead, she felt a chill around her neck as the jewelry she wore was taken off. Meng Lu immediately opened her eyes. She saw Shi Bo Wen admiring the necklace with the sapphire embedded in it. Not bad, but it's quite a nice treasure. What's more, the jewelry held her mother's love for her daughter. System collection progress 15. This necklace was recognized as a peerless treasure. Perhaps its value isn't high, but it has been passed down from her mother's mother, carrying her mother's blessings for her daughter. Such a meaningful piece of jewelry being recognized as a peerless treasure is not surprising. Now you have two choices. First, you can rely on yourself to completely break away from your family. Second, I can help you escape from your family. The con artist shed his disguise. Now he smiled carelessly. His handsome face, after losing the gentle mask, became extremely aggressive. You. The drastic change in the con artist startled Meng Lu. She seemed to realize something, but dared not think further. After all, the only one who could save her now was this immensely dangerous man in front of her. I can't do it myself. Meng Lu was clear about her character. She was raised to be indecisive, weak in temperament, and much more timid than other women. If she could resolve this matter herself, she wouldn't have been in such a predicament. If you don't try, how will you know? The con artist's eyes were filled with persuasion. Meng Lu had basically believed him. Her mind was filled with following the con artist's words without considering letting this man solve it for her. The seemingly two choices were actually just one. What should I do? The con artist said, I still need you to cooperate with me on something. Once it's done, you'll see that these troubles are merely trivial matters unworthy of your concern. Really? Then what do you need me to do? Meng Lu was no longer thinking. She would blindly follow the con artist's words. Tomorrow night, bring when Tae out, just arrange to meet at that bar. The con artist smiled and touched her cheek. Understood. Even at this point, the con artist had revealed his purpose. He was completely using Meng Lu to... Meng Lu was willing to be deceived. She desperately wanted to escape her current life. Just a bit of hope was enough for her not to give up easily. Their conversation ended. Meng Lu left. What a clever trick to catch a wolf with bare hands. It seems like he said a lot, but in reality he did nothing and got a jewelry necklace for free. I'm in the jewelry business, and from my perspective this necklace is worth at least 300,000 in Starstrike currency. Converting it to Xia country currency, that's about 20 million Xia currency. And that's just the minimum. Impressive. If I had this skill, how could I not get rich? A free little tip for food and drink every day. Brother, this could lead to prison. If it involves a large amount, it could mean over 10 years. Those who understand, understand. a daily little trick to avoid prison. The con artist returned to the bar. He wasn't on duty today, so he casually ate something outside before returning to the single dormitory prepared for employees. After taking a shower, he lay down. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. The con artist got up and opened the door. There stood Sarah, dressed in home clothes and with no makeup on. "She Bowen, are you interested in spending a lovely evening with me?" She Bowen smiled and stepped aside, allowing Sarah to enter. She pulled out a deck of playing cards from her clothes. "Come on, let's play poker." Sarah's shuffling technique was very skilled, and soon the cards were shuffled and dealt to both of them. The game began. At first, Sarah won and lost, but after 5 rounds she realized she was losing more and more. Sarah soon noticed that she was no match for She Bowen. It seemed like he could see through all the cards in her hand. Whatever she played, it couldn't escape his eyes. "You can count cards?" Sarah asked, astonished. "Just a bit," She Bowen smiled humbly. Sarah, someone who could run a bar, was certainly not an easy character. Her seeking to play poker with She Bowen suggested she trusted her skills. But she was effortlessly defeated by She Bowen. This wasn't something that could be done just by knowing a little. Sarah could also count cards, but she had to deduce the opponent's cards based on the played cards. After all, when two people compete, part of the cards are hidden. But She Bowen could not only deduce her cards, but even this terrifying card counting ability left Sarah feeling inferior. "Your skills are so good, don't you want to earn some extra money?" She Bowen shook his head. He didn't plan to stay here for too long, as there were still some hidden dangers lurking, so he wouldn't linger in one place for too long. Seeing She Bowen refuse, Sarah felt a bit regretful, but didn't press further. Noticing it was late, she packed up the cards and left. As she left, she said, "You're hard to read." The trickster leaned against the door, smiling without speaking. He watched Sarah leave and then closed the door. He intended to seek out the whereabouts of the remaining 4 treasures. So he climbed out the window. The trickster walked slowly, deliberately avoiding all surveillance, lowering his head. When he winding through alleys, the trickster found a place. It was an underground trading market. Here one could buy and sell information, both small and large. Fortunately, the bar paid daily, and the profits from his previous bartending job added up to quite a bit. She Bowen found someone and asked how much for the information on the treasures. The person made a hand gesture. She Bowen did not haggle and paid 30,000 for a piece of information regarding. He left from there. After returning, he looked at the information inside, then burned the paper with a lighter. He took a nap. The live stream closed after the trickster fell asleep. Many netizens who received information during the day missed this live broadcast. Shu Sure exclaimed, "What the hell? Why is there still a live stream so late? I was already asleep." 007 laughed, "Haha, late night. Perks, only night owls can see it. Dream language wrong billion. During the day in Xia country, it was deep night here. Yet during the day, it was night again." To avoid missing the live stream, many people set alarms, preparing to wake up at night to watch. The next day quickly arrived. The live stream also opened simultaneously. "First, the cultivators are here. Let me see how many night owls are there. Goodness, several million. Not just that, it will soon surpass 10 million. We cultivators are not easily defeated by mere fatigue. If you can't stay up, don't push yourself. It won't end well if—" "How could that be? I'm in great shape. How could I?" "Brother, are you okay?" The trickster was originally mixing drinks at the bar. Suddenly, a strange person walked in at the door. She was about 1.60 meters tall, with long black hair cascading down past her waist, very smooth and straight. She wore rather unusual clothing. The pure white base was covered with a layer of light blue gauze, which was as fine and delicate as fish scale silk, dotted with starlight, resembling the reflection of a magnificent galaxy. The hem of her dress trailed on the ground, and she wore a hat that shielded her eyes, with a very small humanoid doll resting on her shoulder. This doll was exquisitely made, so lifelike that if it weren't for its immobility, others might think it was real. As soon as she walked in, the trickster's gaze was fixed on her, or rather on the clothes she wore. "I think we can go somewhere and talk," she said as she approached. "Okay." The trickster did not refuse. "Then let's book a private room upstairs." There was still space upstairs in the bar, and the private rooms were relatively discreet and secure, suitable for conversation. There weren't many patrons drinking during the day. The trickster followed her upstairs. As soon as she sat down, she expressed her intention. "I guess you figured out what I'm wearing, right?" The trickster's voice became somewhat strange. I know your kind generally loves jewelry, so I want to exchange a treasure for your help with something." She sat on the sofa, explaining her purpose. Then she produced a gemstone from her sleeve. The gemstone was of exceptional quality and was a rare blue diamond. Colored diamonds are extremely rare, especially those that are of good quality and substantial weight. They are truly 1 in a million. Mining 1,000 diamond mines might not even yield a single blue diamond, underscoring its rarity. The blue diamond she brought was not only of fine quality, but also palm-sized. Placed in her palm, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. It caught the trickster's attention instantly. "I think it suits your eye color perfectly. You two match splendidly, don't you think?" The trickster pondered briefly, and then asked, "What do you want me to do?" This implied his agreement. Indeed, this race was incredibly fond of treasures. Fortunately, she found this treasure, otherwise persuading him to help would have been quite challenging. After all, this race is notorious for its ability to manipulate hearts possessing a vile nature. Although they love humans, they enjoy playing tricks on them. Like a beloved toy, when interest strikes, they hold it in their hands to play for a while, but once their interest wanes, they discard it, as if it were nothing. "Great. Let me introduce myself. My name is Prophet." "Prophet." The trickster smiled, playfully, seeming to understand something. "I am the trickster. You can also call me She Bowen." Sea King. What a bold claim, but your race does indeed have the qualification for such a title, said the prophet. She took out a crystal ball. What I need your help with is to go to this place and find something. Only you can enter here. An image reflected in the crystal ball. The trickster glanced at it, memorizing the image inside. It was a deep abyssal crevice beneath the sea. Ordinary people cannot step foot there. The ocean pressure there is unbearable. The garment you are wearing, if I'm not mistaken, is woven from fish scale silk, right? The trickster suddenly asked. His eyes were calm, yet contained an indescribable danger akin to the vast deep. You cannot perceive the dangers concealed within, yet, just by looking into his eyes you feel as though you are surrounded by the ocean struggling to breathe. On the prophet's shoulder, the previously motionless doll suddenly came to life. It unfolded 2 pairs of transparent fairy wings from behind, flying up to block in front of the prophet, its small face displaying vigilance. The prophet laughed. I know what you're thinking, but things are not as you imagine. This garment was woven by a friend of mine specifically. The trickster glanced at the small figure blocking her path. He smiled, a smile filled with an indescribable charm. In this world, there's only me left, a sea demon. Who is this friend of yours? Out of nothing, the prophet's body swayed. The fairy was on high alert, and it even began to gather a ball of golden energy in its hands. The prophet was momentarily distracted, but she quickly regained her composure and helplessly said, I accidentally fell into a strange place and met a sea demon there. In this world there are indeed no sea demons. The trickster claimed to be the last sea demon, and he was not lying. However, such beings do not exist in this world. They exist in another dimension. There are countless alternate spaces, and no one knows how many there truly are or what kinds of creatures inhabit them. If the seer had not accidentally fallen into an alternate space, she would not have been able to inherit the legacy of the seer and uncover the secrets behind the world. She must quickly gain all the legacies of the seer to unlock all her abilities, otherwise when the destined fate arrives in the future, if she lacks power, it will be difficult for her to struggle against the currents of destiny. However, to unlock all the legacies of the seer, the location foretold by the seer is in the depths of the deep sea, a place almost impossible for ordinary people to reach. Even though her current strength is equivalent to that of a first-tier heavenly level, she does not dare to use her body to attempt to dive into the depths of the sea in search of that legacy. Not to mention the immense pressure at the seabed, she is still of the heavenly level. Generally speaking, heavenly level powerhouses possess extraordinary physical strength, but her profession is one that is initially weak, serving only as an auxiliary seer. Only by obtaining the complete legacy can she gain confidence. Originally, knowing that the legacy lies at the bottom of the deep sea left her in utter despair, for she could not reach it. However, later in a fortuitous prophecy, she glimpsed fragments of the future and saw the last remaining sea demon in this world. Sea demons are the natural darlings of the ocean. They can move freely in the depths of the sea, they can stir up massive tsunamis, and their voices are their weapons. In the ocean, they are like gods. Typically, female sea demons are extremely ugly. They evolve to have hideous appearances to evade their enemies. In contrast, male sea demons are not only beautiful, but also possess formidable attack power and fierce tempers. Their temperaments are even more vicious. When they capture prey such as fish, they often toy with them until they are battered and on the brink of death before tearing them apart to eat. The seer thought to herself, thankfully, she has the blue diamond. Otherwise, facing such a malicious sea demon, she wouldn't know when she might be deceived by his words. Sea demons have no sense of morality. They are not human. As the rulers of the ocean, everything they see is merely their prey. Fortunately, for unknown reasons, sea demons have a strange fondness for humans. Although they often enjoy teasing humans, they would never actively harm them. Some sea demons even rescue humans when they are drowning, bringing them ashore. The seer was also saved by a female sea demon who had an inexplicable fondness for humans while in the alternate space. Otherwise, she would not have been able to escape the alternate space and gain the legacy of the seer. In the eyes of these sea demons, humans as bipedal creatures likely evoke the same adorably cute feelings as humans do when they see cats or dogs. However, not all sea demons are open-hearted towards humans. Some are rather indifferent, such as the trickster before her. The seer could swear that if she hadn't brought the blue diamond to meet him the moment she made a request, they would have surely clashed. Although sea demons are weaker on land, the seer has little offensive power, so if a fight broke out, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. The trickster grabbed the little sprite that flew in front of him, unafraid of the tiger, and brought it close, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, a battle stance that only sea demons display when hunting. Huh. The trickster bared his teeth, scaring the sprite. Upon seeing the sharp teeth up close, the little sprite screamed and fainted, rolling its eyes. Scare, 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 scare. Seeing the little sprite fainted from fright, the trickster showed no sign of remorse, instead laughing heartily. Malicious. Extremely malicious. The little sprite fainted and lay limply in the trickster's hand. He looked it over a few times before quickly losing interest and tossed it back to the seer. The seer hurriedly caught it. She checked the little sprite and found nothing serious. It was probably just scared. This little one had just been born and was somewhat naive, but after this incident it had received a lesson. The live broadcast room erupted once again. This was because the observer had revealed the identities of both individuals. Wu, the observer, is truly kind, knowing that we commoners lack knowledge and generously providing us with information. Though these records aren't found online, or perhaps only some ancient texts vaguely mention them, it's no wonder that the people in this world are so ignorant. There are simply no records regarding these legendary beings. Ordinary people cannot access ancient texts. Thus, the observer's explanation drew countless people to read. A seer is someone who can predict the future. Occasionally, someone among humans awakens such abilities. This equates to a profession and a transfer of power. The little sprite is a manifestation of the seer's abilities. The sea demon, on the other hand, is quite legendary. Sea demons are related to the gods of legend. It is said that they are the offspring left behind by the sea god, which is why they become the darlings of the ocean from birth. The gods in turn are linked to another legend. It is said that humans are the beings closest to the appearance of the gods created by them. Therefore, among all creatures, only humans possess higher intelligence. The gods are divine beings born of nature, possessing unparalleled and omnipotent powers. They can easily destroy a world. However, there are few accounts regarding the gods. They are merely mentioned briefly. In any case, sea demons are incredibly powerful. The trickster is actually a sea demon. So the silk of the sea is woven from seawater by the sea demon. No wonder he was staring at the seer's clothing from the start. Ha ha, what a treasure-hungry trait of the trickster. He can't tear his eyes away from treasures. I have a bold idea. Be careful ahead. Did you see those sharp teeth? You really can't take him on. Malicious teasing the little sprite. What exactly is in the deep sea? Aren't you curious? Curious, but what can we do about it? As if we could go. If the trickster goes to the deep sea, we might just catch a glimpse of its wonders. Even though human technology is quite advanced now, the deep sea has always been a place humans cannot tread. At depths of tens of thousands of meters, even submarines cannot venture. After expressing her intentions, the seer left behind a contact method and departed. Under the trickster's keen interest, the seer left quite swiftly. As soon as she was gone, the trickster stretched and prepared to set off towards the ocean. Before this, the con artist had to wait for someone. Menglu had arranged to meet Wensidle at the bar. As they walked in, they headed straight for the bar. The con artist stood behind the bar waving his hand as the wine decanter spun in his grip. Wensidle was surprised and pleased to see the con artist, saying, I didn't expect to run into you here. What would you two ladies like to drink? The con artist's smile was flawless. Menglu felt conflicted as she watched the two of them chatting happily. After chatting with the con artist for a long time, Wensidle's previously gloomy mood lifted considerably. If only I had met you sooner. All unexpected encounters are destined. It doesn't matter whether it's early or late, the con artist said softly. Like honey smeared on arsenic, it appeared sweet on the surface, but could be deadly. While chatting, Wensidle suddenly mentioned, next week my father will find me a marriage partner. Only a few days remain until next week. The Jones family's actions are swift, indicating a strong desire to rise. The nightmare will eventually end, the con artist said, gazing intently at Wensidle, as if something had changed in his eyes. Wensidle felt a moment of daze, and then some negative emotions deep within her were suppressed. After finishing their drinks, it was time for them to leave. Before departing, Wensidle hugged the con artist tightly. If I could, I would really want to escape without a care, but where could I go? I might as well take a gamble. You will, the con artist replied, his words shrouded in mystery. Thank you, chatting with you is truly a delightful experience. Wensidle understood his meaning. She bade farewell to the con artist with a smile, transforming from the emotionless puppet she had been when she first entered. Now she revealed a bright and confident smile. Compared to Menglu, Wensidle's character seemed a bit more resilient. After Wensidle left, Menglu displayed a complex expression, saying, Can you tell me your real name now? You can call me Zibowen, or you can call me Fubosio. Of course, no matter which name I use, it's all a lie, the con artist replied. A lie, huh? Menglu felt a pang of sadness. I thought I could become someone different. After all, we have a transaction between us. No, dear. The con artist gently touched her cheek, saying, I am the lie, so what appears before you is the truth. Menglu blushed as she gazed at the con artist's incredibly deceptive face. He was simply too handsome. With golden wavy hair and azure eyes, he looked like a ray of light, pure and radiant. When he silently gazed at you, no one could resist. The con artist's words also carried a kind of magic. Even knowing he might be deceiving you, one could not escape his allure. Menglu covered her face, realizing she had truly fallen. Even being used like this, she wished it could continue. Menglu said, I know you are not lying to me. Because the con artist was very candid in front of her, did this mean she was a special existence in his eyes? In the live stream chat, all the viewers were filled with frustration. Wake up, he's just playing you. It's obvious, why are you still jumping into the pit? You can never wake someone pretending to sleep. Sister, that's not a person, that's a siren. Do you know what a siren is? The most beguiling creature. Believing him is worse than believing a pig can climb a tree. Pigs can climb trees, but the con artist will never tell the truth. Honestly, with that looks, I could do it too. Yes, he is indeed quite handsome. The person above is really impressive. After Menglu brought Wensidle to the bar, she received a promise from the con artist. After getting the con artist's promise, she left. Although she had a bit more freedom than Shifu, her family still kept a close watch. She was able to come out by claiming to have an appointment with Zibowen, otherwise her family might not have let her go. After meeting with Wensidle and clearing away the hidden dangers around her, the con artist asked for leave from the landlady Sarah as he needed to head out to the sea. That night, as the con artist was looking for a ride to leave, a car pulled up on the street not far from the entrance. The back window rolled down, revealing the face of the seer. Get in the car. Since he was entrusting someone with the task, the seer would naturally arrange everything properly. When she left the Xia Kingdom for the Star-Spangled Nation, it was also the prophecy that told her she could only find help here. The con artist got into the car. The driver remained silent, not saying a word throughout the journey. The con artist was also not one to chatter. The noisiest in the car was actually a little sprite. The sprite flew back and forth in the car. The seer did not stop it, indicating that the driver was trustworthy. Traveling in silence through the night, they arrived at the nearest sea area. After getting out of the car, the con artist and the seer arrived at the seaside. The seer said, "Be careful with everything." After all, whether she could obtain the inheritance depended on this siren. The con artist smiled, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? You should know that the sea is inherently our domain. If you are indeed so strong, why is it that only you remain now?" The seer inquired. Excluding other worlds, there was indeed only one siren left on Blue Star. If sirens were that powerful, there shouldn't be just one left. The con artist shrugged, saying, "They have all been hunted down." When talking about his kin being hunted, the con artist showed no anger or killing intent, as if discussing unrelated ants. Hunted. Upon hearing this, the seer suddenly had a fragment of the future surge into her mind. It was a group of black-clad masked individuals holding sharp blades. There were hundreds of them, with some carrying a tall and complex instrument. They were aboard a massive ship. Moreover, the one they were hunting on the sea was actually the con artist. Crack. The memory fragment shattered. After all, the inheritance she received was incomplete. Sometimes the future she foresaw consisted of only a short fragment. Moreover, it was entirely uncontrollable. Sometimes what she saw or accidentally heard would trigger a prophecy. Seeing the con artist appear in the vision, she knew that those people were definitely related to this con artist's quest for her inheritance in the sea. In that case, she had to understand the origins of those people, who otherwise this action would add many uncertainties. The seer took out a crystal ball. Although her ability was prophecy, as a branch of prophecy, divination had similar functions. In other words, prophecy is uncertain, while divination can confirm a direction to achieve the desired answer. The two are similar yet different. The seer divined the fortune and misfortune of this action. She found that the divination indicated disaster will turn to fortune. The seer felt relieved. Then the seer began to divine the origins of the group she had seen in the memory fragment. This time, as the image appeared in her mind to those outside, it looked as if the seer had closed her eyes, her hands resting on the crystal ball, remaining motionless. However, the people in the livestream saw a scene unfolded. Last time they had seen the construction of Shangzhongyi Tower in Guzheng's mind. Now, they saw the visions in other people's minds. Once again, it was a darkness, but the difference was that the seer stood in the darkness with stars twinkling around her, as if countless fireflies were flying around. The seer stood in the air. A vision obtained from divination unfolded like a movie. A gigantic screen opened before her eyes. Images of people and scenes began to appear. A group of people sat in a certain place, seemingly discussing something. At the head of the table, there were several elderly individuals appearing ancient with gray hair. Their faces were filled with excitement. Finally, after so many years, we have found it. Time is of the essence. We should act immediately. We've just received news, but has left from there and is now heading to the seaside. What? The elder at the head of the table immediately glared. Quick, stop it. Once it enters the sea, capturing it will be difficult. It's too late. It should have already reached the nearest seaside by now. It's fine. Even if it reaches the sea, it's just a slippery big fish, isn't it? We have the ancestral catching secrets, and our weapons are more advanced than before. How can a mere fish turn the world upside down? That's true. Our ancestors have successfully hunted so many. We will succeed too. Prepare the ships for the sea. A group of people sat together discussing loudly how to pursue it. The seer and the audience in the live stream felt a chill. After all, the target they intended to hunt was the siren con artist. Although the con artist was a siren both in appearance and behavior, he was no different from ordinary people. Treating him like a fish to be hunted was something that ordinary people couldn't achieve. These people are truly insane. What has the siren done to them? Why must they pursue him to the ends of the earth? The con artist is the last siren, a species on the brink of extinction. Instead of protecting it, they seek to hunt it down. The forest is vast. All kinds of people exist. What won't they do for profit? Suddenly, at the head of the table sat an old man with a youthful face and white hair who had remained silent until now, his presence so low that no one had noticed him. However, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space and distance, making eye contact with the seer. In that glance, the gloom, an overwhelming aura, seemed capable of swallowing a person whole. The seer did not expect that there was a powerful person here who could keenly sense others prying. She quickly severed the divination. Her face turned a bit pale. If her inheritance had been complete, a proper seer would not be weak enough to have even a divination detected by others. The image quickly interrupted. The audience was startled by that sudden glance. But with the screen in between, it didn't feel too bad. That scared me a bit. It wasn't too bad, not like the Illusionist. Right, the Illusionist is the most terrifying. When the Illusionist looked at me, I thought I would immediately become his puppet. The seer opened her eyes. She told the con artist about the divination results. You must be careful. It seems they are coming for you. They've been investigating you for a long time. I know them, the con artist said, standing at the edge of the sea with the water only a few meters from where he stood. He spoke. The Luntian family has never given up on searching for and hunting sirens. I have heard of their deeds long. However, as long as I'm in the sea, they cannot do anything to me, because I am the god of this sea. The con artist's voice was extremely confident. As long as you are aware, that's good, the seer said, feeling helpless. After all, once she descended into the sea, she would lose a significant portion of her combat power. It would be better not to go at all to avoid dragging him down later. Yet even so, she was very worried. Rumors say that sirens are the only creatures that can delve into the abyss cracks of the ocean without being affected by any water pressure. However, many things can threaten a siren's life. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been hunted to near extinction. The seer believed that while a legendary siren could stir up tremendous waves, the real sirens had not been able to achieve that. Legends are always just legends and may contain exaggerations. Step by step, the con artist walked toward the sea. As his legs fully submerged in the water up to his knees, his legs began to transform from the waist down, revealing a blue fish tail. The fish tail was incredibly powerful, with scales that glistened like jewels in the moonlight. The massive tail, over 2 meters long, shimmered brilliantly against the water. This was a magnificent spirit belonging solely to the ocean. Once the fish tail transformed, the con artist's previously short golden hair grew much longer. His clothing had transformed into pieces of blue translucent scales appearing on his skin and forming many mysterious patterns. The seer, watching the con artist's siren form from the shore, couldn't help but be awed. This scene was stunningly beautiful. People are drawn to lovely creatures. As the con artist changed into a siren, the water beneath him began to surge, boiling as the waves crashed violently. The sea lifted its king, bringing the con artist back to his rightful domain. The waves continued crashing against the shore. In an instant, the water level rose significantly until the siren plunged headfirst into the sea. Only then did the fierce, tumultuous waves gradually calm down. The seer watched the con artist disappear, surprised by the behavior of the water. Could it be that the ocean has self-awareness? Otherwise, why would the sea react so excitedly as the con artist approached? I hope everything goes smoothly. The con artist had already dived hundreds of meters into the depths of the sea, continuing to swim toward the deep ocean. Not only did the prophet hold the fraudster's transformation into a sea demon in high regard, but the audience was also mesmerized. Is this the legendary sea demon? It's so beautiful. Seeing a sea demon in the ocean is the most magnificent sight. No wonder they are renowned for their beauty. Their appearances are truly exquisite. The observer once said that the sea demons are so beautiful to confuse their prey. Once the prey is entranced, it becomes easier to hunt them down. Sea demons are a very malicious race. Don't be fooled by their appearance. As the fraudster descended deeper into the ocean, the light around him dimmed the further he moved from the surface. The color of the fraudster's pupils changed, becoming more akin to the dark blue of the ocean depths, allowing him to see everything clearly, even in the deep sea. In the depths of the sea, numerous fish swam by and jellyfish floated in the water. It was close to the shore with no large predators around. The seabed was a deep blue, quiet and profound. For someone with a fear of the deep sea, this scene would surely. However, many found the underwater scenery beautiful, whether it be the various strange fish or those glowing jellyfish lazily drifting through the water. Everything was simply exquisite. The fraudster moved swiftly, his tail propelling him powerfully. In no time, he had swum several hundred meters downward, distancing himself from the shore. Here some unusual fish appeared. A school of fish was frantically fleeing, and the dark currents of the sea revealed that a group of dolphins was chasing them. They coordinated perfectly, herding the fish together before beginning to hunt the trapped school. A series of low dolphin sounds resonated. This sound seemed adorable above the water, but below, especially to the fleeing fish, it was a sound that could be fatal. After the dolphins finished hunting, they seemed to have spotted the swiftly moving fraudster. Thinking a human had fallen into the water, they quickly swam over, but upon seeing the fraudster's face, they were immediate. Dolphins are creatures that are very much about appearances. They can sense beauty and pursue it fervently. Beep beep. More than a dozen dolphins quickly gathered around the fraudster, circling him, and a few even brought a plump fish in their mouths as a gift. The fraudster ignored them. While dolphins are indeed adorable, in ancient times they were also within the hunting range of sea. Of course, the fraudster had no habit of eating raw fish, so he wouldn't touch them. After a while of chasing, the dolphins fell behind due to the fraudster's incredible speed, losing their fish. They swam in place for a while, emitting low, long cries as if lamenting. Then they slowly dispersed. The fraudster had now reached a depth of 5,000 meters. During this time, he encountered several large predators, such as schools of sharks and whales. However, as soon as the sharks caught a whiff of the sea demon's scent, they immediately turned and fled. He continued swimming towards the location provided by the prophet. Below 10,000 meters, fish are rarely found, as the pressure here is unbearable for ordinary fish. After swimming for an unknown duration, a massive fissure suddenly appeared ahead. This was the entrance to that place. The fraudster swam inside. This fissure resembled the gaping mouth of an abyss with no bottom in sight. The deeper he swam, the more the surrounding light vanished, engulfing him in darkness. Yet in the dark, a faint glow emerged several hundred meters away. The fraudster flicked his tail and swam towards it. As he approached the light source, its brightness intensified. When he was about 100 meters away, the water seemed to swirl chaotically. Suddenly the area emitting light dimmed abruptly, as if covered by something. The fraudster drew closer, discovering that a gigantic shell lay quietly inside the fissure. The shell was as large as 2 grinding stones, white in color, and likely stuck in the crevice due to its immense size. The fraudster exerted some force, realizing it was firmly wedged. If he forced it out, the shell would likely not survive. Thus, he shattered the adjacent rock wall with a punch, and then embraced the massive scallop. He brought it outside. This scallop weighed at least several hundred kilograms. Once placed on the ground, it slowly opened its shell and began to swim, albeit slowly. It was certainly better than being stuck. It was evident that it was quite pleased. The 2 shells flapped open and closed, and suddenly it swam in front of the fraudster, exposing its shell to him. Inside, a round and lustrous pearl emitted a bright glow. The fraudster was quite tempted to reach for it, but seeing its pitiful state, he decided against it. As a result, when it opened up and moved, the exceptionally large, unique, glowing purple pearl fell out of its shell. After dropping, it happily swam away slowly. Its massive body moved at a speed hardly faster than a snail. The fraudster picked up the pearl from the ground. It was so large that he needed both hands to hold it. If sold, even with a starting price of 10 million, countless people would vie for it. Its brightness was so intense that it illuminated the depths of the abyss. Holding the pearl, the fraudster continued searching for the entrance to that place beneath the fissure. Under the light, some seaweed was growing on the surrounding rock walls, emitting a faint glow. Some tiny creatures were scuttling about, among which one piece appeared unusual. The fraudster pressed on it, and the rock immediately caved in. Boom! A massive whirlpool suddenly formed at the bottom of the water, pulling him in immediately. He was spinning. When he regained his senses from the dizziness, he felt a bright light above and swam up, finding himself in an underground. The cavern contained a lot of water, but it was a hollow space above, not fully submerged, with seawater revealing some space. In this place, the fraudster discovered the prophet's legacy, picking up a white stone with a hint of color. This was the prophet's legacy. As soon as he picked it up, knowledge about the prophet flooded into his mind, accompanied by a voice asking if he wished to accept the fraudster declined. The prophet's legacy conflicted with his own abilities, and besides, if he wanted it, he could directly exchange for it from the system. He also discovered a crown on a broken stone pillar. This crown is entirely crafted from gold. Adorned with gemstones, the most striking feature is the brilliant core at its center, which outshines any jewel. The trickster immediately recognized the crown upon seeing it. The script provided by the system mentioned that this is the crown of the Sea King. To possess it is to be crowned king and gain the authority of the Sea King. The trickster picked up the crown. Instantly, the scene transformed, the cave vanished, and the surroundings opened into a more expansive area. It was an underwater palace. The floor of the palace was laid with pieces of jade, surrounded by 5 jade columns intricately carved with various fish patterns. Colorful corals adorned the area, and towering translucent crystal forests were visible everywhere. Above, luminous pearls the size of fists served as decorations. Even plucking one would ensure a lifetime of comfort for a person, yet here, they were as numerous as the stars. I really want to pluck one. So many, so big. Is the trickster inheriting these treasures? Wouldn't that make him instantly wealthy? Wow, tell me where this place is. I'm going to move things right away. What? It's 10,000 meters underwater. Forget it. That crystal column alone could sell for over 100,000, right? There is an entire crystal forest here. Is this what rich people have? Roads of jade pearls for light. It's making me envious. The viewers in the live stream expressed that their hearts couldn't bear the sight of this jewel-encrusted scene. At a higher level, there was a staircase, and atop it stood a throne. The trickster noticed that the crown he had been holding had disappeared, and suddenly numerous phantoms appeared in the spacious hall. They were merfolk with human bodies and fish tails. They were the sea demon chieftains of past generations. Together they bowed deeply to the trickster. It was as if they were welcoming their king. The trickster stepped up to the throne, turned around, and sat down. Ethereal and melodious chants echoed in the air. Today you shall be crowned king, and your decree shall be the rules we must obey. A tall, imposing phantom descended the stairs holding the crown. You shall be crowned king, and all the creatures of the ocean shall be under your command. Congratulations on the birth of the Sea King. The crown was placed upon the trickster's head. At the same time, a golden scepter appeared in the trickster's hand. All the merfolk bowed deeply to him, expressing their utmost respect for the new king. Congratulations on the birth of the Sea King. The scene was magnificent, stirring the hearts of all witnesses. The coronation ceremony concluded. Everything around instantly returned to normal. The trickster was still in the cave, but now he wore the crown and held. Those merfolk were likely past chieftains, right? Why are they so respectful to the trickster? I don't know, but that tall phantom seems different from ordinary merfolk. Wah! What about those crystals? What about those pearls? They're gone. My dreams are gone too. The trickster lamented after being crowned king. System, the character you are portraying fits the setting perfectly, gaining the recognition of most people. The second ability has been unlocked. Sea King's Might. When you are in the ocean, the seawater will be under your control and marine creatures will heed your command. You are the king of the sea, the god of the sea. This ability is so powerful that it can compete with a lord's domain. No, it might even surpass some lord's domains in strength. After all, a domain requires the consumption of one's energy and cannot be maintained for too long, while this ability directly harnesses the power of the ocean. Having obtained the inheritance, the trickster sought to exit from here. He circled around and returned to the spot he had emerged from, where a small whirlpool awaited beneath the water. As the trickster dove in, the scene spun once again, and he quickly emerged from the other side, finding himself in the open sea. The trickster planned to return to the original shore. However, on his way back, a torpedo suddenly shot towards him. He dodged it, but it turned and pursued him relentlessly. Soon 4 or 5 torpedoes flew towards the trickster, driving him closer to the surface of the sea. Just as the torpedoes were about to hit the trickster, bam! Several loud explosions erupted. Giant waves surged across the sea. Not far away, a massive ship with over a dozen smaller boats began to approach. Standing on the deck of the massive ship were members of the Rinfin family. They cheered as they saw the torpedo hit its target. Hit! Hit! Bring the small boats closer, spread the nets and haul in the catch. Several small boats received the order and immediately moved towards that area. In the live stream, who are these people? Could they be the ones predicted by the seer? Oh no, the trickster got hit, it's over for him. The damage from the torpedo was immense, especially with so many hitting at once. Even if he didn't die, he would certainly lack the ability to resist. Everyone's heart sank. Several small boats approached, but the sea in that area suddenly began to churn, with waves growing larger, creating successive peaks that battered them, making it impossible to advance. The small boats had no choice but to stop their approach. The people on the giant ship clutched the railing. Why did the wind suddenly change? One person suddenly looked up at the flag on the ship. It seems there is no wind. No wind. Then why are the huge waves suddenly rising? They were filled with bewilderment. Rumble. The towering waves surged over 2 meters high, and all the surrounding seawater was stirred up, creating continuous tidal waves that relentlessly crashed against the ship. It was as if the ocean had finally erupted in anger, aiming to overturn the entire ship. A waterspout rose from the spot where the trickster had vanished. The trickster stood inside the waterspout, emerging from the water elevated high above. The members of the Rinfin family were left in shock. Can the merfolk still control the seawater? Impossible. How can this be? If merfolk could control seawater, they wouldn't have been hunted to near extinction by our ancestors. The books don't record merfolk as being able to control seawater. They only say they are incredibly fast and immensely powerful in the water. So what is happening now? The members of the Rinfin family trembled. While standing on the water's surface, the trickster impatiently flicked the waterspout beneath him with his fishtail. In an instant, a massive wave over 10 meters high surged up from the sea, crashing down towards the small boats. How dare they provoke the authority of the Sea King? Everyone on the ship was filled with horror. Quick, turn back. There's no time. A massive wave crashed down, overturning all the small boats. Even the giant vessel trembled, and those standing on the deck who failed to hold on were swept into the depths of the sea. Have we angered the sea god? Why is the sea monster so powerful? Quick, turn around, and let's leave immediately. We cannot confront it at sea. The people of the Lunteran family were utterly perplexed, for none of the ancestral writings had mentioned that sea monsters could be. It was said that although sea monsters were incredibly swift, as long as they were struck, they couldn't even break free from fishing nets. In summary, as long as they were forced out of the depths, they posed no threat. What is happening now? Is this what you call a lack of threat? A ship weighing dozens of tons is about to be flipped over, and yet they claim there is no threat. The members of the Lunteran family cursed internally. Our ancestors have led us astray. Boom. The sea surface rippled again as a massive shadow approached from the depths. Beside the giant vessel, a colossal octopus suddenly emerged, wrapping its tentacles around the ship. With a powerful tug, it tore off the iron plating from the vessel. The numerous tentacles waved about, treating the giant ship as a large toy. The continuous cannon fire from the ship seemed to merely tickle the octopus, causing it no harm whatsoever. The giant ship was dismantled into pieces, with only a few people escaping in lifeboats. The vessel was dragged to the seabed by the enormous octopus, reduced to rubble. Fortunately, the second ability was unlocked in time, otherwise dealing with these people would have required considerable effort. They understood that the sea monster's unique ability was to attack using sound waves and seduction. Thus they prepared a massive sound wave weapon. As soon as the sea monster used sound waves to attack, the weapon would emit specific frequencies to negate the monster's sound waves. And as for the seduction ability, as long as one could not hear the sea monster's song, it wouldn't be a significant problem. Therefore, the members of the Lunteran family who came here to hunt the sea monster all wore sound-blocking earmuffs. This is also why the sea monsters, which clearly possessed the ability to seduce with sound, could be easily captured. Of course, this was just how the storyline was arranged by the system. The reality is there are no sea monsters on Blue Star. Shen Yan is the first sea monster on Blue Star. As for the other dimension, that doesn't count as Blue Star. With a wave of his hand, he dealt with the pursuers. Shen Yan returned to the coast from which he came, where the seers stood anxiously waiting for his return. So did you obtain the inheritance? The seer asked. The trickster took out a round stone and tossed it to the seer. Upon catching it, the seer sensed the unique aura of the seer emanating from it, and knowledge about the inheritance flooded into her mind. She knew that this inheritance was indeed the genuine seer inheritance. The seer handed the treasure to the trickster, saying, "This time I owe you a favor. If you ever need my help, feel free to seek me out." Though the treasure was quite valuable, the seer understood that this seer inheritance was far more precious, particularly for her. It was irreplaceable. The trickster brushed the water from his hair. He transformed his fishtail into human legs with scales forming clothing on his body. After collecting the blue diamond, the system issued a prompt. System collection progress 35. The previous purple pearl also counted as 1. The seer had initially intended to have the driver take the trickster back to the hotel. However, the trickster said, "I want to visit a few places, can I borrow your car?" The seer had no choice but to let the driver take the trickster to the places he mentioned. Each time the trickster did not stay long, only spending about 10 minutes at each place before returning to the car, and he visited 3 locations in succession. System collection progress 45. There were still 2 locations left, though each had a beautiful piece of jewelry. They did not measure up to the level of a treasure. Therefore, after acquiring them, the trickster put them back. By the time he returned to the car, the sky was already brightening. The seer did not ask what the trickster had been doing. After all, even if she asked, it might not be the truth, so why should she make herself uncomfortable? After dropping the trickster off, the seer finally let out a sigh of relief. The reason was simple: it had been too boring in the car, and the trickster had started teasing her little sprite again. The little sprite seemed to have no sense of danger after being frightened once. It still went on to provoke the trickster. As a result, it was caught again, yelled at, scared, and pinched and poked. The little sprite sat slumped on the sofa, its head drooping, looking quite unhappy. The trickster got out of the car and left. The seer poked the little sprite, saying, "Knowing he is wicked, why do you still provoke him?" The little sprite waved its hand, pushing aside the seer's fingers, turning away to sulk. The seer teased it with a smile, "You're not really going to miss that deceitful sea monster, are you?" The little sprite's wings fluttered, but it did not turn back. "We will have opportunities to work together in the future. After all, when the terrible fate arrives, we will surely unite." The trickster returned to the bar. It was already past 8 in the morning. Monroe had come to find him early in the morning. "When will you fulfill the promise you mentioned?" "That depends on you, my lady. If you say you can't do it, I have something good here, but it's just about whether you dare to go for it." The trickster produced a glass bottle resembling a perfume bottle containing an unknown liquid that appeared to have a hint of blue transparency. "What is this?" Monroe asked, holding the bottle with a puzzled expression. "If you give this bottle of liquid to your family members to drink, then in the future, no matter what you do, they will no longer obstruct you." The trickster's smile was quite meaningful. Monroe was startled, her hand trembling while holding the glass bottle. Her heart raced. This isn't poison, is it?" "No," the trickster immediately denied. "How could this be poison?" Monroe was in a state of panic. She believed the trickster's words, but was particularly afraid of what the liquid contained. Oh, why would drinking it make others stop controlling her? Her family, parents, including her grandfather and uncles, even her elder brother, each wanted to use marriage to elevate the What could possibly make them change their minds? What could prevent them from pressuring her? This led her to think of the most terrifying possibilities. But the trickster's denial forced Monroe to trust his words. She picked up the glass bottle, stood up, and left the private room, getting into a car and departing from the bar. The trickster had lied. The bottle contained a diluted version of his own poison. This poison was not lethal. The sharp fangs of the sea demon can secrete a type of venom. Many people are unaware that this venom can alter a person's constitution. This is a capability evolved naturally by the sea demon to prevent the extinction of its own kind. It is similar to the initial embrace of the blood clan, yet distinctly different. When diluted, the venom from the sea demon allows the drinker to partially transform into a sea demon, resulting in a creature with some sea demon characteristics. Moreover, they will completely obey the commands of the venom's master. Each sea demon secretes only a single drop of this venom per year. A drop diluted into a bottle can only transform over 100 individuals. Given the limited quantity, a complete transformation into a sea demon requires an undiluted drop of venom. The bottle of venom given to Meng Lu by the con artist contained only 1/5 of a drop after dilution. At most, it could allow her to transform 20 people. However, 20 is already sufficient. If Meng Lu is clever, she will know whom to target. The con artist idly played with the transparent goblet in his hand. He had already resigned from his job at the bar, yet he occasionally came here to sit, mainly because the bar owner's wife was rather nice. With her presence, others dared not trouble the con artist. Although he was not afraid, he disliked the feeling of being approached for trivial matters. He would rather spend that time seeking entertainment with more humans. Humans are such lovable yet detestable creatures, he mused. Is that so? Tap, tap, tap. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful appearance walked in. As soon as he appeared, several men in black behind him invited all the patrons of the bar to leave. Of course, they offered some money as well. Seeing how forceful these individuals were combined with the cash incentive, the others complied without resistance and left obediently. The commotion was so great that the music on stage stopped and the DJ hurried to find the bar manager. However, upon seeing the scene, the manager immediately sensed trouble. He bowed and ingratiated himself, saying, "Sir, this humble establishment is small. Oh, if we have offended you in any way, please be lenient." Luen Tine Hailuan, the head of the Luen Tine family, and currently aged 230, waved his hand adorned with a jade ring on his thumb, while his subordinate supported a cane. "I merely wish to have a conversation with this gentleman," he stated. Upon realizing that the situation was not directed at their bar, the manager felt a weight lift from his heart and quickly ordered a fine wine. He sent it over and instructed everyone else to return to their dorms so as not to disturb the conversation between the prominent figures. Unfortunately, the bar owner's wife was currently away on business, and although he had called her, she would not be back anytime soon. Originally, the bar owner did not want to back down from this matter. Owning a bar in this area and being known as Goddess Sarah without attracting trouble was no small feat. How could Sarah possibly lack any background? Given her previously volatile temperament, she would undoubtedly return at the first sign of trouble. However, upon seeing the pattern and emblem on the clothing of the other party, Sarah fell silent, and finally, said one line to avoid conflict if at all possible. This was why the manager acted in such a manner while delivering the wine. Helen's subordinate received the wine without troubling the manager. Hailuan sat opposite the con artist, leaning on his cane, exuding a commanding presence. Mr. Sea Demon. Hailuan paused, then continued. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. The con artist shook his drink, smiling without replying. He keenly observed that the newcomers wore headphones, and that some held peculiar instruments. It seemed they were prepared for his abilities. Now that they were not in the ocean, the threats to guard against were the sea demon's seduction and sonic attacks. Helen's gaze was piercing, carrying a weariness that belied his appearance. It was hard to believe he was over 200 years old just by looking at his face. Yet his eyes bore the mark of someone who had experienced much in life. You see me, so you already know what I wish to accomplish. Hailuan tapped the ground with his cane. Several men in black immediately brought out several boxes from outside. The boxes were placed on the table one by one. Upon opening, various gems lay inside, stimulating the eyes greatly. The total value of the gems in these boxes undoubtedly exceeded 1 billion. What do you think? Hailuan asked confidently. The trade can proceed, right? The con artist looked at his self-assured demeanor and suddenly chuckled. You are quite confident. In such a hurry to find me, I presume the effects are fading. Helen's expression darkened. He tightened his grip on his cane. Indeed, after tasting sweetness and enjoying such benefits, how could he bear to revert to being an ordinary person and continue aging? Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered. Helen's face turned cold as he said, I admire your skills. You are different from those sea demons, which is why I present you with jewels. Otherwise, this isn't the ocean. If I were to take action directly, could the con artist even resist? If it weren't for his fear of the con artist's divine-like abilities, Hailuan wouldn't have spent such a hefty sum to purchase a portion of sea demon flesh. It was rumored that consuming sea demon flesh could grant immortality, and Hailuan was the first to eat sea demon flesh. In other words, he had sought out the legendary sea demon after seeing some records from his ancestors. After consuming sea demon flesh, he indeed achieved longevity, living for over 200 years. His appearance remained akin to that of a 30-year-old. Afterward, he developed malicious intentions towards the sea demons. As he had a family, he wished for his wife and children to remain youthful as well. Thus he began to hunt sea demons extensively, but alas, the sea demons were too scarce. He had not found one. 200 years passed, and as the effects began to wane, he grew a head full of white hair, and his body began to deteriorate day by day. He could only raise his palm, knowing that if he could not find another sea demon, his life might soon come to an end. It was then that the con artist appeared. Receiving news from his subordinates, he could hardly believe it, for this sea demon was astonishingly beautiful. However, when the con artist used his seduction abilities, he was certain this was indeed a sea demon. Thus, he immediately sent people to capture the con artist, but to his surprise, the con artist's power was entirely different from that of the sea demon he had encountered in the past. It was also unlike the sea demons recorded by his ancestors. He had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction and hope that the con artist would agree to this trade. After all, don't sea demons love jewels? Don't they become entranced by them? The con artist looked at the jewels before him, lowered his eyes to conceal his murderous intent, then smiled, and said, You truly do not know what it means to present jewels to a sea demon. I can see that you have the blood of another sea demon on you. She has never told you it. Helen's expression revealed shock. What does this mean? He suddenly recalled that he had inadvertently saved that sea demon only to discover her identity. Then he connected it with the records of his ancestors, easily luring her with jewels, subsequently killing her and consuming her flesh. He felt no sense of guilt, for ever since he learned of that sea demon's identity, he had found her utterly repulsive, especially after seeing the true form of the sea demon. Female sea demons possess lesser power. To prevent their colors from being too vivid and to protect their young from predators during breastfeeding, they evolve to become extremely ugly and inconspicuous. In contrast, male sea demons are quite the opposite. They are stronger than female sea demons and have no natural enemies in the ocean. Thus, they are stunningly beautiful generally to attract prey and lower their guard. Hailuan encountered a female sea demon. Naturally, while her humanoid form may have been acceptable, her true form was undoubtedly hideous beyond belief. So ugly it was unappetizing. Compared to sea demons, mermaids are entirely the opposite. Mermaids are beautiful in their female form, while their male counterparts are extraordinarily ugly, with the female being weaker than the male. Only the offspring of a mermaid and a sea demon known as the Jiaoren exhibit a reversal of traits, with the female being exceptionally strong. The con artist observed that Hailuan did not grasp the significance of presenting jewels to a sea demon. He raised an eyebrow, running a hand over the crown atop his head. This crown could also be considered a small storage device, but it could only store the trident of the Sea King. The con artist took out the trident and stood up. Helen's subordinates immediately tensed, aiming their weapons at the con artist. The con artist remained unfazed. Hailuan could only wave his hand. He was curious about what the con artist intended to do with the golden staff. The con artist pointed the top of the golden staff, embedded with a fist-sized transparent white gem, to Hailuan's forehead. The white gem instantly emitted a blue light. The surrounding black-clothed men anxiously watched Hailuan, noticing the blue light flicker before dimming, while Hailuan showed no signs of harm. The con artist retracted the staff, returned to his seat, and wore an expression of amusement. Hailuan touched his forehead, puzzled, when suddenly he felt his entire body's blood heat up. His blood seemed to be boiling. Subsequently, wisps of red smoke began to emanate from his body, coalescing next to him into an ordinary-looking woman. Upon seeing her face, Hailuan's eyes widened. How can it be you? You died. It's impossible. You cannot still— Hailuan clutched his heart, nearly inducing a heart attack. Hailuan, the woman gently called his name. You monster. Get away from me. Hailuan swung his cane, attempting to disperse her, only to find his cane passed right. His subordinates, witnessing this unbelievable scene, became flustered. Some even trembled in fear. After all, such a bizarre scene struck unimaginable terror in those who had never encountered such happenings. Hailuan, have you forgotten your vow? The vow you made to me. Suddenly her face changed, transforming into an extremely grotesque and hideous visage with a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. She screamed in a piercing voice, how could you deceive me? How could you deceive me? Why did you lie to me? Helen panicked. What oath? What did I deceive you about? Roland is clearly the one who lusted after wealth. You got what you deserved. The con artist whistled, enjoying the spectacle. Roland's face grew even more sinister. She could easily audition for the role of a female ghost without makeup. In an instant, she seized Helen by the throat. Although the strength of the female sea demon was small, it was naturally much greater than that of a human, causing Helen to roll his eyes back in shock. Helen tried to push her away, but he couldn't even touch her. Even those subordinates who wanted to help had nowhere to grab. If not for being able to see and hear Roland, one might think they were hallucinating, seeing their boss in such a predicament. After nearly choking Helen to death, Roland finally released her grip. Helen coughed violently, struggling to catch his breath. He then heard Roland softly ask him, why did you betray our oath? Looking at her expression, if he did not answer correctly, she might very well choke him again. Helen's face was filled with fear. I truly don't know what oath you're referring to. He tried hard to recall if he had made any promises to the sea demon over 200 years ago that he had not fulfilled. After several attempts, he realized he hadn't. I truly did not. Helen was on the verge of tears. Although he had indeed deceived Roland back, then it was because she was so greedy for wealth that he looked down on sea demons from the bottom of his heart. Roland originally wanted to continue choking him, but from the corner of her eye, as she spotted several boxes of jewels on the table, and her eyes instantly revealed a look of astonishment and emotion. These, are you giving them to me? Helen thought, could it be that she hates me so much because I promised her gems, but no. However, the con artist interrupted Roland's beautiful fantasy. You are mistaken. These gems were given to me by him. Upon hearing this, the faint smile on Roland's face instantly froze. She looked at the con artist, then at Helen, and back at the con artist. Finally, she let out a piercing scream. Bang, bang. The wine glasses on the table shattered instantly, and the glass around the bar shattered as well. Helen, who was close to the impact, even with his ear protection, had blood streaming from his ears and nose. Others were not faring any better. Several people immediately activated their machines to emit sound waves that neutralized the piercing sound wave. Only then did they begin to feel better. Not to mention them, even the audience in the live stream was stunned by the scream, their minds momentarily foggy, as if their ears had gone deaf. Fortunately, the live stream was shielded, so no one got hurt. When Roland saw her scream had no effect, she stopped. Why? Roland wanted to immediately choke this man to death. The gems. Combined with what was said earlier and Roland's reaction, Helen finally understood. What is wrong with giving gems? Roland screamed, you can only give me a sea demon. The con artist who was standing by cleaned his ears and mocked, are you stupid? He is human. How could he understand what it means to give gems among us sea demons? Roland was stunned. Indeed, she had forgotten that she was a sea demon and Helen was human. She had never told Helen what giving gems to a sea demon meant, so why did he give her gems in the first place? Thinking this, Roland asked Helen, why did you give me gems back then? Helen replied, don't you like gems? So he merely wanted to please her and lower her guard. Especially after seeing Roland's true form, he felt even more that the existence of such a creature as a sea demon was unnecessary. After hearing this, a single tear of blood streamed down Roland's cheek. As it fell, it condensed into a red pearl. Ding, ding. The pearl dropped to the ground, bouncing a few times before quietly rolling away. This tear of blood was not even the size of a fingernail, yet it was the rarest tear of a sea demon. A sea demon only cries during moments of extreme joy or sorrow. Typically, the pearls formed from tears of joy are pink, while those from sorrow are white. This red pearl is extremely rare. It has hardly ever appeared. I understand now, I misunderstood. Roland finally let go of her resentment. She smiled and then dissipated into the wind. In that instant of her vanishing, Helen's face suddenly aged dramatically, becoming wrinkled and his skin sagging. He hunched over, almost unable to straighten his back. Not just his face, his entire body aged from over 30 to looking over 100. He opened his mouth and found his teeth loosening and falling out, leaving not a single tooth behind. How did I end up like this? Helen completely broke down. Immortality had always been his most valued pursuit. He could have lasted a few more years, but now he aged suddenly. The con artist laughed, a malicious smile on his face. He first pointed at the gems on the table, saying in the Sea Demon clan, because sea demons cherish gems immensely, giving gems to a sea demon also implies courting. If the other party agrees, then both will become a pair of partners. Partners? Everyone was shocked. The subordinates constantly cast sidelong glances at their boss, never expecting him to have such heavy tastes. Rich people really know how to have fun. Helen was equally astonished. I truly did not know. So Roland was not interested in his gems, but the meaning behind giving them. The con artist picked up the blood pearl that had rolled onto the ground. Perhaps because this was a sea demon's possession, although this pearl was considered a rare treasure, the system did not recognize it as a target. Do you think eating a sea demon's flesh grants immortality? Without the sea demon's consent, even the flesh and blood of a sea demon are toxic. If you touch them, you will die. The con artist turned and left the bar. This time no one stopped him. Helen was in tears, so it was my mistake. Wait, please save me. Ooh, I don't want to die. Unfortunately, as he suddenly stood up, he swayed. His aged body no longer had any vitality. He would soon finish his final moments. Thus Helen grew unwilling and fearful. He still had so much money left unspent, and he wanted to live longer. He then commanded, quickly capture him. Don't let him escape. The men in black received the order and immediately chased after the con artist. As the men in black followed the con artist into an alley, he glanced at them. Do you really think that equipment can block my voice? The men in black raised their weapons at him. Come with us, or don't blame us for being rude. The con artist's voice suddenly changed, becoming seductive. Bang, bang. Several sounds echoed in the alley, and the con artist walked out unscathed. He quickly disappeared into the crowd. System: the character you are portraying aligns perfectly with the settings, and you have gained the recognition of the majority of people. The third ability has been unlocked. The Curse of the Sea Demon. By acquiring some information about a person, appearance, name, etc., you can cast the Sea Demon's curse on them. Once the curse takes effect, they cannot touch any water source. This is a long-range attack ability. As long as you have enough information, it can take effect on multiple people at once. Shen Yan quickly mastered this ability. He discovered that as long as the other party touched a water source with just a thought, the other could potentially die. Of course, this affects those at a lower level than him. The impact on those at a higher level is not as significant. The con artist headed to his final destination. He was going to find Wensidle. Arriving at a villa belonging to the Jones family, he spotted Wensidle on a swing in the back. At this moment, Wensidle already knew of the resistance. During this time, she had been constantly explaining her thoughts. Although her father still wanted a marriage alliance, as always he still gave her some choice. She could choose someone she liked from those prominent families. Although this was not what Wensidle desired, it was still an improvement compared to the beginning. When the con artist approached her side, Wensidle was surprised. She looked around and saw that those monitoring her were not present, which relieved her. Why? The con artist stood by the swing leaning against a nearby tree. I'm leaving you. I came to see you. Is that so? Wensidle's gaze was complicated. She felt both sad and reluctant, but couldn't express it. So she took off the Goddess of Light pendant around her neck. She handed it to the con artist. Everything was unspoken. To give this Goddess of Light pendant showed that she had made a significant decision. It must be known that if her father found out she had given the Goddess of Light to someone else, all her efforts in recent days would be in vain and the situation would worsen. The con artist felt somewhat helpless. Although he wanted this Goddess of Light, he did not want the one that Wensidle was giving him. Wensidle was different from other women. She was exceptionally pure. The con artist smiled. Humans are truly delightful. Even after seeing countless individuals, the con artist had not changed this opinion. Wensidle was somewhat puzzled by why the con artist suddenly said such things. The con artist moved closer to her. My dear. Wensidle's pupils constricted, her eyes widening slightly, filled with uncontainable affection upon seeing the con artist. My dear, I am not someone to be loved. I am a heartless monster. Wensidle's heart skipped a beat. Shoo. Winstel rose from the swing. How can you have no heart? And how will you ever know? Unless you try. Do you truly believe I wouldn't sacrifice everything to stand by you? Mr. Deceiver, shall I call you Zibowin or Phoebus? Winstel's eyes were filled with the image of the deceiver. He looked faintly surprised. So you already know. I do know. So what? Winstel held out the Lumina Goddess and extended it toward the deceiver. I give it to you. Her offering of the Lumina Goddess signified that she had already staked everything. The deceiver murmured, you cannot even step beyond these walls. How then could you possibly sacrifice everything alongside me? My dear, forget me, and begin your life anew. As the deceiver turned to leave, Winstel suddenly stepped forward. She walked straight past him, heading outward. The deceiver watched her go. She passed through several gardens and across ornamental ponds until she reached the forecourt, where figures already stood waiting. Tall and broad-shouldered, they wore black suits and dark sunglasses. The moment they spotted Winstel, they raised their arms to block her path. Miss, where are you going? I am the eldest daughter of the Jones family. Must I report my whereabouts to you? Step aside. Winstel feigned. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitant. Our employer has instructed us. You're permitted to move only within the villa grounds. I'm going to the front garden. The estate was laid out in sequence: rear garden, villa, front garden, main gate. After a moment's deliberation, the guards stepped aside and let her pass. The moment Winstel departed the rear garden, they lifted their walkie-talkies. Front courtyard. Be advised, miss is en route to your sector. Understood. We'll keep watch. Winstel revealed no outward emotion, even as her palms grew slick with sweat. By the time she reached the front garden, figures stood everywhere, concealed, yet vigilant. They watched her intently from the shadows. With the arranged marriage imminent, nothing must befall Winstel before the ceremony. She entered the front garden, a space sparsely adorned with ornamental shrubs and a single straight path leading directly to the gate. To either side lay a swimming pool and a shaded pavilion. If she headed straight for the gate, she would be intercepted long before reaching it, perhaps even dragged back by force. So she veered left toward the pavilion, sheltered by towering trees and waist-high hedges. Sure enough, seeing her head there, the guards visibly relaxed their vigilance. Yet halfway there, someone sensed something amiss and broke into a sprint toward her. Winstel quickened her pace, then broke into a full run. She angled toward the gate from the side, only to be blocked 10 meters short by a towering guard. "Miss, please don't force our hand. Return now." Winstel lunged violently at him, but he didn't budge an inch. In one swift motion, he seized her arm, preparing. She sank her teeth deep into his forearm, wrenching free, and bolted toward the gate. "Up!" The guard cried out in pain, clutching his bleeding arm. He fumbled for his stun baton, ready to escalate. "Stop her now. Grab her." Several men converged from all sides. Those stationed at the gate tensed and slammed their hands onto the control panel. The electric iron gate began closing slowly from both sides. Winstel was mere meters away. Guards rushed forward, forming a wall before her. 1 against 2, she stood no chance. Yet perhaps because of her status as the Jones heiress, they dared not harm her outright, and in their hesitation, she snatched a weapon from one of them. Boom. The gate sealed shut. Winstel leveled the weapon at the guards. "Open the gate, now." "Miss, please lower the weapon. You know well what your father said. So long as you attend the banquet without incident, he will never interfere in your affairs again. Open the gate." Winstel ignored their pleas. All she heard was the deceiver's voice echoing in her mind. "You cannot even escape this place. How then could you possibly sacrifice everything with me?" Perhaps this flight had been her deepest, most suppressed longing, and driven by raw, unfiltered impulse, she had done the unthinkable. The 3 guards exchanged a silent glance. One stepped forward to placate her, while the other 2 edged closer. Winstel sensed it instantly, and fired a warning shot at the ground before them. "Stop! Don't come any nearer, or I will shoot." Fearing escalation, someone behind her fired a tranquilizer dart. Bang! Winstel had no time to react, yet seconds passed, and no sensation followed. She turned. There stood the deceiver, his hand outstretched behind her, shielding her. His fist opened, a spent tranquilizer dart clattered onto the ground. Then he leaned against her back, his hand guiding hers as she gripped the gun, now aimed squarely at the guards ahead. "My dear, the prerequisite for freedom is ruthless resolve. Go on, pull the trigger." A feverish exhilaration danced across the deceiver's face. Winstel's hand trembled, then guided by his grip, she pressed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Ha 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 ha. His laughter roared in her ears, just as bodies crumpled. With a thunderous kick, the deceiver shattered the iron gate. Crash. Metal slammed onto stone, fracturing the earth beneath. In that instant, Winstel felt a surge unlike anything before. Suddenly she too wanted to laugh aloud. The gilded cage that had confined her entire life had just shattered open. The deceiver seized her hand, and together they fled. He commandeered a car, hurling the driver onto the pavement. Though they escaped, the villain news spread like wildfire. The Jones heiress had fled on the eve of her arranged marriage, across the entire Jones dynasty. The Jones family dispatched pursuit teams without delay. The deceiver drove, twisting through winding roads, evading every tail. He brought her to a cliffside overlooking the sea, a remote, windswept precipice where pursuers would struggle to track them. He stepped out of the car. Winstel followed silently in his wake. "You see, I did it. I know. But escape alone does not mean the matter. I am destined to be a drifter, forever wandering." The trickster stood at the edge of the cliff, speaking to Winstel. Winstel replied, "It's all right, I can accompany you. Wherever you go, I will follow." The trickster said, "Human emotions can lead one to do anything for someone they love, but love will eventually fade. I am not meant to be loved by anyone." Winstel, her gaze resolute, declared, "No, my love will never fade." "How can you prove that? Are you willing to die?" The trickster stopped her from speaking further, opening his hands. "It is easy to die for someone, but can you live for someone? I can prove it to you. Please accept me." Winstel held tightly onto the goddess of light, which shimmered brightly. The trickster felt somewhat helpless. He had initially thought that a well-educated young lady from a noble family would have a gentle heart, but he did not expect her to possess a side of madness. The trickster took the goddess of light from her hand. System, collection progress, 55, completed. The trickster gazed at the gem in his hand. The goddess of light was indeed a treasure-level diamond polished to perfection. Winstel believed the trickster had agreed to her, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. The trickster looked at the diamond in his hand. Under Winstel's watchful gaze, he calmly threw it off the cliff. Below lay the tumultuous sea. Winstel watched as the goddess of light fell into the sea. Without hesitation, she jumped after it. Bang! The sea surface erupted into a massive splash. Thankfully, the cliff was not very high, otherwise even a good swimmer would have met their end. The trickster turned around, walked a few steps, then stopped. Ultimately, he conceded and jumped off the cliff. He pulled Winstel up from the sea. He placed her in the car. when Seidel had already fainted. The trickster retrieved the goddess of light from the seabed, and he left behind all the diluted sea demon poison from last time, explaining how to use it, and telling her that if her feelings remained unchanged after a year, he would return to find her. The trickster departed. When Seidel woke up in the car, she first cried heavily, then noticed the bottle of poison and the note left by the trickster. When Seidel voluntarily returned home, the viewers in the live stream saw this and began to curse the trickster. He deceived the girl and just left. How much does Seidel like him? With a man so bad yet so handsome, who wouldn't love him? As the trickster left, he also took a moment to check on Menglu, discovering that she was doing quite well. He sensed that several individuals with the aura of sea demons had appeared in Menglu's home. Those who drank the poison would be assimilated into beings with some powers of sea demons, and they would completely obey the trickster's every command. The trickster instructed them to maintain their previous jobs, but canceled their plans to use Menglu for a marriage alliance. If things worked out with Seidel, no one would trouble her from then on. Upon seeing this, the trickster felt reassured and returned to the ocean. The live stream concluded. Why doesn't the observer continue? I want to see where the trickster goes. What does the observer want to do? Is that up to us to decide? Let's quietly wait for the next live stream to begin. Over. Shen Yan returned to the Summer Kingdom. The system's prompt sounded. System, the character you portrayed is highly compatible with the setting, gaining the recognition of the vast majority of people. The fourth ability has been unlocked. Manipulating hearts. You excel at playing with people's emotions, allowing you to easily see through their hearts, but be careful not to underestimate them too much. After unlocking all 4 abilities, the character was successfully portrayed. At this moment, the system sounded another prompt. Ding! The follow-up of the linked script has been completed, granting a mysterious reward luck card. Luck card can significantly enhance one's luck for a short time with a random multiplier from 1 to 20 times. Upon hearing that the linked script was completed, Shen Yan closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness to another demon hunter. The demon hunter was lying in a pool of blood. His body had completely transformed from human to demon. Moreover, he had become a high-ranking demon. High-ranking demons differ from low-ranking ones. Their power is much stronger. After transforming into a high-ranking demon, the demon hunter's level rose from first-tier lord to the final tier, just a step away from breaking through to the lord level. However, this step is not easy to cross. You are awake. The script's content had already been transmitted into the demon hunter's mind. It informed him of the situation. The person before him was the demoness Shi Ling. Shi Ling belonged to the royal family of demons, possessing the qualifications to contend for the demon throne. She unexpectedly arrived from another dimension and was astonished to find so many weak humans living in the magic-free zone of Blue Star. She aimed to cultivate Blue Star into a breeding ground for demons. After all, demons feed on humans. Once her subordinates grew stronger, she could return to her own world and compete for the throne with other demons. While growing her subordinates, she unexpectedly discovered a very promising half-demon. That person was the demon. Although the demons the demon hunter hunted were all her released subordinates, they were merely low-ranking demons. Shi Ling hoped to recruit the demon hunter as his strength could assist her in vying for the throne. Thus, when she saw the demon hunter being killed by the illusionist, Shi Ling saved him. Not only did she reconstruct a heart for him, but she also transformed all of his human blood into demon blood. Otherwise, the demon hunter would never be able to control his other half's lineage. Where am I? Hello, my name is Shi Ling. You are in my home. Shi Ling leaned beside the blood pool, noticing that the blood in the pool was nearly depleted. She then fetched a wooden bucket and poured in a fresh supply of blood. This blood was extracted from special magical beasts in the demon realm, capable of enhancing the strength of demons and helping low-ranking demons to evolve. Have you forgotten? You were killed before, and it was I who saved you. The demon hunter lowered his head, quietly staying in the center of the blood pool. Forget it. Your body isn't fully healed yet. Once you recover completely, you'll come find you again. Shi Ling exited the place. This was a cave with a pool dug out inside filled with blood, and the demon hunter was originally lying in the blood pool. The demon hunter felt his body. His heartbeat was slow, indicating he had not fully recovered. So he quietly lay back down, patiently waiting for the day of recovery. Shen Yan withdrew his consciousness from that side and examined the newly acquired fortune card. System cash in the fortune card. In the next moment, the fortune card appeared in Shen Yan's hand. If he had 2 of these fortune cards, he could draw the next one while gaining a boost in fortune and perhaps directly draw the highest fortune boost. He would certainly be overflowing with luck. Shen Yan asked the system, how much subversion value is required to exchange for this type of fortune card? The system replied, 1 card requires the consumption of 1 million subversion value. Exchange for 1. Another fortune card appeared in Shen Yan's hand. However, this fortune card could only amplify fortune from 1 to 5 times. It was obvious that a higher boost would likely cost even more. Shen Yan used this fortune card. The fortune card vanished from his hand. The system announced, ding. Congratulations on drawing a 3-fold fortune boost. With a 3-fold increase in fortune, Shen Yan then used another fortune card. The system chimed, ding. Congratulations on drawing an 18-fold fortune boost. Altogether, this amounted to a 21 times increase in fortune. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yan decisively began to draw a character. System, start drawing a character template. The system responded, consume 10,000 subversion value, draw the 6th character template. Ding. Congratulations on drawing the template of a noble level big shot. Character Zhou Xiaoyu, potential noble level. Personality: a mischievous child who loves to play, enjoys lively environments, is curious about everything, and genuinely believes no one is better than him. Script: the youngest son of the Zhou clan, born into a top-tier family. At just 6 years old, he possesses remarkable abilities and a high lineage, but due to his overly mischievous personality, his elders sent him down the mountain to train. Abilities not yet unlocked. Shen Yan declared, begin role-playing. Whoosh. Shen Yan's appearance began to change. His originally handsome face became youthful, and his height shrank to 120 centimeters. Now he had stubby arms and legs, and his voice was childish. His short stature donned retro clothing, a black outfit embroidered with golden clouds and dragon patterns. Wow. Noble level. So the level above Lord is noble level. Noble level powerhouses are promoted from Lord status, stronger than Lords, and possess a territory that spans at least several million square meters. Moreover, their strength is many times greater than that of a Lord. In the eyes of a noble level powerhouse, those who are not nobles are mere ants. A Lord is merely a slightly stronger ant. A noble level powerhouse could defeat 10 Lords, while a genius among nobles could take on 100. Ding. The first ability has been unlocked. Child of Fortune. Your fortune is exceptionally strong. As a child of fortune, all attacks against you will have a high chance of being immune and rebounding onto the attacker. All curses directed at you will be reflected and immune. For those harboring ill intentions against you, fortune will cast them aside. With such potent fortune, your wishes shall surely come true. Shen Yan glanced at his remaining fortune boost with only 3 minutes left. It was likely due to this fortune boost card that the character he was role-playing had an incredible ability tied to fortune. This character was a quintessential mischievous child, vastly different from Shen Yan's original personality. The role-playing difficulty was quite high, and for a noble level ability, a total of 8 abilities needed to be unlocked. The difficulty had significantly increased. Shen Yan pondered, it was time to bring more people into the Celestial Dao. Currently, online control was very strict, relying solely on personal promotion. It would be better to directly bring in people from across the country so that the subversion value could increase faster and the ability slots could unlock more quickly. Shen Yan instructed the system to proceed, spending 100 subversion value to get it done. This time the script required a few supporting characters. Thus, he spent several thousand subversion value to exchange for support characters and some tools. After everything was ready, the live stream began. This time, anyone using a phone or computer across the country was pulled into the Celestial Dao website. As a result, many newcomers who had never seen this before flooded into the live stream. My computer was hacked. Why did I suddenly enter this website? What is this website? Is my phone infected with a virus? Welcome to the new world. Welcome, newcomers. Welcome to the place where dreams begin. What is this live stream? Just understand this, it is a powerful being called the Observer, who out of boredom films some interesting people to add some fun to their mundane life. And what is the Observer? The Observer traverses various universes and times in existence that transcends temporal dimensions, eternal and immortal, from the very beginning of the universe, unfathomable and inscrutable. Is this still a human? Dare to say the Observer is not human. Exactly, he is a god. The barrage became increasingly absurd, and the newcomers were completely bewildered by the veterans. Particularly, some suggested that Thunder could be a particularly imposing name for a strong character. Should I change my name to Thunder? A few actually believed it and changed their nicknames on the Celestial Dao website to Thunder. Due to duplicate nicknames, slower participants had to settle for Thunder 1, Thunder 2, etc. Let's not worry about these few misled newcomers for now. The veterans in the live stream began to educate others about various matters, especially urging newcomers to check the Observer's updates. As newcomers scrolled, their worldviews were completely overturned. Wow. So there really are cultivators in the world. Wow. Martyrs are zombies. Wow. How did Gu Zheng's brain develop like this? Wow. Werewolves. Wow. There are sea monsters in this world. Wow. Do prophecies really exist? So impressive. Prophet. Following that, a barrage of the Illusionist is forever a god filled the screen. The live stream instantly attracted billions of viewers. Some people likely had no computers or phones nearby, or the elderly and children were not pulled in. After all, some contents in this live stream were indeed too stimulating. However, the number of participants was already sufficient. Moreover, even though billions of people flooded into the live stream, each person was spamming comments, almost turning the barrage into a colorful screen, yet the live stream remained remarkably smooth. What kind of powerful server was needed to handle such a massive number of participants? Of course, no one thought too deeply about this, as the Observer himself was undoubtedly an extraordinary existence, at least one level above the people appearing in the live stream. Otherwise, how could he possess such mysterious abilities and dare to observe other powerhouses? Billions of people were engrossed in the black screen live stream. However, in the next moment, the live stream began. Wow. Is it so fast this time? Long live the Observer. Knowing we have no drama to follow, they specially started a live stream for us to watch. In today's dramas, there are very few that are worth watching. As the live stream opened, the scene was set above the clouds. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, and it was evident that the speed of the footage was quite fast, quickly descending. The camera shifted. This was in front of a house in a small city. Knock, knock, knock. A Taoist priest dressed in celestial robes was knocking on the door. The door quickly opened from the inside. Who is it? A middle-aged woman appeared wearing an apron looking as if she was Wuliang Tianzuan. The Taoist bowed to her. Are you a descendant of Zhou Gongwan? Zhou Gongwan. The middle-aged woman looked momentarily confused, evidently not recognizing the person. At that moment a middle-aged man walked over asking, what's going on? Who's outside? Dad, someone is looking for Zhou Gongwan. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Then he hastily invited the Taoist in. As soon as the Taoist entered he said, my ancestor has long since passed away. I indeed am a descendant of Zhou Gongwan Zhou Jin. In that case I have not found the wrong person. I have a favor to ask. Zhou Jin thought that this Taoist was a descendant of a friend of his ancestor, so he maintained a polite demeanor. However, he felt a bit skeptical inside. After all this time, what could it be? The Zhou family had been diminishing in stature, barely a well-off household. If it was an exceptionally difficult request, he doubted he would agree. The Taoist pulled out a ball the size of a fist from his long sleeves, and then took out a dozen gold pieces. The gold pieces piled on the table dazzled the eyes of both men. Estimating the weight of a gold piece to be around 1 to 2 pounds, this pile was likely over a dozen pounds. With gold prices continuously rising, this pile of gold was worth over 2 million. Hiss! Zhou Jin gasped. He initially thought the other party was here to ask for his help, likely wanting to borrow money. But he never expected the person to show up with over 2 million, which made him feel uneasy. Wealth does not just fall from the sky. If he received this, it meant the other party believed he had that kind of worth. What would he need to give in return to match this massive pile of gold? Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Jin's face. Could it be that the other party wanted him to do something bad? The Taoist seemed to sense his thoughts and stated his request. Actually, in Zhou Gongwan's generation, there is a brother who had a late-born son. This son is spoiled by his father, but he is too unruly and does not listen to teachings. The father cannot bear to discipline him, so he thought of sending him to his brother's lineage, which still has descendants. He wishes to send the child here both to temper his character and to expose him to the outside world. This is the financial support for his care, and any surplus will be yours. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin's first reaction was, is there such a good thing? Just taking care of a child could yield over 2 million. After all, how much could it cost to raise a child? Wouldn't the surplus all be his? Then he realized the ancestor's brother's late-born child. The ancestor had passed away many years ago, so he must be over 140 years old. If the brother were of the same age, then him still being alive is quite a feat. A late-born child at 70 or 80 means the child would be over 60. Wouldn't that require an ancestor to care? Why does it sound like they want someone to look after a small child? The Taoist said little more, leaving his words and the gold before leaving. Zhou Jin didn't even have time to ask where the person they needed to care for was. As soon as he stepped out, he vanished. On a street, the Taoist walked along, reflecting on the world today with deep emotion. Some young people curious about the Taoist's appearance approached to ask, wow, it's a Taoist. Are you a practitioner? Taoist, can practicing really lead to immortality? Taoist, I heard you can fly with swords. Is that true? The Taoist shook his head. I do not practice the Tao, but rather the ethereal and elusive immortality. Immortal? What is an immortal? The young people looked puzzled. Those watching the live stream immediately began to scream in excitement. That's the Taoist from the live stream. We are on camera. What? This Taoist is from the live stream. Mom, hurry and look him on TV. Observer, do you think I have the quality to be the main character in the next live stream? Taoist, does immortality really exist? The Taoist could only reply, young people, cultivation is not so easy. As for immortality and flying with swords, those are mere rumors. We must believe in science. The Taoist had just entered the world not long ago, but he had heard that previously people here believed in science. Indeed, there were some con artists causing people to distrust even more, leading to deep resentment towards such behavior. Thus the Taoist spoke accordingly. The young people listened, all looking disappointed. Initially they thought the Taoist had an extraordinary aura and looked like a master, but they never expected him to deny immortality and sword flying. They didn't have to feel disappointed for too long. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist, who had been surrounded by them, suddenly vanished. Hey, where did the Taoist go? Look, in the sky. They saw the Taoist who had just told them to believe in science, now with his hands behind his back, standing on a sword, leaving gracefully. The wind gently lifted his Taoist robe, presenting a picture of an immortal with an ethereal demeanor. It's real? Flying with swords is real. Immortal. Mom, I just saw an immortal. Damn, did we just miss a great opportunity? The people in the live stream were also in shock. Many were filled with frustration towards the young men and women. They missed such a great opportunity. If it were them, they would have immediately clung to the Taoist's leg and begged him to take them as disciples. Perhaps if just one succeeded, they would become immortals themselves. In the live stream, many wished they could have encountered the Taoist themselves. After the Taoist flew away on his sword, the scene shifted back to Zhou Jin's home. They were just drooling over the pile of gold on the table. Zhou Jin's wife, feeling uneasy, picked up a piece and bit into it, exclaiming, it's real. With so much gold, we've struck it rich, husband. Zhou Jin nodded with a face full of joy, never expecting that at middle age such good fortune would come his way. Just as the couple was happily gathered around the gold, oomph, a cold snort sounded from behind them. They were startled and quickly turned to look. Beside the sofa sat a cocky little brat about 5 or 6 years old with his legs crossed arrogantly. They were initially startled, wondering how suddenly there was an extra person in the house. Then they realized that this must be the old descendant mentioned by the Taoist, the brother of their ancestor, Zhou Gonghuan. But this doesn't quite fit. Why is he so small? Could it be that the ancestor lived to over 100 years and still had reproductive capabilities? The two exchanged glances. This would be quite incredible. Zhou Jin wore a beaming smile. Oh, after all, the arrival of this child brought him a huge fortune, so it was impossible for him to be in a bad mood. Child, you must be the one entrusted by the Taoist, right? What is your name and how old are you? Are you in school? My name is not for you to know. Mortal, kneel down and bow to me. Zhou Xiaoyu stood on the sofa with a disdainful look, his head held high. At his feet a round ball had split in two, with one half shattered into several pieces. Zhou Jin's smile faltered for a moment, and he couldn't help but wince. He seemed to understand why the Taoist had spent such a large sum to send this ancestor to his home. It was likely that the child was overly pampered with a spoiled personality, and they were reluctant to discipline him, hence wanting to refine his character through external means. Absolutely. It must be that way. Zhou Jin's face twisted. He had to teach this undisciplined brat a lesson and give him a good spanking. He took a few steps forward, but whether out of excitement or some other reason, he accidentally stepped on his own foot and fell out. With a slip, he knelt right in front of the brat's sofa. Zhou Jin's face twisted even more, this time from pain. Ha ha ha. What made matters worse was that the little brat burst out laughing, clapping his hands in delight. Zhou Jin's wife couldn't bear to watch any longer and wanted to go up and pull him down. However, for some reason, both of them moved at the same time, colliding with each other and knocking a few gold pieces off the table. They accidentally stepped on the gold pieces, and with a slip, both fell to the ground, rolling away for quite a distance. After a hard struggle, the two finally got up, groaning and holding their waists. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyu had curiously jumped down from the sofa. He started exploring the room. In no time, Zhou Jin and his wife's screams echoed. Don't touch that. Bang. The TV was ruined. You can't play with that. Crackle. All the cosmetics on the cabinet. Ancestor, I called you ancestor, is that alright? That really can't be played with. Crash. The kitchen was wrecked. Every time they tried to stop Zhou Xiaoyu, there was always some irresistible force at play. Either they couldn't stop him, or they contributed to the destruction. 3 hours later. Clatter. The door opened from the outside, and Zhou Jin's daughter, Zhou Jingshuan, walked in after school. Heavens. What happened? Did a thief break in? Zhou Jingxian was shocked. In the time she was at school, her house looked as if it had been struck by a tornado, with nothing but the door left intact. She saw her parents sitting on the ground looking utterly defeated, their faces filled with despair. What happened? She rushed over to help them up. Xian, we regret it. How could we agree to bring this ancestor back? Now our house needs to be renovated again. Mom and Dad, what exactly happened? We brought back a calamity. Zhou Jingshuan's mother began to cry, overwhelmed. Zhou Jin, however, seemed more numb emotionally as he recounted the entire situation to Zhou Jingxian. After hearing this, Zhou Jingxian couldn't help but think her parents were incredibly foolish. If the child was truly that easy to care for, would someone send millions over? Did they really think this pie would fall so easily? Where is he now? I don't know, he might have gone upstairs. After trying to stop him for so long, not only did they fail, but they also broke several pieces of furniture, ultimately giving up on managing it. Let him cause chaos. They couldn't manage it anyway. Zhou Jingxian thought for a moment, then opened the door and bought a bag of snacks, burgers, fried chicken, French fries, cola, and various kinds of milk. To coax a child, food and play are all that matter. They'll go check on him. Xuan, be careful. That child is quite mischievous. Zhou Jingshuan's mother Wang Dongyan quietly reminded her. Got it. Zhou Jingxian carried several bags of snacks and headed upstairs. She arrived on the second floor. In the corridor lay some toys, mostly plush dolls. However, the heads of these plush dolls had already been torn off. The headless plush dolls looked somewhat terrifying. There were some noises coming from the room. Zhou Jingxian walked over and saw that the little brat had already set his sights on her computer. Startled, she quickly shouted, "Don't move. No, little brother, come here. Sister has food, come and eat." She knew that some children have a natural rebellious streak. The more you tell them not to do something, the more they want to do it. When dealing with such a brat, don't hold back. Give him a proper lesson to ensure he has a complete childhood. However, if it's a situation where you can't hit or scold, it's best to distract him with something else. Sure enough, upon hearing about food, Zhou Xiaoyu abandoned the keyboard and mouse in his hands and ran up to her. His big eyes fixated on her. Looking closely, the child was quite good-looking, fair and tender, his eyes full of spirit, and his facial features were also attractive, indicating he would surely grow up to be very handsome. Now standing before you with blinking eyes and dressed in a Taoist robe, he resembled a little celestial being. Of course, that was just the surface. The truth was that this fellow had come in and wreaked havoc on the entire household. His destructive power surpassed even that of a mischievous husky. The aroma of hamburgers and fried chicken wafted from the packaging, rich and enticing enough to make the neighboring child drool. Thus, having never tasted such food, Zhou Xiaoyu watched eagerly. Zhou Jingshuan, with a smile that showed no hint of impatience, took out a hamburger from within and handed it to Zhou Xiaoyu. Here, eat up. Sister is treating you to a hamburger. Zhou Xiaoyu took it without hesitation, took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. Eat slowly, this is cola. Drink a bit so your mouth isn't so dry. Zhou Jingxian handed him a cup of cola, putting in a straw, treating him just like a revered ancestor. Zhou Xiaoyu took a sip. Burp, this cola is good. and thus Zhou Xiaoyu began to munch on the snacks. Zhou Jingxian, perhaps because he was eating, Zhou Ziyu's attitude was no longer as disdainful as it was at the beginning. What is your name? Zhou Xiaoyu, you can call me ancestor. How old are you this year? I am 8,000 minus 7,994 years old this year. After some calculation in her mind, Zhou Jingxian concluded that he was 6 years old. Can I call you Xiaoyu? Zhou Jingxian asked carefully. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced at her disdainfully. Call me ancestor, obedient great-granddaughter. Zhou Jingxian twitched her lips. Even someone as patient as her had to admit that this child was indeed too mischievous. However, seeing that he was quite adorable, she decided to be magnanimous and not dwell on it. Soon several bags of snacks were all consumed by Zhou Xiaoyu, and he let out a burp. Then Zhou Jingxian stuffed a bottle of milk into his hands. The straw was also inserted. All right. Zhou Xiaoyu had no choice but to start drinking the milk again. At that moment, Zhou Jingxian's phone rang. She quickly answered the call. It was her classmate and close friend. Hello, Yuling, what's the matter? Are you borrowing notes? No, Jingxuan, don't you know? You are on TV. What do you mean I'm on TV? Zhou Jingxian was completely confused. You are on TV? Jingxuan, you are famous. Everyone in the country has seen you. What do you mean famous? What do you mean everyone in the country has seen? Zhou Jingxian was stunned for a long time before she reacted. No way. It can't be what I think it is, right? Yes, it's exactly what you think. After receiving confirmation from her friend, she hurriedly hung up the phone and logged onto it. As a result, her face suddenly appeared on the big screen of the live broadcast room. There were also a group of people greeting her. Zhou Jingxian's face turned dark. She quickly covered her face and ran back to her room, realizing she wasn't wearing any makeup, and since she couldn't have her hair down at school, she had tied it into a ponytail. She must have looked quite plain. In fact, Zhou Jingxian was very beautiful, not in the way a typical internet celebrity looks, but rather with a youthful and vibrant aura. However, at this moment, she didn't dare to change her clothes, so she could only change her hairstyle and put on some lipstick. Zhou Xiaoyu held the glass bottle of milk, which was quite heavy, and drank slowly. For a moment it became quiet. Indeed, to get a mischievous child to quiet down, one must find something to divert his attention. Once Zhou Jingxian finished her makeup and came out, her mood towards Zhou Xiaoyu changed. As everyone knows, those who can appear in the observer's live broadcast room are either geniuses or strong individuals distinctly different from ordinary people. Then there are also some supporting characters and passers-by who appear alongside them. She was one of those who was brought along on screen. Generally, those who become the main character in a live broadcast must possess something extraordinary. Zhou Jingxian carefully observed the 6-year-old child in front of her, who was drinking milk, completely unable to imagine why he could be on the live broadcast. Was it because he was too mischievous? Zhou Xiaoyu shot her a sideways glance full of disdain, then turned his back and continued drinking his milk. Jingxian's sister is raising a good child, clearly a virtuous wife and mother. Amazing. Such a mischievous child has quieted down under Jingxian's sister's care. By the way, what is this child's background? Is he really the great-grandson of Jingxuan's father's ancestor? How old is that old man? At such an age, only now having such a son, it seems quite normal for him to be spoiled like this, right? Normal, I understand. But if he were my younger brother, I would definitely give him a good beating. 1. Once the couple downstairs had tidied up the messy house, Zhou Jingxian brought Zhou Xiaoyu down. Both were taken aback. Then they looked at Zhou Xiaoyu as if he were a great enemy, fearing that he might get excited and wreak havoc in the house again, even though there wasn't much left to destroy. Only a few sofas remained which had not suffered from his mischief. It's okay, Mom and Dad. Xiaoyu is quite well behaved. Seeing her parents' nervous expressions, Zhou Jingxian couldn't help but say. Zhou Jin couldn't help but glance at the already broken television and the ruined kitchen, speechlessly looking at his daughter. Meanwhile, Wang Dongyan was staring at her completely shattered cosmetics, nearly in tears. Is this what you call well-behaved? Do you have a misunderstanding of the definition of well-behaved? This? Zhou Jingxian felt a bit embarrassed. Maybe Xiaoyu is just a bit unaccustomed to this new environment. However, it was true that Zhou Xiaoyu did not cause any more trouble afterwards. He was just very curious, as if he had never seen anything before and knew nothing. It was somewhat strange. Logically speaking, his guardian, who could casually bring out over 10 pounds of gold, was definitely not a poor person. Why did Zhou Xiaoyu seem like he had never seen anything before? Even children from the countryside would not be like this, right? Nowadays, televisions have already reached some rural areas, unless it is in a remote mountain village where no one has ever come out. Due to the kitchen being ruined, the family could only order takeout. To be honest, if it weren't for the Taoist priest giving them enough food expenses, they would have wanted to send this child who had just arrived and started destroying things away. Just as Zhou Xiaoyu was about to eat a portion of cola chicken wings from the takeout, his eyes suddenly lit up again. He then finished 2 portions of takeout, yet his stomach didn't bulge at all. You should know that he had already eaten quite a bit of burgers and snacks before and had drunk a large bottle of milk. This appetite was greater than that of an adult. However, as long as he could remain quiet and not cause trouble, everyone was satisfied and no one dared to snatch his food. If it wasn't enough, they would just order more. This day passed in the laborious care of the family for the mischievous child. In the evening, after taking a bath, since there were no clothes for young children at home, Zhou Jingxian had to dig out the pajamas she wore as a child. These pajamas hadn't been worn many times and were still quite new. They were a bunny suit with 2 ears on the head and a short fluffy tail at the back, and the pajamas were pink. When Zhou Jingxian brought them over, Zhou Xiuyu didn't show any signs of disdain and obediently changed into them. Thus a very cute bunny appeared. Ah! Seeing this, Zhou Jingxian couldn't help but hug him. There was no way to resist such cuteness. Her overflowing maternal love took control. Zhou Xiuyu, trapped in a soft embrace, silently let her hold him. After a while, Zhou Jingxian finally released Zhou Xiuyu, and the two of them slept in the same room with the lights turned off. During the earlier bath, the live broadcast only showed the scenes inside the room and did not move to the bathroom. If anything inappropriate appeared, there would be large mosaics. The audience also did not dare to say anything to the observer. Just watching was good enough. If they said something that angered the observer, he might never go live again. Then they would cry. The night quickly passed. The next day, just as Zhou Jin was about to contact the renovation team, a phone call came in. It was his uncle calling. What? An ancestral worship. At this time. Alright, I will return. The call ended. Zhou Jin was puzzled as to why there was an ancestral worship at this time. It is usually held in April, and how many months have passed now? It's already past that. Forget it, since it was his uncle who contacted him, he must return, otherwise it would seem unfilial. Thus the family ordered takeout for breakfast, packed some things, and drove their car, which cost several tens of thousands, back to their hometown. The distance to their hometown was not very far, and they arrived by car around noon. To Zhou Jin's surprise, as soon as they reached the entrance of his hometown, he found a large crowd of people waiting for him. How could this be possible? He knew that his status in the clan was not very high, and during the New Year and festivals he usually went to pay respects. The clan elders and uncles would not come to welcome a younger generation like him. As soon as the car stopped, Zhou Jin hesitated to open the door and get out, wondering what this was all about. He then saw the eldest clan elder, who was very old and leaning on a cane, walking over trembling. Several clan elders followed, and they came to the side of the car, opening the back door. Welcome back, ancestor. The eldest clan elder, along with the rest, bent down and bowed to the inside of the car. Startled Wang Dongyan and Zhou Jingxian inside the car did not dare to get out. They were just younger generations and had never experienced such a grand welcome. At that moment, Zhou Xiuyu jumped out of the car. Unfazed, he walked up to the clan elders. Zhou Jin's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly ran over, wanting to pull this mischievous child back. Although the Taoist priest said this child was the late child of his ancestor's brother, to be honest, he was still a bit skeptical. After all, Zhou Xiuyu was too young and the age did not match. Just as he approached, he was stopped by the clan elder's stern voice. Go, Dan. How can you be so disrespectful at your age? The little ancestor has been back for so long, and you didn't notify us. If it weren't for someone coming over to tell us, how long were you planning to keep this a secret? The clan elder angrily tapped his cane on the ground. If he were just a few years younger, he would have swung the cane to hit him. Elder, please don't be angry. Take care of your health. Zhou Jin quickly helped him up. What is going on here? Is this little ancestor really our ancestor? Then isn't that status too high, eh? The clan elder shot him a disappointed glance, then smiled at Zhou Xiuyu, saying, Uncle, you have traveled a long way. This unworthy child has not treated you poorly, has he? Nephew is good. No, I stayed quite well at Zhou Jin's house. Their meals are quite good. Zhou Xiuyu replied with both hands behind his back, looking like a little adult. That's good, that's good. This kid Zhou Jin, although not very bright, is definitely a filial child, several clan uncles said with smiles on their faces. Then a group of people surrounded Zhou Xiuyu, marching grandly into the ancestral home. Zhou Jin's family was dumbfounded. It turned out he really was an ancestor. Zhou Jin and Wang Dongyan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately they hadn't done anything to the little ancestor yesterday, otherwise these clan elders would not let them off easily. As for Zhou Jingshuan, she was not surprised, as she knew that no one who went into the live broadcast room was normal. Wait, never mind, it seems that's not wrong. Little ancestor, have you been in the car for so long? Are you hungry? Thirsty? As soon as they entered, Zhou Xiuyu sat in the most honored seat, and someone served him tea and snacks. Zhou Xiuyu took a sip of tea, but did not drink anymore. The clan elders sat on his left. Is everyone here yet? He asked. A few younger generations are too far away, they may take some time to return. Then let's wait until everyone is here, the clan elder said seriously. Turning his head, he saw the little ancestor playing with the teacup, looking as if he was about to push it to the ground. The clan elder cherished this teacup very much, others were not allowed to touch it, and now seeing it about to be dropped, he still wore a smile. Is uncle bored? Shall we have Gongzi take you out to play? Gongzi was the nickname of a clan uncle's son. People at that time believed that giving a child a simpler nickname was better for their upbringing. Gongzi was called over by his father. Zhou Mingfeng was 20 years old this year. He was called back to the hometown for ancestral worship, and now he ended up with a little brat to take care of. Zhou Jingxian went to find her old companions to catch up, not knowing that Zhou Xiuyu was taken to play by her unreliable little ancestor. Come, I'll take you to catch shrimps. Zhou Mingfeng led Zhou Xiuyu to the river in their hometown. The river water here was not deep. At its deepest, it only reached an adult's waist. In summer, many children came here to play, but playing in the water should be done with caution. It's best for children to be accompanied by adults, otherwise they can easily drown. Since the water was shallow, Zhou Mingfeng didn't pay much attention. He tossed Zhou Xiuyu to the riverbank and sat on a large stone on the shore, taking out his phone to play a game. Zhou Xiuyu had played everything on the mountain. After splashing around in the water for a bit and feeling bored, he saw Zhou Mingfeng playing with his phone and went over. Nephew, what are you playing? Zhou Mingfeng said while playing. I'm playing a game. Look, this is the hero I'm controlling. I'll defeat him shortly. 1 minute later. First blood. The enemy hero defeated our hero. Zhou Mingfeng forced a smile. Unexpected. I was careless. That was a mistake. The enemy hero defeated our hero. The phone screen darkened as his hero fell under their tower. He was directly killed by the enemy under the tower. The enemy is quite something. Zhou Mingfeng's smile was fading. Although Zhou Xiuyu did not know this game, he still understood one thing. You are really bad. Little ancestor, this wave is not because our side is too weak, it's that the enemy is too strong and the jungler doesn't come to gank and the mid lane doesn't move either. He just blamed everything on his teammates. After dying for the third time at the enemy's hands, his teammates could no longer hold back and started telling him to play cautiously. Zhou Xiuyu watched him play for a long time, and in the end, he still died. Tragically, his teammates had already started cursing. So he snatched Zhou Mingfeng's phone. Let this ancestor help you take revenge. Zhou Ziyu's little hands tapped on the screen, his first time operating, and he was a bit clumsy. Hey, little ancestor, don't go under the enemy's tower, you're about to get killed by the tower. Ancestor, hurry up. He's got a sliver of blood left, what are you doing? Oh no, he's dead. Zhou Mingfeng was incredibly anxious. His record was already 0-2, and those 2 assists were just from teammates leeching off of him. Little ancestor, how about you let me play? No need. Zhou Xiuyu pushed him aside, extending his hand, inadvertently triggering his second skill. A cannon shot was fired. Boom. You have claimed the tyrant. Well done. 4. Teammates kept praising his performance. Wow. Little ancestor is amazing. Zhou Mingfeng couldn't help but shout. Then he noticed that the opponents seemed to collectively disconnect one by one, diving under the tower to meet their demise at Zhou Ziyu's hands. He was gifted a wave of 5 kills, and his economy soared. Eventually, the 5 opponents executed various impressive maneuvers. Some crashed into walls, some occasionally disconnected, and others focused heavily on a tank during team fights, ultimately leading to their surrender. Zhou Mingfeng's eyes widened. Zhou Ziyu's skills, while lacking compared to his own, seemed to be perfectly aimed when using his second skill. As long as there was a low-health enemy, firing a shot would secure a kill. In this match alone, he secured 2 tyrants, 1 overlord, and multiple red and blue buffs. The opposing jungler was so furious that he made a reckless move, giving away a few kills. In the end, the opponents surrendered, and Zhou Mingfeng could feel their despair. This match had transformed his previously negative record into a positive one. He even received an MVP award, which left him bewildered. Was his luck really this good? Zhou Mingfeng suddenly had a brilliant idea. Little ancestor, help me draw a crystal. I've spent thousands and still haven't gotten one. If you manage to pull a crystal for me, I'll give you that dazzling skateboard. Which one? Zhou Xiuyu, following Zhou Mingfeng's instructions, arrived at the lottery interface. His luck was already quite high, so theoretically after a few more draws, he should be able to get one. Zhou Xiuyu glanced at the crystal. Nephew, do you really want this thing? Yes. Little ancestor, please do it. Zhou Xiuyu clicked on the 5 draw option. His luck value instantly dropped to 0. Oh, Zhou Mingfeng jumped up. I got it. The first crystal. Soon after, the second one was also a crystal. Wow. Little ancestor, I love you so much. The third one was still a crystal. Zhou Mingfeng covered his heart, feeling that something was off. The last 5 draws yielded nothing but crystals. Wow. Incredible. Zhou Mingfeng was ecstatic beyond words. How could he be so lucky? He looked at Zhou Xiuyu with shining eyes, not at all minding the trouble of a child, as he would eventually become his ancestor. Having such an ancestor was a blessing. Zhou Mingfeng happily took the crystals to exchange for skins. Zhou Xiuyu felt quite bored. Nephew, would you like to follow me to a place? He thought for a moment, and suddenly came up with a fun idea. Sure. At this moment, Zhou Mingfeng was obedient. He would do whatever his ancestor asked. So the 2 of them went to the mountain behind the old home. This was the place for ancestor worship in the family. Zhou Xiuyu mysteriously pulled out a map and said to his nephew, Nephew, I will take you to find treasure. What treasure? Zhou Mingfeng thought this was just a child's fantasy, after all, who hadn't imagined saving the world when they were kids. However, when he saw the treasure map Zhou Xiuyu pulled out, he couldn't help but exclaim. The reason was that this map looked quite legit, as if it was really something special. Could it really be a treasure map? Little ancestor, where did you get this treasure map? Zhou Mingfeng carefully examined. The terrain depicted in the map indeed matched the mountains here, and the surrounding scenery aligned perfectly. There was even a specially marked location. If there was nothing hidden here, why would it be marked? Zhou Xiuyu handed the treasure map to Zhou Mingfeng. I found this in a hidden compartment at home. That old thing hid it quite well, but did he really think he could deceive me? Ha, impossible. Zhou Mingfeng's eyes twitched, suddenly recalling his troublesome cousin. A true troublemaker. Hiding it in a secret compartment meant this thing was valuable, and now that it was brought out to play, he wondered if his parents would find out and give him a good scolding. However, Zhou Mingfeng quickly became excited. What did this mean? It meant that this treasure map was likely real. Could it be that the marked location is buried with a large amount of gold? He had heard that his ancestors from the Zhou family were once prosperous. Moreover, it was said that they were once a wealthy family, but he didn't know why they had fallen into decline later. So if this treasure map was real, it could very well lead to hidden gold. Perhaps it was left behind by his ancestors as a contingency plan against any misfortunes. Zhou Mingfeng rubbed his hands together. He followed Zhou Xiuyu to find the marked location. The 2 climbed for half the day. Zhou Mingfeng was exhausted, while Zhou Xiuyu, small in stature, showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he seemed lively and energetic, hands behind his back, as if he were out for a picnic rather than hiking. Nephew, can you keep up? Walk faster. At this pace, when will we find the treasure? Zhou Xiaoyu continued. Zhou Mingfeng had originally stopped to catch his breath, but upon hearing this he straightened his back and gritted his teeth to continue climbing. How could he be outdone by a 6-year-old? Plus, hearing about treasure made him feel invigorated. A man must never say he can't. I'm fired up. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at him with a satisfied expression, proud of his junior. After a long trek, they finally arrived at the destination. Looking at this mark and the surrounding environment, it should be. Upon reaching the location, Zhou Mingfeng suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration, saying, "What do we do? We forgot to bring tools. Are we really going to have to go back for them?" Thinking about the arduous journey he had just climbed, he felt his legs aching. "No worries, I brought some." Zhou Xiaoyu pulled out an iron shovel from who knows where. "Wow, where did you pull that from? I didn't see you bringing it with you. Are you some kind of magical being?" Zhou Xiaoyu tossed the shovel to Zhou Mingfeng. "Dig away." Zhou Mingfeng took it and began digging dutifully. However, as he dug, he felt something was off. Why did it feel like he was being used as a tool? Looking over at the little ancestor, his face was innocent and adorable. Seeing Zhou Mingfeng glance at him, he smiled encouragingly, dispelling Zhou Mingfeng's thoughts. The little ancestor was only 6 years old. How could he have any bad intentions? Moreover, the little ancestor is only 6 years old, not even as tall as a shovel, and cannot dig the ground. With only one shovel, it should be the responsibility of an adult like him to do the heavy labor. Thinking of this, Zhou Mingfeng rubbed his hands and started digging on the spot. Another hour passed as he dug, and he was soaked in sweat. He had dug a large pit in the ground. Huff! Why hasn't it come out yet? Little ancestor, are you sure it's this spot? How much longer do we have to dig? Although he kept complaining, the digging motion did not cease. Snap! It seemed like he had dug something up. The hole was already half a person's depth. With this shovel down, Zhou Mingfeng seemed to have hit something hard. Little ancestor, Zhou Mingfeng was about to say that he seemed to have found something. Suddenly he felt himself fall down. Holy cow! Crack! Rumble! A stone was dug up, causing the surrounding soil to collapse. Perhaps it was empty below, or perhaps it was due to soil erosion. In any case, a deep hole had collapsed. Zhou Mingfeng fell down this hole. However, as he fell, he turned back and seemed to see the little ancestor holding a cup of milk, happily drinking. It must be that he was too thirsty and too tired, leading to hallucinations. Zhou Mingfeng thought he wouldn't die from the fall, would he? Soon he fell to the ground along with some soil. Ouch! Zhou Mingfeng stood up and rubbed his leg. Thankfully, the place wasn't deep, probably just 1 or 2 meters. He didn't get hurt from the fall. He was worried that the little ancestor would be scared and shout when she saw him fall alone outside. Would she be frightened to the point? Then in the next moment he was knocked to the ground by a heavy object. The little ancestor Zhou Xiaoyu walked off him, clapping her hands. "Nephew, not bad, you caught me." Zhou Mingfeng trembled as he stretched out a hand and gave a thumbs up. He was almost killed by that hit. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Mingfeng climbed up, hiss. His whole body ached a bit. But there was nothing to be done, after all, it was his little ancestor. Thinking of those crystals, the pain in his body suddenly felt less intense. Little ancestor, where are we? He looked around at the environment. In front was another hole, and inside was likely a hollow place. He must have dug out the soil above, which caused him to fall down. This place can't be our ancestor's tomb, right? We can't go in. After all, robbing one's own family's tomb would make one an unfilial descendant. Zhou Xiaoyu walked straight in. Your family's tomb isn't here. That was indeed the case. There was not a single tomb surrounding here. Besides, this place didn't seem like a tomb. Could there really be treasure? But it was buried too deep, right? Zhou Mingfeng hurriedly chased after her. Zhou Xiaoyu was standing in front of a dirt wall, looking up at some murals painted on it. These murals were painted with natural pigments and had not faded over the years. The murals seemed to record something. As Zhou Xiaoyu placed her hand on it, suddenly the murals on the dirt wall began to flow, and the wall became as soft as a mud pit, sucking her hand in. Zhou Mingfeng was startled and rushed to pull her back. But Zhou Xiaoyu blocked him. At this moment, there was no trace of innocence on her face. A mischievous smile hung on her lips. I've long wanted to know what the old man was hiding. This time I must uncover the secrets of the past. She had pretended to be good for so long, and now her true nature was finally revealed. After the wall absorbed some energy emanating from her hand, a layer of white mist gradually enveloped them. When they came to their senses, a majestic celestial palace appeared before their eyes. In front of the palace, there was an incredibly tall gate over 100 meters high. The gate was supported by clouds with the 3 large characters, Nantian Men, written above. Every palace around them was exquisite, arranged in an orderly fashion, with celestial cranes flying overhead, creating a heavenly atmosphere. The two stood in front of the Nantian Men. Zhou Mingfeng felt weak in the knees for a moment. After all, he was standing on clouds. If he wasn't careful and fell from the clouds, he would probably end up as a paste. He trembled and grasped the little ancestor's hand. Little ancestor, where are we? Zhou Xiaoyu, however, looked up at the plaque above the gate, reading the characters written on it. The characters above were not from Blue Star, resembling ancient traditional characters, but with some differences. Zhou Xiaoyu naturally knew what these characters were. She had once found a book with such characters in the study of her family's old man. Nantian Men. Zhou Xiaoyu read it slowly. A sense of unprecedented seriousness emerged in her eyes. It felt like a monumental secret was about to be unveiled. Zhou Mingfeng also looked up to see. Before Zhou Xiaoyu could pull him, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. My eyes. The pain made him crouch down, covering his eyes with both hands, his face filled with agony. Zhou Xiaoyu sighed. I didn't manage to pull you back, nephew. Remember, mortals cannot gaze directly at celestial script. But looking once isn't a problem, it just hurts for a while. Zhou Mingfeng felt as if his eyes had been gouged out. The piercing pain made him cry out repeatedly. When he finally managed, his eyes still ached terribly. Looking around, where was the little ancestor? He hurriedly ran inside to search. After all, this place was so strange that even a glance at the characters could blind him. Who knows if there would be other dangers? Ancestor, where did you go? Don't run around. Zhou Xiaoyu had arrived at a palace just as he was about to respond. Suddenly the sound of drums resounded all around. The sounds of shouting and killing came, and the clashing of weapons echoed like thunder. Zhou Xiaoyu immediately looked in the direction of the cries. Outside the Nantian men, countless heavenly soldiers appeared, wielding weapons, lined up in formation, preparing to confront the enemy. The enemy, however, was fierce. Though few in number, each one was incredibly powerful. Over 100,000 heavenly soldiers could not withstand the attack of just over 1,000 invaders. They were driven back, utterly defeated. Countless heavenly soldiers were killed, falling from the sky. Zhou Ziyu's eyes widened as she saw the leader of those who broke into the Nantian men. Old man. No, it wasn't right. The leader bore an uncanny resemblance to her father, but upon closer inspection, it was not him. The newcomer was extraordinarily handsome, wielding a long knife, his techniques bold and sweeping. Not a single heavenly soldier could stand against him. Her father had always used a sword. Over 1,000 people, half of them, bore the Zhou family's crest. They stormed into the Nantian men, but not without. At least dozens of them fell on the way in. Not a single one of them showed signs of fear on their faces. Everyone followed closely behind the person at the front. Charging forward, they vowed to stay together until death. Is this what the old man wanted to hide? Zhou Xiaoyu stood atop a stone lion, gazing far into the battlefield. At this moment, Zhou Mingfeng finally arrived, looking panicked. Little ancestor, they have started fighting over there. Zhou Xiaoyu said with a serious expression. In Yin, the heavens are in chaos. Countless immortals have perished in tribulation. From now on, the passage between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm will be severed. Mortals cannot ascend to immortality, and immortals cannot descend to the mortal world. After many years as immortals hide away, when future generations ask about them, they will only laugh and say it is mere gossip, with no one remembering that there are immortals in the sky. I initially thought this tribulation was a great calamity for the immortals, but I did not realize it was related to the Zhou family. No wonder the old man never spoke of such matters to me. The battlefield over there was nearing its end. The hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers were no match for the Zhou family, and were being defeated continuously. Suddenly the heavens changed drastically, and a powerful figure intervened. As soon as the powerful immortal made their move, the surrounding space began to crack ominously. This strike was aimed not only at the Zhou family, but also at their ancestral land. If this strike is not stopped, the Zhou family's ancestral land might turn to ashes. The Zhou family ancestor stood in front of everyone, wielding a long knife that transformed into a 1,000-foot blade, fiercely slashing towards the powerful immortal. Boom! The surrounding space collapsed, and the palaces affected by the shockwaves crumbled. Even some heavenly soldiers struck by the residual force were turned to ashes, their souls extinguished. The power of this strike was immense. As the Zhou family ancestor faced off against the powerful immortal, his eyes gradually transformed into golden pupils, golden patterns appearing on his skin. This was the Zhou family's bloodline divine ability, but when the golden patterns emerged, even gods and demons trembled. The powerful immortal shouted, "Stop deluding yourself, you vile creature. Ha! I, Zhou Qiling, have never committed any heinous acts in my life. Why should you tear us apart just because you claim there is a distinction between immortals and mortals? Immortals must not be in love with mortals. This is a heavenly rule that cannot be violated." Aoyun defied the heavenly rule, and thus must suffer the punishment of unending thunder for 100 years. The powerful immortal, holding a magical artifact, looked extremely displeased. Perhaps he never expected that a mere mortal would dare to storm the heavenly court and challenge the immortals. Zhou Qiling's gaze turned cold as he raised his knife. What immortals, what heavenly rules? Come and die. Today I will break this absurd heavenly rule and bring my beloved home. This strike contained traces of the Tao, and boundless rage caused its power to breach the critical threshold, reaching a new level. As the knife was unleashed, the myriad realms trembled ominously. The powerful immortal, seeing this, hurriedly summoned his magical artifact to defend himself. But his artifact shattered upon merely grazing the knife. Intent, he spat out blood, realizing he was about to be obliterated by the knife's aura. From above, the heavenly court, an attack imbued with the essence of the Tao, descended. Though it was later in arrival, it reached first and effortlessly shattered Zhou Qiling's knife aura. This knife seemed to be able to sever the ancient, yet it was easily dissolved. The only one capable of achieving this was none other than the ruler of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor. Zhou Qiling laughed mockingly. Heavenly Emperor, I must ask you, how is it just to tear apart a pair of lovers simply because she fell in love with a mortal? What kind of reasoning is this? After the Heavenly Emperor neutralized his attack and saved the powerful immortal, he did not take further action. The powerful immortal, still feeling fearful, said resentfully, If it weren't for the chaos in the heavenly court today, how could a mere mortal like you dare to come here? The powerful immortal seemed to receive some message, and his expression changed drastically. He abandoned everyone from the Zhou family, and hurriedly led the remaining heavenly soldiers to escape. Seeing this, Zhou Qiling immediately led the remaining people to run in another direction. Upon arriving here, they found themselves in unfamiliar territory. The surrounding scene suddenly vanished, and they fell from the clouds. When they woke up, they found themselves lying on the ground with a mural depicting the previous scene before them. Zhou Xiuyu stood up and placed his hand on the mural once more, but this time, there was no reaction. So the ancient upheaval did the Zhou family also participate. Though from the mural it seemed to have little relevance, at most the Zhou family took advantage of the chaos in the heavenly court to rescue the imprisoned beloved. Zhou family. What happened to our Zhou family? Zhou Mingfeng woke up looking bewildered. Was I just dreaming? When did I fall asleep? Zhou Xiuyu sighed and patted his head. Little one, don't worry about so much, just consider it a dream. Come, let's go. Why do I feel something is off? After getting up, Zhou Mingfeng thought for a moment, but couldn't recall what he had dreamed about. He only vaguely felt as though he had ascended to the heavens, but he forgot everything else. Zhou Mingfeng scratched his head, unable to remember. He had no choice but to give up and follow. After exiting the tunnel, they found a vast underground mansion. Ahead was an ancient pool steaming with heat, beside which stood a stone tablet. It was inscribed with the words Dragon Pool. On one side of the stone tablet, there was a line of small characters. The golden-scaled fish is not a creature of the pool. Once encountering wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Zhou Mingfeng approached to take a look. The water in the dragon pool was murky. The heat was intense, and even standing by the edge of the pool, one could feel the scorching heat rushing towards them. Zhou Mingfeng glanced aside and noticed some unknown small grasses growing. He plucked a few and tossed them into. As soon as the grass fell into the dragon pool, it evaporated into steam before it could even sink. This temperature rivals that of lava. Originally, Zhou Mingfeng wanted to test the temperature with his hand, but now he dared not, fearing that a touch would cause his hand to vanish. Zhou Xiuyu, however, stood by the dragon pool and said to his nephew, "Nephew, I have found treasure." Where? Zhou Mingfeng quickly shook his head and looked around, but found nothing related to treasure. Zhou Xiuyu raised his hand, pointing to the dragon pool. This is it. A hot spring with a temperature comparable to lava. Even if I wanted to develop it into a hot spring resort, it wouldn't work. This temperature is not for soaking pits for stewing meat. It's the kind that cooks in a second. Zhou Mingfeng sighed. Sure enough, any mention of treasure is a lie. How could there be free pies falling from the sky? Though he was disappointed, he never truly expected to find any treasure. He merely joked about the gold, not truly believing. If there were any, that would be great. If not, he would just consider it an outing. If there were indeed gold hidden here, it would have been taken by the elders long ago. After all, the Zhou family was increasingly declining. If they knew there was gold here, they would definitely retrieve it. How could it be left until now? Zhou Xiuyu said, "Did you not see the words on it?" "What words?" "This is traditional Chinese characters," Zhou Mingfeng replied, struggling to recognize a few characters, and then reading them aloud. "The golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When they encounter wind and clouds, they transform into dragons." "What does this mean?" Zhou Mingfeng was puzzled. "This is the legendary transformation pool." Transformation pool. What is a dragon? A dragon is a symbol of the Xia kingdom. Although it is merely a mythical creature, who among the Xia people does not like dragons? Aren't dragons non-existent? Zhou Mingfeng exclaimed incredulously. Zhou Xiuyu replied, "As a disciple of the Zhou family, you should possess some dragon blood. To know whether they exist or not, one must try it out." Gulp. Zhou Mingfeng swallowed hard. "You want me to jump into this scorching water? If I jump in, how can I?" The people in the live stream were shocked at this moment. What? A dragon? Is it really a dragon? Impossible. Aren't dragons creatures of legend? Isn't it said that dragons are just figments of human imagination? Before falling into an alternate dimension, who believed in its existence? And what about cultivator zombies? Did you believe in their existence before? Some people fell silent. After the silence came a surge of excitement. Is that really the transformation pool? Oh my, I really want to go. Where is the address? I'm flying there right now. Goodness. I want to transform into a dragon too. Enough. Without bloodline, how can one transform into a dragon? Just look at the temperature of that dragon pool. Touching it spells death. This dragon pool is a test for true and false dragons. A true dragon is not afraid of the trials of fire and water. But how do I know if I'm a true dragon before jumping in? The live stream chat exploded again. Zhou Mingfeng hesitated, standing by the dragon pool, looking at the bubbling, murky, deep green water. He was afraid to jump in. What if this wasn't the transformation pool? If he jumped in, wouldn't he be done for? Suddenly, Zhou Mingfeng slapped his forehead, feeling like a complete fool. A 6-year-old child, can his words be trusted? Children often fantasize about being extraordinary, possessing superpowers, saving the world, etc. But as they grow up, they realize they are no different from others. All are just ordinary people busy with life. Just as Zhou Mingfeng was about to leave, a sudden force pushed him from behind. He lost his balance, and with a splash fell into the dragon pool. Blub blub. After falling in, many bubbles surfaced on the water. Zhou Mingfeng sank straight to the bottom, not coming up for a long time. The people in the live stream began to worry. Why hasn't he come up yet? He would have melted away, leaving no bones while he... Blub blub. Another series of bubbles appeared. Suddenly Zhou Mingfeng emerged from the bottom of the dragon pool gasping, "Cough cough cough, I almost drowned." He hurriedly climbed ashore, his body covered in murky water. Zhou Xiaoyu stood beside him, examining him curiously, saying, "Strange, why is there no change at all? What change do you want from me? To turn from a living person into a pile of bones. If it weren't for my good fortune, you'd be preparing for a feast." Zhou Mingfeng shook the water off him, shouting in despair, "That was close. I almost got killed by this innocent-looking..." Zhou Xiaoyu, hands behind his back, said, "Your bloodline is too thin to transform into a dragon, don't be too disheartened." Zhou Mingfeng was speechless, thinking it's just a 6-year-old child, why bother arguing with him? Yet he still wanted to punch him. How infuriating. His fists were clenched. But why didn't he feel the water was hot when he fell? Instead it felt like falling into a slightly warm hot spring. It was incredibly comfortable and reassuring. At that moment it felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Zhou Mingfeng turned back to look at the dragon pool. Is this really the transformation pool? Suddenly he felt his hands heating up and the warmth quickly intensified, even feeling a bit painful. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeves. He discovered steam was rising from his skin and large patches of his skin were turning red, revealing faint blood vessels underneath. Oh no, this means he was burned. He hadn't felt any pain earlier. Could it be that he was already cooked? Or was it too painful, causing his nerves to numb and thus feeling no pain? Only at this moment did he realize. "Oh, little ancestor, you've killed me." Zhou Mingfeng cried out, looking like a dog that had its tail stepped on. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoyu was delighted and calm at this moment. "I thought your bloodline was too thin to activate even a trace. I didn't expect you to have such good fortune." He immediately grasped Zhou Mingfeng's hand. The hot skin gradually formed patches of dragon scales. Though there were only a few, it was still a transformation. After a while, as the dragon scales grew, the intense heat subsided. Zhou Mingfeng then realized that his hands were covered in scales. What is this? He was startled. He rubbed his hands continuously, but the scales wouldn't come off. It was as if they were growing on his skin. When he tried to tear them off, it hurt. "Come punch this wall here." Zhou Xiaoyu pulled him to a stone wall, pointing to the wall ahead. "Why would I hit a stone for no reason? I'm not foolish. You have already begun to transform into a dragon. This stone is nothing to you." Zhou Xiaoyu said with a look of disbelief. "Why is this nephew so foolish? Forget it, he is my own nephew. I should bear with it. Me? Transform into a dragon. Is this what it means to transform into a dragon?" Zhou Mingfeng looked at the scales on his hands, recalling the previous conversation and his feelings in the dragon pool. A surge of immense joy welled up within him. No way. Could it be that this really is the transformation pool? He quickly gathered his strength and punched the stone wall, thinking it would at most create a dent, but his arm went through, as if he was punching tofu. In an instant his entire arm sunk into the stone wall, offering no resistance at all. The hard stone wall felt as weak as tofu under his current strength. "Damn!" Zhou Mingfeng shouted in disbelief. As he turned around excited to find Zhou Xiaoyu, he heard a splash. A sound of water splashing came from the dragon pool. Looking back, Zhou Xiaoyu was no longer behind him. He had jumped into the dragon pool. Instantly the dragon pool began to change. The water in the pool began to boil, hot steam rising up, forming wisps of mist that danced above the dragon pool like They were roaring. It seems like a celebration of some sort. Zhou Mingfeng looked as if he had never seen the world. "Did I jump down like that just now? This is so cool." The viewers in the live stream began to bombard him with comments. "Don't overthink it, nothing changed when you jumped down." "No, there was a change, didn't some bubbles appear?" "Ha ha ha, you must be kidding. So envious. I'm so envious. If I could leap into the dragon pool, I could break through a stone wall with a punch." "Where's the dragon pool?" "Just wait till get there." Everyone, don't get too excited. Actually, one can achieve this with physical training techniques, so engaging in such dangerous bets is not as good as diligently practicing. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, while the rich rely on technology. We should just honestly practice the techniques announced by the observer. Above the dragon pool, a dozen dragons formed from white mist were swirling occasionally, emitting a long dragon roar. Suddenly, all the dragons dove down, and the water of the dragon pool surged, stirring up a dragon-shaped pattern. Then a water dragon swirl shot up towards the heavens, moving through the cave, and flew towards the edge of the pool. As the splashes subsided, Zhou Xiaoyu emerged. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyu appeared, everyone was captivated by the horns on his head and the dragon tail behind him. The evil dragon roars. With a flick of his tail, Zhou Xiaoyu struck Zhou Mingfeng's calf. He was instantly sent flying like a ball, rolling away for quite a distance before crashing into the stone wall and creating a large dent. If it weren't for Zhou Mingfeng having partially transformed into a dragon, making his body a bit stronger than before, he would have likely suffered multiple fractures. "Why did you use your tail to attack, you evil dragon? That's cheating." Zhou Mingfeng quickly scrambled up from the ground. Stretching his arms and legs, he found he was fine. "This is a tactic of misdirection." Zhou Xiaoyu glanced at him with disdain. Zhou Mingfeng dared not voice his anger. For some reason, after transforming into a dragon, his battle instincts seemed to have changed. He instantly assessed the situation from that last attack. In a real fight, Zhou Mingfeng would definitely not be a match for the 6-year-old Zhou Xiaoyu. So he had no choice but to comply. The two ventured into the already decayed palace, but found nothing. It seemed that the most valuable treasure here was indeed the dragon pool. And indeed this dragon pool was priceless. In truth, the dragon pool was a facade. The reality was that Shen Yan had used 100,000 to exchange for a bit of dragon blood which was dripped into the pool. This turned an ordinary pool of water into a dragon pool. Of course, the current dragon pool did possess the functions of a dragon transformation pool. At least until the dragon blood was fully consumed, this would remain a true dragon pool. The two passed through the cave and returned to the spot where they had fallen. The entrance was several meters high, leaving Zhou Mingfeng momentarily baffled. How do we get back up? Zhou Mingfeng patted his clothes, then realized his phone in his pocket had soaked, rendering it useless. It's over. Are we going to be trapped down here? Zhou Xiuyu cast him a disdainful glance. Nephew. A true Thus Zhou Mingfeng widened his eyes, watching as Zhou Xiuyu flew up with his hands behind his back. Ancestor, please take me with you. Your nephew is still here. Woo-woo. I'm truly a fake dragon, why can't I fly? Zhou Mingfeng cried like a dog at the bottom of the cave. Nephew, you figure out a way to get up. It's time for dinner, I'm going back. Zhou Xiuyu then left Zhou Mingfeng behind and descended the mountain alone. Upon returning home, dinner was indeed nearly ready, and the clan uncles were planning to send someone to look for Zhou Xiuyu. Seeing Zhou Xiuyu return, everyone felt relieved. The uncle is back, come sit over here. Initially they greeted him as they usually did. But as soon as Zhou Xiuyu walked through the door, the nearest clan uncle suddenly exclaimed, Ancestor, what's that on your head? It looks like 2 tree branches. Where did you fall from? Come, Ancestor, let me help you take it off. As he spoke, this clan uncle reached out to grab it. In response, Zhou Xiuyu swiftly darted inside like a gust of wind. The clan uncle didn't even get close. Once Zhou Xiuyu sat down, the surrounding clan elders and uncles couldn't help but stare at the horns on Zhou Ziyu's head. These tree branches are quite unique, the clan elders said after observing for a long time. Indeed, they look ha. They all assumed it was just a child who enjoyed wearing things on their head, mistaking the horns for branches. As for Zhou Mifeng, what? He hasn't returned yet. He's already an adult. How could he possibly get lost in his own hometown? He must be playing around, not as obedient as a 6-year-old should be. A 6-year-old knows to return home when it's mealtime. So no one went to look for Zhou Mingfeng. This meal had several large tables of dishes, and they had to split into several tables to fit everyone, chatting and laughing all around. The Zhou family didn't have many rules about not talking during meals or sleeping. Thus, during every festival, they would ask about the children's academic performance, work situations, and if they had made friends. Parents with diligent children beamed with joy, while those with mischievous or unsettled children wore forced smiles. Only Zhou Xiuyu, with his head down, ate, greedily devouring several bowls of meat. By the time Zhou Mingfeng returned, dinner was nearly finished, and his arrival startled everyone. Gengzi, where have you been to get all muddy? Aren't you too old to be playing in the mud? How embarrassing. Zhou Mingfeng's mother immediately became angry because he was covered in mud with dirt all over his face. Zhou Mingfeng had no way to explain he had been struggling at the bottom of that cave for a long time. The mud was too slippery and not solid, causing him to fall several times while climbing. After finally making it up, his clothes were ruined and he had turned into a mud person. Go wash up quickly, change your clothes, and come back to eat. In front of so many relatives, his mother couldn't say much. Zhou Mingfeng cast a pitiful glance at Zhou Xiuyu. Ancestor, you've put your nephew in a terrible position. Zhou Xiuyu wagged his dragon tail. Holding a bottle of cola, he drank straight from it. None of the elders said anything against it. After all, he was the little ancestor, the highest in rank, but the youngest in age. They could only let him be. The viewers in the live stream saw this, and suddenly someone commented, remember when the Taoist took the little dragon down the mountain? Wasn't it to temper his character? Yes, but why do I feel that instead of tempering it has backfired? After dinner, as many members of the Zhou family were still out, the ancestral worship could not commence quickly. The elders gathered in the hall to chat. They discussed how someone's son had achieved success by getting into a good university. Then they talked about how another family's child had started dating, suggesting good news was imminent. Zhou Xiuyu listened attentively, yawning widely. Initially bored, he suddenly caught a faint scent wafting through the air. It was the scent of demons. Why was it present here? Observing the entire family around him, Zhou Xiuyu jumped off his chair and dashed outside. The others in the room assumed it was just a bored child, while an uncle started instructing his son. Gongzi, hurry and follow him. Keep a good watch on your ancestor. Zhou Mingfeng responded immediately and hurried after him. Zhou Jingshuan, feeling somewhat uneasy, followed suit. Zhou Jingxian suddenly sensed something behind the little ancestor, but it was too dark to see clearly. Woof, woof, woof. The dog from the neighboring household began barking at the unfamiliar footsteps. Where are you going, little ancestor? Zhou Mingfeng hurriedly chased after him. How could such a small head run so fast? Zhou Xiuyu ran while sensing the traces of the demons lurking in the shadows. Upon sensing that they were moving towards him, he confirmed that these demons were indeed coming for him. He immediately led them away from the ancestral home. In the end, 2 of his nephews followed him. After a moment's thought, Zhou Xiuyu decided not to stop, but to lead them to a less populated area. Well, it would be good for them to witness a bit of the world as Zhou family descendants. Swish, swish, swish. Several dark figures darted by in the shadows. Zhou Mingfeng suddenly sensed something and looked aside, but saw nothing. The group arrived at a secluded spot. Zhou Xiuyu stood atop a large rock, gazing up at the sky. With his hands behind his back, he called out, come out. Zhou Mingfeng and Zhou Jingxian stepped forward. What are you doing here, little ancestor? It's too late now, or should we head back? Little ancestor, I felt something was off just now. Ever since Zhou Mingfeng partially transformed into a dragon, his senses had greatly improved. Zhou Jingxian found it strange and suddenly remembered to take out her phone. Opening the live stream, she exclaimed, the live stream is still on. What live stream? Zhou Mingfeng leaned in for a look and exclaimed, holy crap. Isn't this the Tiandao website? I haven't checked it in a while, and I didn't expect to be on camera. He even foolishly posed with a peace sign. He knew the little ancestor had something extraordinary about him, so he quickly, watching his two foolish nephews fussing around, Zhou Xiuyu flicked his tail and turned his eyes towards the shadows on the left. A dilapidated tile-roofed house suddenly collapsed, and moments later, several dark figures sprang out. They appeared humanoid with sharp claws and jagged teeth, horns like a goat's, and a pair of black wings on their backs. These were mid-level demons. Their strength was approximately at the earth level. Ha, little brat. We never expected to find someone with divine blood in such a small place, and even two of them at once. Once we take them back, the adults will surely reward us. As soon as the mid-level demons appeared, their intentions were clear. In their eyes, several mortals, even with divine blood, would pose no threat as long as they had not awakened. And indeed, that was the case. Even Zhou Mingfeng, who had some dragon-like traits, was currently only at the human-level second tier. He definitely couldn't match the mid-level demons. Monster. Zhou Jingxian was frightened and quickly dialed for help, only to find there was no signal. Kekekek, little brat, it's useless. We've already set up a barrier here. Just come with us obediently. Attack. The several mid-level demons immediately charged over like lightning. When Zhou Jingxian tried to pull Zhou Mingfeng away, he pushed her aside. You hide behind the rock. Damn, it'll fight you. Only one of the three mid-level demons remained to deal with him, while the other two targeted Zhou Xiuyu. As an ordinary person, Zhou Jingxian was not taken seriously by the demons at all. Zhou Xiuyu stood on the large rock watching as the mid-level demon overwhelmed Zhou Mingfeng. Zhou Mingfeng was a total novice. Aside from his greater strength and the high defense provided by his dragon transformation, he had no combat capabilities. Let alone the fact that the opponent was a whole realm higher than him, he had no ability to fight back at all. If not for his decent defense, he would have been knocked down by now. The two mid-level demons rushed towards Zhou Xiuyu. Seeing this, Zhou Jingxian hurriedly stepped in front. The two demons exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with cold light. Since it had come to this, they would first eliminate this troublesome mortal. Boom. A sudden rumble echoed through the sky. The mid-level demons' claws were about to grab Zhou Jingxian. With their earth-level strength, if they made contact, Zhou Jingxuan, as an ordinary person, would definitely be torn to pieces. Boom. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, directly hitting one of the demons. The impact left him with deep gashes and smoke billowing from his head. After the demon's body trembled, it became completely stiff and fell to the ground with a thud. The other demon, startled by this sudden turn of events, stepped on a protruding rock and lost its balance, tumbling away. It struggled to get up, looking up at the sky with a horrified expression. The once starry sky had darkened without them noticing. The clouds thickened, thunder rumbled above, and flashes of lightning sporadically lit up the sky. Has the heavenly will of this world awakened? No, impossible. This world has clearly entered an era of the end of magic, and it shouldn't still have a sky. The demon that had been relentlessly attacking Zhou Mingfeng saw this change and immediately abandoned him, rushing towards this side. What's going on? Number 3 was struck by lightning. Forget it, let's take this little brat away first. The demon quickly leaped onto this rock was over a person's height, and logically speaking, a child only as tall as a person's waist shouldn't be able to climb up. However, it did not consider that, and reached out its claws towards Zhou Xiuyu. Boom. Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky, unerringly striking the demon's outstretched claws. The demon let out a scream and rolled off the stone. This thunder startled everyone present except for Zhou Xiuyu. The remaining demon was even more certain. The heavens of this world were beginning to awaken. Frightened, it hurriedly fled. It had to rush back to inform its master about this matter. Zhou Jingxian was just puzzled as to why among so many people present the thunder only struck them. Looking at her phone again, the signal had been restored. She quickly opened the live stream and found that everyone in the room was spamming divine justice from the heavens. This must be the true child of heaven. Little Long Neo is amazing. Bullying a 6-year-old child, even the heavens cannot tolerate it. Don't stand high up during a thunderstorm. Otherwise, you're likely to be struck. Did you notice what that demon said about the end of the law? It sounds like the end of the world. As the demon left, the barrier here dissipated. However, the anomaly of the celestial phenomena was sensed by some powerful beings. The live stream suddenly shifted to the heavens. As the camera passed through a white mist, it arrived at a place of immortal. Here clouds swirled and golden light shone brightly, evoking a sense of reverence. It made one feel the urge to kneel and pay homage. However, this place of immortals now bore the scars of battle, with some palaces reduced to ruins. The sprawling palace ruins lay in disarray. This was once the majestic heaven court. Now all the palaces had been destroyed in that fierce battle, with only a few relatively intact palaces remaining. The disturbance in the celestial phenomena awakened a sleeping deity. He emerged from the shimmering golden lotus. He wore a magnificent dragon robe embroidered with a 9-clawed golden dragon, which appeared so lifelike that it seemed ready to leap out of the garment. The audience could not see his face clearly, only the golden light surrounding him. Looking directly at his face would cause their eyes to sting. Only by averting their gaze could their eyes recover. He slowly walked out, looking down through countless layers of clouds at the ground. The audience's view was not from above, but looking up from below. It looked as if that godlike man was gazing down upon them from high above. So lofty and untouchable, he was beyond reproach. Just a glimpse of him instilled in them feelings of awe, admiration, and worship. He seemed to be the embodiment of heaven, the manifestation of the Tao. His existence represented heaven, the Tao, and everything in the universe. With a gentle touch of his finger, a strand of celestial energy fell onto a nearby jade stone. The moment the celestial energy touched the jade stone, it instantly transformed into a youth as warm and smooth as jade. Just a strand of celestial energy could allow a piece of jade to leap over 3 disasters and 5 tribulations, directly becoming an immortal. Such immense power is truly remarkable. The youth formed from the jade first bowed to him. Thank you, revered one, for your enlightenment. Without your guidance, perhaps I would have to cultivate for countless years to have just a sliver of the opportunity to transform into a human, and even then I would have to face countless tribulations before having a chance to become an immortal. This step directly led to the heavens. Such fortune would undoubtedly drive countless cultivators to envy and madness. The youth had at least attained the strength of an immortal. He looked down at the lower realm and immediately understood everything from the disturbances below. The small dragon that caused the stir did not draw his attention. Rather, the external aura spreading across the blue star made him narrow his eyes. His usually gentle and smiling face now bore a layer of frost. The celestial beings have slept for so long and remained hidden, yet even these trifling outsiders dare to intrude. Revered one, Bai Lang requests to descend to the lower realm and purge all evil demons and heretics. Good. With a wave of his sleeve, Bai Lang disappeared from the spot. The audience thought the live stream would continue. That figure suddenly raised his gaze. Through the impenetrable mist, a pair of golden eyes shone like 2 blazing suns. The camera in the live stream wavered slightly. That figure seemed to have noticed. Just that one glance made countless viewers feel as if they were being watched by the heavens themselves. Everything about themselves, their innermost feelings, their past, present, and future were laid bare in that one glance. He was indifferent and emotionless, yet embraced all things. He was omniscient and omnipotent. This was the Heavenly Emperor. Representing the heavens, the Emperor of Heaven, the Supreme Being. His names were countless, and the heavens were his embodiment, as well as the manifestation of his will. He governed all realms and heavens, being the beginning of all things and the end of all things. Mortals could not glimpse even a sliver of his Tao essence. If not for the inability to gaze directly at his face, he could very well be indistinguishable from an ordinary person. But merely gazing at him would stir within one an uncontrollable sense of worship and submission. He quickly retracted his gaze. Perhaps he realized that those behind the camera were nothing more than a swarm of ants. He stepped back into the lotus pond, falling back into a deep slumber. The camera quickly dimmed. All the viewers in the live stream remained dazed, staring at the screen. They were still immersed in that gaze, as if trapped in a magical barrier, unable to extricate themselves. Countless chaotic thoughts surfaced in their minds, and some even saw every moment of their lives since birth. Others saw nothing at all, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. 1 minute passed. They still did not awaken. 10 minutes passed. They sat in place as if they had turned into statues. 20 minutes passed. Their eyes were wide open, bloodshot. Someone nearby noticed this anomaly and tried to wake them, but no matter what method was used, they could not be awakened. In an instant, countless people called for emergency help. Although they were motionless and did not even blink, their breathing remained normal. Those who noticed the viewers' abnormalities were often their family or friends. The situation escalated greatly. Originally, those who did not watch the live stream due to work or other reasons learned of the news and rushed into the live stream. The number of people in the live stream instantly surged to 700 million. Suddenly, the darkened screen of the live stream flickered. In the void, a figure cloaked in a black robe, holding a brush in one hand and a book in the other, appeared on the screen. The heavens of this world have quite the temper. His voice was unpredictable, sounding like an old man, a child, and upon closer inspection like a young man reciting. With a wave of his brush, a silver-white ink burst forth from the tip, and countless mysterious runes directly flowed into the eyes of countless people from the void. Thus the families of those watching the live stream were shocked to see. A string of mysterious and profound runes emerged from the viewers' phones and computers, flowing into the bodies of the motionless viewers. As the runes flowed into their bodies, they trembled. Countless chaotic thoughts abruptly ceased, and they awakened from them. Upon waking, they clutched their heads and screamed, for it felt as though their minds had exploded. Moreover, their eyes were on the verge of blindness, unable to see anything. Fortunately, that mysterious and unfathomable power not only roused them from their daze, but also slowly began to heal their bodies. By the time they recovered from their headaches, they found themselves largely unscathed. Someone was horrified to discover that nearly half an hour had passed. Yet they could not recall what had transpired during that. It was as if time had been swiftly pushed forward by an unseen hand. Their memories were confined only to the pain they felt upon awakening. It was only after asking friends and family nearby that they learned they had been staring blankly at their phones or computer screens, motionless, as if entranced. It was as if their souls had been taken. Everyone's hearts were shaken with intense awe. They all understood that those who were live-streamed often possessed extraordinary abilities. In fact, among them, there were some powerful individuals who could sense the presence of those beyond the camera. For instance, the Illusionist, and also the Heavenly Emperor, who had merely given them a glimpse, yet caused them to suffer. However, due to the existence of the livestream, especially that observer from the Tiandao website, who had not shown his face, but subtly revealed himself as an extraordinary watcher, they felt a sense of protection from this observer and were certain they would not come to harm. Thus, they watched the individuals in the livestream with a mindset of spectatorship. Though there was admiration, true respect was still rare. As a result, this time that great existence had made everyone understand what it meant to respect the strong. One must show the appropriate respect to those who are stronger. This incident that left them in a daze for 30 minutes was merely a small punishment intended to teach them a lesson. For such beings, the distance of time and space could perhaps be crossed with a mere glance, or with a single thought the blue star could be reduced to ashes vanishing in the vast cosmos. This punishment was merely a warning from the Heavenly Emperor to these weak individuals, reminding them that heaven should not be. One must hold reverence for heaven. All were still in shock. Such a great existence, though only glimpsed, was enough for them to remember for a lifetime. Was that the observer, my lord? Did the observer just save us? So terrifying that existence, I could not resist it at all. If it weren't for the observer, I would probably be stuck like this until I died. They also watched the recorded footage of their day. The sight of themselves frozen and motionless was enough to give them several nightmares. After they awoke, the observer faded away from the screen. Although they had seen the observer's face after some time, they found they could not recall what the observer looked like. Some thought it was a man. Others thought it was an old man. Yet none could remember the specifics. Even after each livestream ended, the Tiandao website would have recordings, but no matter how many times they watched, they would still forget the appearance of the observer. Moreover, even when they tried to draw or record it while it was fresh in their minds, after a while the drawings became blurry and the words faded away. After much effort, everyone gave up. If such a powerful character as the observer truly did not want his appearance remembered, then they were unable to remember. After all, in the end, they were merely ordinary people. This livestream, though the blame lay with the observer as he controlled the camera, it was also the observer who directed the camera to that existence. The audience merely suffered as collateral damage. Yet who would dare to speak ill of the observer? As for the Heavenly Emperor, they were even more afraid. They didn't even dare to call the Heavenly Emperor by name, instead referring to him as that existence. After this incident, some families were worried and wanted them to go to the hospital. After much persuasion, they finally explained that they were fine. Understanding that the issues arose from watching the livestream, some friends and family began to worry about whether there would be any further dangers preventing them from watching. Would the viewers in the livestream retreat after this incident? One only needed to look at the number of viewers to know. 800. Not only did they not give up on watching, but the number of viewers continued to grow. What was there to fear? As long as they didn't die from watching, they would watch to their heart's content. Such an exciting livestream even allowed them to glimpse into another secret of the world, one they had never heard of. To be able to peer into the existence of ancient immortals and gods, what was a little pain. After all, as long as they didn't die, they would soon be fine again. However, missing the livestream meant truly missing out. Do not underestimate the resilience and strength of modern people. In fact, after this incident, those who had originally not cared about the livestream became interested. They began to inquire about how to join the livestream. The camera shifted back to Zhou Shuyu. They were still shaken. They hoped the observer wouldn't pull any more stunts and take them to see any more unfathomable existences. Though they claimed not to be afraid, they were still quite anxious. It would take them a few days to regain their composure. At this time, Zhou Mingfeng and Zhou Jingxian also learned some news online and from the Tiandao group. They were utterly shocked. Zhou Mingfeng felt an intense longing, wondering if he could also become such a powerful existence in the future. Zhou Xiuyu snatched the phone and started playing a game. Unsurprisingly, his clumsy gameplay led to consecutive victories, earning MVP each round, and quickly raising his account to diamond rank. Once he was satisfied with his game, Zhou Mingfeng dared to ask him, little ancestor, were those beings just now the demon clan? Zhou Mingfeng and Zhou Jingxian had also seen the information released by the observer regarding the demon clan. However, it was all text. Moreover, the appearances of the demon clan varied greatly. The lower-tier demons looked different from the mid-tier and higher-tier demons, making it difficult to tell if they belonged to the same race. Little ancestor, why did they attack us? What is divine blood? Zhou Jingxian asked with some confusion. This question had always puzzled her. In fact, the Zhou family had split into two branches, the main branch and the branch family. Members of the main branch possessed a unique bloodline. Most could awaken their ancestral heritage. The branch family, however, bore diluted bloodline essence, rendering them incapable of awakening. Left behind in the mortal realm, they gradually faded into obscurity over countless generations. The origin of the Zhou bloodline is said to trace back to the clan's first patriarch, who fell in love with a demon race cultivator. Thereafter, their descendants inherited a transformed lineage. Then why do we possess no extraordinary abilities? Our strength isn't even noticeably greater than others. Zhou Jingxian asked, puzzled. Zhou Mingfeng cleared his throat. Had someone told him this before, about the Zhou bloodline's uniqueness and its connection to demonic beings, he would have retorted sharply and dialed a psychiatric hospital to prescribe medication. But now the iridescent scales still lingered on his forearm. So conspicuous, he'd avoided short sleeves entirely these days. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced at him and replied, because your bloodline is too diluted. Oh, without external aid awakening remains impossible. Wow, is that true? Then how can one awaken it? I saw my cousin's transformation. He must have awakened right. Zhou Jingxian added with a sly grin. During the 3 demon race assailants' attack, Zhou Mingfeng had faced one alone. Though brutally battered, he emerged unscathed, proof enough that he was no ordinary mortal. Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Zhou Mingfeng recounted how he and Xiao Zuzong had ventured treasure hunting, discovered the dragon transformation pool, and, after being unceremoniously kicked in, successfully awakened his bloodline. Zhou Jingxian listened stunned. She tugged at Zhou Mingfeng's sleeve, and indeed faint crimson scales shimmered. She whirled around abruptly, so violently her neck nearly snapped, and locked eyes with Zhou Xiaoyu, who stood nearby. Zhou Xiaoyu back, turned casually munched snacks from the table. As he tore open the packet, his tail, a dragon's tail, swayed lazily behind him. Only then did she notice it, a tail newly revealed coiled just beneath his coat. Perhaps because Zhou Xiaoyu was so diminutive, and always seated facing forward, she'd never noticed it before. Little ancestor, don't move. Zhou Jingxian cried out. The tail jerked upward in alarm. Had it borne fur, every strand would have bristled. Zhou Xiaoyu blinked, bewildered, turning back with a mouthful of potato chips. Zhou Jingxian lunged forward, hand outstretched toward the tail, but Zhou Xiaoyu tilted his head, whisking it aside, with effortless grace, evading her grasping fingers. It's a tail, ah? And horns, ah? Though she'd missed her chance, her voice rang with exhilaration rather than disappointment. Zhou Mingfeng sighed, exasperated. You saw the horns yesterday, why scream now? Your reaction time is glacial. What do you know? I thought they were hairpins. But these are real horns. Yet they look. Her gaze sharpened as she whipped out her phone and searched frantically. Up came an image of an ancient architectural relief, carved onto pillars and walls, depicting a dragon so lifelike it seemed poised to leap from stone. Its antlers mirrored Zhou Xiaoyu's almost exactly, though his were smaller, more delicate, as if freshly sprouted. Could this truly be a dragon? Zhou Jingxian whispered, disbelief etching her features. Dragons were mythic beings, symbols of sovereignty, emblems woven deep into the cultural soul of Xia Nation. Is our Zhou family somehow linked to dragons? Were it any other demonic or aberrant race, suspicion, or even revulsion, might follow. But dragons were different. Countless Xia citizens dreamed of ascending as dragons. The idiom Wang Zicheng Long, hoping one's child becomes a dragon, reflected not literal transformation, yet revealed profound reverence. Why are you so excited? I've got dragon scales too. Zhou Mingfeng flexed his biceps, grinning smugly. Zhou Jingxian rolled her eyes. Yours look like fish scales. I couldn't tell the difference. If you wish to awaken the dragon bloodline, you may venture into the dragon transformation pool atop the mountain, but success is unlikely. Full awakening remained beyond reach. At best, one might achieve partial transformation, as Zhou Mingfeng had. Then tomorrow I'll go see for myself, Zhou Jingxian declared, undeterred in her quest to touch that tail. Alas, Zhou Xiaoyu refused her advances. After finishing his snacks, he departed, to bathe and sleep. Dawn. Several younger Zhou clansmen returned, some even bringing toddlers barely a few years old. With all junior members assembled, the ancestral rites would soon commence. Where's that little Jingxian? As the procession prepared to depart for the ancestral hall, Elder Zhou Jin realized his daughter was missing, and turned to Zhou Mingfeng. Zhou Mingfeng scratched his head, baffled. I haven't seen her since morning. Then memory struck. Yesterday's conversation, and he knew precisely where she'd gone. I know where she is, uncle. Don't worry, I'll bring her back. His dragon-awakened physique granted him stamina far beyond the norm. Scaling the mountain would pose little challenge. He dashed alone toward the dragon transformation pool. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyu slept soundly, deep, unruffled, utterly oblivious. Elders, seeing him still slumbering, chose not to disturb him. Even the youngest children, mere toddlers, were already awake, cradled in their mother's arms, nursing quietly. Only Zhou Xiaoyu remained asleep, until summoned moments before departure. He yawned, widely dressed by attendants, teeth brushed, and face washed without lifting a finger. After washing, he stirred, fully awake. At the threshold, the entire clan gathered, robed in formal attire, bearing ritual offerings, ready to depart. Zhou Xiaoyu scanned the crowd. No sign of his 2 young relatives, Zhou Jingxian and Zhou Mingfeng. He frowned. Just then a youth rushed up, a peer of Zhou Mingfeng's named Zhou Yanghua. He burst forth shouting, disaster. Cousin and cousin Jingxian have fallen into a dimensional rift. He'd spotted Zhou Mingfeng sprinting toward the mountain, and curious followed at a distance. His pace lagged far behind Zhou Mingfeng's. Yet he watched spellbound as his cousin vanished utterly into the mountains. He simply, whoosh, vanished. Rumors of dimensional rifts were no longer secret. Upon hearing this, the Zhou elders exchanged grave, anxious glances. What shall we do? Have Jingxian and Mingfeng truly fallen into a dimensional rift? Their mothers broke into desperate sobs, grief raw and unmasked. Zhou Xiaoyu lowered his eyes. He unleashed his perception in an instant. As a marquee-level powerhouse with full focus, he could place the entire Xia state under his scrutiny. No movement could escape him. Zhou Xiaoyu sensed the residual energy fluctuations of the other space. Even along the path to the dragon pool tucked in the mountain cave, he found no trace of Zhou Jingxian or Zhou Mingfeng. It seemed they had indeed fallen into the other space. In a blink, Zhou Xiuyu vanished from where he stood and reappeared at the point where the other space's energy residue was most intense. His gaze had altered completely, cold, remorseless, stripped of previous innocence, or rather he had finally discarded his disguise. This Zhou Xiuyu was the true anarchic tyrant, a marquis-level force who stalked his sect with impunity, opposed by none. A mere lord dares be insolent on my ground. He stretched out his hand, and his fingernails lengthened in an instant. Golden veins traced from his fingers across his skin, illuminating him as if a god had descended. He clasped his palms and tore the void asunder. A rift nearly half a man's height was ripped open. The surrounding space contorted. Once the rift opened, chaotic spatial currents within shredded and sliced the area. Anyone who entered, except for lord-level powerhouses, could not hope to pass through the turbulence unscathed. Zhou Xiuyu stepped into the rift. The spatial maelstrom lashed at him, but could neither pierce his skin nor rend his garment. He had cloaked his clothing with energy to prevent it from being torn. After all, these were ordinary shirts prepared by the Zhou family. Without such protection, they would have been sheared to rags by the time he emerged from the turbulence. Tracing the imprint of the other space's energy, Zhou Xiuyu followed its coordinates through a flurry of crossings. He found himself before a pocket realm roughly the size of a small city. It floated within the spatial eddies, shrouded by a translucent barrier that shielded it from the chaotic airflow. Zhou Xiuyu raised his right hand 2 fingers high and fixed them upon the barrier. "Open for me." His hand fell, and a strike imbued with marquis-level force burst from between his fingers. A blinding wash of golden light erupted. The spatial barrier was cleaved cleanly. The blast shockwave churned the surrounding eddies into a tumult. The fierce gust whipped his hair and robes into a wild dance. Viewers in the livestream, having just tuned in, witnessed the spectacle. The strike landed like a hammer upon everyone's hearts, domineering, overpowering. Zhou Xiuyu had torn the barrier in two with his hand and forcefully breached a lord's domain. Within the pocket realm, the lord looked up, face aghast. How could this be? One who could break a spatial barrier outright must be at least marquis rank. Why would such a being concern himself with my modest realm? Bloody Zhou Jingxian heard a thunderous crack in the heavens as the entire space began to tremble. The monsters ringed around them were stunned by the spatial upheaval. A few were unlucky enough to be struck squarely by the blast shockwave. They were vaporized instantly. A rift had split the sky. Explosions continued as someone cleft the barrier. To the creatures inside, it seemed as if the heavens themselves had been sundered. An intruder. They panicked and began to retreat, compelled to return to their lord. Zhou Jingxian clutched Zhou Mingfeng tightly. Cousin, hold on. Help has come. Zhou Mingfeng lay on the ground, his body lacerated, his fate uncertain. Zhou Xiuyu, having crossed into the pocket realm, beheld the lord manifest before him. The domain's power also settled over the region. Boom! A gravity heavier than Mount Tai pressed upon Zhou Xiuyu. Gravity, he murmured, folding his hands behind. Thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater gravity bore down on him, yet his expression did not flinch and his suspended form remained unmoved. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the gravity-wielding lord's face changed. His body, once airborne, plunged and smashed into the earth with a thunderous impact. The ground split, forming a crater dozens of meters deep. When he finally clawed his way out, trembling and bloodied, he lay prostrate, hands pressed to the earth as the relentless pressure continued to crush him. A mouthful of blood spat out. The gravity lord had meant to assert dominance, to warn this intruder that even a marquis should not trespass into another's domain. He had poured forth domain-augmented supergravity under which almost no one could stand. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Xiuyu, struck by the technique, seemed entirely unbothered and instead had felled the lord. The lord hastily withdrew his supergravity and the crushing force upon himself vanished. Another spray of blood. He stared up in horror at Zhou Xiuyu towering above him. What have you done? Why had his own gravity rebounded upon him? He clutched at the injuries crushed into his body, eyes widening with a fear of the unknown. Is this a marquis? Is this really marquis-level might? A rumor flashed through him. Without ascending to the marquis, one remains an ant. Swish, swish, swish. Lieutenants from countless pocket realms hastened to the lord's aid. They were twisted, formless aberrations or insectal monstrosities, beings born of the pocket realm itself and conscripted as the lord's minions. Tens of thousands of monsters amassed. Most were heavenlightier, and dozens reached pseudolordier. They encircled and protected their lord. These creatures had little intellect, spawned by the pocket space. If the lord died, they too would perish. The monsters surged upward to strike at Zhou Xiuyu. Countless columns of energy shot toward Zhou Xiuyu. The assault's power was formidable, already faintly undoing the fabric of space. Even a marquis struck by such a volley would be grievously wounded. Zhou Xiuyu extended a hand. With his palm pressed downward, he crushed them. Invisible force issued from his palm, and the tens of thousands of energy pillars were driven down. Boom, boom, boom. Unable to endure the onslaught, the monsters burst one after another, their bodies erupting into spray and gore. At that instant, the ground blossomed with innumerable blood-red flowers, and Zhou Xiuyu, standing aloft, resembled a god. With a single sweep, he painted a vivid tableau of blooded plum blossoms.